You are presented with an opportunity to traverse the world of Naruto. Should you manage to return alive, a sum of 1 billion RMB will be bestowed upon you. Are you willing? Mu Feng's response was a resounding affirmation. I am willing to remedy certain regrets and to fill in the gaps, to meet those whom he longs to encounter, and ultimately to eliminate those repugnant individuals. Chapter 1. The Contract. The morning dawns at 8 a.m. The screen of the mobile phone by the bedside suddenly illuminates, followed by the familiar sound of the alarm and the piercing rays of sunlight. The vast expanse of the horizon is my love. Beneath the endless green mountains, the flowers bloom. Ah! A man's furious roar echoes. He extends a hand and his head from beneath the covers, swiftly pulling the blanket over his face to shield himself from the sunlight, then fumbles to silence the alarm. A minute later, he rises, freshens up, stands before the mirror, gazing at his bed, which lies less than 3 meters away, and his mood grows heavy. Nevertheless, he musters some encouragement and heads off to work. An ordinary university graduate, lacking a prominent background or impressive qualifications, possessing only average looks and abilities, merely a commonplace individual. Initially, this reality was somewhat acceptable. However, he is plagued by a terminal illness, one that can be treated but requires exorbitant funds. He is in dire need of money, and for someone like him, what he possesses the least is indeed money. If only I had money! With that thought, he departed the cramped rental apartment, the sound of the door closing behind him. In the dead of night, he returned, drenched from the rain. Unfortunately, he had no means to take a hot shower. He could only strip off his clothes and lie on the bed, closing his eyes to sleep. After a while, he sensed a slight fever creeping in, and, as he drifted off, he beheld a hazy figure in his dreams, which inquired, I can offer you an opportunity to change your life, to attain wealth. How much? The youth inquired eagerly. The figure smiled. 10 billion. I'm in. The youth clenched his fists, his heart racing, hastily responding, as if fearing that the opportunity might vanish. The figure chuckled, producing an ancient parchment scroll that floated before the youth, unfurling and enticingly proclaiming, Then, let us sign the contract. Without much contemplation, his gaze skimmed the contract, many words obscured from view, and he inscribed his name, subsequently dripping his blood upon it under the figure's guidance. He presumed this was merely a dream. If it were not, that would be acceptable, as he had little choice remaining. The contract is complete, experimenter, or perhaps my future comrade. It is time for you to embark on your journey. With those words, he vanished from the dreamscape and fell into a deep slumber. 51 years in the land of fire. In the evening, a young woman lay in the delivery room of Konoha Hospital as medical personnel diligently assisted her in childbirth. Push, push, the baby's head is already out. A doctor urged anxiously, hands deftly moving beneath the white cloth. Meanwhile, a nurse, observing the beads of sweat cascading from the doctor's forehead, hurriedly wiped them away. At this moment, Konoha had just emerged from the Third Great Ninja War, with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, retreating from the forefront, and the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, assuming office as the youngest Hokage in history. The young woman's cries of agony pierced through the walls and doors, reaching the ears of a man waiting outside. The man paced anxiously at the door, his face etched with worry, sweat trickling down his forehead, bearing an expression as if he himself were the one giving birth. Notably, his right leg appeared to move awkwardly, revealing a stiffness as he paced back and forth. Ultimately, the woman emitted another resounding scream, and the doctor, with a look of delight, cradled a newborn from beneath the cloth, delivering a firm slap to the infant's bottom. Instinctively, the baby let out a loud cry, and upon hearing it, the woman's face transformed, radiating a smile as if all prior suffering had vanished. Let me see my child. The woman's complexion was pale, her cracked lips bearing white patches, with traces of blood seeping through. Yet, when the doctor brought the child to her side, she beamed with a sunlit smile, eagerly pressing a gentle kiss upon the baby's head. For reasons unknown, as the woman kissed the infant's forehead, the wailing baby abruptly quieted, gazing up with wide, innocent eyes. Subsequently, the woman and her child were wheeled out of the delivery room, and the man hurried over, leaning against the moving bed, tenderly speaking to her. You've worked hard, Naiko. His gaze then shifted to the baby beside her, and a smile broke across his slightly darker complexion. Congratulations, Chiki-kun, mother and child are safe. The birth of new life brings joy to all, save for a rare few. The doctor continued. Chiki-kun, Miss Naiko is still quite weak. Perhaps it would be best to let her rest before you converse. The man nodded, releasing the gurney, standing in a daze as he watched the medical staff wheel away his wife and son. Unbeknownst to him, his shirt was already soaked with sweat, a chill creeping across his back. I too have a son now. I, Cheeky Akari, have a son. He seemed unable to fully grasp the reality, overwhelmed with joy to the point of contorting his expression. Days later, he sat by the bedside, gazing at the woman cradling the infant, grinning foolishly. Cheeky, have you decided on a name for our son? The woman asked gently, softly patting the baby's back as he peacefully slept in her embrace. The man stood, his eyes seemingly glowing with fervor, passionately declaring, Cheeky Kays, I hope his arrival brings vitality and hope to this world, akin to the gentle spring breeze. Yet, unlike many of his contemporaries, the newborn did not remain conscious, perhaps due to the fragility of this body or other reasons. After his birth, he entered a peculiar state, whether it be termed amnesia or fetal confusion. In short, during his early years, he was merely a child. However, unlike others, memories would intermittently surface in his mind daily. This process would continue until this body could withstand the weight of his memories and soul. Yet by that time, he would recall everything. Given the physical prowess of humanity in this world, this phase may not last long. He initially believed it to be merely a dream, yet was astonished by its vividness. An opportunity, a genuine opportunity, he exclaimed with a smile. And as a traveler, how could a system not exist? The scene shifted, swiftly advancing to 3 months later, in the 51st year of Konoha. This year marked the turmoil of the Nine Tails, with the 4th Hokage, Namake's Minato, becoming the Hokage with the shortest tenure in history. Thus, Feng's fetal confusion concluded, and he regained normalcy, recollecting all memories. Congratulations, host! You have officially integrated into this world. The main quest will now be revealed, to become the strongest in this realm. Upon reading this line, a spark of hope ignited within Feng's heart. No matter what, he must return. Yet he instantly pondered other matters, inquiring, System, if I fail to complete the quest, will I be trapped here forever? Affirmative. The two crimson words imprinted themselves in Feng's mind, and despite his prior suspicions, seeing them evoked a complex emotional response. Do not worry, host. The system shall provide assistance. What kind of assistance can you offer me? Though his feelings were intricate, at this point, there was no turning back. He merely hoped that this system could indeed be of aid to him. Otherwise, he would be left without hope in this world, pondering the myriad challenges ahead. I have arrived. Qianmu and Feng responded and then hurried to the kitchen, standing on tiptoe to grasp the dishes on the table before scurrying back to the living room, placing the food upon the table. The woman also carried a plate of food, approaching at a measured pace. Fortunately, children in the world of Hokage tend to mature early. Otherwise, it would be rather challenging for an adult to masquerade as a child. Nevertheless, even so, in the eyes of the neighbors, he is still regarded as a prodigy. There's one more dish. I shall prepare it shortly. You go fetch your father. The woman gently instructed as she set down the dish in her hands. Yes, mother. Feng nodded slightly and darted outside like the wind. The ninja tool shop was not far, located just down the street to the left of their home, a mere 300 to 500 meters away. This distance might pose some difficulty for an ordinary 4-year-old, but for Feng, it was a trivial matter. Ah, little Feng, back to summon your father for dinner, are you? How considerate. If only my child were half as obedient, I would wake from dreams filled with joy. A woman from the flower shop next to the ninja tool store greeted Feng enthusiastically as she observed him rushing over, breathless. In this life, Qianmu Feng had indeed become a child of another family, clever and adorable, and what's more, obedient, qualities that many families in his hometown would envy. Thank you for the compliment, Ani Huizi. Have you had your meal yet? As a former wage slave, Feng possessed his own insights into the art of disguise. He understood the nuances of endearing oneself to others. Sometimes, although he was reluctant to engage in such endeavors, one must not solely seek personal comfort in life. Not yet, but Uncle Ji Fu is still at home waiting for me, so I cannot visit your home, little Feng. And here, this is a gift for you. The woman cheerfully extracted a flower from a nearby bouquet of tulips and approached Feng, half squatting to present the blossom to him. Thank you, Auntie Huizi. Xiao Hong exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the flower. It's so beautiful. This was not entirely feigned. Perhaps it was merely a manifestation of his true nature. Children, in certain respects, can indeed indulge in excessive comfort. Oh my, little Feng is simply adorable. Why not marry little Sui when you grow up? That way, little Feng could become my son. Qianmu Feng found himself at a loss for words in response. This Auntie Huizi was indeed quite lovely, but as for her daughter, how shall one put it? At merely 4 years of age, she must weigh around 30 kilograms. Chubby hardly sufficed to describe her. Just as Feng was grappling with his predicament, a rugged-looking man emerged from the ninja tool shop. The man's presence brought a wave of relief to Qianmu Feng, who obediently stated, "Auntie Huizi, I must return home for dinner." "Farewell, Auntie Huizi." Upon seeing the man, the woman smiled and stood up, addressing him. "How was business today?" "Not bad," Qianmu Hui replied. Although he operated the ninja tool shop, his previous occupation left him somewhat at a loss for words. He struggled to muster even a faint smile. The woman was already well acquainted with Qianmu Hui's demeanor and refrained from elaborating further. She waved goodbye to Feng, saying, "Goodbye, little Feng. Remember to ask your mother to bring you over play at Auntie's house sometime." Qianmu Feng nodded vigorously. All he desired was to leave that place as soon as possible. He waved and said goodbye, Auntie Huizi. He then followed the man, taking measured steps towards home. Though the man did not hold Feng's hand, he deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the little boy with his short legs to keep up beside him. Chapter 2. A new world awaits as they traverse the streets. Cheeky Keisuke trailed closely behind Cheeky Hikari, passing numerous shops along the way. Suddenly, a child caught Keisuke's eye, dressed in a vibrant orange coat. His cherubic face bore marks resembling whiskers. The child's coat, perhaps worn for far too long, had taken on a grimy hue. Clutching a wad of money, he entered a shop, intent on purchasing something, but before he could utter a word, the shopkeeper's face twisted in disdain. "You wretched fox, leave my shop at once." The middle-aged proprietor waved his hand dismissively, as though the child were not a mere boy, but a nefarious criminal. "Please, sir, I have money. I merely wish to buy some food." With tears brimming in his eyes, the child stifled his emotions and mustered the courage to speak. "Scram, get out of my shop. I won't sell anything to you. Go elsewhere." The shopkeeper remained unmoved by the child's tears, his expression still steeped in contempt. The child's gaze fell, darkness clouding his eyes as tears cascaded down his cheeks. Pooling onto the ground, silently, he exited the shop, his heart heavy with sorrow. At that moment, it seemed as though all the darkness of the world had settled upon his diminutive form, despite the setting sun. He could never catch up to the warmth of its rays. Observing the child's distinctive appearance and his interaction with the shopkeeper, Keisuke recognized him instantly. The sole offspring of the 4th Hokage, the host of the 9 Tails, one of the chosen ones of this world, and the future 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. If memory served him right, Naruto was a mere 3 months younger than himself, yet this child, not yet 4, bore the weight of such a harsh existence. This was the first time Keisuke truly witnessed the cruelty of this world. The child of the illustrious 4th Hokage, a scion of the Uzumaki clan, whose parents had made immense sacrifices for Konoha and ultimately perished for it. He should not have been subjected to such a fate. He ought to have been a child of destiny, basking in the light of the sun from the moment of his birth, at the very least. He should not have to endure this, perhaps out of pity, or perhaps due to a flicker of innate kindness buried deep within, or even the prospect of gaining something from the future hero. Keisuke ultimately reached out with his delicate hand and gently tugged at Cheeky Hikari's sleeve. "Father, can we help him?" Regardless of his motives, Keisuke yearned to assist the boy, if only to ensure he could have a warm meal that night. Yet, some matters were not so straightforward. Perhaps the moment the child appeared, unseen eyes began to observe from the shadows. Keisuke was no divine savior. He had his own concerns and attachments, thus he merely inquired. Cheeky Hikari glanced between his son and the forlorn child, letting out a soft sigh. "The child of the 4th Hokage, is it? 4th Hokage, if only you knew the plight your son endures now, would you have made the same choices back then?" To Cheeky Hikari, the secrets of the common folk were nothing extraordinary. He sighed again, his rough hand gently resting on Keisuke's head, ruffling his hair before tightening and then releasing his grip, as if assessing his own strength. Finally, he smiled and said, "Today is your birthday, you shall decide." Though he understood the potential complications, he resolved to assist the child. The 4th Hokage was a commendable leader, yet perhaps not a devoted father. As a fellow parent, Hikari could empathize. If his own son were to suffer such hardships, he would fight tooth and nail to alleviate them. As for the troubles that might ensue, he believed he could manage them. Though he had long since retired from being a ninja, one should not mistake him for defenseless. Should anyone dare to challenge him over this matter, they would incur a grievous price. Moreover, his surname assured that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not dare to make life difficult for him over such trivialities. If he did, it would signify that the great tree of Konoha had indeed rotted to its roots. Upon hearing his father's consent, a radiant smile blossomed on Keisuke's face. He had merely posed a question, not expecting success, yet his father had agreed. It seemed that this seemingly ordinary father was far more formidable than he had imagined. Perhaps due to the profound love he held for his son, he and the inhabitants of this world were fundamentally different, although he could be cold-hearted. The last vestiges of kindness etched into his soul compelled Case to take small, determined steps towards the boy, offering him the last glimmer of light bestowed by the setting sun. I am cheeky Case. Today is my birthday, and I would like to invite you to my home. May I? At that moment, an inexplicable glimmer sparked in Naruto's eyes, though fear and hesitation clouded his heart, for he had faced rejection from too many before. Really? But they all say I'm a demon fox. Aren't you afraid of me? Naruto lifted his head, the trails of tears still evident on his face. Then are you a demon fox? In an innocent yet profound manner, Case posed a question akin to that of any child. No, I am not a demon fox. Naruto fervently shook his head, his voice hoarse yet tinged with a note of lament and yearning. Listening to his voice and gazing upon the scars that marred his face, coupled with his tattered clothing, Case found it difficult to fathom the torment this child had endured and why he had arrived at such a fate. Yet, it mattered not. There would be ample time to comprehend it all later. Case mused quietly to himself. Then that settles it. Let us go. My mother awaits at home. If I return late, she will be displeased. Moreover, I have shared my name with you. What is yours? Case smiled as he extended his hand. In Naruto's eyes, at that moment, Case shone like a beacon amidst the dark night, providing a sliver of warmth in the frigid twilight. Cautiously, he reached out, his hand lightly resting upon Case's, fixating on him. The shadows of despair and sorrow dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile that illuminated his face. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto's hand was cold, but Case was willing to offer him warmth. As he watched his son lead Naruto away, Cheeky Hikari offered a gentle smile to the boy. Hello. I am Case's father. You may call me Uncle Cheeky. Hello, Uncle Cheeky. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Despite his lack of understanding of social niceties, Naruto mimicked the adults. Bowing slightly. Good lad. Cheeky Hikari responded, his tone imbued with a hint of nostalgia as his gaze subtly drifted toward the rooftops in the distance. Behind the rooftops, two figures clad in black and masked were observing the scene unfold. Yuru, should we intervene? The masked figure on the left inquired as he witnessed Cheeky Hikari preparing to depart with the two children. The other masked individual shook his head. With our current abilities, we are unlikely to stop him. We should return and report to the Hokage. The latter's voice was notably deeper, establishing him as the leader among the two. The Jinchuriki? There is still some hesitation. I will remain here to observe. You report to the Hokage. Remember to convey the truth. The elder among them, possessing knowledge of deeper secrets, recognized the man's face. A formidable warrior who had made significant contributions during the Third Great Ninja War. Had circumstances unfolded differently, he might still have to bow before him today. Moreover, this individual was no ordinary ninja. His surname carried great significance, tracing back to the founding clan of Konoha. In regard to the wild wolf, he merely needed to comply. With a swift acknowledgement, he activated the body flicker technique, weaving unnoticed between houses and trees, making his way toward the Hokage building at the heart of Konoha. Once that individual departed, the remaining figure transformed into a shadow, continuously navigating the streets while ensuring the Jinchuriki remained within his line of sight. What is this? Nanako expressed her surprise, evidently recognizing the child, her gaze instinctively shifting to her husband. Upon seeing Cheeky's subtle nod, she smiled and half-crouched, saying, Welcome to my home. Are you a friend of little Case? It's the first time he has brought someone home. He has always found his peers too childish, feeling somewhat shy during his inaugural visit to someone else's home. Naruto awkwardly performed a clumsy greeting, striving to suppress his stutter. Hello, Auntie. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Indeed, he was the child of Kushina, Nanako mused. Letting out a silent sigh for the boy, she unveiled her most radiant smile and affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, saying, What a delightful child. Come, let us eat. Feel free to treat this as your own home. Don't be shy, my mother's cooking is delectable. Come and taste it. Cheeky Case grasped Naruto's hand, compelling him to sit beside him, then provided an array of utensils. Nanako and Cheeky Hikari exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them, before they too took their seats. All joined hands in prayer before the meal, proclaiming, Let us eat. Thus, they commenced relishing this exquisite feast. Nanako continuously served the two boys, gently encouraging, Eat more. Naruto, gradually shedding his apprehensions, gazed at the steaming food in his bowl, his face illuminating with an unprecedented smile. This day, perhaps, was the most splendid he had ever experienced since his birth. Within the Hokage's office, situated at the heart of Konoha, an elderly man with graying hair sat in his chair, setting down his pen and documents. Are you saying Naruto was taken by Chiki Hikari? Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had aged, his voice remained robust. The masked man stood respectfully before the Hokage's desk, meticulously responding. Indeed, to be precise, he was invited to celebrate Chiki Keisuke's birthday. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into a sudden silence. The office, so still one could hear a pin drop. After a moment, he nodded slightly, saying, I understand. With a slight bow, the figure morphed back into shadow, departing the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose and approached the window, his gaze sweeping over the bustling village of Konoha. He took a puff from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke. No one could discern what thoughts occupied the mind of this Hokage, now in his twilight years. All right, the sun has set. Little Naruto should sleep at home. Is it all right if he shares a room with Keisuke? Nanako remarked with a smile after clearing the dishes. Naruto glanced at Chiki Keisuke beside him, whose smile radiated like the sun. Nodding vigorously, he exclaimed, Sure, Auntie Nanako. Very well, then. You wash up first. And Auntie will prepare your beds. Okay, thank you, Auntie Nanako. Naruto expressed his gratitude once more. That night, as the two lay in bed, Naruto could scarcely believe this was real. He turned to Chiki Keisuke. Keisuke, is this really happening? Do I truly have a friend now? Chiki Keisuke smiled faintly in the darkness, not looking at him nor answering his question. Instead, he quietly stared at the ceiling, saying, Just go to sleep. You'll find out tomorrow. All right then, good night, Keisuke. Just minutes later, the rhythmic sound of breath filled the room. Keisuke turned to glance at the already slumbering Naruto. Chuckling softly, this guy is truly carefree. With that, he adjusted into a comfortable sleeping position, gently closing his eyes. Perhaps they would forever remember that evening when, beneath the sunset, a boy standing in the light gazed upon another boy in the shadows, ultimately bringing the last rays of sunlight to his side. Yet, perhaps one day, their roles might also reverse. Light and shadow have never been adversaries. They merely played different roles. Delicious. Chapter 3. Refining Chakra, the Novice's Gift Package. The night passed without incident. That evening, Naruto enjoyed a deep slumber, dreaming of delectable feasts. However, Keisuke's sleep quality was less than ideal, as he endured a punch in the middle of the night, suppressing the urge to retaliate. Poor thing, poor thing, poor thing. Nonsense. With a swift kick, Keisuke nudged Naruto back to his side, then smiled as he adjusted the blankets and returned to sleep, suddenly sitting up and then flopping back down. Keisuke noted that Naruto's sleep quality was remarkably sound. The following morning, Keisuke received his birthday gifts. In the early light, he sat in the living room, with Chiki Hikari across from him, presenting his gift. You've always wanted to learn the method of refining chakra, haven't you? You were too young before, so I didn't give it to you. Now that you're 4, you are just about qualified to begin chakra refinement. Consider this your birthday gift. Chiki Hikari knelt on the tatami mat, extending a scroll with both hands. Keisuke eagerly accepted the scroll, caressing its surface, his excitement palpable as he looked at Chiki Hikari, exclaiming, Thank you, father. You're welcome. Also, this is a birthday gift from your mother. She has gone to work and asked me to pass it on to you. With that, Chiki Hikari handed Keisuke a kunai. Men understand men best. After bestowing his gifts upon Keisuke, Chiki Hikari affectionately ruffled his son's hair, saying softly, Be careful. Don't hurt yourself. Otherwise, your mother will blame me again. Now, I must head to the shop. I'm already running late. Thank you, father. Please take care. Watching his father leave, Keisuke excitedly returned to his room, shutting the door with a firm thud. Feeling the weight of the kunai in his hand and observing the blade's glinting edge, he abandoned the idea of testing its sharpness. Setting aside the kunai, Keisuke eagerly opened the scroll. Compared to the kunai, this was far more enticing. After all, the kunai was merely an oddly shaped knife, while this contained supernatural power, a realm he had yet to explore. Upon unfurling the scroll, the contents became vividly clear. Chakra is a form of energy produced by the perfect fusion of spiritual and physical energy, serving as the source for ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Conditions for chakra refinement. 1. Extract physical energy from each of the 130 trillion cells within the human body. 2. Undergo extensive training to accumulate spiritual energy originating from the soul. Refinement method. Begin by meditating in a still posture, sensing the physical energy and spiritual strength within each cell, then combine them in a one-to-one manner. Keisuke's gaze swept across the scroll, meticulously absorbing all the details and methods. Once he comprehended all precautions and techniques, he hurriedly assumed a cross-legged position. With his hands resting casually upon his thighs, he focused inward, keenly attuning to the power emanating from within his own body. For reasons unknown, Case, who usually harbored myriad thoughts, found himself swiftly calming his mind. Soon, he sensed his spirit descending into a realm of darkness, where countless bright points of light emerged around him. These luminous points were boundless, split into blue and orange. The orange represented physical strength, embodying the yang, while the blue represented spiritual strength, embodying the yin. As Case fused the blue and orange light points together, a wondrous force surged within his body. With a sudden awakening, Case's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly overflowing. Is this chakra? How extraordinary! I feel as though I have become something entirely different. Clenching his fists, Case sensed an unending reservoir of strength within him. As he contemplated venturing into the courtyard to explore the other wondrous aspects of chakra, a mechanized voice echoed in his mind, abruptly halting his steps. Congratulations, host, on successfully refining chakra. The main quest has officially commenced. Please strive diligently to become the strongest in the ninja world. Now, rewards are to be drawn. Congratulations, host. You have gained access to assistance from the world of One Piece. The novice gift pack has been dispatched. Would you like to claim it? Taking a deep breath, Case's hands trembled slightly. After such a long time, this cursed system had finally proven its worth. Should he fail to extract even a modicum of benefit from it, he would surely have resorted to cursing, for he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Achieving the so-called main quest solely on his own was an impossible endeavor. The only way to defeat those formidable challenges was to possess similar powers. Regarding the world of One Piece, Case was well acquainted and quite fond of it. Regardless, let us see what this so-called novice gift pack contains. I hope it is not too disappointing. He inhaled sharply, repeating thrice, I am the Emperor of Luck. I am the Emperor of Luck. I am the Emperor of Luck, before tentatively murmuring, claim. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the basic body technique training method. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the basic swordsmanship training method. Congratulations, host. You have received the fish fruit, mythical Zoan type, dragon form. Upon seeing the final item, Case's heart raced with excitement. As an ardent fan of both Naruto and One Piece, he was no stranger to this devil fruit. Belonging to one of the emperors of the sea, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, this fruit was terrifyingly powerful. In addition to its formidable defensive and regenerative capabilities, it also granted dominion over elemental forces. In certain narratives, this fruit even allowed the manipulation of wind, lightning, fire, and ice. Case believed that this devil fruit was the strongest among the animal-type devil fruits currently in existence. Never had he anticipated obtaining such a treasure, but regardless, Case had finally tasted fortune. Warning, due to changes in world rules, the system has automatically modified the fruit's powers. Upon consumption, the fruit will transform into a tailed beast-like entity and reside within the host, simultaneously repairing the defect of the user's fear of seawater and enabling transformation into a tailed beast form. Note, when the devil fruit transforms into a tailed beast, it possesses life, albeit in a diminished state, requiring the host's nurturing. The stronger the host, the greater the fruit's capabilities. Let it be, Case muttered quietly, for he had never expected to acquire world-conquering power right from the start. If becoming the strongest in the world were that simple, what purpose would he serve? Gazing at the palm-sized fruit, which was oval and blue with two stems resembling dragon horns, he noted its unique appearance, reminiscent of a blue durian, exuding an aura of dominance. System, would you like to learn the basic body technique and basic swordsmanship? Taking a deep breath, Case silently commanded, learn. In an instant, a wealth of memories surged into his mind. Not only did this influx of knowledge enhance his mental acuity, but it also seemed to bolster his physical capabilities, albeit only to a rudimentary level. Images of techniques flashed before his eyes, leading him to feel as if he had trained for countless years in body techniques and swordsmanship. Albeit this was merely an illusion born of rapid knowledge absorption. Nevertheless, it suggested that the difficulty of mastering these skills in the future might be significantly reduced, as it was merely a matter of manifesting what he had learned. A minute or two later, Case's eyes turned crimson, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. He attempted to stand, but his muscles spasmed painfully, causing him to grit his teeth. "Ah!" he involuntarily shouted, gasping for fresh air. It was not until 20 minutes had passed that he gradually regained his composure, muttering under his breath, "I knew these things wouldn't come without a price." Yet, he felt fortunate to have acquired such valuable knowledge. He believed he would soon transform these memories into his own strength, though it would require effort. Struggling to rise, he swung his fist a couple of times, realizing that while he understood the techniques, his execution remained somewhat clumsy and stiff. Fortunately, he had grasped the fundamental principles. Now, he merely needed time to practice and truly master them. After loosening his muscles and feeling less sore, Case gazed at the devil fruit in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he took a decisive bite, swallowing it whole without hesitation. Ugh, it's even worse than excrement. He couldn't help but gag a few times, though nothing came up. Looking at the devil fruit in his hand, he could not resist asking, "System, is it sufficient to take just one bite?" Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the fish fruit, mythical zoan type, dragon form. The power has integrated into the host's body. The remaining fruit is merely an oddly shaped, ordinary fruit. Note, this fruit is notoriously difficult to consume. After the system's voice faded, Case sensed a transformation within his body. His strength felt as if it had amplified. Distinctly different from the chakra enhancement he had previously experienced, this was raw, corporeal power. Furthermore, his skin seemed to have toughened considerably. Swallowing hard, Case cautiously eyed the kunai beside him. With utmost care, he gently grazed the back of his hand with the kunai, and crimson droplets began to surface. Wow, how is it so sharp? Am I mistaken? He quickly covered the cut with his other hand, but the anticipated agony did not strike him. Though it was painful, it was tolerable. After a while, he noticed that the bleeding had stopped, and upon releasing his hand, he saw that the wound had already begun to heal. Of course, this was partly due to his caution, but the kunai gifted by his mother was also specially crafted, far superior to ordinary kunai, which explained its ability to easily cut through his skin. Otherwise, with his current physical defenses, even a regular kunai could have inflicted harm. However, compared to an average 4-year-old, his skin was remarkably resilient. Case intently observed the wound. After 20 minutes, it had completely healed, leaving only a faint white mark, which soon vanished. Had it not been for the remnants of dried blood on his hand, he might have doubted whether he had truly been injured at all. Stowing away the kunai, Case hurried to wash the blood from his hands, knowing that if Nanako spotted it, he would be in trouble. By the way, system, didn't you say the devil fruit would transform into a tailed beast and conceal itself within me? Why do I feel nothing? The tailed beast born from the devil fruit now exists within the host, and has already granted certain abilities. However, the nascent tailed beast remains quite feeble and requires time to rest. Once it awakens, the host will naturally sense its presence. Note, upon awakening, it may rebel. Case felt a surge of frustration. It was one thing to not provide overwhelming power all at once, but why the possibility of rebellion? Was he expected to tame this dragon as Naruto did with the fox? A small hint. If the host is curious, they may also examine their navel. Drying his hands, Case quickly lifted his shirt. Upon inspection, he found a blue dragon insignia entwined around his abdomen. With a mere thought, the small dragon vanished. Case chuckled. This is quite fascinating. Chapter 4. The Training of a Ninja. An ordinary individual, suddenly endowed with extraordinary powers, would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with excitement. Feng was no exception. He jubilantly leaped around the small courtyard, liberally expending his newfound energy, becoming acquainted with the sudden influx of strength coursing through his body. It was not until over an hour had elapsed that Feng, breathless, finally came to a halt. The courtyard, though modest in size, was more than sufficient for his current capabilities. After releasing his exuberance, he paused, closed his eyes, and began to recuperate and rest. After a while, when he sensed that both his stamina and chakra had significantly replenished, he rose once more to resume his training. However, this time his movements were no longer haphazard. He began to practice the martial arts and sword techniques he had recalled from memory. First, he focused on the physical techniques, then sought a wooden practice sword to refine his swordsmanship. If there had been an observer at that moment, they would have been astonished by his progress. In the beginning, each of his steps and movements appeared somewhat rigid, reminiscent of a novice. Yet, as the hours passed, his actions grew increasingly fluid, as if he had rehearsed them countless times, devoid of any signs of awkwardness. Perhaps this was the essence of genius. As evening fell, Feng sat cross-legged beneath the corridor, recovering his strength and chakra. With a creaking sound, Nanako and Hikari pushed the door open, prompting Feng to immediately open his eyes and greet them. Welcome home. Nanako reached out to affectionately rub his cheek, smiling. You must be hungry. Mother will prepare dinner right away. Feng nodded in agreement. And as Nanako took a few steps away, he turned to Hikari, exclaiming with excitement, Father, I have cultivated chakra. Just as Hikari was about to inquire about his son's training progress, words caught in his throat as he grasped Feng's hand. A surge of chakra flowing into his son's body. A look of astonishment and elation spread across his face. His son was a prodigy, possessing talent surpassing his own. Moreover, based on his perception, the chakra within Qiankong, Feng was nearing the level of a genin. A remarkable feat considering he had only just turned 4 and was embarking on his first training session. To succeed in refining chakra on the very first day was already astonishing. And to possess such a substantial amount was the hallmark of a true genius, perhaps one who could rival the legendary Kakashi Hitaki. Inwardly, Qiankong Hikari murmured, envisioning his son surpassing him. He said nothing, instead leading Feng into the inner room, firmly closing the door behind them. He crouched down, gazing at his son, suddenly at a loss for words. Recalling the advice his own father had imparted when he first refined chakra, he steeled himself and adopted a serious demeanor. Then, in a deep voice, he stated, though you have successfully cultivated chakra, remember, do not become complacent, and certainly do not allow pride to take root. Arrogance is the greatest path to destruction for a ninja. In response, Qiankong Feng nodded earnestly, replying, rest assured, Father, I understand that I have a long journey ahead. I will strive to improve. At that moment, Qiankong Hikari felt a surge of emotion. It seemed as if his son had matured overnight. He affectionately ruffled Feng's hair before settling down himself, instructing, sit. Feng complied. Collecting his thoughts, Qiankong Hikari began. I did not anticipate your swift success in refining chakra, but now that you have, there are a few matters I must discuss with you. Firstly, there is no denying your talent. To cultivate chakra at the tender age of 4 without guidance is extraordinary. However, given your youth, there are certain precautions you must heed. Feng remained silent, attentively listening to his father's words. First, do not overexert yourself in refining chakra at your age. You should limit your practice to no more than 3 times a day. Secondly, since you have successfully refined chakra, I will commence your training in the skills unique to ninjas, which will encompass various knowledge, physical conditioning, and ninjutsu. You may choose to decline, but should you accept, you must adhere to my training regimen. Failure to comply will result in strict consequences. Do not hold it against me. I simply wish to prevent the day I witness you fall on the battlefield. Having personally experienced the brutality of war during the Third Great Ninja War, Qiankong Hikari understood its harsh realities all too well. He knew that the current peace was merely temporary, and one day soon, conflict would arise again. He did not want his son to perish in such strife. Moreover, even in times of peace, being a ninja was a perilous profession, with an average lifespan rarely exceeding 40 years. In wartime, that number shrank to 30. He had witnessed the deaths of his comrades firsthand, and at times, he wished his son would choose a different path. Yet, he also recognized that only through strength could one protect their loved ones. Should his son falter, he would swiftly dissuade him from the life of a ninja, seeking to spare him from a grim fate. Now, I place the choice before you. But know that this is your only opportunity to choose, for life offers no second chances. Observing his father's serious demeanor, Qiankong Feng calmed himself. Qiankong Hikari was right. Life was singular and precious. However, having embarked on this path, Feng had long since relinquished the luxury of choice. There were others waiting for him in another world. He yearned to return and was determined to do so, willing to expend every ounce of effort. Father, I am willing. Please teach me to cultivate. Qiankong Feng bowed his head resolutely, his voice imbued with unprecedented conviction. In that moment, Qiankong Hikari smiled, though a hint of trepidation lingered. As the door was abruptly flung open, revealing Nanako standing at the threshold, sunlight casting shadows upon the trio. What are you two doing? It's broad daylight and the door is closed. Hurry and help out. Otherwise, when will we have dinner? Nanako called out. Yes, mother, Qiankong Feng replied. Qiankong Hikari also rose to his feet. Nanako was typically gentle, but the demands of preparing dinner alone, coupled with the mystery of what the two had been doing behind closed doors, rendered her less than patient. Oh, all right. Under such circumstances, Qiankong Feng dared not provoke her and promptly sprang into action to assist. After dinner, Qiankong Feng, true to form, retired to bed early. Having experienced life once before, he understood the paramount importance of sleep for a child in the throes of growth. He had no desire to become as diminutive as Sarutobi Hiruzen. The following day, Qiankong Feng rose early, finding Qiankong Hikari already awaiting him in the courtyard. Follow me. This space is far too cramped. We shall train at the training grounds. Once Feng finished his morning routine, Qiankong Hikari took hold of 2 bento boxes and turned to leave. Qiankong Feng nodded, trailing behind his father. Now that he had resolved to pursue this path, hesitation was no longer an option. He lacked the privilege of doubt. This world was far more ruthless than he had ever imagined. There was no fate of his choosing. only the path he would carve within the tapestry of destiny. 20 minutes later, the two stood in a vast training ground, nearly the size of a football field. However, rather than a formal training facility, it resembled an expansive open space. In the center, a few throwing targets for shuriken had begun to decay, indicating they had not been utilized in quite some time. The rest of the area was pockmarked with uneven terrain, yet the growth of grass concealed much of it. At the edge of the field, despite the lush greenery, Feng could discern that it had once been a popular spot for running. First, run 3 laps around the training ground, with a time limit of half an hour. After half an hour, I will begin to instruct you on kunai throwing. If you cannot complete the laps in that time, there will be no lunch for you. Cheeky Hikari reminisced about his childhood, recalling how his father had said the same to him, and now he found himself imparting the same wisdom to his son. Observing the dilapidated state of the training ground, Kazuhaya couldn't help but wonder if this place might actually belong to his family. After all, how could such a vast area be left in such a desolate condition? Cheeky Hikari's words interrupted his musings, and he nodded earnestly, replying, "Yes, father." With that, he began to run around the training field. Although the area was not small, completing 3 laps was not particularly challenging for someone with chakra, especially since his body had been enhanced by the devil fruit. Thus, when he finished the 3 laps, only about 20 minutes had passed, far exceeding Cheeky Hikari's expectations. Although surprised, Cheeky Hikari did not reveal his astonishment. He retrieved several kunai from his ninja tool pouch and began to demonstrate the technique to Kazuhaya. Hold the kunai like this, he instructed, and when you throw it, your wrist and body must exert force simultaneously. Aim at the target ahead and throw with conviction, paying attention to the angle. Otherwise, the kunai will not hit the mark. Cheeky Hikari elaborated extensively, demonstrating with his body until, 5 minutes later, he swiftly threw the kunai. Thud! The kunai embedded itself deeply into the target 10 meters away. Turning to Kazuhaya, he said, "Now it's your turn." Kazuhaya nodded, carefully recalling all his father's actions, then grasped the kunai lightly, swinging it forth. At a moment when he felt the angle was just right, he released it, and the kunai flew forth, striking the target firmly. However, compared to Cheeky Hikari's throw, his kunai only grazed the edge of the target and did not penetrate deeply. Unbeknownst to him, achieving such a performance on his first attempt was already a remarkable talent. Good. Continue. Cheeky Hikari nodded, approaching the target to retrieve the 2 kunai, which he then threw again, landing right in front of Kazuhaya. Kazuhaya nodded, picked up the kunai, and threw it once more. Continue. Keep going. Thus, Kazuhaya repeatedly threw the kunai, each time retrieving them from Cheeky Hikari and throwing again. It became evident that throwing required a certain feel. When the sensation was right, it was merely a matter of releasing the kunai. Conversely, if the feel was off, even prolonged practice might yield little result. Fortunately, Kazuhaya consistently maintained a good sense, accurately hitting the target with each throw. As time passed and the number of throws increased, his accuracy, power, and speed continued to improve. Chapter 5. The Allure of Ninjutsu. Over the next year, both Kazuhaya and Cheeky underwent various training in physical techniques and fundamental skills under Cheeky Hikari's tutelage. As for ninjutsu and jinjutsu, Cheeky Hikari refrained from teaching, asserting that Kazuhaya and Cheeky's foundation was not yet solid enough. When the time came for a strong foundation, he would naturally impart the knowledge of ninjutsu. During this period, Kazuhaya gradually unveiled the basic physical techniques and swordsmanship he had drawn from his beginner's gift pack. Cheeky Hikari was astonished, yet no matter how extraordinary his child was, parents always find reasons to defend their offspring, such as proclaiming, "My child is a genius." With just this phrase, Cheeky Hikari dispelled any doubts about Kazuhaya's displayed abilities. Perhaps he had some doubts, but they were not yet substantiated. A year passed, and Kazuhaya had grown significantly, not just in age and height, but in physical quality, psychological resilience, and an overall enhancement of his chakra and strength. Particularly noteworthy was his chakra, which, according to Cheeky Hikari's assessment, had already reached the level of a chunin and continued to grow at an astonishing pace. Throughout the year, many joyous events unfolded for Kazuhaya, though there were also some regrets, notably that the tailed beast formed from the devil fruit within him had yet to awaken. Moreover, aside from acquiring a few minor items, the system had not provided anything particularly exceptional, mostly recovery potions that accelerated his recovery without side effects. Nevertheless, even these small items brought Kazuhaya considerable satisfaction, as they ensured he would not wake up sore each morning. In the expansive training ground, 2 figures, one tall and one short, stood amidst it all. After a year of training, the training ground had transformed remarkably. The once lush grass had been significantly trimmed, and a distinct running track now encircled the area. The targets had been replaced with new ones, and numerous training facilities had been added. At this moment, one could not overlook the impact of lineage. For an ordinary family, having a training area might be considered fortunate, but for someone like Kazuhaya, possessing professional training equipment and instructors was beyond imagination. Have you not always wanted to learn ninjutsu? Chiki Hikari smiled as he stood before Kazuhaya. It was undeniable that he was pleased with his son, so talented, diligent, and persistent. From the onset of training to the present, Kazuhaya had flawlessly completed every task assigned to him. Even in the face of failure, he had never relinquished his efforts, a quality that was indeed rare. Is father going to teach me ninjutsu? Kazuhaya gazed eagerly up at the towering Chiki Hikari. Over the past year, he had repeatedly expressed his desire to learn ninjutsu, only to be met with refusal from Chiki Hikari. Now, it seemed his wish was finally coming true, and he felt a surge of excitement. Although physical techniques were formidable, one could not thrive in the ninja world without ninjutsu. Yes, you have qualified enough. Starting today, we will add another training component each day. However, this is not urgent. First, you need to test your chakra attributes. As he spoke, Chiki Hikari flipped his palm and presented a thin sheet of paper. This is chakra test paper, which can determine your attributes. Infuse your chakra into it. If it is fire, the paper will ignite. If it is water, it will become damp. If it is earth, it will crumble. If it is wind, it will be cut. And if it is lightning, it will wrinkle. Eagerly accepting the test paper, Kazuhaya could hardly contain his excitement as he infused his chakra into it. As his chakra flowed into the thin sheet, it began to react. One corner crumbled. Another became damp. The middle was sliced in half, while one corner ignited and another wrinkled. Witnessing this scene, Chiki Hikari was momentarily stunned. After 2 seconds, he regained his composure. For the last ninja from Konoha known to possess all 5 elemental attributes was none other than the prodigy, Kakashi Hitaki. Now, his son exhibited such talent. How could he not be excited? Snatching the torn chakra test paper from Kazuhaya, he felt a thrill surpassing that of discovering his own attributes for the first time. Excellent. You possess all 5 elemental attributes, meaning you can learn ninjutsu of all 5 types. One hand resting on Kazuhaya's head, Chiki Hikari gently ruffled his hair. Quite a nice texture. However, I only have the water and earth attributes. I lack substantial reserves of the other 3 types of ninjutsu. But no worries, your father will figure something out. Father only possesses water and earth attributes? Kazuhaya pondered, finding it strange since elemental attributes are highly hereditary. But soon, he realized where his other attributes had come from. The water and earth attributes were likely innate, while the wind, fire, and lightning attributes must have been bestowed by the devil fruit. This made sense, as the devil fruit had been residing within him all along, likely imparting some attributes. By this reasoning, he should also possess ice attributes. Yet, having never learned ninjutsu before, he was naturally unaware of it. 6 attributes, how delightful. As he pondered, Senju Kazuhiko couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his lips. Had it not been for the fear of causing an uproar, he would likely have burst into hearty laughter. However, even if one possesses 5 attributes, one should not grow too proud, for the chakra within a person is inherently limited. No matter how many ninjutsu techniques one masters, without sufficient chakra, they are of little use. Moreover, before one can learn ninjutsu, one must first grasp the art of hand seals. Observing the joyful demeanor of his son, Senju Hikari offered timely reminders to curb his confidence, lest he float too high. All right, father, I shall study diligently, Kazuhiko replied earnestly, nodding his head. In truth, he thought the hand seals were of only moderate utility. Just look at Senju Hashirama. He clapped his hands and summoned whatever he desired. Nevertheless, that remained a dream. The reality was that if he wished to learn ninjutsu, mastering the hand seals was a prerequisite. Listen well, there are a total of 12 hand seals for ninjas, which are rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig. As he spoke, Senju Hikari demonstrated the various hand seals to Kazuhiko. Yet, Kazuhiko was not one to merely stand idly by. Each time Hikari performed a hand seal, he mimicked the action. Did you remember? Hikari inquired after finishing his explanation. I did remember, but some of these hand seals are quite challenging. It may take some time to master, Kazuhiko responded with a nod. Since arriving in this world, perhaps due to the presence of various mystical forces, Kazuhiko's memory had significantly improved. While he may not possess a photographic memory, he found it easy to recall these simple concepts. Besides, weren't these hand seals just the 12 zodiac signs? He had memorized them as a child, so they weren't particularly difficult. As long as you remember, Proceed to practice these hand seals in order. I shall guide you from the side. Hikari said with a slight nod, beginning to instruct Kazuhiko's movements. All right, father, Kazuhiko replied. Kazuhiko learned swiftly. In just about an hour, he was able to complete the 12 hand seals. Although his speed was still somewhat slow, taking nearly 20 seconds to finish all 12, it was already quite commendable. Once he had mastered these hand seals, Kazuhiko truly experienced their significance. Each of the 12 hand seals represented a different chakra within his body, and ninjutsu, in essence, involved combining chakra in various arrangements through these seals to yield unique abilities. However, this concept could not be easily articulated. It was, after all, quite wondrous. Well then, you may take your time practicing the hand seals. Now, I will teach you your first ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique. The essence of this technique is. Senju Hikari began to guide Kazuhiko through the hand seals. Come, follow my lead. Channel the chakra within your body. Then form the seals of goat, snake, and tiger. Pay attention to the flow of chakra, combine them, and make them serve your will. Kazuhiko nodded, following Hikari's movements, recalling the instructions he had just been given. With a resounding poof, a figure identical to Kazuhiko appeared beside him. Even though it was merely a simple technique, the exhilaration of using ninjutsu for the first time was undeniable. However, Hikari quickly tempered his excitement by gently tapping the head of the clone, causing it to dissipate into thin air. Remember, the clones produced by the shadow clone technique are merely illusions. They shatter upon contact. When employing this technique, be mindful of the environment and whether the timing is right, lest you be easily discerned by others. After dispelling Kazuhiko's clone, Hikari continued, Next, I will teach you two more techniques, the substitution technique and the transformation technique. The substitution technique allows you to replace yourself with a pre-prepared substitute, taking damage on its behalf, while the transformation technique enables you to disguise yourself as someone else, proving useful for infiltration or disguise. Now, I shall explain how to perform these two techniques. The substitution technique, a fundamental ninjutsu, possesses significant importance, especially the substitution technique itself. Do not underestimate it, for this seemingly simple technique could very well save your life in a moment of crisis. Kazuhiko's foundation was solid, and the substitution technique posed little difficulty for him. He succeeded almost on the first attempt. In the days that followed, Senju Hikari instructed Kazuhiko in various ninjutsu of differing attributes. Upon mastering these techniques, Kazuhiko came to understand that ninjutsu was not as effortlessly executed as depicted in anime. It involved more than merely forming hand seals. It encompassed transformations of chakra as well as more profound nature alterations, requiring meticulous control over various nuances. This realization clarified why, in the world of manga, the ninjutsu employed by most ninjas was limited. Aside from chakra constraints, the ability to learn advanced techniques presented a formidable challenge. Of course, within the vast ninja realm, many intelligent individuals existed. However, the rigid social hierarchy of this world meant that powerful ninjas were akin to deities, while the weaker ones, akin to ordinary people, could easily be vanquished if given the opportunity. Naturally, those with great strength had access to more resources to bestow upon their descendants, while commoners rarely found opportunities to rise above their station. In addition to various ninjutsu, Hikari also imparted to Kazuhiko an illusion technique, the fox's heart technique, which ensnares enemies within a labyrinthine space, causing them to become lost. For some reason, Kazuhiko exhibited considerable talent in illusion techniques. Perhaps it was due to the resilience of his spirit. Chapter 6. Enrollment at the Ninja Academy. As time continued its relentless march, a year had swiftly passed. This new year promised to bring additional festivities, for today marked the day of enrollment at the Ninja Academy. Although Kazuhiko felt that the so-called Ninja Academy held little value, in Konohagakure, unless one abandoned the path of a ninja, one was required to attend the academy upon reaching the age of 6. Time flies so swiftly. My little Kazuhiko has reached the age for school. I find it rather difficult to part with him, Nanako exclaimed, meticulously smoothing the last wrinkle from Kazuhiko's clothing, then pinching his cheeks with an air of reluctance. Kazuhiko, somewhat exasperated by his dramatic mother, pushed her hands away and sighed. Mother, I will return home tonight. Oh, is that so? I must have misremembered, she replied, unfazed by her exposed intent to seize the opportunity to pinch Kazuhiko's cheeks. Rising, she called out to Senju Hikari inside. Are you ready? Kazuhiko has been standing here for quite some time. If we don't leave soon, we shall miss the enrollment at the Ninja Academy. Seeing Hikari emerge from the room with a look of resigned indifference, Kazuhiko thought to himself, Mother is becoming increasingly fierce. and I stand here not because I was awakened before dawn by you, but because it is time to go." Without further ado, Hikari led Kazuhiko outside. "All right." Walking alongside Hikari, Kazuhiko suddenly recalled something and said, "Father, should we call Naruto?" Having known Naruto for 2 years, perhaps due to Naruto's inherently approachable nature or perhaps due to Kazuhiko's own sentiments, their friendship had flourished, blossoming into a bond of open camaraderie. Were it not for specific circumstances, Kazuhiko would have liked to invite the unfortunate Naruto to stay at his home, as his family could easily accommodate an extra pair of chopsticks. Nevertheless, even without bringing Naruto home, they frequently exchanged visits, and during such occasions, Naruto had undoubtedly diverged from his portrayal in the manga. Certainly, Hikari nodded, it's a trivial matter. Indeed, after Naruto dined at home, Sarutobi Hiruzen sought out Chiki Kaze. However, when it came to the matter of the friendship between Kaze and Naruto, Sarutobi did not intervene. He merely advised Chiki to exercise caution, for Naruto's identity was rather unique, and any untoward incident could lead to dire consequences. Ding. A C-rank mission has been issued. Enroll in the Ninja Academy. Reward, 1 chakra enhancement potion. Failure penalty, none. After several years of exploration, Kaze had deciphered much of the system's functionality. Firstly, there were these missions, which the system randomly assigned. Tasks range from running 5 kilometers at dawn to completing 100 squats and 100 push-ups. However, these tasks posed little challenge. Hence, he had not acquired anything of great value. The system's missions were categorized into 5 tiers, ascending from D, C, B, A to S. To date, Kaze had only undertaken C-rank missions, and he had not anticipated that enrolling in the Ninja Academy would also grant him a C-rank task, as it presented no difficulty for him at this stage. Nonetheless, the system did not dispense missions arbitrarily. Their issuance was inherently linked to his personal growth. For instance, mastering a particular ninjutsu or elevating his chakra to a certain level would trigger a task related to his power enhancement. Beyond that, he had yet to encounter higher-tier missions and remained uncertain about them. The system's voice resonated in Kaze's mind, instantly brightening his eyes. While he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, his steps became noticeably more buoyant. Just how much could the chakra enhancement potion augment his chakra? He was eager to find out. According to Chiki, Kaze's chakra was already greater than that of an average chunin. While chunin might appear to be mere fodder in manga, in reality, achieving the rank of chunin signified being among the elite, though his chakra levels paled in comparison to Naruto's extraordinary prowess. Surpassing the typical chunin level at the tender age of 6 could certainly be classified as genius. If this rate of chakra growth continued, by the time Kaze turned 16, his chakra could very well reach the level of a Kage. As for attaining even higher tiers, that would require not only talent and effort, but also a stroke of luck. Naruto, rise and shine. Pushing open the door to Naruto's home, Kaze was greeted by a disarray of discarded clothes and an unfinished cup of instant noodles, remnants of a meal yet to be tidied. The floor was littered with trash, and the clothes were strewn about. While it couldn't be described as a pile of rubbish, it was hardly clean. It was quite the feat for a 6-year-old to manage on their own, yet Kaze couldn't help but shake his head at the chaos. Venturing further into Naruto's room, he found the blond boy deep in slumber, snoring softly. The sound was oddly reminiscent of a fox. Casting aside his thoughts, Kaze approached and yanked off Naruto's blanket, exclaiming, "Time to get up. We have to report to the Ninja Academy. If you don't rise now, we'll be late." As the blanket was thrown aside, a gust of cold air enveloped Naruto, shattering his dream. He bolted upright, searching for the culprit responsible for disrupting his slumber, only to find Kaze clad in black. The anger on his face vanished, replaced by a beaming smile. "Kaze, you've come to play? Don't you have training today?" "Training? The Ninja Academy is starting. Don't you want to become Hokage? If you don't attend, you won't be able to achieve that dream. Hurry up, or we'll be late," Kaze replied, shaking his head in exasperation. Upon hearing this, Naruto jolted to life, exclaiming, "Right. The Ninja Academy registration. Grandpa Third mentioned it. We might be late. Kaze, wait for me. I'll be ready in a jiffy." With a loud shout, Naruto hastily donned his signature outfit, splashed some water on his face, and dashed outside. "Kaze, come on. We're going to be late." Kaze shook his head, pondering that such impulsiveness must be inherited from his mother. Descending the stairs, Naruto greeted Chiki with a cheerful, "Good morning, Uncle Chiki." Chiki nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Good morning, Naruto." At that moment, Kaze joined them, saying, "Father, let us go." With that, the trio made their way to the Ninja Academy. Thanks to Kaze's early wake-up call, by the time they arrived, the academy was already bustling with eager students. Fortunately, with Naruto as their good luck charm, Many parents made way for them. This time, Naruto held his head high, for his friend Kaze was by his side. Kaze had previously advised him not to worry about others' opinions and to simply be himself. He embraced this philosophy, striding forward with confidence, producing a crumpled registration form. He slapped it down on the desk of the registration officer. "Teacher, I'd like to register." Kaze followed suit with a pristine form, which, aside from a few additional words, appeared as good as new. "Thank you, teacher," he added with a smile. "Oh, no need. Just submit your forms and wait over there for the test." The teacher momentarily paused upon seeing Naruto, but quickly regained composure when Kaze spoke, smiling as he reviewed their forms and placing them in a stack of submissions. The academy's playground featured a track encircling the field, and the entrance test involved running 3 laps around this 500-meter track. Completing 1,500 meters was not particularly challenging for children endowed with chakra, especially for Kaze, who had undergone training at home. However, for those without chakra, or for ordinary children who barely managed to make ends meet, this task was daunting. Although children in this world matured more quickly, they were still only 6 years old, and 1,500 meters posed a significant challenge. The simplicity of the testing procedure belied its effectiveness. A ninja need not possess extensive education, but must exhibit physical prowess and unwavering will. The purpose of this 1,500-meter track was to filter out those with weak bodies or insufficient determination. For Kaze, this was hardly a concern. As the teacher gave the signal, a multitude of children of similar ages began to set their feet in motion. Initially, everyone maintained a similar pace, with only a few clumsy ones stumbling or weaker children lagging behind, while most completed the first lap without issue. However, by the second lap, fatigue began to set in. The majority of children, aside from a small fraction, were panting heavily. Kaze observed that those struggling were predominantly commoners, while those still maintaining their ease were mostly from ninja clans. As the second lap concluded, they entered the third lap, and yet more children fell behind, while Kaze and Naruto remained at the forefront of the pack. Alongside them was another child who kept pace with them, and upon closer inspection, the emblem of the Uchiha clan adorned the back of his clothing. In this cohort, the number of Uchiha entering the Ninja Academy was notably low. If Kaze recalled correctly, there were only 3 in total. Before awakening his Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke was, in many respects, not significantly superior to the average person. He merely possessed a somewhat greater innate talent. However, this talent required subsequent cultivation, and at his age, most members of the Uchiha clan had yet to reveal their extraordinary gifts. Based on comprehensive deductions, Chiki and Kaze surmised that the Uchiha with a speed comparable to their own was none other than Uchiha Sasuke, the second son of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, and a child of another world, often referred to as the second pillar. Casting a glance at Naruto, who appeared remarkably composed, Kaze could not help but concede that, despite Naruto possibly not having even refined his chakra yet, his innate abilities in certain aspects were indeed impressive. As for why he languished at the bottom of the ninja school rankings, Kaze speculated that it was likely due to his straightforwardness, lack of guidance, and his inattentiveness in class, conditions under which poor performance was hardly surprising. After all, given Naruto's exhibited physical prowess, it was inconceivable that he should find himself at the bottom of the class. Damn it, how are these two keeping up so fast? Sasuke cursed inwardly, having exerted himself to quicken his pace, yet these two still managed to stay firmly beside him. Chapter 7. The Second Pillar. A distance of 1,500 meters might seem considerable to some, yet for Chiki and Kaze, it barely constituted a fraction of their usual training. However, for Sasuke, who was straining with all his might, yet still trailing Kaze by a step, it was somewhat harsh. Just you wait. Next time, I shall surpass you. Sasuke clenched his fists, embodying an air of defiance. Oh, Chiki regarded Sasuke, who appeared rather endearing in that moment. With a smile, he thought, indeed, even a child of another world remains just a child. Smiling, he replied, then I shall await your efforts. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. He had imagined this person might react with anger or provocation, but he had not anticipated a simple smile in response. Hey, what is your name? He asked softly after a few seconds, glancing at Kaze, who remained stationary. Isn't it customary to introduce oneself before inquiring about another's name? Kaze responded with a grin. Sasuke's cheeks flushed slightly before he replied, I am Uchiha Sasuke. Chiki Kaze, a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Kaze said warmly, extending his right hand. Sasuke hesitated momentarily at the sight of Kaze's outstretched hand. It was the first time someone had offered him such a gesture. Yet, being a scion of the Uchiha clan, he possessed a commendable mental fortitude, not succumbing to the bashfulness typical of most 6-year-olds. He confidently grasped Kaze's hand and declared, "I suppose I am not too shabby either." Releasing his hand, Kaze smiled softly, noting that Sasuke's proud demeanor had evidently been ingrained from a young age. Sasuke, however, was once again taken aback. This sensation was quite pleasant. "Hello, I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I am equally delighted to meet you," Naruto chimed in, having sprinted over to Kaze's side, flashing his bright white teeth in a broad smile. This guy seems a bit foolish, Sasuke thought, though he did wish to make more friends. He maintained an aloof demeanor, one hand in his pocket while the other lightly brushed against Naruto's, proudly announcing, "Uchiha Sasuke." Naruto, perceiving Sasuke's quirkiness, resolved to help him become more normal in the future. Above them, in the stands, an elderly man, slightly stooped, observed the scene with quiet contentment. Witnessing the three children shake hands brought a smile to his wrinkled face as he remarked, "Hui, your children are exceptional." Beside the elder stood a man who, upon hearing the praise for his son, slightly bowed with a smile and replied, "You flatter me, Hokage-sama." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Chiki Hui stood silently beside him, maintaining his silence. Soon, the testing period commenced, and the majority of the children successfully passed. Generally speaking, as long as one did not possess any physical impairments and exhibited sufficient willpower, they could pass this assessment. After all, the inhabitants of this world were indeed different from ordinary people. Once the tests concluded, the instructor gathered all the successful candidates, standing to the side. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face broke into a smile as he murmured, "It's my turn now." Straightening his somewhat hunched posture, his eyes sparkled with vigor, each step taken with robust strength, completely dispelling any notion of frailty. At that moment, the imposing aura of the legendary ninja re-emerged. As the leaves danced in the breeze, the flames of the fire burned brightly. "Dear students, I first wish to congratulate you on passing the test. From this day forth, you shall," at this moment, silence enveloped the assembly as all ears turned attentively to Sarutobi Hiruzen's address, reminiscent of the often tedious opening ceremonies of school. However, unlike those mundane speeches, Hiruzen's words resonated deeply within the hearts of many children, igniting aspirations to be like the Hokage and to dedicate their lives to his ideals. Perhaps, for now, their fervor was merely fleeting excitement, yet this was just the first address. In the days to come, their teachers, friends, and even parents would inadvertently immerse them in the spirit of the Hokage, nurturing them to become successors to that very legacy. Truthfully, Chikikaze found this to be rather commendable. When individuals possess their own goals and beliefs, they gain direction and motivation to move forward. In essence, the Hokage's will was indeed admirable, though some might argue it had become distorted in the eyes of others. No, it shouldn't be termed distortion. Perhaps they merely cloaked their inner desires with the dazzling guise of the Hokage's spirit. Nevertheless, in a world illuminated by light, shadows inevitably lurk. The Hidden Leaf Village has always been home to those who would steadfastly uphold the Hokage's ideals throughout their lives. However, such ideals were evidently of little utility to Chikikaze. His worldview was already firmly established, with an unwavering goal, to return home. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, Kaze found himself at a loss for how to assess him. He might not be deemed a good person or the most outstanding Hokage, yet he indeed endeavored to fulfill the responsibilities of his position, and while he had erred in some respects, his contributions could not be overshadowed by his mistakes. However, some were indeed profoundly influenced. Naruto grasped Kaze's arm, whispering earnestly, "Kaze, I will definitely become Hokage." At these words, Sasuke scoffed dismissively, naive. "Do you truly believe one can simply become Hokage by wishing for it?" Naruto, incensed by Sasuke's retort, readied himself for a rebuttal. But a teacher's disapproving gaze from the back of the line swiftly quelled his anger. Kaze quickly offered an apologetic smile and gently restrained Naruto, murmuring, "Please, be quiet. The Hokage is still speaking." The mention of the Hokage momentarily calmed Naruto, though he still muttered defiantly, "That bastard Sasuke. I will become Hokage." Sasuke, undeterred, provocatively replied, "You won't make it." As the teacher's expression grew increasingly stern, Kaze felt compelled to intervene, firmly urging the two to cease their bickering. "Enough? Let us not disturb the proceedings. We can discuss this later." Ultimately, both resolved to heed Kaze's request and cease their quarrel. However, without words, Kaze sensed the intensity of their gazes still locked in a silent duel. "Naruto, I will definitely become Hokage." "Sasuke, you can't." Naruto, fuming, exclaimed, "Ea, you bastard Sasuke. I challenge you to a duel." Sasuke retorted, "A duel it is, who is afraid?" Do not inquire how Kazakazi is able to interpret their gazes. It is not due to any extraordinary ability, but rather the expressions and glances of these two individuals are so overt that one can easily deduce their thoughts. After Sarutobi Hizashi concluded his speech, as Kazakazi had anticipated, the class divisions commenced. Those who had performed well, along with several signs from prominent families, were predominantly placed in Class 1. However, it was not exclusively so, in the interest of balance. Many students from families with above-average grades were allocated to other classes as well. Undoubtedly, though, the core disciples from each clan, as well as the particularly high-achieving commoners, found themselves in Class 1. And Kazakazi, as the first to cross the finish line, was certainly assigned to this prestigious class. Upon seeing his name on the Class 1 roster, Naruto nearly leapt for joy, grasping Kazakazi's arm in exuberance, exclaiming, "Kazakazi, did you see? We're in the same class. This means we can attend school together." As he continued to scan the list, he spotted Sasuke's name as well, causing his excitement to wane. "What? Sasuke is in this class too? Hey, what does that mean, you jerk?" Sasuke, incensed by Naruto's antics, could not yet mask his irritation and shouted in response. "Pardon me, but are you also in Class 1? We are too, so we shall be classmates henceforth. Please take care of us," a girl's voice chimed in amidst their banter, prompting them to cease their squabble. Turning to see two girls standing behind them, Kazakazi noted one with pink hair on the left and another with golden locks on the right. There was no mistaking it. These were Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino from the elite Konoha 12. In response to the girls' greeting, Naruto displayed an enthusiastic demeanor. "Hello there." Yet it was evident that both girls were far more captivated by Sasuke, with Sakura fixated on him, internally exclaiming, "Ah, he is so handsome. How can someone be so attractive?" Sasuke, however, appeared disinterested in the attention, remaining silent with his hands tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of aloofness. Kazakazi nodded slightly and smiled, saying hello. Truth be told, Kazakazi held no particular fondness for Sakura's character. Yet he refrained from harboring any negative sentiments towards her based on the stereotypical portrayals in the manga. After all, the person before him was a living, breathing individual, not merely a figment of ink and paper. "Well, since it's all over, I suppose I'll head home," Sasuke remarked nonchalantly, not specifying to whom he was bidding farewell. Without further ado, he departed. "See you tomorrow," Kazakazi smiled, unfazed by Sasuke's childish demeanor, then turned to Naruto, saying, "Naruto, let us be off. To celebrate our successful enrollment, let us go to my house for dinner tonight." "Sure, let us hurry." The 6-year-old Naruto clearly found the promise of a meal far more enticing than the presence of the girls, leading him to forego any hesitation. With that, Kazakazi nodded to the girls behind them and turned to lead Naruto away. While Sakura might not be a bad person, Kazakazi mused that Naruto's aversion to her might render his life a tad easier. He was not inherently unkind. Rather, his internal values suggested that a fool like Naruto ought to be shielded from deception as much as possible. Exiting the throng, Kazakazi spotted Shinamizuki waiting for him about 30 to 40 meters from the school entrance. Without uttering a word, he approached with Naruto in tow. As Kazakazi casually glanced around to see if he recognized anyone else, he caught sight of a man clad in black. Standing in the shadow of a large tree at the opposite end of the entrance, tears still visible on his cheeks. It was Uchiha Itachi. In that instant, Kazakazi mentally uttered the man's name. He observed Itachi's expression soften into a faint smile upon seeing Sasuke, though it appeared somewhat stiff, possibly due to his long absence from genuine happiness. At this moment, Itachi had not yet fully succumbed to darkness, and witnessing Sasuke's joy brought a moment of silent mourning for Kazakazi on Sasuke's behalf. "Sasuke, it won't be long before your once beloved brother becomes your greatest adversary." Chapter 8, Father and Son Duel. Ding. Task completed. Congratulations, host, you have received a chakra enhancement potion, now available in the system space. The system's voice resonated in Kazakazi's ears, filling him with delight. After finishing dinner, he returned directly to his room, without even seeing Naruto off. With a firm clap, Kazakazi shut the door behind him and immediately thought, retrieve the potion. Instantly, a vial of orange liquid appeared in his hand. Removing the cork, Kazakazi first held the potion to his nose and inhaled. No discernible scent. He then consumed the entire contents in one swift motion, finding it still tasteless. However, he soon felt a surge of energy within him, as this newfound vigor began to integrate into his very being. 15 minutes later, Kazakazi opened his eyes, acutely aware that his chakra had indeed been augmented, albeit not significantly, perhaps by less than 1/10 of his total chakra. Licking his lips, Kazakazi murmured, Such a splendid item. Why not have more of it? Ding. New task released. Task name, Blood Moon Knight. Task level S. Task content. Acquire the body of an Uchiha clan member and an active Sharingan. Reward. Unknown rewards based on the quantity and quality of the acquired Sharingan or Uchiha clan bodies. Failure penalty, none. Kazakazi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Having just seen Itachi today, the system presented him with such a task. What could this portend? Yet, gazing at the blood reds on the system panel, Kazakazi's exhilaration quickly subsided. This was his very first S-level task, and its difficulty was painfully evident. Nonetheless, greater risks often yield higher rewards. In his former self, he might have abandoned the notion at the mere thought of peril, but through Chinamizuki's training, he had undergone significant transformation. The task was indeed challenging, but to concede at the outset would be excessively defeatist. Surely, he ought to analyze the situation before relinquishing hope. Upon reflection, it was Itachi who had decimated the Uchiha clan. Kazakazi merely needed to follow in his wake and collect the spoils. The true challenge would lie in gathering these spoils without arousing the suspicions of Konoha's root or Obito. Given his current strength, there was a glimmer of hope, though it came with substantial danger. As he contemplated the unknown rewards inscribed behind the task, Kazakazi gritted his teeth and muttered, "Let us do this. As long as I don't die, I'll give it my all." Yet, he recognized the necessity for careful planning. The pressing concern was how to ascertain the precise timing of Itachi's actions. This was indeed troublesome, and it appeared he would have to consult his father. If he could obtain that technique, it might prove advantageous. Resolute in his decision, Kazakazi approached Chinamizuki, who was quietly meditating in the courtyard. At this moment, the moon hung high in the sky, full and luminous, for it was the 15th day of the lunar calendar in Huagua, a time when the moon appeared its largest and roundest. As the moonlight cascaded over Kazakazi's face, he suddenly recalled that on the night of the Uchiha massacre, the moon had also been remarkably full. In any given month, the moon is fullest around the 15th and a couple of days before and after. Thus, the timing became even clearer. Lost in thought, Kazakazi found himself standing beside Chinamizuki, who furrowed his brow at Kazakazi's dazed expression and asked, "What are you pondering?" The voice startled Kazakazi from his reverie, scattering his thoughts. He bent slightly and said, "Father, I wish to request your guidance in learning the shadow clone technique." In addressing Chinamizuki, Kazakazi chose not to fabricate any excuses, opting instead for straightforward honesty. Qianmu Hui's observations are remarkably astute. Such a purpose-driven panic serves little purpose when scattered, as it is bound to be uncovered. In light of this, it would be far better to speak openly. Moreover, he does not perceive Qianmu Hui as an adversary. After years of enduring alongside him, this father's affection is profoundly tangible. Even when he occasionally displays a stern demeanor, it is ultimately for his own benefit. He will not forget the nights when, following training, his father cautiously entered his room to tend to his injuries. Why the sudden interest in this technique? Has someone suggested that it could serve as a substitute for attending school? Qianmu Hui conjectured, believing he had grasped the essence of Feng's thoughts, his tone calm. Feng, however, had not anticipated that his father would proactively provide him with a rationale. Nodding slightly, he replied, "Indeed, father." He had expected Qianmu Hui to refuse or decline, yet to his surprise, Qianmu Hui assented, stating, "Indeed, the matters taught at school hold little value for you. Thus, I shall impart this technique." Upon hearing this, Feng's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, father. There's no need for thanks just yet. To teach you this technique, a condition must be met. We shall engage in combat. If you can satisfy me, I will impart this technique to you," Qianmu Hui declared in a solemn tone. Feng furrowed his brow, pondering the term satisfy, which was broad in scope, potentially simple or exceedingly difficult to fulfill. Nevertheless, since he desired the technique, he had no choice but to accept Qianmu Hui's stipulation. "I humbly request your guidance, father," he said, slightly bowing his head. "First, retrieve your weapon. Additionally, we must change our location," Qianmu Hui instructed. He was acutely aware of the capabilities of both Qianmu and Feng, should they unleash their full strength. This modest courtyard would hardly withstand their tumult. If the courtyard were to be devastated, Nai would undoubtedly return in a furious state. Yes, with that, Feng turned and returned to his room, donning his usual training attire, securing his ninja tool pouch, and finally grasping the long sword resting on a shelf by the wall. Nai stood in the living room, observing her son, fully equipped. As he was led away by her husband, she remained silent, fully aware that her son would inevitably become a ninja. Employed at the ninja hospital, she harbored a deep-seated wish that one day, She would not behold her son's face on that cold operating table. A gentle breeze stirred, rustling the leaves, while the grass began to murmur in quiet agreement, accompanied by the hidden insects, which added their own notes to this unique symphony. The moon shone brightly, casting enough light for Feng to clearly see his father's face. "I look forward to your guidance." Feng bowed deeply. Qianmu Hui remained silent, standing still. And in truth, this was his inaugural formal spar with his son. Anticipation bubbled within him. Raising his gaze, Feng observed Qianmu Hui, gripping his sword with his right hand while swiftly retrieving several shurikens from his ninja tool pouch with his left. With a forceful swing, the glimmering shurikens shot forth. Their target, Qianmu Hui, standing 10 meters away. 10 meters is no insignificant distance, yet to the speed of the shurikens, it was merely a fleeting moment. As the shurikens traversed half the distance, Qianmu Hui vanished from sight. How swift! Feng unsheathed his long sword, slicing backward, the clash of metal resonating through the air. A glance revealed Qianmu Hui, single-handedly wielding a kunai, effortlessly parrying Feng's blade. With both hands on his sword, Feng twisted his wrist, letting the blade glide over the kunai, creating sparks as he aimed a horizontal slash at Qianmu Hui's chest. Clang! The long sword was thwarted once more, and Feng relentlessly altered his attack patterns, launching a full-scale assault on Qianmu Hui. Yet, each time, Qianmu Hui adeptly countered with the kunai, and amidst the moonlit grass, silver glints danced, sparks flying in their wake. At a certain moment, Feng swept his sword toward Qianmu Hui, the blade spinning through the air, conjuring a silver crescent. Qianmu Hui, with apparent nonchalance, raised the kunai precisely to intercept the blade's path, and once again, sparks erupted. Qianmu Hui's left leg lashed out powerfully, surging toward Feng's right shoulder with lightning speed. Feng barely had time to react, attempting to draw back his sword in defense, but his speed proved insufficient. Before he could fully unsheath it, Qianmu Hui's leg was upon him. Thud! The kick landed squarely on Feng's sword-wielding hand, a tremendous force coursing through him. His grip faltered, and the long sword was kicked away, embedding itself over 10 meters into the ground. "Is this all the strength you possess?" Qianmu Hui remarked coldly. "Father, be careful." Exhaling slowly, Feng's expression grew grave as he retreated, summoning shurikens to manifest once more, launching them with a glimmer of cold light. Thud! The shuriken struck a wooden beam, producing a dull thud, yet Qianmu Hui's figure vanished once more. By the time the beam hit the ground, he had already appeared behind Feng, thrusting the kunai toward Feng's neck with astonishing speed. Feng altered his hand signs, yet he could not match that swiftness. Ultimately, at the last moment, with a loud thud, a wooden beam took Feng's place, while the kunai struck the wood instead. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Feng's forehead. He had nearly sensed the sharpness of the kunai just moments before. With no time to ponder, Feng quickly formed hand signs, invoking the water style, water surge. As he completed the signs, he inhaled deeply, cheeks puffing out, and then unleashed a half-meter-wide column of water from his mouth. The flow surged forth with great velocity, indicating that a direct hit would yield dire consequences. However, Qianmu Hui was swifter still. Forming his own hand signs, he slammed his palms onto the ground, invoking the earth style, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose abruptly, shielding him from the water's onslaught, which crashed against it without causing a quiver. Simultaneously, a sense of foreboding surged within Feng. He leapt upward with force, and indeed, at that precise moment, hands emerged from the ground, but they grasped only air. Earth style, heart-severing technique. In midair, Feng formed his hand signs once more, inhaling deeply, then conjured a half-meter-wide fireball trailing a crimson tail that plummeted downward. Fire style, fireball. Boom. Sparks erupted, earth and debris flying, as Feng landed, his eyes scanning his surroundings. As the flames dissipated, a crater marred the ground, surrounded by grass that had yet to be fully charred, emitting faint wisps of smoke. Feng understood that such an attack would hardly harm his father. Merely causing him a modicum of inconvenience would be a notable achievement. At a specific moment, a figure abruptly appeared behind Feng, hands slithering like serpents, agile and swift, reaching for Feng's neck. A sense of dread washed over Feng, and he clenched his fist, swinging backward, yet before he could strike his target, that hand seized him firmly. The grip was akin to a powerful iron claw, rendering Feng immobile. He leaped into the air, delivering a hefty kick toward Qianmu Hui's head, but as he neared, another hand intercepted him. Thud! The whip-like kick slammed into Feng's waist with a muffled thud, sending him tumbling several meters. Just as he attempted to rise, a kunai was placed across his neck. Through the moonlight, Feng could almost see the cold glints radiating from the sharp blade. You have lost. After a moment, Qinmu Hui withdrew the kunai from Feng's neck, speaking in a low tone. Feng managed a bitter smile as he rose from the ground. Indeed, the chasm between him and his father remained vast. Bowing slightly, he expressed, "Thank you for your guidance, father." The shadow clone technique emerged as Feng's best strategy. Should he deploy only shadow clones, even if discovered, the worst he would face would be some pain and a slight depletion of chakra. However, he was not arrogant enough to believe he could defeat everyone or evade the eyes of figures like Obito. Chapter 9, the first lesson. However, just as Cheeky Case thought he would have to abandon the task, Cheeky Hikari produced a scroll. What? Did you think you had failed? You will inevitably encounter failures. But this time, I am quite pleased. Cheeky Hikari patted his son's shoulder and handed the scroll to him before turning to leave. Case was momentarily taken aback, gazing at his father's broad back, a smile involuntarily blossoming on his face. It was not merely from receiving the technique, but rather a profound gratitude for having such a wonderful father, a true stroke of fortune. Cheeky Hikari stepped aside, observing Case with his hands clasped behind his back, and began to share some intricate details about the shadow clone technique. While it may seem like a mere handful of words, each piece of information was invaluable, potentially earned at the cost of numerous lives. After patiently explaining the technique to Case, Cheeky Hikari demonstrated it twice, then looked at his son and said, "Now, it's your turn." Case nodded slightly, recalling the technique in his mind. Curiously, he noted that the hand seals for the shadow clone technique did not belong to the 12 basic seals, and this B-ranked ninjutsu astonishingly required only a single seal. Reflecting on this, he formed the hand seal and whispered to himself, "Shadow clone technique." With a bang, a puff of white smoke erupted beside him, and as it dissipated, another Case stood there, startlingly identical to him. Simultaneously, he sensed that half of his chakra had been siphoned away. For some inexplicable reason, gazing upon this exact replica of himself, he felt a peculiar discomfort. The two Cases stared at each other, wide-eyed, seemingly at a loss for words. Indeed, he had successfully performed the shadow clone technique on his first attempt. However, there was something else Cheeky Hikari wished to convey. Approaching, he suddenly thrust a kunai towards the shadow clone. Bang! The shadow clone vanished, and an intense pain surged through Case's abdomen, as if he had truly been struck, causing him to grimace and break into a cold sweat, instinctively clutching his stomach and half kneeling on the ground. At that moment, Cheeky Hikari slowly explained, "The shadow clone technique is quite intricate, yet it harbors a significant flaw. Upon its disappearance, all memories and sensations are relayed back to the original body. I believe you have already experienced this firsthand. Furthermore, the technique divides your chakra in half, so you must exercise caution when utilizing it if your chakra reserves are insufficient." "Yes, father, I understand," Case replied softly, inwardly cursing. That really hurt. Fortunately, it was merely a sensation and not a genuine injury, so his discomfort subsided rather quickly. "All right, let us return. It is late, and your mother will be worried," he said. While the lesson was indeed instructive, he felt a swell of pride at his son's ability to successfully execute a B-ranked ninjutsu on his first try. Indeed, although the process was less than pleasant, the outcome was undoubtedly favorable. Not only had he acquired the technique he desired, but the encounter with Cheeky Hikari also proved to be immensely rewarding. It is true, many questions only reveal themselves through practical experience. Case sat cross-legged in his room, reflecting on the battle of the evening. His prowess was commendable, having made strides in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and kenjutsu. However, he recognized a glaring deficiency, his lack of practical combat experience. In hindsight, had Cheeky Hikari truly been an enemy, he would have had no less than 10 opportunities to end Case's life. With his eyes closed, he meticulously recalled every detail of the confrontation, seeking out his own vulnerabilities and contemplating how to amend them. He also reflected on certain admirable traits exhibited by his father, aspiring to learn from them. Throughout this process, Case undeniably gained a wealth of knowledge, and after more than an hour, his bright eyes fluttered open from the darkness. He swiftly threw off the covers and lay down, realizing it was time for sleep. Children must not stay up late, lest they hinder their growth. "What are you doing?" In the pitch-black room, Cheeky Hikari gently kissed his wife's forehead, eliciting a shy reaction from Nanao. "Nanao, thank you." Cheeky Hikari gazed at his wife, reflecting on the years past. He owed her so much. Without her, he could scarcely imagine where he would be now. Years ago, he had returned from the battlefield with a grievous injury to his right leg, nearly losing his ability to walk. It was Nanao, this angel in white, who had remained by his side, caring for him with unwavering devotion. had it not been for her. He shuddered to think of his current state, perhaps still confined to a wheelchair, enduring relentless torment, living a life akin to that of a broken man. Thank you. Had it not been for you, I truly cannot fathom how I would be today. And you have given me such an exceptional child. I am sincerely grateful. Even through the darkness, it seemed Nanao could perceive the sincerity in her husband's eyes. For so many years, this was the first time he had spoken such heartfelt words to her. Hearing his sentiments filled her heart with warmth and joy. Yet a hint of shyness compelled her to respond. Why the sudden outpouring of affection? No particular reason, merely expressing sentiments that should have been voiced long ago. Cheeky Hikari gently caressed Nanao's hand and replied softly, yes. The night passed in silence, and Kase was awakened by the instinct of his own body. After washing up and preparing the bento that Nanao had lovingly made for him, he bid farewell, saying, goodbye, father and mother. Goodbye, little Kase. Nanao reluctantly released her hold on his hand, still hesitant to let go. Despite her previous admonishments, a mother's concern for her child never truly dissipates. Yes. Cheeky Hikari nodded slightly. He was typically a man of few words, and Kase had grown accustomed to this way of life. Stepping out of the house, the bright sunlight warmed his face. He kicked open Naruto's door, only to find that the boy was still fast asleep. Shaking his head in exasperation, Kase roused him. Watching as Naruto scrambled about in a flurry, shouting and hurriedly preparing himself. Finally, the two of them dashed off to the ninja academy in a frenzy. It was not that Kase wished to rush, but rather that Naruto had wasted far too much time, and they were on the verge of being late. They hurried along, eventually arriving at the classroom just in the nick of time. However, a man was already standing at the front of the class. The man looked rather ordinary, even somewhat plain, clad in a green jonin vest and wearing a forehead protector bearing the symbol of the hidden leaf. Most notably, a somewhat ghastly scar marred his face. Knock, knock. The man turned to face the two boys at the door, his expression suddenly freezing upon seeing the yellow-haired child. Despite having been informed of this by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and having mentally prepared himself, the sight of the whisker marks on the boy's face still stirred discomfort within him. Teacher, Kase called out. Ah, come in. The man's voice became slightly hoarse in an instant. Although he concealed it well, Kase still detected a hint of bitterness beneath his calm demeanor. Finding a seat, Kase surveyed the classroom, noting that all the students had arrived. His gaze swept across the room. Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikumu, Akimichi Choji, and Shino Abure. Kase mentally recited the names of these 7 members of the Konoha 12, excluding Sasuke and Naruto. To be honest, if he were merely a tourist, encountering these individuals would have thrilled him. However, this was not a journey but a brutal game of survival, where failure equated to death. Alright, now that everyone is here, we shall officially commence our lesson. First, allow me to introduce myself. With a forced smile, the man declared, I am Irika Yumino, and I shall be your homeroom teacher from now on. I will accompany you until graduation. His gaze swept across the room, and he continued in the most amiable tone he could muster. All right, today marks our first class, but let us not delve into formalities just yet. I invite each of you to introduce yourselves. In this class, lively students were never in short supply. No sooner had he finished speaking than a boy stepped forward, approached the podium, and declared loudly, I am Kawaguchi Ishikawa, and my dream is to become Hokage. I appreciate your guidance in the future. With that, the boy feigned indifference as he descended from the stage, though his act seemed to have little effect, as the classroom fell into silence rather than erupting in cheers. Hokage, is it? What a splendid dream. Irika quickly interjected to warm the atmosphere, prompting him to say, next, please. One by one, the students took their turns at the podium. When a child with a pineapple hairstyle stepped up, Kaze heard him mumble, how troublesome. Kaze chuckled to himself. Nara Shikamaru was indeed as lazy as he appeared in the comics. Following him was Naruto, who rushed up eagerly, pointing to his chest as he proclaimed, I am Uzumaki Naruto, destined to become Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke remained as aloof as ever. However, unlike other boys who attempted to show off, his demeanor genuinely captivated the girls in the class. Even without uttering a word, whispers of admiration followed him as he stepped down. As he passed Naruto, Sasuke shot him a challenging glance, provoking Naruto to retort, damn you, Sasuke. Yet, he recognized the classroom setting and refrained from any exaggerated gestures, merely crossing his arms in annoyance. Kaze shook his head in exasperation. These two had been rivals since childhood. When it was his turn, Kaze rose and approached the front. It must be said, he possessed a rather appealing appearance, his high nose, bright eyes, and fair complexion complemented by charming dimples when he smiled. Hello, I am Chiki Kaze, and I hope for your kind guidance in the future. Upon finishing, he walked directly back to his seat without lingering. Naturally, his good looks attracted the attention of many girls, drawing as much admiration as Sasuke. A few more students went up, and unsurprisingly, the shy Hinata was the last to present herself. Observing her flustered demeanor, Kaze suspected that had Irika not called her name, she would have remained seated. By the time all introductions concluded, nearly half the class had elapsed. Irika then discussed some regulations, effectively bringing the class to a close. At a certain moment, Naruto felt an inexplicable sensation as if someone was observing him. Turning around, he found no one looking at him, leaving him puzzled as he scratched his head. Unbeknownst to him, in that fleeting instant, Hinata, seated behind him, had hastily averted her gaze. Sakura, mustering her courage to speak to Sasuke, stood up. But upon witnessing his icy demeanor, she immediately lost all resolve. How precocious they are, Kaze mused, gazing at the scene before him, reminiscent of the comic he once cherished. Chapter 10. The eve of darkness in the ensuing days, Kaze's life unfolded in tranquil monotony, marked by the rhythm of classes and the journey between home and school, at least from the perspective of outsiders. Yet, beneath the serene surface, a bloody turmoil brewed within the Uchiha clan, nestled near the borders of Konoha. How long will you remain weak, clan leader? After all these years, have you not disowned their true attitude towards the Uchiha? A man in the Uchiha shrine bellowed in fury. Surrounding him, numerous Uchiha members directed their gazes at the man seated at the center. In the dimly lit room, Uchiha Fugaku sat in silence. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. Konoha is powerful, we would stand no chance alone. Moreover, we have not exhausted all opportunities for reconciliation with Konoha's higher-ups. I personally facilitated Itachi's entry into the Umbu. And, before he could finish, the man opposite him slammed his palm onto the table with a sharp crack, cutting Fugaku's words short. Itachi, huh? Can you truly count on that son of yours to serve the Uchiha? I fear he has already pledged his allegiance to Sarutobi. The man scoffed coldly. Fugaku clenched his fists, yearning to offer an explanation, yet found himself speechless. With his intelligence, how could he not perceive his son's anomalies? Yet, he could not dismiss the fact that Itachi was still his son. At that moment, a raven perched in the shadows, its black eyes glimmering as it observed the unfolding drama. Silence reigned, an oppressive quietude. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku knew all too well that their clan had been suppressed to the utmost limits. Hokage, once, Senju Hashirama had established the leadership of Konoha upon the foundations of his friend's strengths. Did he ever anticipate that the Uchiha clan would descend into such a state? As one of the founding families of Konoha, the Uchiha had never produced a Hokage and were now relegated to the outskirts, forced to settle far from the heart of the village. Clan leader, you must make a decision, the man's deep voice resonated, his blood-red eyes shimmering ominously in the darkness. The others seated beside him also activated their proud Sharingan. Let me think it over, Fugaku murmured, his hands trembling slightly beneath the table. One of his companions attempted to voice a thought, but before he could finish, Fugaku abruptly lifted his head, his fists tightening. His crimson Sharingan spun rapidly, morphing into a pinwheel shape. With a low growl, he declared, I said, let me think. A formidable aura emanated from Fugaku. The authoritative presence of the Uchiha clan leader, coupled with the spinning pinwheel of his Sharingan, rendered the others nearly mute. After an extended silence, the most vocal among them slowly rose, bowing respectfully. We understand. We hope the clan leader will soon arrive at a decision. With that, the others followed suit, bowing to Fugaku before gradually departing the room. With a resounding thud, Fugaku slammed his fist onto the table, causing it to shudder. The red hue in his eyes vanished, and a dark figure emerged from the shadows. Father, Itachi Uchiha whispered softly. You witnessed everything, did you not? Fugaku's voice bore a hint of melancholy. As a clan leader, he felt undeniably like a failure. Once, his wife had shared a profound friendship with the fourth Hokage's wife, and he himself had fought alongside the fourth. He had genuinely believed that the fourth could alter their fate. Yet now, the fourth was gone, and the rift between the Uchiha and Konoha had only deepened. Then came Itachi's birth, a prodigy, incredibly intelligent. Fugaku had hoped that perhaps his son could rectify the situation. Alas, some matters are destined to go awry. Well, Itachi replied, his calm expression betraying no emotion. After a moment, he continued, What is your decision, father? I do not know. Fugaku replied solemnly. Upon hearing this response, Itachi fell silent once more, torn between the allegiance to his clan and his profound love for Konoha. He found himself at a crossroads, uncertain of which path to take. Just yesterday, the higher-ups of Konoha had sought him out. expressing their desire for him to personally resolve the predicament posed by the Uchiha clan. Yet, he hesitated, fully aware that the Uchiha clan could never rival Konoha. The sole outcome of rebellion would be annihilation. If that day were to arrive, not a single Uchiha would survive, including his cherished younger brother. Itachi, do you have any news from Sarutobi Hiruzen? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, casting a glance at his son, whose exceptional talent rendered him inscrutable. It seemed he could no longer fathom his son's thoughts. He had matured. Without a moment's hesitation, Itachi shook his head firmly. He understood that this might be a misstep, yet he felt powerless to alter the preconceived notions harbored by his clan. Nor could he shift the murderous intent that the Konoha elite held towards the Uchiha. Observing his son's decisive shake of the head, Fugaku turned away, his gaze drifting into the distance as he murmured, "You may leave now. I wish to be alone for a while." Without uttering a word, Itachi offered a slight bow to Fugaku before departing. He returned home, casting a glance at his mother, who was busy preparing a meal, before leaving once again. "Itachi, have you made your decision?" A man, one arm and one eye bound in bandages, regarded Uchiha Itachi with a penetrating gaze. "My brother. I hope that he can grow up safely in Konoha," Itachi replied, his words seemingly off-topic. However, upon hearing this, Danzo chuckled, knowing that Itachi had acquiesced. "Rest assured, Uchiha Sasuke will be safe. Moreover, if you so desire, I can grant him entry into the Umbu. I shall do my utmost to cultivate his potential." "There is no need. I merely wish for him to grow up safely," Itachi replied softly, casting a faint glance at Danzo. Suddenly, the red tomo in his Sharingan began to whirl violently, gradually intertwining into a pinwheel-like pattern. "Sasuke must not suffer any harm, nor should any darkness befall him. Otherwise, Konoha shall pay a heavy price." Itachi's voice was frigid, akin to an icy breath from the depths of hell, as if he sought to pull everything before him into an abyss. In an instant, Danzo felt a chill seep into his heart, followed by waves of murderous intent. Those who dared to threaten him met only one fate, death. Yet, for the sake of his plans, he was willing to set this grudge aside for the time being. Narrowing his single eye, he said, "Very well. However, you must remember everything you have promised." Itachi remained silent, transforming into a shadow as he departed. He knew well that Danzo's words were untrustworthy, yet what could he do? He had never intended to trust this man. His only reliance lay in the darkness that surrounded him. After Itachi's departure, a somewhat stooped figure emerged from the shadows, watching the direction in which Itachi had left. Before softly sighing, "Do not incite too much chaos." "Understood," Danzo replied in a low voice, his eyes fixed on his former comrade, while his thoughts echoed, "Hiruzen. The position of Hokage should have been mine long ago." Soon after, Sarutobi Hiruzen also departed, returning to the Hokage office. Standing once more in the light as he gazed upon the setting sun, softly murmuring to himself, "I am sorry. Konoha can no longer withstand another rebellion." If someone were to hear the whispers of his heart at that moment, they might deem him hypocritical, or perhaps claim he was acting for the greater good. But was it truly justifiable to sacrifice the lives of others for the sake of the greater good? Standing upon the precipice, Itachi's thoughts swirled chaotically as he recalled a certain individual, his teacher, his brother, and the guiding light on his path. That person had once smiled, placing hope and brilliance in his hands, anticipating that he would forge a new era. Yet now, it seemed he was destined to disappoint that individual. "Shursui, if you were here, how would you choose?" Itachi whispered within his heart. "Surely, you would find a new path. You once held such high hopes for me. Yet I seem incapable of fulfilling them." He sighed, watching the last remnants of twilight fade away, as if stealing his resolve. The darkness around him stretched forth like tendrils, eager to pull this still innocent child into the depths of hell. Perhaps he was always meant to be the executioner from the netherworld. His hands fated to be stained with blood. If the Uchiha were destined for extinction, then let it be I who brings this maddened clan to its end. Let me carry away all the darkness, allowing Sasuke to return to the light. With this thought, Itachi closed his eyes and leaped from the cliff. The wind howled in his ears, yet he seemed oblivious, keeping his eyes tightly shut until, at a certain moment, he was merely a dozen or so meters from the ground. A kunai materialized silently in his hand, plunging forcefully into the steep, unforgiving rock face. The kunai was sharp enough to embed itself within the stone, but it was insufficient to halt his descent, and his body soon slipped from its grasp. Once again, the kunai struck, the clash of metal against stone producing a cacophony of jarring sounds, accompanied by showers of sparks. Throughout this descent, Itachi's speed gradually diminished, ultimately allowing him to land safely at the last moment. Disregarding the dust clinging to his clothes, he turned towards home, thinking, Sasuke should be returning from school now. It had been quite some time since he had sat down with his family for a meal. As for Sasuke, he was genuinely delighted that his brother could join him for dinner. Their parents, too, seemed captivated by this fleeting moment of happiness, smiles gracing their faces. And today was the 14th. Tomorrow would herald the full moon. Meanwhile, outside Konoha, a figure clad in black stood atop a towering tree, intent on corrupting the very essence of Konoha. Masked, with only his eyes visible, he gazed upon Konoha, the place where he had grown and once fought for. A land rich with his memories. Yet, at this moment, as he surveyed it, his eyes reflected nothing but coldness. Chapter 11. Arrangements. Hokage stood in the training field, swinging his sword with unwavering determination. Despite being drenched in sweat, he showed no inclination to relinquish the long blade. Each strike was executed with utmost fervor. Beneath the moonlight, a figure cloaked in black approached, gradually closing the distance to Hokage. Hokage halted his swordplay, sheathing his weapon and wiping the sweat from his brow. Suddenly, the figure in black vanished in a puff of smoke, and a flurry of memories flooded Hokage's mind. Another gathering, I see, he mused, wiping his brow and gazing up at the nearly full moon, meticulously sifting through the recollections. The assembly had not seemed particularly pleasant. Uchiha Itachi had made an appearance, only to depart shortly thereafter. During this period, Hokage had dispatched shadow clones to infiltrate Uchiha territory daily. Although the Uchiha clan was domineering, they did not entirely forbid the entry of other villagers into their domain. After all, they too needed to survive, and thus, their territory housed numerous shops. While certain areas remained inaccessible, Hokage's current abilities allowed him to conceal himself effectively. As long as the Uchiha did not utilize their Sharingan specifically to search for him, it would be quite challenging for them to detect his presence. Moreover, such activities could not be concealed entirely by simply observing a few high-ranking members. One could ascertain their movements. The Uchiha clan's gathering locations were not particularly secretive, consistently occurring in the same few places, making it relatively easy to discern their patterns with a bit of observation. The challenge lay in remaining undetected, but at that moment, an utterly ordinary individual was unlikely to attract attention. While uncertain, it seemed the gathering would take place in the coming days. Hokage murmured softly to himself. In recent days, despite seemingly unchanged attitudes from the Uchiha clan towards other villagers, Kazahana could discern a growing chill from certain high-ranking Uchihas towards the denizens of Konohagakure. Coupled with recent intelligence he had acquired, Kazahana surmised that the calamity befalling the Uchiha clan was imminent. Although the exact timing eluded him, he recalled that it occurred shortly after Sasuke entered the ninja academy. One undeniable fact remained. A new grave had appeared in the Konoha cemetery, belonging to Uchiha Shursui. Yet it was likely devoid of any remains. This revelation did not elate him. The challenge lay not in acquiring such information, but rather in gathering Sharingan and viable active cells from the Uchiha clan. While it appeared that Itachi single-handedly annihilated the clan, Kazahana found this notion implausible. The massacre of hundreds of Uchihas in a single night could not be the work of merely one individual. Not even the 13-year-old Itachi, nor even an adult version of him, could execute such a silent and comprehensive extermination of the entire Uchiha clan. The clan's prowess remained formidable, aside from Uchiha Fugaku, who willingly faced death. Many Uchiha Jonin could have accomplished such a task, but to do so without a sound would be a monumental feat, even for Madara. After much contemplation, only one possibility surfaced. There must have been others involved. It was an undeniable fact that Root's intervention was inevitable, and Kazahana had long since prepared himself mentally for this eventuality. His concern lay in the potential use of barriers, which could complicate matters significantly. Moreover, Tobi and Danzo would likely partake in this orchestrated chaos, greatly increasing the difficulty of Kazahana's endeavors. He was far from being able to contend with either of them. Should he be discovered, his fate would be sealed. System, can the items acquired by shadow clones be directly transferred to you? Kazahana inquired in his mind. Affirmative, host. The shadow clones are considered extensions of the host and can directly transmit any obtained items to me. The mechanical voice of the system resonated within Kazahana's mind. Kazahana nodded slightly, forming hand seals. Boom. One after another, 7 shadow clones materialized beside him. He could have summoned more, but an excess would dilute his chakra too thinly, risking their disappearance before nightfall. Remember, should any misstep occur, terminate yourselves immediately. Despite knowing they shared his consciousness and memories, Kazahana felt compelled to issue a stern reminder. Understood. The 7 clones responded in unison. Kazahana nodded, refraining from further conversation, and the 7 clones dispersed. They would stealthily infiltrate the Uchiha territory, awaiting the onset of slaughter. This was the most prudent course of action he could conceive. The shadow clones would utilize transformation techniques to assume the appearances of others. They need not engage in combat, but merely collect heads behind Itachi. If discovered, they would self-destruct. While their combat prowess was limited, they could fulfill this task. And their scant chakra reserves would render them vulnerable to any chakra intrusion, thus avoiding the risk of becoming ensnared in Jinjutsu. Kazahana exercised caution. Even if all 7 clones were detected, surely some capable individuals would manage to bring back valuable information. Furthermore, they did not need to undertake complex collection tasks. Mere contact would suffice. With a sword in hand, Kazahana set forth towards home, the hour late, indicating it was time for his return. The uncertainty loomed over him, compelling him to proceed slowly. As he stretched his legs, he felt a slight fatigue, a sensation he had long since grown accustomed to. Back already? A voice emerged as he closed the door behind him. Yes, father, Kazahana replied, turning with a slight smile. Shinmaku Hikari stood at the entrance of the living room, observing Kazahana with a serious tone. Next time, return earlier. You have ample time. There's no need to be so hard on yourself. To his surprise, Shinmaku found himself uttering these words. Perhaps it was the peaceful era they lived in. Or perhaps it was seeing children of the same age frolicking while his son toiled excessively. At times, he worried that Kazahana's rigorous training might harm him. However, after weekly examinations, Shinmaku discovered that his son's physique was more robust than he had anticipated. Despite being merely 6, Kazahana's resilience rivaled that of children aged 7 or 8. I understand, father, Kazahana replied with a slight nod. Then, I shall retire for the night. Very well, go ahead, Shinmaku responded succinctly. Having noticed Kazahana's somewhat damp clothing and the unusual emotional fluctuations he had exhibited recently, yet he chose not to dwell on it. Confident in his son's maturity and ability to make the right choices. As a father, his role was to stand behind his son, shielding him from the storms of life. With the conversation concluded, Kazahana returned to his room, shutting the door with a click. After freshening up and polishing his sword, he lay in bed, closing his eyes. However, for reasons unknown, sleep eluded him. It had been a long time since he experienced insomnia. The night passed in silence. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, Kazahana eventually fell asleep. When he awoke, his routine remained unchanged, washing up, preparing a bento, and then heading out to summon Naruto for school. As the pivotal moment approached, he felt an increasing need for composure. Any sign of abnormality could jeopardize his life, as the actions he undertook were perilous. Thus, he had to ensure his facade remained intact, convincing even himself that he had done nothing wrong. Good morning, Kazahana. His classmates greeted him warmly upon his arrival at school. Good morning, Aoki, Kazahana replied with a gentle smile. Turning, he spotted a boy with a camouflaged face entering, cradling a small puppy. Yamashiro. Good morning, and hello, Akamaru. Come here. Kazahana called out to Inuzuka Kiba and his beloved pup. Kazahana had always held a fondness for furry creatures, and the sight of the puppy was irresistible. Strangely, Akamaru seemed particularly drawn to him. Upon hearing Kazahana's call, the puppy leapt from Kiba's arms into Kazahana's embrace, wagging its tail joyfully. Woof, woof, woof. Hee hee. Kazahana chuckled, gently petting Akamaru's head. This little dog was undeniably adorable. Kiba, witnessing this, felt a twinge of annoyance. He wanted to protest, but the words eluded him. After all, he had already expressed his affection for Akamaru, yet it seemed futile. Akamaru simply preferred Kazahana's company. After playing with Akamaru for a while, the time approached for class. The first-grade curriculum remained relatively simple, primarily consisting of theoretical knowledge. Given the intellect of children in this world, memorizing such information posed no significant challenge. Even if retention proved difficult, passing grades could still be achieved. However, some individuals appeared to be inherently less inclined towards academics, such as Naruto. ZZZ. Only a short while into class, Naruto had already slumped over his desk, sound asleep. Despite the teacher's booming voice, he remained undisturbed. Crack. The teacher, unable to contain their frustration, snapped a piece of chalk in half, pivoted, and hurled the chalk towards Naruto. Thanks to their ninja training, teachers were remarkably accurate with such projectiles. Uzumaki Naruto, please rise and answer this question. The teacher attempted to suppress their irritation. Yet Kazahana sensed that the teacher was on the verge of losing their temper. Who called me? Naruto groggily opened his eyes, instinctively glancing at Kazahana beside him. The teacher wants you to answer the question. In a hushed tone, Kazahaya softly spoke, nudging the book slightly towards him while pointing at a line of text. Oh, what is the problem? Naruto inquired, bewildered. Alas, in such circumstances, Kazahaya felt powerless. Uzumaki Naruto, get out. The teacher finally erupted, pointing towards the door in exasperation. Naruto, having seemingly acclimated to this situation, rose without further ado and made his way outside, casually wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. The sight irked the teacher to no end, yet it amused his classmates. Ha! That fool Naruto. Laughter echoed throughout the classroom, but Naruto paid little mind. He had endured far worse taunts than this. Enough laughter. Kazuhaya, why don't you come up and answer this question? The teacher clapped his hands to restore order before addressing Kazuhaya. To someone as diligent as Kazuhaya, this question was trivial. He stood and effortlessly provided the answer. All right, take your seat. The teacher nodded in satisfaction, pondering how such disparities could exist among students seated at the same table. Now, let us move on to the next question. With that, the teacher redirected his focus to the content of the book, imparting knowledge to the students. Frankly, the material was rather mundane, consisting mostly of foundational knowledge. While it might hold some value for others, for Kazuhaya, who had already mastered reading and arithmetic, it was utterly tedious. Nevertheless, he listened attentively. As he didn't recognize every character, the distinctions between Japanese and Chinese scripts were significant, particularly with certain obscure characters. Time flew by, and before long, it was time for the last class, which was taught by Irika Yumino. As the class neared its conclusion, Irika suddenly announced, "Today, we will have a test. Only after completing it can you leave." This declaration was met with groans from the classroom, but ultimately, they were aware that it was school and dared not defy the teacher. All right, enough noise. Kazuhaya, please come up and distribute the test papers, Irika kindly instructed. Kazuhaya obliged, rising to fetch the test papers from the podium and hand them out to everyone. It all appeared seamless, as they had been in class for 2 months, making a test a normal occurrence. However, what was peculiar was the timing. Why test right before class ended? It wasn't particularly unusual, though, unless one entertained conspiracy theories. Then it seemed rather dubious. Chapter 12, The Crimson Knight. The ninja school commenced its autumn semester, and with 2 months of classes behind them, winter was drawing near. The evening breeze had begun to chill. Everyone knew that autumn and winter nights arrived early, and since the ninja school's dismissal was not particularly early, by the time students returned home, especially those living on the outskirts, like Sasuke Uchiha, night had already fallen. Adding an hour to the exam time meant that when Sasuke left the school, darkness enveloped the sky. Kazuhaya, too, felt an ominous premonition stir in his heart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness began to encroach upon the land. Outside the tranquil ninja school, in the Uchiha clan's territory, Itachi Uchiha stood ready with all his weapons, perched upon a grand tree. The desolate wind tousled his hair as he gazed with a cold, piercing stare, tinged with an indescribable sorrow. He scrutinized the place he had grown up in, as if trying to imprint it upon his very eyes. His crimson eyes ignited in the darkness, glowing like a blood moon, casting a pall over the lives within. He sensed the figures behind him, unsheathed his blade, and melded into the shadows, step by step advancing into the Uchiha compound, the very place of his childhood, resolutely stepping into his clan's territory. From this day forth, I shall embrace eternal darkness. Forgive me, Sasuke. As Itachi moved, a solitary-eyed elder behind him suddenly swung his soul-intact arm. With that motion, the fully armed black-clad figures surged forth like shadows from the darkness. They donned masks and swiftly advanced toward their intended target, their eerie masks resembling malevolent spirits. The autumn wind blew coolly across the now desolate streets, where hardly a soul remained. Everyone had returned home, perhaps to dine, train, or contemplate something profound. Itachi Uchiha lifted his blade, darting into a house, raising his weapon high to plunge down upon the terrified occupant. The crimson Sharingan spun, and from the moment he entered the dwelling, the family fell into an illusion. This was the last semblance of mercy he could offer his kin, allowing them to depart without suffering. Act now, he commanded, and a dozen shadowy figures erupted from the darkness, pouncing upon their unsuspecting prey like ravenous wolves. Cries of anguish echoed as blood seeped from this once peaceful land. Yet nothing could slow the relentless rhythm of the executioner's blades. The pristine moon hung in the sky, its luminous orb appearing to be gradually stained red in the eyes of some. On the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not rush to respond. He stood atop the edifice, gazing at the bright moon and the peculiar spot nearby, hands clasped behind his back and pipe in mouth. With each breath, white smoke wafted from his lips, obscuring his vision and the Hokage insignia upon his cap. Has it begun? Unbeknownst to all in the night, as the chaos unfolded, 7 cloaked figures also moved quietly, blending into the darkness, mingling with the crowd. commencing their covert operation, shadowing Itachi and the dark figures to fulfill their own mission. Attention! Samples must only be taken from those who have activated their Sharingan. A mechanical voice resonated in Kazuhaya's mind. Seated by the window in the classroom, Kazuhaya gazed at the newly risen moon and the now completely darkened earth, his thoughts swirling as he whispered, "Has it finally come to this? Some things, despite my reluctance, must be done. If given the choice, I would gladly forego this task, not because I am virtuous, but because these are living, breathing souls. Life is no jest." Yet, having reached this juncture, he could only follow behind and fulfill his role. He had never been a good person, otherwise he would have sought to preserve some lives. Wouldn't he? Thus, I too am a villain. All right, time's up. Students, you may leave. The two students in the front row, please collect the test papers, Irika cheerfully announced, glancing at the clock. While the reason for the Hokage's sudden interest in the students' performance remained unclear, Kazuhaya, a staunch supporter of the Hokage's will, was determined to fulfill any task assigned to him. Without uttering a word, Kazuhaya quietly exited the classroom. As he watched Sasuke pass by, he found himself at a loss for words. "Kazuhaya, wait for me," Naruto called out, hastily catching up. "Sorry, Naruto. I have something to attend to today and need to head back early. You can go on your own." Kazuhaya managed to muster a smile, though it bore a hint of bitterness. An astute observer would have easily detected his unease, but the oblivious Naruto was not that person. "Oh, all right then. See you tomorrow." Although they could no longer return home together, Naruto felt no particular dismay, for they would meet again tomorrow. "All right. See you tomorrow," he said, as Kazekage nodded slightly and hurriedly departed from the ninja academy, making his way home. Upon returning, he tossed his backpack onto the bed, seized his sword, and strode out once more. "Hey, where are you going?" Naoko, who had heard the sound of the door opening, emerged from the kitchen, only to catch sight of Kazekage departing with the weapon in hand, leaving her words half-spoken. "Hey, Hikari, could you check on Kazekage tomorrow? He left home so abruptly, and he seems rather unhappy." Naoko called out to her husband, cheeky Hikari, who was in the living room. Mothers tend to be quite perceptive. Cheeky Hikari, too, noticed something amiss with their son, but in front of his wife, he chose to feign ignorance for the time being. Perhaps he encountered something unpleasant at school. "Don't worry, I was often like that during my childhood." "Oh, I see." Naoko nodded slightly, not dwelling on it further. Once a woman marries and bears children, her thoughts tend to revolve solely around her family, leaving little room for anything else, which she might only recall in the presence of others. Moreover, her mind was devoid of conspiracy theories. As for cheeky Hikari, he indeed sensed that his son had been acting strangely in recent days, but since Kazekage had not confided in him, he remained silent, merely thinking that his son was growing up and forming his own opinions. Beneath the night sky, Kazekage swung his long sword with abandon, the moonlight reflecting off the pristine blade, casting silvery glimmers through the air. "Haha." Kazekage gasped for breath, striving to calm his racing heart. Yet no matter how hard he tried, an unsettling restlessness gnawed at him. He turned his palm over, driving the sword into the ground with a forceful thrust. Seating himself beside the blade, Kazekage gazed up at the luminous moon, falling into a contemplative silence. A flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes as he muttered softly, "Perhaps I ought to discern the true essence of this world. System, is it possible to connect the main consciousness to a shadow clone?" Kazekage inquired quietly in his mind. "Affirmative," came the mechanical response from the system. Kazekage fell silent, closing his eyes in deep concentration. When his vision returned to normal, it was as if he had transformed entirely. He now concealed himself in the shadows, observing a figure clad in black, masked, effortlessly leaping into a courtyard. Soon thereafter, the sounds of wails erupted, intermingled with cries of despair, along with the sickening sounds of blades piercing flesh, blood cascading to the ground. Kazekage remained motionless, his fists clenched tightly. Despite having surmised the horror unfolding within, he felt powerless to intervene, unable to rescue those suffering. He could only hide in the corner, awaiting the conclusion of this nightmare. 2 minutes later, the wails ceased, and the figure in black vanished, hastening toward another dwelling. Stay calm, stay calm." Kazekage felt his blood boil. Yet this overwhelming sensation was not merely the fervor of youth. He continuously reminded himself to regain his composure. Taking a deep breath, he darted into the small courtyard. Upon entering, his eyes were met with the open door of the living room and the blood that had spilled out from within. He pressed further inside, and though he had anticipated the tragic outcome, he trembled upon sighting the 3 lifeless bodies. 1 man, 1 woman, and a little girl, who appeared to be no more than 2 years old. Yet even now, her blood seemed to still emit warmth. Monsters. A pack of monsters. They all deserve to die. Tortured beyond recognition, K's seethed inwardly. The system detected a significant fluctuation in the host's emotions and automatically activated a support program. A mechanical voice echoed in K's mind. In an instant, he experienced a sharp, piercing pain in his head, the agony jolting him momentarily from his emotional turmoil. Please, host, calm yourself and actively complete the task. The man before you has met the criteria for collection, the mechanical voice reiterated. K's expression remained impassive. Though he was consumed by rage, he now found himself compelled to commit equally vile acts, leaving him questioning his right to condemn others to death. He too was but a desecrator of corpses. Summoning the remnants of his rationality, he approached the man, gently touching his lifeless body while murmuring, "Collect." In an instant, the warmth of the man's corpse dissipated, and K's rose to his feet, gazing down at the little girl's innocent face. After counting to 10, he clenched his teeth and turned to leave, returning to the darkness. K's trailed behind Uchiha Itachi and the black-clad figures, witnessing one vibrant life after another extinguished. Perhaps the intensity of his emotions had reached a peak, for he felt a strange sense of calmness, controlling each movement and breath with precision. He followed them, observing the unfolding horrors. Before reclaiming the Sharingan eyes and corpses that those shadows had discarded or abandoned for some reason, he found himself disgusted, chastising the actions of those shadows while simultaneously engaging in repulsive deeds. On this fateful night, he experienced the true meaning of cruelty for the first time. Although he had resided in this world for several years and understood its harshness, he had never borne witness to such brutality under the protection of his parents. Gradually, he had come to believe that perhaps this world was not so bad after all, but when confronted with the stark reality of its cruelty, he comprehended the depths of its decay. It had rotted to the core. Ordinary people lived mundane lives, perpetually fearing that an unexpected event would snatch away their own existence or that of their loved ones. Meanwhile, those in power gazed upon this scene with indifference, comfortably seated in their lofty positions, unabashedly reveling in the privileges that status and strength afforded them. They could have changed everything, yet they remained aloof, as if the lives of those beneath them were mere grains of sand, easily swept away by the wind without consequence. They would even wave their hands, urging the wind to carry away those vibrant lives. The rule of the jungle was already clear to K's, yet he struggled to accept it. These were lives, after all. In one fleeting moment, they were fathers, mothers, children, and siblings, yet in the next, they became cold corpses, while the executioners continued to enjoy their lives post-massacre. They even crafted justifications for their actions, claiming to act for a greater good, for the sake of more lives. Bah! Disgusting. A wretched bunch unworthy of existence, deserving only of hellfire and eternal torment. Sarutobi Hiruzen, huh? He was no different from Danzo. By allowing the slaughter to transpire, he too became a perpetrator of violence. Furthermore, K's could not fathom that such a cacophony could escape Sarutobi Hiruzen's notice. Everything was merely a silent agreement among them. Even that so-called Hokage was a catalyst for this blood-soaked night. As K's gathered a corpse, he prepared to retreat when a shadow silently emerged behind him. "You are not one of Danzo's men." A low voice resonated from beneath the mask. A chill coursed through K's as he turned to face the figure, only to be met with a pair of crimson eyes, clearly indicating that this individual had no intention of engaging in idle conversation. Chapter 13. Reward, Sharingan. The red light radiated, piercing into K's eyes, and in an instant, he felt his consciousness waver. Uchiha Obito. The moment K's beheld that Sharingan, he deduced the identity of the person before him. In the next instant, the shadow clone succumbed to the overwhelming influx of energy, dissipating into a cloud of smoke with a resounding pop. This was a premeditated strategy by Kazuhaya, meticulously devised to ensure that no information regarding himself was divulged. The world was fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to revealing secrets, even if it was merely a shadow clone. This outcome only validated his concerns, demonstrating that his measures had indeed proven effective. A shadow clone, you say? How intriguing. Observing the figure cloaked in black dissolve into white smoke, Obito murmured softly. Beneath his mask, the corners of his mouth lifted into a chilling smile, as he mused inwardly. The village hidden in the leaves is indeed brimming with talent. But what method did he employ to make the body vanish? Space-time ninjutsu, perhaps? How peculiar. An element of uncertainty had emerged, indicating that time would be required for further contemplation. His interest in Kazuhaya was minimal. He harbored no particular thoughts about his actions. However, the technique that rendered the corpse invisible was no ordinary ninjutsu. It appeared as though the entity had been transported to another location, rather than merely concealed within a storage scroll. Despite his burgeoning curiosity about this individual, the lack of tangible leads meant he could not afford to expend excessive time on this matter. After a brief reflection, the shadow vanished, and the crimson hue once again receded into the darkness. When Kazuhaya next opened his eyes, the scene before him had transformed once more. Uchiha Fugaku's residence. Kazuhaya pondered silently. Gazing at the tightly shut door, a flicker of derision crossed his mind. Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan, allowed his son to ruthlessly slaughter his own kin. What a commendable leader he was. Suddenly, Kazuhaya's body trembled slightly as another memory surged into his consciousness, signifying the disappearance of yet another shadow clone. To date, 5 shadow clones had vanished, 4 at the hands of Danzo's subordinates, and 1 by Uchiha Obito. Presently, only 2 shadow clones remained, one still gathering information, while the last had remained stationary since the onset of the massacre. The value of a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, along with their bearer, was undeniable. Although it was uncertain whether Uchiha Fugaku possessed Mangekyo Sharingan, even in its absence, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku's significance far outweighed that of other clan members. In a heartbeat, a shadow materialized abruptly before the door, silently observing the entrance. This was the final stop for Itachi Uchiha. He was reluctant to enter, yet had no choice but to proceed. The Sharingan glowed crimson as he cast a casual glance into the darkness of the corner. Danzo's men, perhaps? Itachi contemplated, yet at this juncture, whose men they were mattered little. He resolutely pushed the door open, a droplet of crimson liquid cascading from the hem of his garment, his clan's blood. Hearing footsteps drawing nearer, Uchiha Fugaku turned, his expression remarkably serene as he regarded his son. Itachi, you have arrived, he spoke softly. Indeed. Itachi Uchiha tightened his grip on the sword. Having reached this juncture, though he may have felt a twinge of regret in his heart, retreat was no longer an option. Go and do what you believe is right. Uchiha Fugaku said gently. He was a good father. His scarlet Sharingan opened wide as he gazed into his son's eyes. Perhaps they had conveyed much to one another already. Ultimately, the blade fell. As he beheld his parents' lifeless forms, no tears cascaded from Itachi's eyes. He stood quietly in the darkness, awaiting the arrival of his younger brother. The last person he cared for, his glimmer of hope. In the shadows, Kazuhaya's body stiffened once more. Yet another shadow clone had vanished, leaving him with but a single clone remaining. As time passed, the slaughter reached its denouement. A cadre of fully armed ninjas confronted a group of utterly unprepared individuals. The outcome was, of course, predetermined. Concealed in the dark, Kazuhaya understood he had but one opportunity. Uchiha Itachi had yet to emerge. He was waiting for his brother, while Danzo's men remained at a distance, needing time to gather their desired spoils. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, and Danzo, these 3 factions were locked in mutual vigilance and trepidation. Yet, it was precisely this discord that afforded Kazuhaya the space to maneuver. Had they united, he would have found little room to operate. Sasuke stepped into the alley of the Uchiha clan, his gaze sweeping across the houses flanking him. What should have been a vibrant street was now eerily silent. The stench of blood wafted on the gentle breeze, causing discomfort to Sasuke. The unnaturally quiet atmosphere sent a wave of unease through him, prompting him to quicken his pace toward his home. Creak. Sasuke pushed open the door and stepped inside. As he entered the living room, the sight of blood splattered everywhere drained him of all strength, leaving him standing in stunned silence. It was only when Uchiha Itachi emerged from the shadows, his bloodied fingers pressed against Sasuke's forehead, that the crimson Sharingan began to whirl. From his concealed position outside, Kazuhaya was unaware of the events unfolding within. He noted that Itachi exited merely a minute after Sasuke had entered. Itachi spared him not a glance, rushing past as he departed. It was time for him to leave. He was the executor of this bloody scheme, the sharpest blade wielded against the Uchiha clan. Yet, to Danzo and his ilk, perhaps Itachi's demise on this night would be the optimal outcome. However, Itachi could not allow himself to perish. He needed to survive. For only then could his brother stand in the light. Kazuhaya watched Itachi depart, leaping into the courtyard and entering the living room. He cast a glance at the now unconscious Sasuke before swiftly placing his hand upon Uchiha Fugaku. In an instant, Fugaku vanished. Without hesitation, Kazuhaya seized a kunai and plunged it into his own chest. Bang! Kazuhaya transformed into smoke and vanished, his consciousness returning to his primary self. He opened his eyes, bloodshot and weary, gripping the sword tightly. Rising to his feet, he reflected upon the memories, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, accompanied by a wave of nausea. He retched, continuing until nothing more could emerge, then lifted his gaze to the sky. He was uncertain why he felt this way. It seemed as though he had cast everything aside, devoid of any emotional fluctuation beyond a slight queasiness. No sorrow, no fear, and certainly no pity. He murmured, "Perhaps I am inherently a cold-blooded individual." He stood as an observer, witnessing the unfolding events, gaining a true understanding of the world's essence. Yet, he felt as though he were a mere piece of wood, devoid of thought after the emotional tumult had subsided. Some say that when emotions surge too intensely, a person may find calmness. But what of me? Is it the overwhelming shock that has stimulated such a profound response, or have I always been this cold-hearted? Kazuhaya pondered. "System, submit the mission," he intoned softly in his mind, his tone neither joyful nor sorrowful. Ding. S-rank mission Crimson Knight submitted successfully. Task completion analysis. Obtained 1 pair of Mangekyo Sharingan and 1 human specimen, 2 samples of 3 Tomo Sharingan and 2 human specimens, 7 samples of 2 Tomo and 1 Tomo Sharingan. The system's mechanical voice resonated within Kazuhaya's mind, while simultaneously, a panel detailing the mission's specifics materialized before him. Calculating rewards. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the training method for Color of Fear and supplementary training potions, as well as 1 advanced chakra enhancement potion and 3 growth potions for the devil fruit. Warning, the host's genetic structure has been detected to possess a genetic chain identical to that of the Uchiha. Would you like to utilize the remaining rewards to exchange for the Uchiha Gene Awakening Potion? Note, significant fluctuations in the host's emotions have been detected, increasing the success rate of awakening the bloodline. Note 2. The soul of the host is distinct from the souls of this world, and the body has been altered by the devil fruit. Thus, the awakening process may entail unforeseen incidents or transformations. Upon hearing this, Case fell silent. With the dual elemental affinities of wood and earth, his status in Konoha was relatively high. Moreover, the system had now detected the genetic chain, leading Case to ascertain the surname of his father. System, what is the probability of a successful awakening? Case inquired. 30%. A mechanical voice responded. What if I fail? Case pressed on. There will be no harm to the host, and the bloodline awakening potion is of the complete version. Thus, there will be no risk of blindness or adverse effects during the later stages of the Sharingan awakening, the system replied. Weighing the pros and cons, Case concluded that, in comparison to his investments, the rewards he stood to gain were already substantial. Truth be told, he desired the Sharingan, especially one devoid of flaws. At worst, he would endure some pain and forfeit certain rewards. 30% is not insignificant, Case murmured to himself. I choose the bloodline awakening potion, he declared in his mind. Rewards have been dispensed and are stored within the system space. The host may utilize them for fusion at any time. Note, the host's mental state is currently highly active. It is recommended that the host immediately use the bloodline awakening potion. Is that so? Indeed. Case chuckled, musing that if he truly were a Uchiha, witnessing such a scene would surely awaken his eyes. Yet, there was no joy in his smile. Too many had perished. With a thought, a vial of crimson potion, complete with an injector, materialized in his hand. Without further hesitation, Case plunged the syringe into his arm, steadily injecting the entire contents of the red elixir into his body. He withdrew the needle, and the injector vanished. In an instant, Case clutched his chest, collapsing to the ground in agony. His fists clenched tightly. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The crimson potion coursed through his veins, reaching his heart, which paused for several moments before resuming a violent rhythm. The potency surged from his heart throughout his entire being in mere seconds. The inducement agents contained within the potion seemed to instantly awaken the dormant genes deep within his bloodline, transforming them from latent to manifest. Subsequently, as the genes revealed themselves, a surge of power infused his soul, initiating a metamorphosis. The sensation was akin to his soul being incessantly kneaded by an unseen hand, forcefully reshaping it into something unrecognizable. Meanwhile, the genes altered by the devil fruit also appeared to be stimulated, releasing a deep indigo power that began to clash with the scarlet energy. This process rendered Case in excruciating torment. Though he had never experienced being torn apart, at that moment, he felt it might be akin to his current suffering. The two powers clashed incessantly, tearing at his body while silently reshaping his soul and genes. Chapter 14, The Light They Brought. The alteration of genes was trivial, strictly speaking. It merely awakened the dormant genes within Case's cells without altering his essence. The transformation of the soul, however, was far more terrifying. For it was an entirely different soul, one wholly unrelated to this otherworldly force. Yet Keisuke's soul belonged to this corporeal form. Thus, the alteration of his physical genes was also reshaping his soul. This process was undoubtedly agonizing. Keisuke gritted his teeth, howling in silence. Unable to emit a loud cry, his soul was being transformed, aligning more closely with the power that already resided within him. Abruptly, Keisuke lifted his head. A droplet of fluid cascading from his chin, indistinguishable as sweat, tears from the pain, or saliva. He roared in a grimace, his eyes beginning to transform. Black pupils were illuminated by a blood-red light, and then two dark tomo abruptly manifested within his gaze, swirling around the crimson glowing pupil. Beneath the moonlight, Keisuke's eyes radiated a scarlet hue, and eventually, the two tomo gradually ceased their rotation, fading into obscurity, with his pupils reverting to their original black. Keisuke's eyes slowly closed, and his consciousness swiftly descended into darkness, ultimately collapsing entirely to the ground, losing awareness. The transformation was largely complete, though refinement would require additional time. Yet, compared to the previous agony, this was minor. Hikari, why hasn't Keisuke returned yet? Hurry and check, something must have happened. After 2 or 3 hours had passed, Naiko grew anxious, seeing her son still absent. I'll go at once, Hikari replied without further ado, striding outside. This child had exhibited some peculiarities today. However, he had often been contemplative in his youth, so he did not think much of it. Moreover, Keisuke had always been well-behaved in his eyes. Since their sparring match that night, Hikari had reduced the time spent guiding Keisuke's training. For the most part, Keisuke trained independently. He occasionally devised training plans for his son, offering advice when appropriate, recalling that his late father had done the same for him. He had also told himself he could not be by Keisuke's side forever. His son needed to learn independence. Furthermore, Shikage had always found Keisuke to be reliable. And since this was Konoha, a time of peace rather than war, he felt reassured regarding safety. In short, Keisuke was now quite grown, and it was impractical for him to always accompany his son. However, now, anxiety gnawed at Shikage. Could something truly have happened to his boy? He hastened through the streets, arriving swiftly at the training grounds. Upon seeing Keisuke collapsed on the ground, his heart seized with dread, and he rushed to his side, lifting him up. Feeling Keisuke's drenched clothing and witnessing his disheveled state, a surge of chakra quietly entered Keisuke's body. How is this possible? How could chakra increase so rapidly? Sensing the situation within Keisuke, Shikage could not suppress his astonishment. He quickly scoured his mind for potential explanations, ultimately arriving at what he believed to be the most plausible answer. That answer stemmed from a leader within his original surname. It was said that before acquiring blood, he was just an ordinary person, though certainly not an average one. He was not invincible either. Gazing at his son, though uncertain, Shikage recognized that an increase in chakra was a positive sign. Having been a ninja for many years and executed numerous missions, he understood precisely what to do now. He lifted Keisuke into his arms, grasped the sword beside him, and made his way homeward. What happened to Keisuke? Seeing her husband carrying their son, Naiko rushed over, anxious. It's nothing. He merely overexerted himself during training. A bit of rest will suffice. Hikari gently shook his head, feeling it best not to disclose certain matters to Naiko. Despite her husband's assurances, Naiko remained unconvinced, swiftly taking her son to check on him. Once satisfied that all was well, she returned Keisuke to his room, changing his soiled garments, helping him wash up, tucking him in, gently closing the door, and turning to leave. The following day, Keisuke slowly opened his eyes, gazing upon the familiar surroundings. He knew he had returned home, presumably brought back by his father or mother. Yet, he pondered when they had done so and whether they had witnessed that scene. His gaze shifted toward the doorway, and suddenly, he felt a peculiar sensation in his eyes, followed by a surge of chakra flooding into them. Crimson hues began to seep into his vision, as two dark tomo commenced their rotation within his eyes. In an instant, Kazuhana felt his vision expand significantly. The world transformed into a brilliant panorama, and the minuscule particles of dust, which were typically imperceptible to the naked eye, became vividly discernible. Is this the power of the Sharingan? How astonishing! Kazuhana murmured with a hint of sarcasm in his tone, acutely aware of the formidable strength that lay within those eyes. However, he pondered the exorbitant price that came with such power. Ultimately, he found it impossible to perceive all of it as merely a comic strip. As he slowly rotated his hand before him, the pores on his skin were etched clearly in his sight. One hand shielded his eyes, the tomo vanished, and the crimson hue gradually receded, restoring his gaze to its original black. The chakra within him surged, Kazahana gently clenched his fist, sensing the unprecedented increase of chakra coursing through him. At this moment, his chakra was likely not less than 1 card, perhaps even a tad more. This indicated that after awakening the Sharingan, his chakra had skyrocketed from below the level of a Jonin to surpass that of an average Jonin. Creak. Just as Kazahana contemplated further testing his newfound abilities, a voice broke the silence as the wooden door swung open, revealing the gentle smile of a woman. Little Kazahana. It's time for school. Kazahana nodded slightly, attempting to muster a smile, but found it difficult to manage anything more than an odd expression as he replied, I understand. Mother. Of course. If you, my little Kazahana, feel too fatigued, you may take a rest. I will ask your father to speak to the school. Observing her son's slightly pale visage, Naoko felt a pang of concern and stepped closer, gently caressing Kazahana's face, speaking softly. There is no need, mother. I have my own methods, Kazahana replied, shaking his head slightly. He truly did not wish to attend school, especially after the recent events. The thought of listening to the teachers extol the so-called will of Hokage was unappealing. However, requesting a leave of absence seemed a bit excessive. With a series of hand seals, a resounding bang echoed as another Kazahana materialized beside him, nodding slightly before shouldering his backpack and departing. Naoko gazed astonishedly at the scene before her, then pinched Kazahana's cheek. She had often heard her husband speak of their son's remarkable talent. While she believed him, it had never truly registered until she witnessed her son effortlessly performing a B-rank ninjutsu. At that moment, she conceded that her husband might indeed be correct. Their son was destined to become a ninja. Yet, despite her astonishment, she feigned displeasure, chiding, This is not acceptable. You mustn't do this next time. Certainly, mother. I promise, Kazahana responded, fabricating a white lie, one he had spun before and would likely spin again in the future. Good. Little Kazahana, be a good boy. Mother must go to work now. You rest at home today. No training allowed. Remember to balance work with rest. If you feel hungry. There's lunch in the kitchen and money in the cupboard. Naoko observed Kazahana, refraining from mentioning anything else. She was a perceptive woman. She recognized her son had his own opinions from a young age, and, if he chose not to disclose something, she wouldn't pry as a mother. Glancing at the sunlight streaming into the courtyard, she anxiously added, Time is of the essence. Mother is off to work. See you tonight. Goodbye, mother, Kazahana nodded gently, watching her leave the small courtyard. As he stepped out of the room, the sunlight warmed his face, though it was not overwhelmingly so. The scenes from the previous night replayed in his mind, and he still felt a twinge of nausea, though he managed to suppress it. You have something on your mind. A heavy yet gentle voice emerged from behind him. Chikuhira stood behind Kazahana, initiating the conversation. I carried you back last night, when I found you. You were already unconscious and showed no unusual signs. Upon hearing this, Kazahana turned his head slightly, lowering his gaze. Thank you, father. He understood that Chikuhira might or might not have noticed his earlier transformation. However, he realized that Chikuhira's intention in saying so was to convey that he had seen nothing amiss. That alone was sufficient for Kazahana. He also trusted his father. In this world, if he could not trust his father, he would find little else to believe in. Indeed, Chikuhira approached Kazahana, his gaze shifting to the sun, a gentle breeze brushing against his somewhat worn face. After a moment, he spoke slowly. You possess great talent, not merely in your cultivation but also in your wisdom. As long as you wish, you need not share anything with me. I want to inquire. Just remember, you have a mother, and I will always stand behind you, whenever you need support. As Kazahana gazed at Chikuhira's slightly weary visage, he felt a warmth emanating from the world around him. Indeed, the world could be dark. But he, Kazahana, did not dwell in darkness, for his parents provided him with light. I understand, father, he replied. Kazahana no longer contemplated whether his secret had been discovered. Whether it was or not mattered little, for this man was his father, someone he could choose to trust. Enough of that. Do not overthink. Your body has been overexerted. Rest well at home today. I must head to the shop now. With that, Chikuhira did not wait for Kazahana to respond, striding out the door. A father's love may often be like this. For the most part, it remains unseen, yet do not mistake its absence for non-existence. It is always there, illuminating your path through the darkness. As long as you are willing to turn and look, he is eternally at your back. At least, this was true for Chikuhira. A stroke of fortune for Kazahana, surpassing the luck of many. Chapter 15, the beginning of the main story. In the ensuing years, Kazahana lived a remarkably tranquil life, devoid of any melodramatic events or peculiar occurrences. During this period, training became the cornerstone of his daily existence. He spent most of his time honing his skills, while his shadow clones attended ninja school on his behalf. Time slipped by swiftly, and the serene days passed rapidly. Life, after all, would eventually stir up some waves. In the training ground, where the gentle breeze rustled, Kazahana sheathed his sword, listening to the crisp sound of the blade sliding into its scabbard, murmuring, "Tomorrow is the graduation exam? I suppose I must attend." Moreover, another mission can commence preparations. Nearly 6 years had passed, and Kazahana had matured significantly from the 6-year-old child he once was. Now, he stood over 1.5 meters tall, clad in a black outfit, his youthful face gradually acquiring more defined features. However, beyond these external changes, it was his strength that had evolved the most. Firstly, his chakra, though not yet at the level of a jonin, had reached nearly 5 cards. His proficiency in various physical techniques, swordsmanship, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu had also accelerated remarkably. In addition to these, he had grasped some hidden cards of his own. Presently, he was capable of contending with his father, Chikahira, without being at a disadvantage. Of course, this could not serve as a definitive measure of his strength, as neither had fought with their full power, and Chikahira had previously sustained injuries. Kazahana also had some trump cards yet to be revealed, leaving his true strength an enigma. Throughout these years, Kazahana undertook some minor tasks assigned by the system. But such tasks were trivial and yielded only modest rewards. However, just 2 days prior, the system had issued him a new task, one of considerable difficulty. Task level S. Task name: A Nut in the Fire. Task content: Acquire the Book of Seals. Task reward: Based on the completion level of the task, task failure penalty: none. Kaze gazed intently at the panel that had materialized before him, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts, yet he found himself at a loss as to where to commence. This task was arduous, perhaps even more so than the previous one concerning the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, it undeniably warranted its S-rank designation. If it were not challenging, the system would not have classified it as such. However, recollecting his memories, there were indeed aspects of this undertaking that could be navigated. This marked his second S-rank mission, the first of which had precipitated a significant transformation within him, and this new assignment stirred a sense of intrigue within Kaze as well. Over the past few years, he had undertaken various tasks, yet the highest rank he had achieved was merely C, and while he was content with those accomplishments, they had not elicited a sense of surprise. In summary, Kaze was eager to test his limits. After all, high risks often yield high rewards. Yet, that was a discussion for another time. For now, he needed to return home for dinner. In these years, not only had Kaze changed, but so too had Chiki and Nanako, both of whom had matured considerably with the passage of time. Perhaps aging was a more fitting term. Regardless, their affection for Kaze remained unwavering. Speaking of which, Kaze was on the verge of graduation. Tomorrow is the graduation exam. If I pass, I will officially graduate, Kaze remarked casually, swallowing a mouthful of food. To him, the significance of graduating seemed rather negligible, given that his time spent in school had been minimal. However, graduation signified the commencement of the narrative, and in the time to come, he anticipated a relentless onslaught of events, which filled him with both trepidation and excitement. Time truly flies. I still remember when little Kaze was born, so small and rather unattractive, and now he has grown so much, Nanako mused, comparing Kaze's height to her own, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Gazing at her son's youthful yet striking visage, she couldn't help but playfully inquire. It's been 6 years. As graduation approaches, do you have a crush on any girls? If so, you'd better act quickly, or you might miss your chance. Not at the moment, Kaze replied, shoveling rice into his mouth before chewing thoughtfully, giving Nanako a bemused look. Besides, I'm only 12. There's no need to rush into such matters. Oh, 12 is quite an age. How about I ask Aunt Keiko's child? She has always been quite fond of you. Nanako exclaimed excitedly, clapping her hands at the prospect. Kaze looked at Chiki for help, but seeing his father's impassive expression, he sighed in resignation. Forget it. I'm still young. To be honest, Aunt Keiko's child is indeed cute now, but Kaze had never really focused on such things. He was only 12. Moreover, with the mind of someone over 20, it was hardly appropriate to be interested in little girls. Why not? Listen, if you're willing, we could arrange a marriage now, and when you're old enough, you could wed. Before you know it, I could be a grandmother. Nanako clasped her hands together, gazing upward, already envisioning her retirement life. With such a handsome son and a beautiful daughter-in-law from the Keiko family, their offspring would surely be adorable. I'm full. Kaze interjected, hastily swallowing the last bite of his meal as he stood up to leave, sensing his mother's whimsical thoughts taking hold. By the time Nanako realized what had happened, Kaze had already stepped outside, leaving her to abandon the idea of calling him back. She turned her attention to Chiki. Have you finished eating? If not, hurry up. Don't delay me from washing the dishes. All right. Chiki sighed, quickly finishing his meal before placing the bowl down and stepping outside, perplexed by Nanako's transformation from her former gentle self. In the courtyard, the father and son utilized their rare moments of respite to sit quietly and watch the sun dip below the horizon. As he observed Kaze, Chiki recalled a conversation with Sarutobi Hiruzen regarding a certain matter. Although reluctant to acquiesce, some issues required his consent. How is Naruto faring? Chiki casually inquired. Doing all right. He.S. just being his usual self, silly and cheerful, though his grades haven't improved much. He.S. still at the bottom, Kaze replied, shaking his head before turning to Chiki. What made you suddenly think to ask about Naruto? Kaze found it hard to believe that his father would take an interest in Naruto's academic performance without ulterior motives. A few days ago, the Hokage approached me, expressing a desire for you and Naruto to be in the same class. Chiki disclosed without reservation, as such matters warranted transparency. Kaze's brow furrowed at the thought of being in the same class as Naruto. He held no objections. Unlike others, he did not perceive Naruto as a danger. If anything, should peril arise, Naruto was likely to unleash extraordinary strength that could assist him. However, what would happen to Sasuke and Sakura? Sakura was manageable. She posed little threat to the narrative, but Sasuke was a different story. As another pivotal character, his developmental trajectory could be drastically altered in Naruto's absence, thereby affecting the storyline itself. This realization made Kaze ponder the changes he had inadvertently wrought over the years. A smile of acceptance graced his lips. While the alterations he had initiated were not numerous, they were significant enough. The flutter of a butterfly's wings could alter countless events, and a slight shift here or there was inconsequential. Is there anything else? Who will be our instructor? Kaze turned his head to ask nonchalantly. The Hokage did not disclose that information, but it should be a highly capable jonin, Chiki continued, observing Kaze's indifferent demeanor. Although you share a strong bond with Naruto, I must remind you that his identity is quite complex. Should any issues arise, remember to protect yourself. After all, regardless of how close Kaze was to Naruto, Chiki felt compelled to offer this advice, not out of excessive caution, but due to the inherent dangers associated with being a Jinchuriki. He had witnessed much and understood the terrifying nature of tailed beasts. Ordinary ninjas stood no chance against such entities unless, of course, his son awakened a power akin to that of the legendary figures. Rest assured, father, I will be cautious. However, you need not worry excessively. Perhaps I am not as fragile as you imagine, Kaze replied, his gaze deepening as he spoke. He felt fortunate to possess a talent that bore fruit from his efforts. And in possessing such talent, he had not been idle over the years. The Nine Tails is indeed formidable, but what Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara accomplished, I believe I too shall achieve in time. If I lacked this confidence, I would have given up on being a ninja long ago and settled for a mundane life instead, never having strived for all these years. Kaze murmured softly as he watched the sunset. Clenching his fists, he felt the strength coursing through this body, fueling his hope of returning home. All these years, he had never forgotten his purpose. He longed to return home, for there were people there whom he cherished. Those individuals, even after 100 years, even 1,000, he would never forget. Yes, you have grown immensely over the years. Perhaps before long, I shall no longer be your match, Chiki remarked with a gentle smile. Parents always aspire for their children to excel, yet he couldn't help but feel nostalgic as he reflected on how swiftly time passed. His own son had grown up. After a moment of silence, he quietly said, once you truly become a ninja, I will entrust you with certain things, those treasures left to us by our ancestors. Things. Upon hearing this word, Kazahaya immediately thought of the Senju clan, and surely, the treasures his father referred to were some legacies left by the Senju clan. The Senju clan, the founders of Konoha, produced two Hokage, one, a formidable force known as the God of Shinobi, and the other, a brilliant mind who invented numerous forbidden techniques. What might such a clan's legacy entail? Kazahaya couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Chapter 16, Graduation Exam. After a night of silence, Kazahaya woke up early, freshened up, gathered his necessities, and headed towards Naruto's home. Time can alter many things, including people's characters and appearances, yet, some aspects remain unchanged, such as Naruto's habit of sleeping in. This was not merely a one-time occurrence, but a daily routine, as if he had grown accustomed to Kazahaya calling him each morning. Kazahaya, however, never hesitated to be straightforward with him. With a resounding crash, Kazahaya slowly lowered his legs and gazed at the still sleeping Naruto, unable to contain himself any longer. Get up. The booming voice reverberated, causing Naruto to instinctively sit up, groggily opening his eyes to look at Kazuhaya, murmuring, "Is it time for school already? I haven't had enough sleep." Sleep? Today is the graduation exam. Have you practiced your transformation jutsu? Kazuhaya retorted. If you keep sleeping, you'll miss the exam. And what about becoming Hokage? Anyone who fails to pass the graduation exam cannot aspire to become Hokage. Kazuhaya shook his head slightly, gazing at Naruto with a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Strong? Yes, indeed, but at the cost of intelligence. At the mention of this, Naruto's spirit suddenly brightened, though he soon appeared somewhat insecure, murmuring, "I should be fine, right?" Kazuhaya could only shake his head in resignation, choosing to disregard Naruto for the moment. While he knew that the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra was at play, Naruto was a complex case. With a sigh, he turned to leave, saying, "Hurry up. I'll be waiting for you downstairs." Naruto, accustomed to this routine, nodded slightly, casting a guilty glance at the ceiling, then mustered his resolve, whispering to himself, "I can do this." He then got out of bed, quickly washed up, and hurried downstairs. As they walked along the path, Naruto seemed unusually quiet, his demeanor weighed down by the gravity of the situation. After all, as Irika-sensei had mentioned, this year's graduation exam would focus on the transformation jutsu, a technique Naruto struggled with the most, which dampened his spirits considerably. Observing his friend's mood, Kazuhaya refrained from further aggravating his wounds. Arriving a bit late, yet not tardy, they found Shikamaru and Sasuke had already arrived, a testament to Naruto's influence. Otherwise, Kazuhaya would have been there much earlier. Compared to a few years ago, Sasuke had matured significantly, sporting a head of black hair and wearing a long, dark blue outfit emblazoned with the Uchiha crest. It must be said that Sasuke had become quite attractive, appealing to many young girls with his striking and aloof demeanor, even if such traits were not necessarily advantageous. Years had passed, and Sasuke had grown more composed, exhibiting an outward calm that bordered on chilling indifference, whether towards others or himself. Perhaps this was the path he was meant to tread, one that Itachi might have hoped for him. The two settled into the second-to-last row, joining Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, and others who were already there. As they took their seats, the group of boys began chatting. "Hey, do you guys know what the exam will be about?" Kiba asked, looking at Kazuhaya and the others with a bored expression. When they all shook their heads, the group turned their gaze toward Kazuhaya, the top student of their class, under whom even Sasuke had been overshadowed in both academic and combat performance. Kazuhaya's success stemmed from having a good father, allowing him to be less secretive about his abilities. Of course, keeping a trump card is a quality every member of the clan should possess. Noticing their expectant looks, Kazuhaya shook his head slightly and replied, "I'm not entirely sure, but based on past customs, it's likely one of the transformation jutsu." Over the course of 6 years at school, Kazuhaya had formed decent relationships with these boys, and they could be considered friends. Thus, they were generally amiable towards him. "Oh," a chorus of responses echoed, with most expressing indifference to the exam content, confident in their abilities, except for Naruto, whose voice was filled with despair, deeply affected by the Nine-Tails' influence on his transformation jutsu, which had proven to be a significant challenge. As the conversation continued, Kazuhaya chimed in occasionally, though he mostly listened. Having spent 6 years together, their relationships had developed fairly well, especially after Kazuhaya once skipped class with them. Casting his gaze over to Sasuke, Kazuhaya recalled the impact of that incident. The cold-hearted individual remained so towards everyone, even when Kazuhaya occasionally attempted to engage him. Yet, compared to others, their exchanges were more frequent. His actions were devoid of ulterior motives, merely a gesture of that cheap kindness that sometimes dictated his choices. Ding! The school bell rang, prompting everyone to return to their seats. Although many still appeared nonchalant, they instinctively fell silent. Irika-sensei entered with a smile, accompanying the bell's chime. After exchanging the usual greetings, he picked up a roster, his expression shifting to seriousness as he announced, "Listen carefully. The topic of the graduation exam is the transformation jutsu. Please proceed to the next classroom in the order your names are called." Naruto panicked, his expression shifting wildly, which made Kazuhaya chuckle. This technique required minimal chakra and didn't demand great talent. After all this time, even the least gifted could learn it with some effort. Thus, this topic posed no problem for most in class, except for Naruto, whose chakra was affected by the Nine-Tails. Outside of Naruto, it was unlikely anyone else in class would fail this exam, as the most talented individuals were indeed gathered here. Irika began to call out the names of the students, with Kazuhaya first, Sasuke second, and Naruto last, seemingly reflecting their academic standings. "All right, Kazuhaya, Please come with me. The rest of you will enter the classroom after the previous student has finished. Irika set down the roster and led the way into the adjacent classroom, taking a seat. Beside Irika sat a man with white hair, whose gentle appearance Kazuhaya recognized from previous encounters, Mizuki, a supporting character with the face of a protagonist. However, this supporting figure would play a significant role in Kazuhaya's future tasks. Without him, those tasks might have been utterly thwarted. He was, in fact, an important teacher in Naruto's rise. Teacher, may we begin? Kazuhaya inquired, drawing back his gaze. Yes, let us start, Kazuhaya-kun. Mizuki responded, his smile suggesting a warmth that might deceive those unfamiliar with him. Kazuhaya nodded slightly, refraining from further words. He formed the necessary hand seals, and with a puff, another Kazuhaya appeared beside him. Observing from the proctor's table, Irika and Mizuki both noted the scene, promptly marking a perfect score on the assessment sheet. Irika set down his pen, rose to his feet, and with a smile, picked up a headband emblazoned with the symbol of the hidden leaf from a nearby table. Congratulations, Keisuke-kun, he declared. You have passed the examination and are now officially a ninja. Keisuke stepped forward, extending both hands in a slight nod as he accepted the headband. Beaming as he said, "Thank you, Irika-sensei." He then turned to Mizuki, offering a slight bow and adding, "Thank you as well, Mizuki-sensei." Mizuki returned the gesture with a smile, replying, "No need to mention it." At that moment, a thread of chakra quietly seeped from Keisuke's feet into the ground, flowing towards Mizuki's feet and eventually settling on his back, merging seamlessly with him. Unbeknownst to Mizuki, who merely felt a fleeting itch on his back, akin to a mosquito bite, this chakra was an extraordinary force. Keisuke was capable of employing it for various purposes, utilizing his limited chakra at critical moments. With his current control over chakra, such feats were easily within his grasp. Naturally, if he were to encounter formidable ninjas, he would risk detection. However, it was evident that Mizuki, a mere chunin, did not fall into that category. With his objective accomplished, Keisuke expressed his gratitude once more and departed the classroom. Keisuke is truly a polite child, Mizuki remarked with a smile as he watched Keisuke leave. Irika, pride evident on his face, responded, "Indeed, Keisuke ranks first in our class. I am confident he will become an exceptional ninja in the future." Mizuki nodded in agreement, his gaze flickering thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. "How did it go? Did you pass?" Upon returning to the classroom, a number of students hurriedly surrounded Keisuke, eagerly inquiring. Without elaborating, Keisuke simply held up the headband for all to see. Soon, others began to filter into the adjacent classroom, most receiving favorable results, save for Naruto. Standing in the corridor, Keisuke observed as Naruto emerged from the classroom, dejected. Rather than offer empty words of consolation, he simply said, "Let me treat you to ramen." Generally speaking, ramen was the best comfort for Naruto. "No thanks, Keisuke. I wish to be alone," Naruto replied, shaking his head. He felt as though he was the only one in class who had not passed the exam, leaving him utterly disheartened. Even the thought of his favorite ramen no longer brought him solace. Moreover, what weighed most heavily on his heart was not merely failing the exam, but Irika-sensei's attitude towards him. Despite Mizuki-sensei's assurance, Irika had still deemed him unworthy, leaving Naruto to wonder if Irika, who had always been kind to him, harbored some disdain, akin to others. As he watched Naruto walk away, forlorn, Keisuke felt a pang of sympathy. Yet he recognized that if he did not provide Naruto with an opportunity, how could he accomplish his mission? Furthermore, Naruto truly needed the shadow clone technique. Under the setting sun, Naruto climbed onto the swing hanging from the large tree by the school entrance, gently swaying as he watched parents arrive to collect their children, sharing tales of their day. He noted the disdainful, icy glances directed his way, hearing the whispered jibes that pierced his heart. His hearing was keen, allowing him to discern even the faintest of murmurs. Gradually, a sense of emptiness and sadness enveloped him, accompanied by a shadow of darkness. From a distance, Keisuke observed all of this, reflecting on a phrase he had once heard. What distinguishes a hero from a villain? A hero presents a person with a sorrowful existence and then offers a glimmer of hope. A villain presents a person with a sorrowful existence and denies them hope. Undoubtedly, Naruto epitomized this sentiment. His life was indeed filled with sorrow, yet amidst that sorrow, there remained a flicker of light. Ultimately, he chose the path of light, aspiring to inherit the so-called will of fire. To be honest, had Keisuke been in Naruto's position, he might not have contemplated world destruction like Obito. Yet he certainly would not have chosen to embrace the light and become a hero as Naruto did. But what, after all, constitutes true light? "I'm sorry, Naruto," Keisuke murmured inwardly as he watched Naruto depart, before lifting his feet to leave the spot. Upon returning home, Keisuke finished dinner as usual, then stood up and announced, "I'm going to check on Naruto. He didn't pass the exam today, and I'd like to comfort him." His voice was loud enough for those outside to hear, but remained casual, and without any ninja tools, he set off empty-handed towards Naruto's home. Upon knocking on the door, Keisuke found Naruto absent. He feigned curiosity and then headed in the direction of Irika's residence. His actions were perilous and required utmost caution. Thus, everything he did had to conform to reason. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and Irika opened the door to find Keisuke standing there. "Keisuke, what brings you here?" he inquired. "Well, Irika-sensei, Naruto didn't pass the exam today. I intended to offer him some comfort, but since he is not home, I thought I'd check if he is here with you." Keisuke replied nonchalantly, as though he were entirely unaware of the underlying circumstances. In truth, this exemplified the age-old adage of knowing a person's face, but not their heart. Acting was merely a simple skill among the many possessed by a ninja. "Is that so? Then Just as Irika was about to speak, an unremarkable man suddenly leaped down from the rooftop across the street, landing beside Irika. "Irika, hurry to gather at Lord Hokage's," the man said, his gaze briefly flickering over Keisuke's with hesitation, but upon reconsideration, he spoke urgently. "Something has happened. What is it? Is it Naruto?" Irika, recognizing this ninja, felt a jolt of anxiety upon seeing his urgent demeanor. He realized that something serious must have occurred, especially since this man had never approached him with such urgency before. Irika's instincts proved remarkably accurate. This was likely due to the numerous troubles Naruto had caused him over the past 6 years. Casting a glance at Keisuke, the ninja hesitated again before stating, "It is indeed about Naruto." He did not finish his sentence, glancing toward Keisuke, and Irika understood the implication immediately. He turned to Keisuke, saying, "Keisuke-kun, you should head back. I need to address some issues. Do not worry, I shall handle it." However, given that Keisuke had allowed this situation to unfold, he was not about to let Irika dismiss him at this moment. "Irika-sensei, if this concerns Naruto, then allow me to accompany you. I might be able to help." Yet Irika remained hesitant. After all, Keisuke was still a student, and it would be best not to involve him in such serious matters. Moreover, many aspects were not suitable for him to witness. However, before Irika could voice a refusal, Keisuke touched the freshly acquired headband he had just received and continued, "Irika-sensei, do not underestimate me. I am now a ninja as well." Irika discreetly glanced at the ninja, noting his lack of reaction. After much internal deliberation, he ultimately decided not to deny Keisuke's request, responding, "Very well. But you must stay close to me at all times. You cannot stray." "Absolutely, Irika-sensei. I will be obedient. Let us go." Upon hearing Irika's agreement, Keisuke felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he promptly urged Irika onward, fearing that he might reconsider. After all, without accompanying Irika, he would have no legitimate reason to involve himself in this matter, and thus the mission would inevitably falter. Irika, already anxious, grew even more so at Keisuke's insistence. He fell silent, nodded, and leaped into action, with Keisuke hastening to follow closely behind. The trio swiftly traversed the rooftops and soon arrived in front of the Hokage building, where a considerable crowd had gathered, murmuring in agitated tones, exchanging unflattering remarks. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a scrutinizing glance over Keisuke before directing his attention toward Irika, his demeanor turning serious as he spoke. It is worth noting that the scroll in question is a perilous artifact sealed by the first Hokage. Should it fall into the wrong hands, the consequences would be dire. At this revelation, the crowd seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, erupting into a cacophony of curses and harsh words. Keisuke furrowed his brow at the unsettling atmosphere, while beads of sweat began to trickle down Irika's forehead upon hearing the term sealed scroll. "The scroll has already been stolen by Naruto for some time. We must retrieve him at once," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, observing Irika's evident distress, before subtly shifting his gaze toward Keisuke, a flicker of other thoughts crossing his mind. However, considering Keisuke's identity, he felt reassured. Children often evoke trust, and while Sarutobi Hiruzen was not easily swayed by doubt, he had maintained control over this situation. In his eyes, no matter how mature Keisuke appeared, he was still merely a 12-year-old child, and his connection to Naruto made him an apt candidate for the forthcoming scenario. Strengthening Naruto's bond with the village necessitated the presence of someone he trusted. "Yes, Hokage-sama, we will certainly bring him back. Await our good news." Observing the scene, Keisuke remained impassive, yet internally marveled at the theatricality of those around him. If the scroll, a cornerstone of Konoha's legacy, could be pilfered by a child, then surely Konoha would have long since ceased to exist. However, not everyone possessed the same perspective as Keisuke, as evidenced by Yumino Irika. Keisuke remained uncertain whether Irika's anxious demeanor was an act, but if it were, it could only be said that Irika was an exceptionally skilled performer, though the likelihood of this being the case was minimal. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's words faded, the crowd dispersed swiftly. Irika and Keisuke leaped to a higher vantage point, scanning their surroundings. Let us investigate the forest, Irika proposed. Very well, Irika-sensei, Keisuke replied with a nod. Observing Irika's anxious state, Keisuke had to concede that Irika was indeed a commendable teacher. Without him, Naruto might have truly succumbed to darkness. The two darted through the forest, weaving between towering trees. Initially, Irika slowed his pace, but soon realized that his student was far stronger than he had anticipated, prompting him to accelerate. Nevertheless, Keisuke, even at full speed, could easily keep pace with Irika and could surpass him if he so desired. Irika's intuition proved formidable, and before long, they found Naruto in the heart of the dense woods. Keisuke could only attribute this fortunate discovery to luck. Naruto sat on the ground, panting heavily, his clothes soiled and torn, evidently the result of his recent exertions in the forest. You idiot! I finally found you, Irika exclaimed as he descended from the tree, crouching before Naruto, his tone laden with frustration. Huh, teacher, I found you. Naruto suddenly lifted his head, seemingly oblivious to Irika's serious tone, and erupted into laughter. Fool! Who exactly found whom? Irika thought inwardly, feeling exasperated with the boy. At that moment, Naruto noticed Keisuke standing behind Irika and scratched his head with a grin. Keisuke, you're here too. You've gotten yourself into quite a mess this time. Keisuke shot him a disapproving glance, aware that he had been manipulated. Yet Naruto's lack of intelligence was indeed concerning. Huh, let's set that aside for now. Keisuke, Irika-sensei, I've learned an amazing jutsu. I'm going to show you right now, and if I succeed, Irika-sensei, will you let me graduate? Naruto was unfazed by the chaos he had caused. Eager to demonstrate the jutsu he had just mastered to his esteemed teacher and friend. Irika, where did Naruto get that scroll on his back? Irika's gaze flickered to the scroll behind Naruto, and he immediately recognized that it was likely the highly significant scroll the Hokage had mentioned. Oh, this. Naruto turned to look, explaining, I got this scroll from Mizuki-sensei. He also told me that if I could obtain this scroll, I would definitely graduate. At this, an ominous premonition surged within Irika. Mizuki? Naruto was oblivious to what this scroll truly represented, as well as Mizuki's ulterior motives for sending him on this path. Just then, a chilling presence suddenly approached from the side. Keisuke's observation haki instinctively activated, revealing the nature of the incoming threat. He instinctively yanked Naruto aside, for if Irika were unharmed, how could Keisuke acquire the scroll? It could be said that Keisuke was also a person willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say his moral compass was somewhat flexible. At the very least, he would not allow Irika to perish. In that instant, over a dozen shurikens flew through the air from where Keisuke had just stood, and Irika, unable to react quickly enough, was struck by several shurikens, forcing him back against the wall of a nearby building. Mizuki emerged from the branches of a tree, wielding two large windmill shurikens, his gaze fixated on Naruto. Naruto, hand over the scroll. Keisuke stood nearby, fully capable of dispatching Mizuki, yet he refrained from doing so, at least not at this moment. This experience could prove to be a trial for Naruto, or perhaps a transformative moment. He had no reason to impede it and did not wish to. It was time for Naruto to learn some truths. What followed was Irika's attempt to intervene, with Naruto listening to Irika's words as Mizuki divulged certain truths. To be frank, the plot was quite melodramatic, yet it was also astonishing, especially considering that Naruto, after all these years, remained utterly unaware of the truth. As Naruto lowered his head, tears streamed down his cheeks, and he clenched his fists. Observing his distress, Mizuki subtly gripped one of the windmill shurikens, preparing to unleash it. Keisuke, standing beside Naruto, witnessed the approaching shuriken and swiftly formed hand seals, slamming his palms onto the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth erupted from the ground, shielding them from the oncoming shuriken. Naruto. Keisuke turned, intending to speak to Naruto, but the latter had already dashed out with the scroll. Seeing Naruto run off, Irika shouted, Naruto. Yet regardless of their calls, Naruto did not halt. Huh, Naruto is such a stubborn child. You all see it, right? That look in his eyes is the look of the Nine Tails. Mizuki laughed heartily as he watched Naruto flee. As the earth wall crumbled, Keisuke glared coldly at Mizuki, stating, the Nine Tails is the Nine Tails, and Naruto is Naruto. However, Someone as narrow-minded as you could never comprehend this. Your choices will lead you to lose everything. Upon hearing these words, Shui Mu's expression shifted dramatically. The smile that once adorned his face vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor brimming with fury. He proclaimed, "How could someone like you ever comprehend my lofty ideals? One day, I shall prove to all of you that I am indeed correct. But for now, I have no time to squander in trivial disputes with you. Just wait and see." With that, Shui Mu executed a swift body flicker technique, departing from the branch and heading straight towards Naruto. Noticing this, Keisuke and Irika hastened to follow. "Irika-sensei, are you alright?" Keisuke asked. Concern etched on his face as he observed the blood seeping from Irika's wounds. "I'm fine, but we must pursue Naruto quickly. Be wary of that Shui Mu. He is exceedingly dangerous," Irika replied, shaking his head, his body trembling slightly, yet he remained resolute. "Understood, I will be cautious." To be frank, Keisuke could have dealt with Shui Mu moments ago, but he hesitated. Perhaps allowing Naruto to face more challenges would foster his growth into a wiser individual. Moreover, there was the mission to consider. With this thought, Keisuke deliberately slowed his pace, trailing behind Irika. The decision for Naruto's maturation had already been made by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He need not interfere. Instead, he would observe from the shadows and intervene only if Naruto and Irika found themselves in grave peril. As Naruto sprinted ahead, he recalled Shui Mu's earlier words. Clutching the scroll, he sought refuge beneath a tree, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Soon after, Irika and Shui Mu arrived at the same spot, and a confrontation loomed on the horizon. It was evident that the injured Irika stood little chance against Shui Mu, who quickly inflicted severe wounds upon him, leaving Irika incapacitated. Chapter 18, Mission Accomplished. Leaning weakly against the sturdy trunk, Irika gazed at Shui Mu, who fervently espoused his interpretation of the will of fire. Shui Mu, in turn, countered Irika's assertions, perhaps due to his pent-up emotions. Shui Mu was in no rush to end Irika's life or seize the sealing scroll. Rather, he yearned for recognition from others and an outlet for his frustrations. Keisuke remained concealed, refraining from intervening as he silently observed the unfolding drama. Listening to Irika's impassioned words, Keisuke contemplated deeply. While he believed in the so-called will of Hokage, it did not preclude him from respecting individuals with unwavering convictions. However, the weight of Irika's words bore little significance to Keisuke, but resonated profoundly with Naruto, delivering a jolt of realization. Seemingly unwilling to prolong the encounter, or perhaps feeling sufficiently emotionally unburdened, Shui Mu advanced toward Irika, gripping his wind shuriken tightly. A triumphant glint flickered in Shui Mu's eyes as he declared, "Allow me to send you to hell, Irika." Just as he was about to launch the shuriken, a sudden commotion erupted. Naruto leaped from behind a tree, delivering a powerful punch to Shui Mu's chin, sending him sprawling backward. Standing protectively before Irika, Naruto lowered his head, and, upon raising it again, his eyes shone with fierce determination. "Do not harm Irika-sensei. Otherwise, I shall end you." Slowly rising from the ground, Shui Mu regarded Naruto with derision, wiping the blood from his lips. Surprised by the crimson stain on his finger, he sneered. "You don't truly believe that one punch can defeat me, do you, little fox demon?" With a chilling gaze, Shui Mu retorted, "One punch, one tea suffice? Then bring it on. Everything you have inflicted upon Irika-sensei, I shall repay 1,000-fold." As he spoke, Naruto formed hand seals, and in an instant, a multitude of Narutos materialized throughout the forest, standing resolutely before Irika, mirroring Irika's protective stance from earlier. Keisuke, perched on a large tree, stifled his presence to avoid detection. Observing this spectacle, a smile crept across his face as he murmured, "Naruto has truly matured. Such astonishing chakra. No, perhaps chakra-ton would be a more fitting term for you. How enviable." Yet, Keisuke remained mindful of his mission. Glancing at the scroll that Naruto had carelessly tossed aside, he swiftly executed hand seals, transforming into another Naruto before seamlessly blending into the throng of clones. He discreetly retrieved the scroll, all in a manner that appeared entirely natural. This was the perfect opportunity, akin to a divine gift. Everything fell into place, and to the onlookers, he had never even touched the scroll. As for being discovered, he chuckled softly. With the Sharingan at his disposal, he was oblivious to the fact that someone was watching him closely. System, commence data retrieval. Upon acquiring the scroll, Keisuke wasted no time. Beginning data retrieval. 20%, 30%, 50%, 80%, 99%, 100%. Data retrieval complete. The system's mechanical voice echoed, and Keisuke exhaled in relief before charging alongside the Narutos towards Shui Mu. After receiving a brutal blow from Naruto, Shuei-mu was quickly overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. Witnessing Shuei-mu's defeat, Irika's face brightened with a maternal smile as he called Naruto over. After a few solemn words, he carefully removed his forehead protector emblazoned with the leaf symbol and placed it upon Naruto's head. To celebrate your becoming a ninja, I shall treat you to ramen, Irika said with a warm smile. At this, Naruto joyfully leaped onto Irika, inadvertently jarring his wounds, causing Irika to wince in pain. Observing this scene, Keisuke appeared at just the right moment and joked, "Ramen? May I join?" In truth, the entire situation was fraught with flaws. But who could blame Keisuke for being one of their own? Having allies made everything considerably easier. Keisuke, that sounds fantastic. Let us go together. Upon seeing Keisuke, Naruto leapt off Irika, his face alight with excitement as he pointed to the forehead protector on his head, boasting, "See? I, Uzumaki Naruto, have also become a ninja. Oh, congratulations indeed." Keisuke chuckled, genuinely delighted for this somewhat naive friend. Irika slowly rose from the ground, struggling as he inadvertently aggravated his wounds. Grimacing yet managing to force a smile, he glanced at Keisuke without posing any questions, simply stating, "Then let us go enjoy some ramen. It's on me. Thank you, Irika-sensei," Keisuke replied with a smile, pondering how someone so powerless moments ago could now afford a meal. No need to dwell on it. Everything was quite splendid. Of course, before indulging in ramen, the trio had one more task to accomplish, returning the sealing scroll. This particular task proved to be quite straightforward. After savoring their ramen, the three parted ways, with Irika needing to tend to his injuries and Keisuke preoccupied with reviewing the mission. They each went their separate ways. Once the door was closed, Keisuke sat cross-legged on the tatami, softly murmuring in his mind, "System, submit mission." He was eager. The previous S-rank character had bestowed upon him tremendous benefits, and he looked forward to what this S-rank individual would bring. Ding. S-rank mission. Gathering embers from fire. Submission complete. Mission completion rate. 20%? Keisuke pondered. Though his curiosity was fleeting, it was only natural that a scroll Naruto could pilfer would not be complete. In the realm of task rewards calculation, congratulations to the host for acquiring the training methods and potions for the martial art technique. 6 styles. The training methods and potions for armament hockey, the renowned sword autumn water, 3 doses of advanced chakra enhancement potions, and 2 doses of the devil fruit growth potion. After several years, witnessing such a plethora of system rewards again filled Kaze's heart with exhilaration. With the 6 styles, his physical combat skills should witness significant enhancement, complemented by the armament hockey, which would elevate his martial prowess to unprecedented heights. Although mastery of that hockey requires his own diligent training, the potions, as their name implies, are specifically designed for cultivation. While the exact sharpness of the famed sword autumn water remains uncertain, it is likely comparable to the legendary Kusanagi of this world. As for the advanced chakra enhancement potion, a single vial could potentially amplify his chakra by 1 unit. The devil fruit potion is also quite beneficial. After his last application, he distinctly felt the formidable strength of the beast within the fruit intensifying, subsequently augmenting the potency of his various attribute ninjutsu. However, as of now, that beast remains dormant, which evokes a tinge of regret in him. He hopes that these 2 potions will awaken the devil fruit, for he yearns for an adorable tailed beast companion. System. Integrate the 6 styles and armament hockey training methods, Kaze murmured internally. Upon issuing the command, a torrent of vast knowledge surged into his mind, while a warm current enveloped his body, initiating the transformation necessary for mastering these techniques. After all, the world is different, and so are its inhabitants. Images flashed before Kaze's eyes, as if he were embodying the figures within those visions, repeatedly practicing the martial arts until he could wield the 6 styles. Armament hockey manifested alongside it, yet for now, it remained merely an illusion. To bring it to fruition, he would need to invest considerable effort and time. Abruptly, Kaze opened his eyes, wiping the sweat from his brow. If anyone were beside him at that moment, they would notice that his shirt was thoroughly drenched with perspiration in the span of just a minute or 2. The training methods for hockey and the 6 styles naturally underwent some modifications, the most significant being the shift from relying solely on physical strength to a combination of stamina and chakra. The answers lay before him. Articulating them was far simpler than the actual execution. For the upcoming period, Kaze's training focus shifted to the 6 styles and armament hockey. With answers in hand and auxiliary potions at his disposal, Kaze's cultivation progressed more smoothly than anticipated, though that would be a matter for later discussion. With these numerous rewards, Kaze was undeniably elated. However, he believed that among the 6 styles, the most beneficial were Shave, Moonwalk, and Life Return. As for the other 3 styles, Gale Step, Finger Gun, and Iron Block, they held comparatively little utility. No matter how resilient Iron Block may be, could it withstand armament hockey? Moreover, wouldn't it be more advantageous to enhance the lethality of his sword or ninjutsu over time? Of course, this does not imply that the latter 2 techniques lack merit. It simply means that for someone as versatile as Kaze, he possesses superior alternatives. The first 3 techniques, however, were invaluable. Shave would enable him to move with swiftness. Moonwalk would grant him the ability to hover momentarily, and Life Return intrigued him greatly, resembling the observation hockey and the concept of absolute mastery over one's body. Kaze was particularly interested in the latter, as it bore resemblance to Orochimaru's body softening technique. This is similar to Orochimaru's technique, Kaze murmured, soon attempting to stretch a strand of hair in front of him. System, retrieve other items, Kaze whispered in his mind. Instantly, several vials and a long sword materialized before him. Kaze picked up autumn water, slowly drawing the blade from its sheath. As he gazed at its beautiful patterns and lustrous black blade, an overwhelming urge to wield it surged within him. Yet, glancing around the rather confined room, he decided against it, remembering how fearsome Nanako could be when angered. A remarkable sword. It's a bit lengthy, but that's of little concern. I shall adapt swiftly. With a decisive motion, Kaze sheathed the sword and placed autumn water upon the sole sword rack in his room. As for the blade that previously occupied that space, he could only offer a silent apology, for he had found a new love. After securing the sword, Kaze returned to his bed, sitting cross-legged, then lifted a vial of azure potion and gulped it down in swift succession. The blue liquid transformed into a pure force that surged into the sealed space within his abdomen, ultimately flowing into the blue dragon resting therein. The dragon slept soundly, and the infusion of blue energy seemed to bring it comfort, as it twitched slightly but did not awaken. Another vial of potion was consumed, yet the dragon remained oblivious, which left Kaze with a sense of disappointment. However, he quickly lifted his spirits. It was all right. Eventually, it would awaken, and he had faith in the system. Next came the orange chakra enhancement potion. The advanced variant bore no visible distinction from the lower grade one. It merely resembled a vial of orange juice, both in appearance and flavor. Kaze drank all the chakra enhancement potions in succession, closing his eyes to revel in the rapid increase of chakra within him, feeling immensely satisfied. The items provided by the system proved reliable, exhibiting no signs of resistance. The 3 vials of chakra enhancement potions bolstered Kaze's chakra by an additional 3 units, bringing his total to 8 units. Of course, this was merely an estimate. The precise measurement of a single unit of chakra was likely known only to Kakashi himself. Let us go. I'm not far from reaching 1/10 of Naruto's chakra capacity. With continued effort, I too shall possess extraordinary chakra. Kaze encouraged himself. Reflecting on the time he witnessed Naruto splitting into over 1,000 shadow clones, he was genuinely astonished. With his current chakra levels, generating even 100 clones would be a monumental challenge. Yet Naruto accomplished it with apparent ease, even indulging in 2 large bowls of ramen afterward. Thus, if he did not exert himself, he risked being surpassed. Kaze murmured softly to himself. Chapter 19, The Unreliable Teacher. Kishimoto truly bestowed an immense advantage upon Naruto, and this was merely the beginning. Greater advantages awaited in the later stages. However, that was inconsequential. They had their advantages, and Kaze had his. He firmly believed in his eventual success, so now it was time to sleep. If he didn't rest now, he might not grow tall in the future. The following day, Kaze arrived at school as usual. Today marked the division of classes, and he eagerly anticipated his teammates and teacher. Naturally, he had sent his shadow clone to attend, while his true self devoted time to mastering the 6 styles and armament hockey. The utility of shadow clones was remarkable. Although training armament hockey was unproductive, Kaze's mind had already grasped it, and with the aid of potions, mastering hockey would occur swiftly. Good morning, Sasuke. Kaze entered the classroom, glancing at Sasuke seated in the back row, and walked directly over to sit beside him. Good morning. Sasuke responded with a brief glance at Kaze. Among everyone in this class, Kaze's strength was the only one he acknowledged. However, he found it perplexing that someone as astute as Kaze would associate with a fool like Naruto. Sasuke did not elaborate further, and Kaze had no desire to play the sycophant. Thus, they sat in silence, occasionally responding to greetings from others. Yet, Naruto, in a fit of enthusiasm, dashed over to lock eyes with Sasuke, even crouching on the desk. Did he not realize that such a posture was rather unstable? Stare. At last, before Naruto, another individual arrived and, as fate would have it, turned around and inadvertently bumped into him. With a resounding smack, the two found themselves locked in an unexpected kiss. A scene so breathtaking that the two men publicly embracing sent waves of astonishment through the onlookers. Kazahana, caught in the moment, could only wish to observe a while longer. Oh dear, my lips might suffer for this. Naruto quickly recoiled from the chill, gagging as he scraped his tongue. In stark contrast, Sasuke's emotions were visibly more intense. He bellowed, "You bastard, I'm going to kill you," while simultaneously retching. Within the classroom, whispers erupted among the students. Some girls harboring secret affections for Sasuke expressed their displeasure, while boys who disliked him applauded the spectacle. A significant number, like Kazahana, merely relished the unfolding drama. Men kissing men, especially in such a public setting, was a rarity indeed. Witnessing such a precious moment made Kazahana exceedingly joyful. This exchange of saliva, ugh, I shall remain silent. Yet, upon receiving the menacing glares from both parties, Kazahana promptly sealed his lips. Before long, the bell for class rang, and Irika entered the classroom, a stack of lists in hand. He gazed solemnly at the students and began to speak. From this day forth, the village will assign you tasks, and you will be divided into groups of 3. Following the guidance of an upper ninja teacher, under whose leadership you will fulfill the village's assignments. He then proceeded to announce the group allocations. Group 1, Yagura Ryo. Ishikawa Kola, Matsushita Sayoko. Group 3, Ishigawa Kawa, Kawakiri Yamato, Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura? Kazahana cast a fleeting glance at the pink-haired girl, surprised to find her placed in another class. This left him pondering who would take her place in the original Team 7. A premonition stirred within him. It might just be him. Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Senju Kazahana, Uchiha Sasuke. Upon hearing this, Naruto leapt up, exclaiming, "Kazahana, did you hear that? We're in the same class. This means we can embark on missions together." Indeed, that sounds splendid. Kazahana smiled faintly, then turned to Sasuke, saying, "Sasuke, we are now in the same class. I look forward to your guidance." Sasuke nodded slightly, indifferent to being paired with Kazahana, yet curious about the presence of the deadweight in their group. He unconsciously glanced at Naruto, who, in turn, was pointing at him and vociferously demanding, "Irika-sensei, why must I, a student of such exceptional caliber, be placed in the same class as this guy?" Sasuke could only scoff internally at Naruto's arrogance. Irika, however, patiently explained, "Listen carefully. This arrangement aims to maintain balance. Both Sasuke and Kazahana are among the top performers, while you are at the very bottom, hence the grouping." His words elicited laughter from several classmates. Naruto, indignant, was about to retaliate when Irika sternly interjected, "Naruto, quiet down." Oh, Naruto slumped back into his seat, disheartened. Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at him and remarked, "Just don't hold me," and Kazahana back. Naruto felt the pressure mounting, his expression shifting drastically, as he seemed on the verge of challenging Sasuke. Kazahana swiftly restrained him. "All right, Naruto, enough of this." Suppressing a sigh, Kazahana smiled again. He should have anticipated that Naruto and Sasuke were destined to be in the same class, and with 3 members per team, the selection of the third individual was crucial. Given the uniqueness of both boys, as a descendant of the Senju clan, Kazahana's abilities and achievements were commendable, and his amicable relations with both Naruto and Sasuke made him the ideal candidate to bridge the duo. Kazahana found contentment in this outcome. Being part of the main cast would likely accelerate his growth, increasing his chances of ultimately returning home. Moreover, regardless of the objective circumstances, being grouped with these two was indeed a fortuitous arrangement. However, not everyone shared his delight. Nearby, Sakura felt her heart shatter upon realizing she was not in Sasuke's class. Yet, she understood the inevitability of the situation and chose to remain silent. As for Sakura, whether she would revert to her ordinary life post-departure from the main cast was no longer Kazahana's concern. He had felt indifferent towards her in the comics. On the podium, Irika felt a headache coming on as he observed the mutual disdain between Sasuke and Naruto. However, his spirits lifted somewhat upon noticing Kazahana's presence. With him around, they should manage to coexist harmoniously, Irika thought to himself. All right, the class division is complete. Your guiding teacher will arrive tomorrow morning to escort you. Remember not to be late. Irika smiled at the students who had now become ninjas, feeling an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Was this the will of Hokage? What the will of Hokage entailed, Kazahana did not know, but since he had been allocated to Team 7, his guiding teacher must surely be someone significant, from whom he could glean much wisdom. In a certain part of Konohagakure, A man with half of his face concealed by a mask and a forehead protector obscuring one eye suddenly sneezed. He sensed trouble brewing, a foreboding feeling settling in. Glancing at the list in his hand, he couldn't help but express his annoyance. As Irika announced the dismissal, the classroom quickly emptied, including Naruto and his companions. The following day arrived swiftly, and as Kazahana entered the classroom, it was already teeming with students. Shortly thereafter, various guiding teachers led their students away, leaving only Kazahana, Naruto, and Sasuke seated together. Watching the seconds tick by and the guiding teacher still absent, Kazahana was 100% certain that their unreliable teacher would be Hitaki Kakashi, the ninja notorious for being late due to being chased by cats. What a ridiculous excuse. The illustrious Sharingan Kakashi, the god of 50-50, thwarted by a mere feline? Was he truly on equal footing with cats? Where is he? Naruto lamented, resting his head on the desk, vexed by their tardy teacher. Is he an idiot? How can he be this late? Sasuke, seated nearby, focused intently on the door. Though he said nothing, his disappointment and irritation towards the so-called guiding teacher were palpable. After all, while he might not express hatred for tardiness, being kept waiting for so long by someone who could be deemed unreliable was hardly acceptable, especially when that person was supposed to be his mentor. Dealing with a tardy, potentially irresponsible guiding teacher was a lamentable predicament for any ninja. This was the shared sentiment among the trio regarding Kakashi, and while Kazahana was already aware of this, it did not mean he could dismiss the situation without concern. Let us wait a bit longer for that guy. Ugh, forget it, let it all collapse. Kazahana, too, harbored a distaste for tardiness, particularly when it stretched on for so long. Time swiftly passed until noon, and just as the group was growing weary, the long-awaited guiding teacher finally made his appearance. Gazing at the obscured half of his face and one eye, Kazahana couldn't help but think, as expected, "It's you, Hitaki Kakashi." Surveying the trio, Kakashi stroked his chin and remarked, "How should I put it? My first impression of you is quite favorable." Observing the unreliable teacher before him, Sasuke furrowed his brows, while Naruto's dissatisfaction was plainly etched on his face. Only Kakashi managed to maintain a semblance of a smile, albeit with effort. Well, that facade collapsed soon enough. Outside the Ninja Academy, there lay a corridor flanked by columns, entwined with blooming flowers that lent a poetic charm to the passageway. At the corridor's end, a series of steps led to a small, open area, bordered by a railing due to its second-floor elevation. The trio of Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto sat upon the steps, with Kakashi casually leaning against the railing, facing the three as he began to speak slowly. "Let us first introduce ourselves. For instance, share what we like, dislike, our dreams, and interests." "Wait, shouldn't the teacher go first?" Naruto interjected, raising his hand in mild protest. "Oh, I suppose I should. My name is Kakashi Hitaki. As for likes and dislikes, I prefer to keep those confidential. And dreams, well, I suppose I have none to speak of. Interests? Quite a few, but I shan't enumerate them all." Gazing at the trio of younglings, Kakashi extended his finger as if tallying his attributes, then lowered it and said, "All right. It's your turn now. Let us see what you have." Starting from the right. "What the? You didn't even say your name," Naruto quipped, his brain surprisingly sharp for once, though he brushed off his annoyance, rising to his feet, pointing a thumb at himself, and bellowing his introduction. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I love Ichiraku ramen, detest the 3-minute wait for instant noodles, and my dream is..." Here, Naruto's spirit soared, as he gently tapped the headband resting on his forehead and declared loudly, "To surpass the Hokage and earn the recognition of everyone in the village." Chapter 20. Kakashi and the Bell Test. Next was Sasuke, who sat with his arms resting on his knees, fingers intertwined, obscuring half of his face. His gaze was icy, exuding an aura of coldness that starkly contrasted with Naruto's earlier exuberance. "I am Sasuke Uchiha. There are many things I dislike, but nothing I particularly like. As for dreams, such trivialities do not interest me." With that, Sasuke fell silent for a few seconds. His voice shifted to a low murmur as he continued, "Rather than a dream, it's more of an ambition, to restore the Uchiha clan and to kill that man." Mentioning that man conjured vivid images in Sasuke's mind. The chilling words spoken by that man lingered, and a murderous intent brewed within his eyes. It was the first time anyone had witnessed Sasuke in such a manner. He had always been aloof, but never had he appeared so ominously cold. Upon hearing Sasuke's ambition and observing the shadowy youth, Kakashi felt a headache coming on. Softly muttering to himself, "What a trio of troubled youths. I can only hope this last one is somewhat normal, judging by the profiles. The last one should be a typical individual," Kakashi thought, directing his gaze towards the final member, Kazekage. "My name is Kazekage, and I cherish freedom while despising constraints. As for my dream here, Kazekage paused momentarily, ambition flickering in his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a clear, yet slightly somber tone. To be the strongest in the ninja world, surpassing everyone. Ah, the quintessential middle schooler. Perhaps having been in this world for too long. Kazekage had caught the spirit of such declarations. Though he felt a touch of embarrassment, he thought, isn't it rather splendid to articulate one's dreams? As Kazekage finished, Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi turned their attention toward him. They seemed to see him anew. This sunny, cheerful, and somewhat dashing individual revealed another facet of himself. Naruto exclaimed, "So that's Kazekage's dream?" Sasuke remarked, "This guy seems different." Kakashi thought, "Ah, this fellow seems to have his share of issues too. What am I to do with 3 troubled youths?" As silence enveloped them, Kakashi contemplated the situation, finally stating, "The self-introductions are concluded. Starting tomorrow, we will embark on tasks. Initially, it will be the 4 of us executing the mission." Eagerly, Naruto raised his hand, brimming with anticipation. "What kind of mission?" Casting a casual glance at Naruto, Kakashi continued, "It's a wilderness survival exercise." At this, the 3 exchanged glances. Survival exercises? They had engaged in such drills at the academy often. Would this one present anything novel? Kazekage smiled slightly, aware of some information. Engaging with Kakashi would be beneficial. To become strong, practical experience was indispensable. Yet, Kazekage felt a tinge of shame. He had yet to partake in a genuine battle. Tomorrow's encounter with Kakashi would surely be a chance to give his all. Noticing Naruto and Sasuke's puzzled expressions, Kakashi casually placed his hand on his forehead protector and elaborated. "This isn't just any ordinary exercise. Your opponent will be me." "Not ordinary. What kind of exercise is that?" Naruto asked with curiosity. It's nothing special, really. I just fear that if I divulge the details, you might be so frightened that you would withdraw." Among the 27 graduates, only 9 would be recognized as genin, while the rest would be sent back to the academy for further training. The difficulty of this test was exceedingly high, with an elimination rate exceeding 60%. Kakashi fixed his cold gaze on the trio. "What? I barely managed to pass the graduation exam, and now the rest this? Why even hold a graduation exam if this is the case?" Naruto erupted in frustration. "That was merely to select potential candidates for genin," Kakashi replied nonchalantly. "What?" Naruto shouted. Beside him, Sasuke's expression became grave. As a member of the Uchiha clan, there was no way he, Sasuke Uchiha, could be sent back to the academy. Thus, regardless of the test, he had to succeed. Kazekage, meanwhile, chose not to expose Kakashi's ruse. If they were to return to the academy, Kakashi likely could not enforce that. At most, he might assign them a different instructor. As for being sent back, that was utterly impossible for the 3 of them, who were too exceptional to be treated so. Of course, it was conceivable that if the 3rd Hokage had a lapse in judgment, it might occur. "All right, see you at the training ground tomorrow. I will make a fair assessment then. Don't forget your ninja tools. As for breakfast, it's better to skip it. You'll likely end up vomiting," Kakashi said, producing 3 sheets of paper and approaching them, stating, "These are the requirements, all written down. Don't be late." Kazekage accepted the paper, glancing over it casually, not particularly concerned. Why skip breakfast? He intended to eat and planned to arrive a bit later. If he recalled correctly, Kakashi often showed up around noon, right? Eating breakfast first seemed to pose no issue. As for the rules, if Kakashi were to adhere to them, tardiness would not be a concern. Upon returning home, Kazekage trained a little longer. His autumn water sword was still somewhat unwieldy, but he was determined to overcome that. He continued his training, eating and resting as usual. Kakashi's presence seemed to have no significant impact on his routine. Early the next morning, Kazekage rose early but did not rush to the training ground. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the courtyard, enjoying breakfast to gather his strength before donning his gear and heading to the training area. By the time Kazekage arrived at the training ground, Naruto and Sasuke were already there, having been waiting for some time. As expected, Kakashi appeared leisurely about half an hour later. "Good morning." Kakashi waved, lazily greeting the trio. "You're late." Seeing Kakashi's demeanor, Naruto could not contain his frustration and shouted. However, Kakashi clearly paid no heed to whether he was pleased or not. He produced an alarm clock and placed it upon a nearby tree stump, gently pressing a button. "All right, I've set it for 12 o'clock, he declared. With a casual flick of his wrist, 2 bells materialized in his hand, dangling from his fingers. A gust of wind caused the bells to emit a clear, melodious chime. "I possess 2 bells. Your task is to seize them from me before noon. Those who fail to procure a bell within the allotted time shall forfeit their lunch and be bound to this post. Forced to watch me dine," Kakashi explained, gesturing towards a wooden pillar nearby. Securing just one bell sufficed, yet with only 2 bells in total. It was inevitable that one of them would be tethered to the log, and furthermore, that individual would be eliminated due to failure. In other words, at least one person would be returning to the Ninja Academy. Using shuriken is permissible, but without the resolve to eliminate me, acquiring a bell is futile. Kakashi's tone was nonchalant, yet Naruto and Sasuke were evidently serious. Neither wished to return to the Ninja Academy. Thus, Naruto took the lead, the moment his words faded. He gripped a kunai and lunged towards Kakashi, intent on delivering a decisive blow. However, such an assault was hardly likely to succeed. It was effortlessly countered by Kakashi, who swiftly turned Naruto's own hand back upon him, positioning the kunai against the back of his neck. With but a slight application of force, Kakashi could easily take Naruto's life. Kakashi manipulated Naruto with a seemingly effortless grip, then remarked, "You are far too hasty. You must wait for my signal to begin. Now, prepare yourselves. The exercise starts." Upon uttering these words, Kakashi released Naruto, allowing him to return to his original spot. The moment his voice echoed in the air, Naruto and Sasuke vanished, with Kazekage swiftly retreating to distance himself and avoid being swiftly eliminated. Then they awaited Naruto's failure. After all, that fool was still somewhat of a hindrance. When confronted with a formidable opponent, an ignorant adversary can prove more perilous than the strongest foe. At this juncture, Naruto's role was indeed that of a burdensome ally, if not a detrimental one. As anticipated, Naruto, ever reckless, charged forth immediately following the announcement. Kakashi, unfazed, retrieved a book titled Ica Paradise, crouched down, and with seemingly casual movements, deftly evaded Naruto's attack. Naruto pressed on with his assault, yet at the moment he thrust the kunai forward, Kakashi inexplicably vanished from his sight. Reappearing behind him, "Tiger Seal!" Kakashi exclaimed, unleashing the legendary secret technique of Konoha, the signature taijutsu of Hatake Kakashi, 1,000 Years of Pain. Kazekage, standing to the side, couldn't help but wear a peculiar smile. "Kakashi, you truly have a penchant for the absurd." In an instant, Naruto's screams reverberated throughout the forest, startling numerous birds into flight. After a brief pause, Naruto regained his composure, though his movements suggested he had sustained considerable injury, compounded by a fair share of psychological torment, evident in his expression that seemed to wish for Kakashi's demise while simultaneously fearing him. Subsequently, Naruto unleashed his signature jutsu, the shadow clone technique. Though the number of clones was fewer than those he had summoned against Mizuki, there were still dozens. The multitude of Narutos surged forward. Yet against a ninja of Kakashi's caliber, such tactics proved utterly ineffective. As all the Narutos converged, Kazekage's gaze shifted upwards. Kakashi had already eluded capture, unbeknownst to Naruto. The numerous clones, having lost their target, mistakenly believed Kakashi had disguised himself among them, leading to a chaotic bout of self-inflicted harm. Kazekage could only shake his head in exasperation, recognizing Naruto's utter naivete. Then, as the shadow clones dissipated, Kazekage observed Naruto rushing towards the bell that Kakashi had intentionally left behind, ultimately leading to his capture. Kazekage couldn't help but cover his forehead with one hand, shaking his head in disbelief. Is he truly a fool? "Now it's my turn." The dark blade was drawn, and Kazekage lightly flicked his wrist. The sound of the sword ringing echoed in his ears. "Oh, Chimiku Kazekage, do you intend to follow in the footsteps of this fool?" Kakashi remarked, glancing at Kazekage, one hand clutching the book while the other pointed at Naruto. The identity of the fool was all too clear. Ignoring Naruto's furious outcry, Kazekage smiled slightly, gripping his sword, with chakra coursing rapidly through his body. For Teacher Kakashi, there's hardly a distinction between ambushes or traps. After all, at my age, you had already become a chunin or even a jonin, hadn't you? Thus, I believe a direct confrontation is in order. To engage in battle with the illustrious Hatake Kakashi would not be a loss, even if it means returning to the Ninja Academy. Upon gazing at Chimiku Kazekage, Kakashi let out a sigh. "What a hassle this is. I only hope, Teacher Kakashi, that I can match your prowess at 12. Kazekage continued, bowing his head slightly. In an instant, Kazekage's demeanor shifted, his gaze sharpened, and his pace quickened. Within the next heartbeat, he found himself behind Kakashi. So swift was the shared thought of Sasuke and Naruto, for Kazekage's earlier speed mirrored Kakashi's own, as both were obscured from their sight. With his sword raised, Kazekage swept it in a horizontal arc towards Kakashi's neck. The next moment, Kakashi disappeared, reappearing behind Kazekage. Kazekage's strike met only empty air, yet he remained unflustered. Reversing the sword's angle, and thrusting backward from his waist. Chapter 21. Battle against Kakashi. As expected, Kazekage's strike once again found nothing but air. However, Kakashi cast a glance at his abdomen, where his shirt had torn slightly. Though it was but a minor tear, it spoke volumes. A testament to his momentary lapse in caution. Kakashi retreated several meters, eyeing the youth clad in black attire, stowing away his book and retrieving a kunai, gripping it firmly. "Chimaku Kazekage, you possess considerable skill," Kakashi remarked softly. At this moment, the usually languid Kakashi appeared to take things a trifle more seriously. "Teacher Kakashi, you flatter me. I've heard tales of the Hitaki clan's swordsmanship, renowned for its prowess. I hope to witness it today." As Kazekage's words fell, he surged forward once more, closing the distance to Kakashi, his sword slicing through the air with such speed that Naruto and Sasuke could only glimpse fleeting flashes of the blade. Kakashi was compelled to adopt a serious demeanor, his kunai continuously pivoting to parry the onslaught of blades, the metallic friction sparking brilliantly. The angles were sharp, the blades chill palpable, leading Kakashi to feel as though he faced not a mere novice fresh from the ninja academy, but a true adversary. After all, how could a novice aim for vital points with every strike? At this moment, he was forced to regard the situation with utmost seriousness. Should he fail to do so, this young man could very well end his life. Resolutely, Kakashi abandoned simple defense, parrying a downward strike, and as he pivoted, he thrust the kunai toward Kazekage's abdomen. However, as the kunai approached, Kazekage deftly sidestepped, evading the blade. In a swift counter, the kunai continued its advance toward Kazekage's abdomen, but he swiftly retreated, propelling himself backward with agile footwork. At this juncture, Kakashi began to earnestly engage, hurling a shuriken toward Kazekage while rapidly forming hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Instantly, a single shuriken multiplied into a dozen, whistling through the air as they hurtled toward Kazekage. As Kazekage gazed at the shurikens that seemed to be within arm's reach, the power of his observation haki manifested at that moment. It was as if he anticipated the trajectory of every shuriken. He tilted his head, shifted his body, and executed a graceful flip, evading all the projectiles. The shurikens embedded themselves into the great tree behind him, the depth of their penetration attesting to Kakashi's formidable technique. Yet, astonishingly, Kazekage managed to evade them all. How could this be possible? Such a feat. Hidden within the bushes, Sasuke stared in disbelief at the spectacle before him. His fists clenched tightly in astonishment. Kakashi, too, was taken aback by Kazekege's ability to dodge every shuriken. However, he refrained from voicing his surprise, instead fixing Kazekage with a steely gaze, declaring in a low tone, "Kazekage, I admit I underestimated you. From here on out, I will give it my all. Be careful." "Of course, Kakashi-sensei. There's no need to worry about injuring me. I'm not that fragile," Kazekage replied, keeping a wary eye on Kakashi. This man was not to be underestimated. At least for now, he felt he lacked the confidence to defeat him. It was evident that their strengths were still worlds apart. With that, Kakashi ceased his banter, his foot striking the ground with force as he propelled himself forward, appearing before Kazekage in a flash, unleashing a whip-like kick aimed at his chest. So swift. Kazekage murmured inwardly, his eyes shimmering as the observation haki guided his movements. He leaned back, deftly inserting his sword, Aoki, to the left. The sound of clashing metal rang out as the kick grazed past his chest without inflicting harm. However, from his left side, a kunai emerged, aimed at him. Had he not instinctively parried with his sword, it would have struck his abdomen. Kakashi pressed on with his assault, but for some inexplicable reason, every attack he launched was either parried or evaded by Kazekage. Such aptitude was something Kakashi had only witnessed in seasoned warriors, a combat instinct honed through countless battles. Yet Kazekage, despite his evident talent, could not possibly possess such sharp instincts at such a young age. Nevertheless, the reality remained that Kazekage could perceive Kakashi's attacks. Taijutsu was futile against him, or perhaps Kakashi's current speed and power were insufficient. "Kakashi-sensei, do try not to lose focus," Kazekage remarked as he slashed his sword towards Kakashi's neck. Kakashi retreated just in time to avoid the strike, prompting Kazekage to leap into the air, pivot, and deliver a flying kick aimed directly at Kakashi's face. Kakashi raised his arm to block, yet was forced to step back several paces. This kid possesses incredible strength, Kakashi thought gravely, contemplating how to deal with Kazekage. Watching the rapidly darting figure before him, Kakashi's one visible eye flickered slightly as he withdrew, creating distance between them while swiftly forming hand seals. Kakashi's hand seal speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he completed the sequence. his mouth forming the incantation as he unleashed a fireball that sped toward Keisuke's. Fire style, fireball jutsu. As Keisuke observed the oncoming fireball, he inverted his sword. A layer of dark energy quietly enveloping Aoki. Though his current strength rendered the application of armament haki relatively weak, he could still manage to encase the blade. With the armament haki fully enveloping Aoki, Keisuke raised the sword high, wind chakra swirling around the blade to manifest a spectral azure edge before executing a powerful slash. Blade technique, wind blade. The azure wind chakra clung to Aoki, forming a razor-sharp blade that cleaved through the fireball, sending a streak of wind slicing toward Kakashi. The fireball was severed. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, observing Keisuke's unscathed, but he had no time to ponder why as he quickly formed hand seals. Earth style, earth wall. A massive earthen wall erupted before Kakashi, intercepting the wind blade. While the blade penetrated part of the wall, it still fell short of breaking through entirely. Suddenly, Kakashi dashed from the right, the crisp sound of a bell ringing in Keisuke's ears. Genjutsu, bell's trap. Keisuke recognized the peril, an overwhelming surge of chakra emanating from him. Flowing chaotically. In an instant, the magnified bell vanished. Keisuke swiftly retreated, his sword raised defensively as a kunai loomed larger in his vision. The blade clashed against the kunai, producing a sharp sound. Though he blocked it, Keisuke was now within striking distance. In the next moment, a fist rapidly approached him. Keisuke instinctively turned to evade, yet was still struck, the force rendering him momentarily dazed. However, he would not simply submit. Having sustained injury, he seized the opportunity to retaliate, exchanging injury for injury. He could not afford to be passive. With a swift motion, he released his sword, which spun from his grasp, compelling Kakashi to retreat. The dark energy enveloped Keisuke's left fist. Armament haki, hardening. Before Aoki even touched the ground, Keisuke unleashed a punch, his fist grazing past the sword's edge, landing squarely on Kakashi's abdomen. The sword fell to the ground, embedding itself into the earth as Kakashi stumbled back, pain radiating from his side. Kakashi furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on Keisuke's fist. What was that dark layer? A secret technique? Kakashi-sensei, I warned you. Do not lower your guard. Keisuke shook his head, inhaling deeply to maintain clarity as he swiftly formed hand seals. Genjutsu, Fox's heart technique. This is not good, Kakashi murmured, his vision spinning as he strained to break free from the Genjutsu. However, freeing oneself from Genjutsu requires time. Just as Keisuke had moments ago, though this time was brief. It was sufficient for Keisuke to execute his jutsu. Wind style, beast wave, gale palm. Keisuke unleashed a barrage of wind palms that surged towards Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi had just liberated himself from the Genjutsu, and upon witnessing the multitude of wind palms, he realized the dire situation he was in. However, there was no time to evade or defend. He could only brace himself for the onslaught. With swift movements, his kunai deflected several wind palms, and his body twisted to evade others. Despite his commendable efforts, 2 wind palms still impacted him, one against his arm and the other directly against his thigh. The might of the jutsu was overwhelming, causing Kakashi to stagger. Keisuke seized the opportunity, raising his sword and propelling himself forward, aiming a thrust at Kakashi's chest. Kakashi attempted to sidestep, but Keisuke followed through, slicing downward as Kakashi leaped away. Keisuke, Kakashi exclaimed, landing 10 meters away as he warily regarded Keisuke. Feeling the sting in his leg, arm, and waist, he couldn't quite believe that he had been wounded by a mere rookie fresh from the ninja academy. While part of it stemmed from his own carelessness and underestimation, being injured was still being injured. There was no justification for that. Kakashi-sensei, it was you who urged me to adopt a murderous intent, Keisuke stated calmly, observing Kakashi without making another move. He then shook his head, adding, this is dull, Kakashi-sensei. If you don't fight with your full strength, it's simply not entertaining. With that, Keisuke picked up a bell from the ground, a grin spreading across his face as he waved it before Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, I've got one. Can we consider that I passed the test? Kakashi, glancing at the lone bell dangling from his waist, suddenly comprehended why Keisuke had refrained from pursuing him further. He had lost. It was a clear defeat. That last strike had indeed knocked a bell from him, and he hadn't even noticed. Observing the triumphant, yet nonchalant expression on Keisuke's face, Kakashi couldn't help but smile wryly to himself, muttering, what a cunning little brat. Looking at Keisuke, Kakashi nodded slightly, stating solemnly, very well. Ultimately, this test was not about that. From the essence of Kazuhaya, he perceived the shadow of another, not in personality, but in talent. That individual. At the tender age of 12, exhibited formidable strength, and by 13, had ascended to the rank of an S-class rogue ninja. Their innate abilities were astonishingly parallel. Indeed, could it be that at 12, that person was as potent as Kazuhaya now appears? In truth, he too was remarkably strong at that age. Hidden within a thicket, Sasuke observed the unfolding spectacle, witnessing the fierce exchange between Kazuhaya and Kakashi. He felt the overwhelming might of both combatants, clenching his fists tightly in frustration. Powerless against the realization of another's superiority, he could accept being outclassed by others, but not by his contemporaries. Kazuhaya is truly impressive, and Kakashi-sensei is a fool. A complete fool. Naruto, suspended from a tree, watched Kazuhaya seize the bell, bursting into laughter as if oblivious to his own predicament. Kakashi shot him an exasperated glance, remarking, "Perhaps you should focus on getting down first." Kazuhaya smiled gently, sheathing his sword, and nodded respectfully to Kakashi, expressing, "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei." Chapter 22, Kakashi's Instruction. In reality, this was merely a friendly match, and neither participant had unleashed their full potential. Kazuhaya had yet to reveal some hidden cards. However, if Kakashi were truly his adversary, survival would be unlikely. The Raikiri, an S-class ninjutsu, was beyond Kazuhaya's ability to counter. On a battlefield, Kakashi would hardly grant him such opportunities. Even without employing that technique, Kakashi could effortlessly eliminate him. Nonetheless, from the present perspective, Kazuhaya had achieved his objective. The observation and armament haki played crucial roles in this skirmish, alongside swordsmanship and ninjutsu. This battle could be deemed a minor summary of his progress. Ultimately, Kazuhaya emerged victorious. Although this triumph may not signify much, it at least validated his training, proving he could wrest something from the lower-tier Kakashi, which was commendable. Of course, this was not to imply that Kazuhaya possessed overwhelming power. He still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the realm of true Jonin. At the very least, he lacked the combat experience, the visceral knowledge of life and death struggles, and the grit that came from real conflict. However, such matters take time, and Kazuhaya remained confident in his ability to catch up. At that moment, Sasuke, concealed in the underbrush, appeared to have found an opportunity. Having just emerged from an intense battle, Kazuhaya was likely unguarded. Observing Kakashi with his hands in his pockets, turned away, Sasuke thought to himself. In an instant, several shuriken launched from the thicket. Yet, Kazuhaya had previously noted that the techniques taught in ninja school could hardly compare to the proficiency of an elite jonin like Kakashi. In the presence of such a seasoned veteran, those rudimentary tactics were merely a path to one's own demise. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of muffled impacts echoed as Sasuke's shuriken found their mark in the wood, while Kakashi vanished in an instant, leaving no trace. Sasuke's gaze darted around. Swiftly comprehending why Kakashi had feigned vulnerability, he dashed from the thicket, attempting to reposition himself, but after a short distance, he sensed something was amiss. Clink! The clear sound of a bell rang out. Sasuke's eyes searched for Kakashi's silhouette, his hands poised over his ninja gear, ready to strike. At that moment, Kakashi appeared before him, lazily leaning against a tree trunk, gazing at Sasuke with an expression of nonchalance. "Do you plan to keep running?" Sasuke turned, his gaze icy as he replied, "I am not like that guy. I am a member of the Uchiha clan." Kakashi interrupted with mild impatience. "Perhaps you should save that bravado until you manage to grab the bell. Do not forget, there is only one left." As he spoke, Kakashi deliberately shook the solitary bell. At this, Sasuke fell silent, instantly hurling several shuriken, following closely in their wake as he charged toward Kakashi. Kakashi effortlessly dodged the incoming projectiles, observing Sasuke's advance with calmness. "You charging in like this is futile." Sasuke uttered no words, maintaining his steady gaze at Kakashi, or rather, at what lay behind him. Suddenly, a rope was discreetly severed behind Kakashi, and a barrage of blades erupted from the thicket. Kakashi evaded the onslaught, but Sasuke seized the opportunity to close the distance, launching himself into the air to deliver a powerful kick aimed at Kakashi's face. Kakashi crossed his arms to shield against the blow, swiftly extending a hand to grasp Sasuke's leg. Sasuke twisted his body, leveraging his momentum to throw a punch toward Kakashi, who transformed his hand from a fist to an open palm, effortlessly absorbing the strike before grasping Sasuke's fist with one hand. Sasuke leaned forward, his other hand reaching for Kakashi's waist, and with a light sound, he made contact with the bell. Yet, he merely brushed against it, quickly retracting his hand and leaping backward to land safely on the ground. Kakashi regarded Sasuke with a serious expression, murmuring, "Why does every one of you have to be so troublesome?" As Sasuke touched down, he swiftly formed hand seals, inhaling deeply, his body leaning back as he gathered fire chakra within. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball, nearly a meter in diameter, erupted from Sasuke's mouth, hurtling towards Kakashi. The blaze obscured his vision momentarily, and when the flames dissipated, a crater marked the spot where Kakashi had stood. Where is he? Sasuke scanned his surroundings, searching for Kakashi's presence, not believing that a single fireball could vanquish him. Suddenly, he felt an unusual sensation beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw hands emerging from the ground. Earth style, hiding like a mole technique. Sasuke let out a scream as the hands seized his legs, pulling him into the earth, leaving only his head exposed. Given Sasuke's current prowess, escape was a formidable challenge. Thus, the outcome of his confrontation with Kakashi was all but determined. Kakashi approached Sasuke, brushing off his hands, squatting down to observe Sasuke's futile struggle, and remarked coolly, "Your brilliance is rather conspicuous. This is not beneficial." With that, he turned away, making his way toward the training center, thinking that by now, that fool should have managed to extricate himself. Once Kakashi departed, Kazuhaya emerged from the side, glancing at Sasuke without uttering a word. He formed hand seals and struck the ground forcefully. Instantly, the earth that had ensnared Sasuke seemed to soften, allowing him to wriggle free and emerge from the soil. He looked at Kazuhaya, feeling momentarily that the usually smiling Kazuhaya was now rather glaring. "Are you all right?" Kazuhaya inquired, observing Sasuke's disheveled state. Without meeting his gaze, Sasuke brushed past him, coldly stating, "A person like me is beyond your comprehension." Kazuhaya paused, turning to watch Sasuke's retreating figure, then smiled, pondering. Is this what they call being a Chinibyo? Quite peculiar indeed. Yet, he realized that he too might struggle to fully understand such behavior. Contemplating this, Kazuhaya's smile faded. At this moment, Kakashi had arrived at the training ground, squatting atop a wooden post, observing the blonde kid shouting, "I'm about to get started," with a bemused expression. "I say," Kakashi interjected. Startled, Naruto glanced up. "I was just joking." "Too late," Kakashi replied, rolling his eyes dramatically, and without mercy, he bound Naruto to the post. Sasuke and Kazekage strolled back to the training ground, where Kakashi awaited their arrival. Observing them approach the wooden post, he crossed his arms and declared, "You three, let's have a discussion." Never mind, I'm rather famished." Only Chiki and Kazekage have qualified. The other two, prepare to return to the Ninja Academy. You need not pursue the path of a ninja any longer. Upon hearing Kakashi's proclamation, Naruto bellowed, "What do you mean by that? Although we did not seize the bells, it hardly warrants denying us the right to be ninjas." Kakashi, undeterred by Naruto's outburst, continued, "Aside from Chiki and Kazekage, you two little brats are unfit to be ninjas." At this, Sasuke could no longer contain himself and charged forward, only to be effortlessly pinned down by Kakashi, who placed a foot firmly on Sasuke's head. Kazekage, agitated, rose to his feet, gazing intensely at Kakashi. "Sensei Kakashi, do you believe that tasks or comrades hold greater significance?" Kakashi, still pressing down on Sasuke, retorted, "Remove your foul foot from Sasuke's head." Ignoring Naruto's plea, he shifted his attention to Kazekage, his demeanor now devoid of any nonchalance. "Chiki Kazekage, what is your perspective?" Kazekage refrained from answering directly, instead stating, "As I understand it, Sensei Kakashi has always prioritized missions above all else. Therefore, I surmise that, in your eyes, missions must outweigh comrades." In that instant, Kakashi's gaze sharpened, fixing on Kazekage with an icy demeanor. "Brat, do not provoke me with your shallow insights. Do not forget, I am your instructor." He then declared, "I now announce that your results are nullified. You are unworthy of being a ninja. Can you truly decide that?" Kazekage replied calmly. "What?" Kakashi responded, taken aback. "I ask, do you possess the authority to strip us of our rights to become ninjas? Only the Hokage holds such power. Sensei Kakashi, do you have that right?" Kazekage continued with a chilling resolve. "Do you think you are significant?" Kakashi threatened coldly. "What if I indeed possess such authority? In that case, Kakashi, I hope you can suppress us for eternity." Kazekage retorted without hesitation, aware that Kakashi was testing them. However, the method stirred his ire. One should not behave in such a manner. Kakashi lowered his gaze, momentarily lost in thought, before raising his head and stating, "Do you understand why I had you conduct group exercises? In other words, you have failed to grasp the true purpose of this test." Kakashi's words left the trio momentarily speechless, at least on the surface. "What is the intention behind it?" Naruto shouted. Kakashi's expression remained frosty. "The answer is teamwork. Had you all collaborated, you might have been able to seize the bells. You, Chiki Kazekage, possess formidable strength, yet remain apathetic while witnessing your friend being subdued. And you, Uchiha Sasuke, are consumed by selfishness. Had you intervened alongside cheeky Kazekage to confront me, perhaps you would have claimed the bells. And you, Naruto Uzumaki, reckless and impulsive, entirely disregarding your teammates. In the execution of missions, an individual ninja's prowess is indeed vital, but it pales in comparison to the essence of teamwork. You three are solely concerned with your own gains, and such selfishness can only lead to one outcome: demise. Just as with Sasuke now. With a mere flick of my wrist, your companion could meet his end, like so. As he spoke, Kakashi drew a kunai, aiming it at Sasuke's neck, but suddenly halted. His voice dropping to a whisper. This is what you must confront upon becoming a ninja. Having said that, Kakashi approached a stone tablet at the edge of the training ground, its surface inscribed with numerous names. He gently placed a hand upon it, as if mourning or reminiscing. Do you see these names? These are those esteemed ninjas known as heroes. This is the training ground, which also stands as a monument to their valor. Chapter 23, Passing the Test, Senju. Upon hearing this, Naruto erupted with excitement, shouting, Heroes! I too wish to become a hero. I want my name etched upon it. Kakashi, still gazing downward, responded with a calm voice. However, they are not ordinary heroes. They are heroes who sacrificed their lives. This is a memorial tablet. The name of my dear friend is inscribed here as well. At this revelation, the three were taken aback, even though they were somewhat aware of certain truths. When Kakashi mentioned these matters, Kazekage felt an uncomfortable pang in his heart. While these individuals might not have directly impacted him, he was reminded of another group from a different world, individuals deserving of eternal respect. His thoughts swirled, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps silence was the most eloquent expression in this moment. Turning his head, Kakashi fixed one eye upon the trio, coldly stating, I will grant you one final opportunity. However, the battles this afternoon will be significantly more intense. Those unwilling to persevere may enjoy their lunch, but Naruto must not be allowed to eat. Anyone who dares to share with him will face immediate elimination. And let me reiterate, here, I am the law. With that, Kakashi leapt away, vanishing from their sight in a few swift motions. Left behind were Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Cheeky Kazekage. If I don't eat, then so be it. It's no great loss, Naruto shouted, bound to the wooden post. Yet his stomach betrayed him, grumbling in protest. Especially after the enticing aroma of Sasuke's lunch wafted through the air. Watching Naruto's discontent, Sasuke took a bite of his meal and, hearing the rumbling of Naruto's stomach, silently offered his lunch. Don't let your shortcomings hinder me and Kazekage, he remarked coldly. Witnessing this exchange, Kazekage was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Sasuke's unexpected display of kindness. Perhaps adorable was the appropriate term. He turned to Sasuke and softly said, Sasuke, I suddenly find you a bit tsundere. He then extended his own lunch, adding, let Naruto have this. I already ate before coming. Not dwelling on the trivialities, Naruto felt a warmth spread within him, as if a ray of light had pierced through his dark world, all thanks to Sasuke. He looked at the two, chuckling through tear-filled eyes, yet no tears fell. He cheerfully declared, thanks, but you too should eat. I'm not hungry. Sasuke, you're surprisingly endearing. Sasuke rolled his eyes, retorting coolly, I merely don't want you dragging me and Kazekage down. And stop pretending. That guy has already left. Damn you, Sasuke, I hate you again. Naruto protested, but then turned to the others with a bright smile, saying, let us share. Meanwhile, unseen by the trio, Kakashi silently observed the scene, a smile creeping onto his face. He could not recall the last time he had smiled. Perhaps it had been ages. You three. Suddenly, Kakashi appeared before them, his expression serious, causing the trio to jump in surprise. He then smiled at them and continued, you have passed. What? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, while Sasuke wore a look of disbelief. Kazekage smiled subtly. Although he had anticipated this outcome, everything he had done was genuine. Life without friends would be unbearably lonely, especially in this dark world. He needed bonds. And this result satisfied him. Sasuke and Naruto were indeed quite endearing. It was a stroke of luck to have encountered them. As Kakashi gazed at the astonished trio, a smile graced his lips as he continued, it's my first encounter with kids like you. The previous ones were far too obedient, devoid of their own thoughts. A ninja must embody composure, poise, and rationality. Anyone who defies the rules of the ninja world is deemed worthless. However, those who disregard their comrades are the most despicable of all. Kakashi's voice gradually deepened, revealing a hint of unnameable sentimentality. Haha, this is fantastic. I've finally become a ninja. Naruto exclaimed with exuberance, reveling in his newfound status. A ninja indeed. I've awaited this moment for so long. Kazekage smiled faintly. As the journey through this alternate realm commenced anew, although challenges loomed ahead, a sense of anticipation lingered. With the drills concluded and all passing, the 7th squad would embark on their missions starting tomorrow. Kakashi gave a thumbs up, his eyes brimming with admiration, as he untied Naruto's bonds. The 4 of them departed the training ground, aware that preparations for their impending tasks were essential. After exchanging a few words with his companions, Keisuke returned home, where Nanako had prepared dinner. Chinky sat by the table, observing the delighted expression on Keisuke's face, already knowing the answer. There was no doubt that Chinky supported Kakashi as their instructor, yet he harbored concerns, fears that Keisuke might not pass the test, considering Kakashi's notorious strictness. "Did you pass the test?" Chinky inquired, and Nanako rushed out from the kitchen, her eyes sparkling with hope as she looked at Keisuke. "You must have passed, right?" Keisuke nodded slightly, affirming, "I did. We start our missions tomorrow." "Oh, I knew it. My Keisuke is the best," Nanako exclaimed, one hand clutching a spatula while the other affectionately pinched her son's cheek, overwhelmed with joy. Chinky remained silent, but wore a smile of pride. "All right, enough chatter. Go wash up, then come eat. Your mother has prepared your favorite dish." Nanako beamed at Keisuke, her excitement palpable. Keisuke nodded, sure. Returning to his room, he removed his ninja gear and, clutching a set of clean clothes, made his way to the washroom. The warm water cascaded over him, washing away the remnants of the day. 20 minutes later, he emerged, looking as sharp as ever. "Come on, dinner's ready," Nanako called out, wrapping an arm around Keisuke's shoulder, guiding him to sit beside her as she began to heap food into his bowl. "This and this. Make sure to eat plenty of meat. And don't neglect your greens." Chinky sipped from his cup, the wine slightly bitter at first, but sweetened with an aftertaste. Keisuke felt content. His parents treated him well. He was in good health, and he had friends. He had so much to protect, and thus realized he needed to work even harder to safeguard it all, especially as the other world awaited his return. After a cheerful dinner, Keisuke retrieved his autumn water sword, polishing the blade diligently. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Chinky standing at the threshold. "Father." Keisuke paused his actions, looking up at Chinky. "Is there something you need? Follow me," Chinky whispered before turning to leave. Keisuke set down his sword and trailed after him without questioning their destination, trusting this man implicitly. They exited their home and crossed the street, heading northward through the village. After roughly 20 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of an unusual courtyard, which resembled more of a shrine than a typical yard. Chinky pushed open the door and led Keisuke inside, turning to close the door behind them. "Come with me." Keisuke nodded and followed as they entered a hall devoid of superfluous items, save for an elder standing there, appearing as though he had been there for an eternity. Upon their entrance, the elder scrutinized Keisuke before turning towards the left wall, tapping his palm against it. Dust swirled as the wall began to rise, revealing a passageway. Although not large, it was sufficient for 2 or 3 individuals to walk side by side. The elder remained silent and proceeded down the passage, with Chinky and Keisuke quietly following. The passage was brief, and soon they arrived at a spacious secret chamber, where an elongated table stood, aged yet impeccably clean. 3 chairs accompanied the table, equally tidy. The elder took a seat, gesturing for Keisuke to join him. "Sit," he commanded, and both Keisuke and Chinky complied. The elder fixed his gaze upon Keisuke and began, "Chinky, have you spoken to him yet?" Chinky shook his head. "I have never shared anything with him." The elder nodded, understanding, and turned his attention back to Keisuke. "Since your father has not informed you, allow this old man to do so. Are you familiar with the Senju clan?" Keisuke nodded. The Senju clan is one of the founding families of Konoha, from which 2 Hokages emerged, the first and second. The first, Hashirama Senju, is revered as the god of shinobi, while the second, Tobarama Senju, was a genius who devised numerous jutsu. The elder smiled. "You possess some knowledge. Yet there is more to share." The last clan leader, Hashirama, established Konoha. He faced off against Madara Uchiha. Although he triumphed, his time was limited. Subsequently, his brother, Tobarama, inherited the Hokage title. Though his power may not have equaled his brother's, he truly revitalized Konoha, albeit at great cost. To enhance the strength and status of Konoha's commoners and to bolster the village's unity, Hashirama proposed, and Tobarama executed, the dissolution of the vast Senju clan, integrating them into the village. Thus, the Senju clan faded into obscurity, leaving behind only Konoha. "Your original surname should not be Chinky, but rather Senju." Keisuke stared at the elder, acknowledging his true surname. The elder nodded, smiling, a perceptive child. "Your father has told me of your remarkable talents, and I wish to believe him." The old man has little time left, and here lie some remnants of the Senju clan. Do you wish to inherit them? Fear not. I shall not impose any burdens upon you. You need not carry any legacy nor restore the glory of the Senju clan. I only wish for you to uphold the name Senju, which signifies more than mere lineage. However, I must be candid. Inheriting this name may subject you to immense pressure, whether from yourself or others. In any case, to gain, one must inevitably sacrifice. K's glanced at Chinky, who remained silent yet attentive. Turning back to the elder, he declared, I see no reason to refuse. The elder nodded, tremulously retrieving a scroll from within his robes. He unfurled it, his hands gracefully forming seals, ultimately resting upon the scroll. As his palm made contact, the scroll transformed, and with a resounding thud, 2 large scrolls materialized upon the table. The elder placed his hands upon the scrolls, reverently stating, These are the final legacies of the Senju clan. I hope they prove beneficial to you. With that, he unceremoniously pushed the scrolls toward K's, whose gaze remained complex as he regarded them. Chapter 24, Daily Training. K's stared at the 2 immense scrolls, fully aware that they likely contained advanced ninjutsu or other invaluable knowledge he sought. As he observed the slightly trembling hand, reminiscent of ancient tree bark, pushing the scroll towards him, an inexplicable wave of discomfort washed over his heart. He did not immediately reach for the scroll. Instead, he rose to his feet and bowed respectfully to the elder. Thank you. I shall honor the name Senju and ensure it does not fade into oblivion. The elder gazed at Kakashi, a look of deep satisfaction blooming on his weathered, dark face, etched with countless wrinkles. No matter how one might phrase it, Kakashi's demeanor at this moment brought him immense gratification, and he felt he had finally fulfilled his duty. In truth, this scroll was meant for another. But the circumstances were too complex to articulate. The elder chuckled joyfully, a glimmer of tears shimmering in his eyes as he waved his hand. All right, you may go. Do visit this old man more often. Kakashi stood up, nodded, and, feeling the weight of his responsibilities, shouldered the scroll before bowing once more to the elder and departing. Thank you, great-grandfather. He called back to the elder. The elder nodded in acknowledgement, uttering no further words, but his gaze lingered on Kakashi. A mixture of nostalgia and sentiment filling his heart as he watched the retreating figures of Kakashi and Senju. It was akin to the passage from autumn to spring. As winter's snow melted away, revealing tender green buds, the once mighty trees withered, yet beneath their roots, new shoots emerged, embodying the cycle of rebirth. Walking alongside Senju, Kakashi felt a pang of introspection and asked, Father, must I change my surname immediately? After a moment of contemplation, Senju nodded in agreement. Yes, it is time. In this generation, it seems you are the only one who can carry the Senju name. However, there is no need to broadcast it loudly. Let it unfold naturally. Do not burden yourself too much. Great-grandfather did not impose the obligation of inheriting the Senju clan. He merely wishes for the clan to continue to exist. Kakashi nodded slightly, his heart already resolved. Having accepted the benefits, he understood the necessity of shouldering the accompanying responsibilities. The Senju name carried immense weight. Much like the scroll he bore on his back, yet he was willing to bear it. Although his father remained silent on the matter, it was likely he harbored the same hope. And what of the elder's gaze? One could only conclude that the Senju clan had, regrettably, faded into obscurity. Upon returning to his room, Kakashi unrolled one of the scrolls, which was densely filled with intricate techniques of ninjutsu, all of formidable power. Wood release, water release, multi-shadow clone, flying thunder god. As he read the names of these techniques, Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. These were forbidden arts. Opening another scroll, his eyes grew even wider. 4-symbol seal, 8-trigram seal, 5-element seal. These were the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Closing the 2 scrolls, Kakashi's breath quickened. Upon reflection, the Senju clan must have possessed such profound heritage. Despite its decline, these treasures remained. The techniques of Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama were only natural to find documented within their own clan. Furthermore, the sealing arts were likely derived from Tobarama's wife, Uzumaki Mido, a princess of the Uzumaki clan, making their presence within the Senju clan's records entirely reasonable. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Task issued. Task level S. Task name, Book of Ninja. Task content, acquire ninjutsu, jinjutsu, sealing techniques, taijutsu, and various arts related to ninjas. Reward, unknown rewards based on the quantity and quality of acquired techniques. Task duration, permanent. Task failure penalty, none. Kakashi paused momentarily at the announcement of this task. This system had an uncanny intuition. Glancing at the 2 scrolls before him, He swiftly reached a decision and murmured in his mind, "Submit task." Kakashi was not one to be overly greedy. He already possessed a considerable array of techniques sufficient for his current needs. What he truly lacked was the formation of his own combat system and ultimate technique. Much like Naruto's Rasengan combined with Shadow Clone, an approach that remained effective from start to finish. Moreover, even after submission, he could still learn those techniques. It was not as though he would be barred from their study. Thus, he acted with decisiveness, without a hint of hesitation. Sometimes, having a multitude of techniques without a standout specialty could lead to downfall, while maintaining a singular focus could still ensure superiority, provided that one excelled in that particular domain. Ultimately, it boiled down to the limitations of human energy. Achieving excellence in every aspect was a daunting task, requiring a significant investment of time. Currently, Kakashi's most pressing need was time. If there were decades until the next Great War, he could afford to refine his skills. However, he was already 12 years old, with only 4 to 5 years left before the impending conflict. In these few years, he must elevate himself rapidly, otherwise, he would be unable to fulfill his mission and return to his home, where those he cherished awaited him. Despite his current strength, the nature of power becomes increasingly difficult to enhance as time progresses. One could only speculate what lay ahead. Thus, utilizing every available resource to enhance oneself was the wisest choice. Ding. Task submitted successfully. Calculating rewards. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 potions each for the enhancement of ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and swordsmanship talents, as well as the understanding of swordsmanship, iron-cutting realm, and sword technique, Fierce Tiger, along with 10 free points. Note, free points can be used to purchase items, skills, and anything else. Ding. Shop opened. The system was quick, within mere seconds. A shop option appeared on the panel before Kakashi. As he perused the items, he could not help but swallow hard. Chakra enhancement potions, observation hockey enhancement agents, armament hockey enhancement agents, flame fruit, ice fruit, surgical fruit skills, flying thunder god technique, skills, shadow walking technique, skills, and spiritualization technique. Upon examining the required free points, Kakashi sighed in exasperation. Everything was prohibitively expensive. With 10 skill points, he could purchase many items, but only one at a time. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to spend 8 of his free points on 2 bottles each of the armament hockey and observation hockey enhancement potions, intending to use these as foundational elements in his training, naturally seeking to make them as potent as possible. As for the devil fruits, he desired them greatly, but their exorbitant prices rendered them unattainable. His 10 points were only sufficient to acquire the most inferior of them, while the higher-tier fruits were far out of reach. For instance, the flame fruit required 30 free points, a sum that he could not amass even if he sold himself. While he could theoretically cultivate these abilities through self-training, the speed of self-improvement paled in comparison to what the system offered, and he could not afford to wait. Perhaps he would save the remaining 2 points for later, accumulating more free points to acquire superior items. With a sigh, Kakashi silently retrieved the potions and consumed them in one gulp. The talent enhancement potion did not evoke a strong reaction. He merely felt a sudden clarity in his mind. Some subtle changes in his physique also took place, though they were not immediately apparent and would require gradual practice to reveal. The effects of the enhancement potions for observation hockey and armament hockey were quite pronounced. The moment he drank them, Kakashi felt his perception sharpen, his vision clearer, and similarly, the enhancement of his armament hockey noticeably improved his physical capabilities. This boost also seemed to increase his chakra reserves, bringing them to roughly 1/10 of Naruto's. Still, he had a long way to go. Next came the swordsmanship. Kakashi had yet to grasp the iron-cutting realm, but the system's provision was incredibly convenient, essentially instilling the knowledge within him. With a bit of practice, he could master it, undoubtedly saving him significant time and effort in his training. Although this system may not grant him invincibility directly, its presence affords him the opportunity to become invincible. Sometimes, having a mere chance is sufficient. His swordsmanship, particularly the Tiger's Fury technique, is commendable. The single sword style, as estimated by Kazahana, possesses power comparable to an average A-rank ninjutsu, which is quite impressive. However, the subsequent path of training left Kazahana somewhat perplexed. Should he focus primarily on swordsmanship, ninjutsu, or jinjutsu? After contemplating, he resolved to divide his time equally as he had before. After all, with his shadow clones, one could accomplish the tasks of several, and a little fatigue was a small price to pay for strength. Dismissing any unnecessary thoughts, Kazahana closed his eyes to sleep. At his age, both training and rest are equally vital. The following morning, Kazahana arose at his usual time, formed hand seals, and with a series of sounds, summoned several shadow clones. You practice ninjutsu. You focus on jinjutsu. You train in swordsmanship. You hone your taijutsu. Remember to be cautious and don't overexert yourselves. Kazahana instructed each clone in turn. Understood. They replied in unison. Next, Kazahana equipped himself and sought out Kakashi. As anticipated, Kakashi arrived late, offering the ever-reliable excuse of being obstructed by a cat. Unsurprisingly, the first mission for Team 7 involved capturing a cat for a lady, much to the evident displeasure of Naruto and Sasuke. Truth be told, Kazahana shared their dissatisfaction. However, he reassured himself that such trivial tasks would not linger for long. Amidst these mundane assignments, the bonds among the team rapidly strengthened. Sasuke ceased to be as aloof as before, and Kakashi revealed his true, lazy, and somewhat silly nature. While Kazahana's real body engaged in seemingly monotonous activities, his shadow clones worked diligently. Especially after the enhancement of his talents, Kazahana found himself improving almost daily, albeit often exhausted. Thanks to the rewards from the system and his inherently robust physique, he was able to recover swiftly. Otherwise, such rigorous training might have rendered him incapable. Progress was evident in various aspects, particularly in forming hand seals. Kazahana had previously possessed considerable talent and, after years of practice, could barely manage to form 6 seals in 1 second. Now, however, he could extend a single hand, shadow clone technique. With a series of pops, 3 shadow clones materialized beside him, demonstrating that he could now form hand seals with 1 hand. Ultimately, ninjutsu involves channeling chakra along specific pathways to achieve designated transformations, and hand seals serve as a steering wheel for directing the chakra. If that vehicle could drive itself, the steering wheel's importance diminishes. In essence, it is a matter of chakra control and proficiency. Of course, Kazahana's current ability could only be considered semi-autonomous, with a long way to go before reaching full autonomy. Nonetheless, he eagerly anticipated the day when a mere clap of his hands would summon ninjutsu effortlessly. Thus, another day passed, and Kakashi called out to Kazahana. "Kazahana, wait a moment." Turning, Kazahana inquired, "Is there something you need, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi shook his head slightly, producing a stack of papers and smiling. "I noticed your swordsmanship the other day was quite impressive. You know, my father was a master swordsman, so I'm giving you these materials. I hope you won't let me down." At the mention of this, a hint of sadness flickered in Kakashi's eyes. "I was unable to master swordsmanship, so I hope you'll do your best and not waste the effort I put into organizing these over the past 2 days." Kazahana accepted the papers, densely filled with characters and illustrations, and remarked with a smile, "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. I will treasure them. Although your drawings are rather unattractive and the writing is somewhat difficult to decipher." Kakashi felt embarrassed, having been unexpectedly exposed in front of his students. "Haha. It truly is quite ugly. Kakashi-sensei is such a fool," Naruto chimed in, joining the laughter. Sasuke glanced over, and a faint smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 25, The Lying Uncle. Sasuke leaned in to examine the papers, nodding silently before turning to Naruto and stating, "Your writing is even worse." Naruto's laughter ceased abruptly, and he glared at Sasuke, shouting, "Damn you, Sasuke. Do you want to fight?" Sasuke, undeterred, retorted coolly, "You're the one who is trailing behind. I'm not afraid of you. Come at me." "Ah, damn Sasuke." Naruto fumed in frustration. Meanwhile, Kakashi chuckled to himself, feeling a sense of relief, while Kazahana watched the unfolding scene with amusement. The next morning, Team 7 arrived as usual to receive their mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated at the Hokage's desk, sifted through appropriate assignments for the team. When he announced a mission involving childcare, Naruto could no longer contain himself, launching into a tirade and demanding to take on more challenging tasks, expressing his disdain for the mundane assignments. Kazahana stood by, observing the proceedings, and anticipated that they would indeed be assigned that very task. He felt little emotional attachment to it. After all, the uncle who had concealed the mission details had nearly endangered Kakashi and the others, yet Naruto's inherent kindness compelled them to complete the task. All things considered, it was a decent experience for their training, as Kazahana had little regard for deceitful individuals. After prolonged negotiations, Sarutobi relented and extracted a C-rank mission to assign to Team 7. Just as depicted in the comics, the uncle made his grand entrance. "What is this? A bunch of kids, especially that little squirt who looks utterly foolish. Are you really ninjas?" The uncle, swaying with a sake bottle in hand, appeared thoroughly inebriated, struggling to walk straight, resembling a quintessential drunkard. Naruto, measuring his height against the others, felt disgruntled. Despite Kazahana's care ensuring he didn't have to survive on expired instant noodles, he still stood as the shortest among the trio. In an instant, rage consumed him, and he charged forward, shouting, "I'm going to take you down." Kakashi, catching Naruto by the collar, sighed in exasperation. "He's the one we're supposed to protect." "You fool." Kazahana stepped forward, reassuringly addressing the uncle. "Rest assured, we are competent ninjas and will complete the mission." "Well, that is somewhat reassuring." The uncle assessed Kazahana and nodded slightly. "I am the renowned bridge builder, Danis. Please pledge your lives to protect me until I return home to complete the bridge." Although Naruto harbored disdain for this uncle, the mission was already accepted, leaving no room for withdrawal. Thus, reluctantly, the group set off to fulfill this C-rank task. Interestingly, Naruto didn't seem too discontent. Once outside the village, he was brimming with excitement. However, Danis was also a man of few words, perhaps intentionally trying to provoke the young ninja. Throughout their journey, the two nearly clashed several times, had Kakashi not been present. Along the way, Naruto chattered incessantly, the source of his endless words a mystery, which initially amused Kazahana, alleviating any loneliness. However, as time wore on, he found it somewhat tiresome. How could one person have so much to say? Was he truly a fox? If only he were dodgy, Kazahana mused. He wouldn't tire of her conversation, no matter how much she spoke. "Oh dear, is it perhaps a matter of gender bias? By the way, Mr. Danis hails from the land of waves, correct?" Suddenly, Kakashi turned to Danis and inquired. Danis nodded, somewhat puzzled, yet replied, "Yes." "What of it? Then why didn't you hire ninjas from the land of waves?" Kakashi pressed on. "They have ninjas too, and while their village is smaller than Konoha's, they are certainly capable of handling standard missions. However, it is worth noting that only the 5 great shinobi villages possess true Kage status." Upon hearing those words, a fleeting flicker of panic crossed Danis' eyes, yet it vanished almost instantly, not overly apparent. He casually remarked, "It is because of your esteemed reputation in Konoha." Kakashi chose not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Case, listening to their exchange, pondered thoughtfully. Did he sense something amiss? How perceptive indeed. The group continued onward, with the 3 youngsters leading the way, Danis in the middle, and Kakashi bringing up the rear. Suddenly, as they passed 2 small puddles, Case hesitated for a brief moment, but then continued on, maintaining his composure. At that very moment, as Kakashi approached one of the puddles, it abruptly stirred, and from the depths of the water, a figure sprang forth. With a violent flick of his arm, a chain shot towards Kakashi, and concurrently, another figure emerged from the other puddle, unleashing yet another iron chain that swiftly coiled around Kakashi's form. The 4 ahead reacted quickly, not due to slowness, but because the preceding commotion had occurred in the blink of an eye. The 2 figures tightened their grip on the chains with tremendous force, and in an instant, Kakashi appeared to be cleaved into several pieces before their very eyes. "Kakashi-sensei!" Naruto exclaimed in shock, but in the next heartbeat, 2 cloaked figures materialized beside him, brandishing chains that sought to ensnare him as well, seemingly intent on replicating their earlier fatal maneuver. Frozen in place, Naruto was on the verge of being bound by the chains when Sasuke, with a swift motion, produced a kunai and hurled it, piercing through the chains and pinning them to a nearby tree. Case wielded his sword, Autumn Water, with no intention of showing mercy. With a deft movement, he dashed forward, his speed surging, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the 2 black-clad assailants. Then, with a horizontal slash infused with chakra, his blade moved with the swiftness of a striking tiger, its edge as sharp as fangs, tearing toward the 2 adversaries. Blade technique. Fierce tiger. The sound of the sword sliced through the air like a tiger's roar, cleaving one foe in half, while the other narrowly evaded the strike by leaping aside. As blood splattered across Case's face, he felt his breath hitch. The warmth of life spilling forth revealed the stark reality of death. As even the hardest bones yielded to his blade's sharpness, his spirit surged to its zenith, a unique power coursing through him and igniting his vision. In a realm unseen by others, the crimson tomo of his Sharingan manifested, spinning rapidly as a 3rd tomo gradually emerged. Case's Sharingan evolved once more since its awakening. It had remained in a state of dual tomo until now. In the wake of taking a life, his mind seemed to numb, or perhaps he had succumbed to a different emotion entirely. He felt a loss of rationality as he focused on the fleeing ninja, his silhouette flickering once more. The black-clad ninja, gripped by terror at the sudden appearance of Case, raised his kunai in a desperate attempt to counter the oncoming blade. Case's sword descended with unyielding force, enveloped in a dark aura. The collision of blade and kunai caused a brief pause before the sword severed the kunai, cleaving down through the shoulder of the black-clad ninja. Unable to evade, the ninja fell to the ground, his eyes turning crimson as life ebbed away. Case, panting heavily, knelt down, sweat beading on his forehead. He had prepared himself for the act of killing, yet in that moment, fear gripped him. It was not merely fear, but an indescribable emotion that rendered his legs weak. Different individuals react differently to taking a life, and at this moment, Case found himself at a loss, questioning the nature of his own reaction. Having committed murder, was he now succumbing to fear? The others bore witness to the unfolding scene. Naruto stood in shock, while Sasuke gazed in astonishment. Danis, a visage of confusion etched upon his face, was overwhelmed. He was, after all, an ordinary man, though he had encountered death before. The intensity of this moment was profoundly unsettling. Case struggled to steady himself, using his sword as a crutch to prevent collapsing onto the ground, yet his legs remained weak, as if all strength had been drained from him, leaving him half kneeling. Well done, Case. And you too, Sasuke. My apologies, Naruto, for not coming to your aid sooner, which resulted in your injury. I did not anticipate you would freeze in fear. Kakashi's voice rang out as he re-entered their line of sight, gradually regaining his composure. Case shook his head and rose, his complexion slightly pale, choosing silence as his response. The concept of killing felt so foreign, yet it had manifested into stark reality. With him as the executor, Naruto remained rooted in place, the sting of his wound a mere whisper compared to the roar of his inner inadequacy. Sasuke, hands in pockets, glanced at Naruto. You're not hurt, are you? Coward. His tone was calm, yet laced with mockery. Perhaps he meant no offense, merely seeking to lighten the atmosphere. But to Naruto's ears, it rang as ridicule. Case stood, wiping the blood from his sword before sealing it back into his storage scroll. Kakashi cast a casual glance at Naruto's injury, stating, Naruto, that claw has poison. You must cut the wound open to let the toxic blood flow out. Then, turning his gaze to Danis, Kakashi's demeanor shifted to one of icy resolve. Mr. Danis, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Upon meeting Kakashi's cold gaze and seeing the two corpses on the ground, Danis' earlier calm was replaced with palpable panic. They must be mist ninjas, renowned for their willingness to fight to the death. I never anticipated you would draw the attention of such ninjas. Given the circumstances, this has escalated to a B-rank mission. While you may have your reasons, it is equally a burden upon us. Kakashi spoke with a steady tone, having sensed something amiss with the elder. Though he had not foreseen the situation escalating to this extent, Naruto stood dazed, devoid of comfort from anyone. Sasuke remained silent. Kakashi was occupied. And Case felt he needed solace himself. His clothes soaked in blood, he longed for a change. Fortunately, he had brought spare attire. Otherwise, the stench was overwhelming. Human blood was far more pungent than that of a pig. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto retrieved a kunai and forced it into his wound, slicing it open to release the poisoned blood. The pain was intense, yet it paled in comparison to his feelings of inadequacy. He vowed never to be so cowardly again. Kakashi was taken aback by Naruto's actions. Though somewhat childish, it was a source of relief. A ninja's path is not solely illuminated by light. Behind that brilliance lies a shadow that must be borne. If Naruto could not withstand the darkness, Kakashi would feel a deep sense of regret. Fortunately, he had persevered. Approaching Naruto, Kakashi took his hand, resuming his amiable yet cunning demeanor as he teased him relentlessly. Case, having regained his composure, retrieved medical supplies from his bag. His mother was a medical ninja, and though he lacked medical ninjutsu skills, he could manage simple bandaging. Naruto, extend your arm. Case instructed, applying antiseptic to the wound, before taking out gauze and speaking in a low voice. Naruto nodded, flinching as the antiseptic stung, yet Case remained unfazed by his discomfort. As a man, he had already done well to provide care. Asking for gentler treatment seemed excessive. Sasuke stood silently to the side, observing the scene. While Case's strength and Naruto's perceived inadequacy stirred within him a complex array of emotions, the nature of which he could not articulate. That teacher, I wish to discuss something with you. Suddenly, standing not far away, Danis spoke up as he observed the group. Chapter 26, The Mission Continues. Is this related to the mission? Kakashi inquired, casting a casual glance at Danis. Danis nodded. Indeed, it may seem somewhat burdensome for you, but I no longer wish to deceive. The truth is, there is an exceedingly terrifying individual who seeks my life. An exceedingly terrifying individual? Danis' gaze fell, a tinge of despondency mingling with the shame of having deceived them. In that fleeting moment, he realized the grave consequences that his lies could potentially incur. He spoke solemnly. You may have heard of him. He is the owner of the shipping company, Kato. Thus, Danas recounted his tale, weaving in fragments of hope, suggesting that perhaps this man was not entirely malevolent. However, wrong is wrong. A liar remains a liar, and no matter how pitiful or genuine his current predicament may seem, it cannot alter the reality of his deceit. Listening to his words, Kaze did not respond. He held little interest in such matters. In his view, if hope could be constructed merely by crossing a bridge, then that hope would be too simplistic. Redemption is never the domain of deities. True salvation and hope must be forged from within oneself. While Kaze dismissed these thoughts, others were not as indifferent, particularly a certain perpetually optimistic individual. Upon hearing Dana's tale, Naruto was profoundly moved, instantly resolved to assist this unfortunate elder. Sasuke remained silent, his focus solely on personal strength. The specifics of the mission mattered little to him. Kakashi nodded slightly after listening, turning to Kaze. What is your opinion, Kaze? Under the scrutiny of his companion's gazes, Kaze casually remarked, to be frank, I have no desire to continue concerning myself with a liar. Once deceit is uttered, no justification can alter the nature of that lie. Upon hearing this, Dana's heart tightened. He felt utterly cornered. You may not have considered this, but concealing the nature of a mission is truly reprehensible. According to Konoha's rankings, such tasks are typically assigned to Chunin or Jinin. If they had come today instead of us, I need not say, you can surely guess what their fate would have been. With that, Kaze turned to Kakashi, asking, Kakashi-sensei, how likely is it for a Jinin or Chunin to survive such a surprise attack? Kakashi shook his head, very low. But we all survived, didn't we? Kaze, your kindness should not cloud your judgment, Naruto exclaimed, scratching his head in a carefree manner. Kaze turned, his expression growing exceedingly grave. Wrong is wrong. We are specters traversing the precipice of life and death. Any misstep can lead to the extinguishing of life. We have no second chances. Had it been someone else instead of us today, it is very likely that the two lying here would not be alive. Naruto, I must impart this truth. Wrong is wrong. Do not assume that remorse can lead to forgiveness. We may proceed with this mission, but it must not be due to this liar. Even if he were to perish here, such a deceiver is not deserving of sympathy. He was acutely aware of the potential repercussions of lying, yet he chose to deceive regardless. Such willful wrongdoing was all the more contemptible. Kaze's stern admonition caused Naruto to lower his head, murmuring, I understand, but this uncle truly seems quite pitiable. Kaze shook his head, struggling to comprehend Naruto's nature. Perhaps it stemmed from his fundamentally selfish disposition. Meanwhile, Dana's face darkened, his inner turmoil evident. Suddenly, it seemed he had made a resolution, and he bowed deeply, declaring loudly and sincerely, I apologize, everyone. Kaze shook his head. We do not require your apology. The mission will continue, but it must not be attributed to you. Please remember that. Understood. With that, Danas fell silent, for he recognized Kaze's words were indeed correct. Regardless of the circumstances, they could not serve as an excuse for deceiving others, especially when such deception could cost lives. Kakashi-sensei, I agree to continue the mission, Kaze stated, turning back. Kakashi nodded. Glancing at Sasuke, who coldly replied, agreed. Kakashi affirmed, then I declare, the mission continues. With that proclamation, the group resumed their journey. Konoha was neither particularly close nor distant from their destination. After traversing a stretch of land, they moved toward the water route, eventually returning to land after covering a significant distance. Upon their return to solid ground, Kaze suddenly paused, as a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Mission announced. Mission level. A. Mission title, Bloodline of Ice. Mission content. Acquire biological samples of ice element bloodline limits. Mission success reward. Ice type skill 3. Mission failure penalty. None. Listening to the system's voice, Kaze pondered briefly. This task was not particularly arduous. The ice element bloodline limit referred to Haku, and barring unforeseen circumstances, they would soon encounter him. It would merely require drawing a small sample of blood, which was manageable. Ding. Mission announced. Mission level. A. Mission title, Bloodthirsty Blade. Mission content. Acquire the decapitating sword. Mission success reward, sword skill 2. Mission failure penalty, none. 2 missions. The decapitating sword did not seem overly challenging either, after Zabuza's demise. Kakashi had not taken that blade, so he could simply claim it. There should be little resistance. Upon returning to land, Naruto appeared as though he had consumed a stimulant, scanning the surroundings as if enemies lurked behind every tree. Suddenly, he hurled a shuriken at a bush. Kakashi, exasperated, chastised, do not throw shurikens recklessly. The bush rustled slightly, and a mouse scurried out. Naruto sheepishly scratched his head. My apologies. It was just a mouse. Just as he finished his apology, another bush trembled, prompting Naruto to throw another shuriken, and a white rabbit darted out. Kaze's observation haki extended sharply, revealing another presence concealed behind the trees, a realization echoed by Kakashi. "Get down!" Kakashi shouted suddenly, dropping to the ground. Kaze, standing behind Naruto, swiftly tackled him to the ground. In the instant they all crouched down, a massive wind-infused shuriken whizzed overhead. Then, a tall man clad in a mask appeared, his back to the group. A large blade struck the tree, and the man stood atop the hilt. Although his back was turned, his head had already turned to face them with a menacing gaze. The decapitating sword, Zabuza Momochi. Kaze internally uttered the name, his expression growing somber. As the group rose from the ground, Naruto, brimming with excitement, charged forward, exclaiming, "Watch this." Kaze seized him full. "Step back. He is not someone you can confront." Kaze found himself somewhat exasperated with Naruto. He was not merely simple-minded, but lacked foresight. Were he not the protagonist, he would have perished countless times by now. Holding onto Naruto, the four of them cautiously retreated. Akio materialized in Kaze's hand, his fingers adjusting to find the most suitable stance. Kakashi regarded the man, observing the bandana obscuring half his face and the enormous sword at his back. His expression turned serious, yet he remained composed as he stated, "So, it is the rogue ninja from the mist, Zabuza Momochi." With that, he slowly raised a hand to his eye, lifting the forehead protector that concealed one eye. In the face of this adversary, even he had to summon some strength. For a moment, as carelessness could lead to death. "You happen to encounter the Sharingan Kakashi. I apologize. I desire that old man. Can you allow me to take him? Alternatively, killing him is also acceptable." Zabuza gazed at Kakashi, somewhat taken aback, yet remained composed, though beneath that calm demeanor lay a profound aura of menace. His cold eyes fixed on Kakashi. As he unfastened his forehead protector, Kakashi turned his head, whispering sternly, "Protect Mr. Danas. None of you are permitted to intervene. This is the moment when teamwork is most crucial." Sharingan. Upon seeing that eye, a look of utter astonishment crossed Sasuke's face. He pondered how Kakashi could possess the Sharingan. Could it be? "Zabuza, you understand, ninja, that the mission is paramount, and this time, I am your opponent." Kakashi scrutinized Zabuza, his expression grave. This individual was far from being mere fodder. "Since Kakashi-sensei has declined my proposal," Zabuza remarked, eyeing the blood-red eye, "I never anticipated witnessing the legendary Sharingan so soon. What an honor it is. I just wonder whether it truly possesses such formidable power." However, Zabuza seemed in no rush to act, which afforded the others a moment. Observing the bewildered Naruto, Sasuke quickly elucidated the nature of the Sharingan, casting a glance at Kakashi, his mind rife with questions. "The power of the Sharingan is indeed extraordinary. It can instantly discern an enemy's jutsu and replicate it. Your dossier was included in the manual of the Umbu from the Hidden Mist. It states that the copy ninja, Kakashi, has copied over 1,000 jutsu." Suddenly, Zabuza crouched low, one hand gripping the hilt of his sword. As if losing patience, he casually remarked, "Apologies. But our conversation ends here. I must swiftly deal with that old man. Yet, it appears I must first contend with you, Kakashi." Before his words had fully left his lips, he yanked his massive sword from the tree, vanishing in an instant, and reappeared on the water's surface. His back to the blade, hands forming seals. Ninjutsu. Hidden mist technique. The water beneath surged, thick fog enveloping everyone, obscuring their surroundings and causing Zabuza's figure to vanish within the mist. Kakashi, with a kunai in hand, assumed a defensive stance, solemnly stating, "I have heard of him. Zabuza Momochi. He was notorious for his silent killing techniques during his time with the Hidden Mist's assassination squad. One might perish before even realizing it. My Sharingan cannot be fully utilized, so you must remain vigilant." The fog thickened, and Kaze tightened his grip on his sword, his observation haki unfurling as he sensed Zabuza's movements. He could feel Zabuza darting about, the crimson Sharingan slowly revolving. Kaze was unconcerned about being seen, for he had acquired a pair of contact lenses from the system, rendering his Sharingan invisible to the average observer. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, inferior vena cava, kidneys, heart. Tell me, which part would you like me to strike? A chilling voice emerged from the mist, a terrifying killing intent, causing Kaze to shiver slightly. Nevertheless, such a presence does not wholly encapsulate one's strength. Yet a formidable aura typically indicates considerable power, and this murderous intent was a testament to Zabuza's past slaughters. Clearly, his prowess was beyond the ordinary. This level of killing intent. Sasuke could not help but tremble as he sensed the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them. Sasuke. Suddenly, Kakashi's voice roused Sasuke from his stupor, his expression grave. Do not worry. I will protect you with my life. I will not allow him to slay my comrades. Kaze's gaze roamed, muttering, It's all right. Suddenly, Kaze shouted, Behind us. Chapter 27, Battle against Zabuza. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a massive sword appeared behind them. Kakashi swiftly dodged, positioning himself in front of the blade, and with a clang, a kunai met the sword's edge, preventing its advance. Kaze channeled chakra, executing a horizontal slash, summoning the phantom of a fierce tiger. Sword technique, fierce tiger. The phantom roared, the blade lunging towards Zabuza like a tiger's claw. Yet, Zabuza's reflexes were swift. He retreated rapidly, the blade grazing his chest, inflicting minimal damage, a mere scratch. Zabuza swiftly withdrew, and Kakashi seized the opportunity to close in, thrusting his kunai at Zabuza's waist. In an instant, Zabuza transformed into a puddle of water. Kakashi-sensei behind you. Before Naruto could finish, the large sword appeared at Kakashi's back, cleaving him in half. Kakashi's body also morphed into a puddle, and when he reappeared, he was behind Zabuza, kunai pressed against Zabuza's neck. Kakashi-sensei, it's just a water clone. Before anyone could respond, Kaze shouted again, Behind you. Too late. Kakashi's strike met Zabuza, yet it was merely a water clone. Zabuza reappeared behind Kakashi, the massive sword sweeping once more. In a split second, Kakashi dropped low, the blade narrowly missing his hair as it passed by. The assault was not yet over. Zabuza's foot struck the ground as he unleashed a powerful kick, sending Kakashi flying several meters before he landed in the nearby lake. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto exclaimed in shock. Kaze remained silent, hastening forward, swiftly pursuing Zabuza's figure across the water. As Zabuza began forming seals, Kaze thrust his sword, but Zabuza sidestepped, the blade spinning to strike at Zabuza's waist, only to be deflected by the massive sword. Zabuza swung his sword toward Kaze, who parried with his blade. The two clashing briefly before Zabuza aimed another strike at Kaze, who met the challenge, the blades clashing repeatedly in rapid succession. At that moment, Kakashi resurfaced from the water. Zabuza cast a glance, sensing the situation shifting unfavorably as he coldly regarded Kaze. Kid, you truly are a nuisance. Raising his massive sword high, he brought it down with force, but Kaze met it with his sword, the overwhelming strength forcing his blade down, revealing his youth and relative lack of strength. Zabuza, true to his reputation, surpassed Kaze in both power and speed, but most importantly, in combat experience. Their levels of experience were worlds apart. Kaze's sword was forced down to his shoulder, gritting his teeth in struggle, when suddenly, Kakashi appeared behind Zabuza, thrusting his kunai, which this time sliced through Zabuza's waist, not a water clone, crimson blood spilling forth. Zabuza withdrew his sword, leaping away to a distance of 20 or 30 meters from Kaze. Kaze exhaled deeply. Had Kakashi not arrived in time, he might have been severed in two by Zabuza's blade. His combat experience was still too lacking. Zabuza formed seals again, conjuring another water clone that charged toward Naruto and the others. Kaze, Kakashi shouted. Kaze nodded, preparing to assist Naruto, but Sasuke interjected, No need, it's just a clone. I can handle it. The strength Kaze exhibited stirred considerable waves of emotion within Sasuke. If Kaze were this strong, could he not even handle a shadow clone? He could not accept being reduced to a position of helplessness, relying on others for protection. Naruto gritted his teeth, watching the approaching water clone, shouting, Right. We can handle this. Having already felt like a burden once, he could not allow himself to be paralyzed again. He was destined to become Hokage. Upon hearing this, Kaze looked to Kakashi, who nodded slightly, and in that instant, Kaze understood. It was merely a water clone, with Naruto and Sasuke's abilities. If they performed to the best of their potential, it should not prove too difficult to deal with. Before me, you dare to be distracted. I cannot discern whether your audacity stems from bravery or folly. Suddenly, a chill coursed through Hokage's heart as his observation haki alerted him to an impending attack from the left. He swiftly shifted left and lowered his head, narrowly avoiding the large blade. Kakashi quickly followed suit, deftly countering Zabuza's assault once more. Keep it up, Hokage silently urged himself, adjusting his mindset to synchronize with Kakashi's movements as they engaged Zabuza in fierce combat. With both armament haki and observation haki fully activated, his Sharingan tirelessly tracked Zabuza's form and strikes, allowing him to respond accurately. In this heightened state of tension, Hokage progressed rapidly, yet, despite his growth, he could not bridge the significant gap in battle experience between himself and Zabuza in such a short time. His breathing was slightly hurried, yet remained steady. Zabuza was formidable, his swordsmanship, ninjutsu, and taijutsu were all exceptional. Faced with such an opponent, Hokage knew he must remain meticulous, for even the slightest misstep could cost him his life. As they continued to clash, Zabuza felt the weight of pressure mounting against him from the combined efforts of Hokage and Kakashi. He had anticipated Kakashi's prowess, but the young boy, despite his lack of experience, proved to be a force not to be underestimated. It seemed as though he could predict Zabuza's attacks, not merely seeing them, but anticipating them. Up to this point, they had exchanged blows 20 to 30 times, and each time Zabuza aimed to strike down the boy, he managed to evade at the last moment. The child's strength was formidable, and with Kakashi's support, Zabuza realized that victory would be increasingly elusive. As they fought, Zabuza pondered. And with the growing synergy between Kakashi and Hokage, he began to find himself on the back foot against the two. I intended to deal with you first, Zabuza declared, forming hand seals as two water clones emerged, each blocking Kakashi and Hokage. He swiftly retreated to stand upon the water's surface. The chakra of the water clones was minimal, allowing Hokage to easily overpower them. With a single slash, he shattered one of Zabuza's clones, causing it to dissipate. However, during this brief moment, Zabuza had already distanced himself by several dozen meters, rendering any attempt to restrain him with taijutsu impractical. With his great sword in tow, Zabuza rapidly formed hand seals. As each seal fell, the water around him began to respond to his command, gathering in preparation. Water release, water dragon bullet. A massive dragon surged from the water's surface, soaring swiftly. Hokage. Seeing the water dragon barreling towards him, Kakashi exclaimed, moving quickly across the water to shield Hokage. He formed hand seals and struck the water surface, raising a wall of water to protect them both. The water dragon collided with the wall, shattering it in an instant, unleashing a torrent of water that surged toward them. The dragon created towering waves, engulfing Hokage and Kakashi. Zabuza scoffed, seizing the opportunity to strike down the submerged Hokage and Kakashi. Just then, a flash of lightning erupted across the water's surface, racing toward him. Zabuza's heart sank. He hastily retreated, attempting to evade the oncoming lightning. Yet, his speed could not match that of the lightning, and in an instant, he was overtaken. The electric current coursed through his body, leaving him momentarily paralyzed and weak. When he regained his senses, he felt a surge of panic. That child, Zabuza thought in alarm. Meanwhile, Hokage had already completed half of his hand seals. His speed so rapid it was nearly imperceptible. As the final seal fell, the surrounding water obeyed his command, and a magnificent water dragon soared skyward. Water release, water dragon bullet. Impossible, Zabuza exclaimed, witnessing a water dragon that was more than twice the size of his own. His eyes filled with disbelief as he grasped his great sword tightly, positioning it defensively against Hokage's impending attack. The water dragon surged forth, creating colossal waves that overturned Zabuza. Struggling to maintain his balance, he emerged from the water just as Hokage's jutsu came to a conclusion. The water dragon reappeared in his line of sight. Hokage altered his hand signs. Water dragon, bite. The dragon opened its massive jaws and swallowed Zabuza whole, its jaws snapping shut with a force unmatched by mere water. Within a kilometer radius, waves rose and fell tumultuously, flattening everything in their path. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke had also dispatched Zabuza's water clones. Witnessing Hokage unleash such a mighty jutsu left Sasuke gritting his teeth. As a peer, he could not accept that there existed someone stronger than an Uchiha. In his eyes, as an Uchiha, he should be the strongest among his contemporaries, surpassing all others. Kakashi-sensei, is it over? Hokage gripped his sword, his observation haki flaring. But Zabuza was nowhere to be seen. As the waves gradually subsided, Kakashi approached Hokage, surveying the area with caution. He shook his head slightly. A ninja like him, unless you touch his corpse, cannot be considered dead. Kakashi's words trailed off, but Hokage understood. Zabuza had escaped, but after facing the might of the water dragon, he would likely be severely injured. What a shame. Hokage lamented. We were so close to completing the mission. Kakashi shook his head. In battle, no one can guarantee victory, especially against such a master. Achieving this much already speaks to your exceptional capabilities. Now, let us make haste to our destination. Perhaps we can afford a moment's rest. Hokage nodded, and the two leapt to the shore, where Naruto and Sasuke caught up. Naruto looked around at Hokage. Hokage, you're incredible. Kakashi-sensei, are you injured? Kakashi shook his head. I'm fine, Zabuza escaped. We must remain vigilant, for we may encounter him again. What? He escaped? Hokage was astonished that such a powerful jutsu had allowed Zabuza to flee. Sasuke stood silently beside them, seeing that both Hokage and Kakashi were unharmed. He opted to remain quiet and moved ahead, continuing their journey. Kakashi cast a few glances at Sasuke. He was quite the headache. Then he looked at the other two. One was foolish and naive, while the other was exceedingly powerful. Kakashi, being older and possessing more battle experience, knew that at this rate, it would not be long before Hokage caught up to him. Alas, geniuses are often unreasonable. With a sigh in his heart, Kakashi refrained from further commentary and called out to Danas, "Let us proceed. We need to quicken our pace." Naruto nodded, and Danas hurriedly kept up, having witnessed the earlier encounter. If he had been alone, he would likely have perished. He felt fortunate. At the same time, he was deeply impressed by Hokage's strength, marveling at how powerful someone so young could be. Chapter 28. Together. By the way, Hokage, that jutsu of yours is incredible. Can you teach me? As they walked, Naruto circled around Hokage, looking at him with eager anticipation. Hokage smiled. That jutsu is likely beyond your reach. Why not? Naruto asked, puzzled. Learning ninjutsu requires testing one's attributes and fulfilling various conditions. Practicing at random may not only hinder your training, but could also be dangerous. Hokage spoke softly. Seeing Naruto's disappointed expression, he placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, you have great potential. You will soon learn a jutsu suited to you. Besides, with ninjutsu, timing is less important than finding what truly fits you. However, it must be said that Naruto possesses quite a remarkable talent. Though perhaps due to his intellect and inherent attributes, his aptitude for ninjutsu is rather lacking. Nevertheless, the Rasengan suffices, along with the subsequent Rasengan Shuriken. While his techniques may be somewhat limited, their effectiveness cannot be denied. However, if Kazahaya so desires, he indeed possesses wind-release techniques. But that is a matter for another time. To be frank, Naruto has yet to reach the prerequisites for learning ninjutsu. His chakra control is utterly chaotic. Were he to attempt learning ninjutsu now, he might very well be the first to injure himself. In comparison to Naruto, Kazahaya warrants more contemplation. He has considerable talent and a system at his disposal, but who can truly predict the future? There remains a necessity for continued effort. As the group conversed, they pressed on towards their destination. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the lake where the battle had just transpired, a figure emerged from beneath the water, revealing a not particularly large silhouette adorned with a white mask, dragging another individual behind him. It was Zabuza Momochi. Zabuza lay unconscious, his eyes closed. Although Kazuhaya's water dragon bite had failed to claim his life, it had still inflicted considerable damage. The masked figure pulled Zabuza onto the shore, removing his mask to reveal an exceptionally delicate face. Had one been unaware of his background, they might have mistaken him for a gentle and beautiful girl upon first encounter. If the world were different, if fate were kinder, in a more tranquil and harmonious environment, he would indeed be a splendid girl. Alas, the whims of fate are cruel. Inserting a pill into Zabuza's mouth, Haku knelt beside him, one hand forming hand seals while the other rested upon Zabuza's chest, emitting waves of chakra, indicative of certain healing ninjutsu. As Haku completed the procedure, Zabuza abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively grasping Haku's arm, only to release it upon recognizing the face before him. Neither spoke. After a moment, Zabuza appeared to regain some composure and solemnly stated, Haku, I encountered a boy whose talent surpasses even yours. Haku regarded Zabuza with an expression devoid of significant change, calmly responding, Then, Lord Zabuza, is there anything you require of me? Zabuza slightly shook his head, no need. Haku nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Time slipped away, and the group quickened their pace, soon arriving at Dana's residence and settling into a room. Kakashi-sensei, did that Zabuza truly escape? With such formidable ninjutsu, he should have perished. Naruto inquired curiously, glancing at Kakashi. Kakashi rested his chin on his hand, contemplating before uncertainly replying, I cannot say. Given the power of such jutsu, it should have been lethal. However, among ninjas, as long as one has not personally confirmed their opponent's demise, anything is possible. Therefore, after defeating an enemy, always remember to deliver a finishing blow. Do not be careless, for one misstep could cost you your life. Hearing their conversation, Kazuhaya paused in his task of preparing the bedding and pondered, if it were an ordinary person, they would likely be dead. But I have a feeling we will encounter Zabuza again. Ugh, how annoying, Naruto exclaimed, scratching his head, as such cerebral matters were indeed a challenge for him. Enough of this. Whether he lives or dies, if he is alive, we shall meet soon, and if he is dead, so much the better, Kakashi said lightly. Though he inwardly acknowledged that Kazuhaya's words rang true, if Zabuza were to die so easily, it would hardly do justice to his reputation. Sasuke silently arranged the bedding, seemingly indifferent, yet absorbing every word of their dialogue. He tightened his grip on the blanket, murmuring to himself, I hope you are still alive. Next time, I shall kill you. As they conversed, a child abruptly entered the room, seemingly having overheard their discussion. The child, expressionless, remarked, "This is utterly meaningless. Inari, where have you been?" A woman's voice called from outside. "Grandpa, you're back." Inari approached Dana's, his face devoid of emotion, as though his heart had turned to ash. Dana's affectionately ruffled Inari's hair, displaying an unusual warmth. "Inari is the best." One could only say that he was indeed a beloved grandchild. Who would have thought that this old drunkard could exhibit such tenderness? "They are the ninjas protecting us." The woman approached, an ordinary-looking woman in her 30s. Her demeanor etched with the labors and hardships of an everyday life. "Mom, they will die," Inari stated coldly, pointing at Kazuhaya and the others. Naruto could no longer contain himself and was about to leap forward, but Kazuhaya restrained him, offering the child a slight smile. "I am not certain whether we will live or die, but had we not arrived, your grandfather would surely have perished. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to us first?" The child was taken aback by Kazuhaya's response, glancing at his grandfather. Dana's, unsure of how to respond, could only nod. Yet, the child remained unchanged, continuing to mutter. "So what? You will still die." One must admit, the child's demeanor was truly infuriating. Naruto erupted, shouting, "You little brat, you're the one who will die. We will not." "Naruto." Kakashi's voice cut through sharply, halting Naruto's outburst. Annoyed, Naruto fell silent, returning to his spot with crossed arms, miffed. "Your current state may reflect the tragedy of this era, or perhaps your own misfortune. You possess a complete mind, yet have not received a complete education," Kazuhaya remarked. Shaking his head slightly, his tone tinged with sorrow as compassion flickered in his eyes, sympathy for both this lamentable time and the child who seemed lost. It appeared Kazuhaya's gaze pricked at the child's heart, for at last, emotion surfaced on the previously placid face, and he roared in anger, "Heroes do not exist. If you wish to survive, leave this place as soon as possible." Kazuhaya shook his head, calmly asserting, "Indeed, there is no such thing as a hero. If one must be designated as a hero, it can only be oneself. All so-called heroes are merely a comfort to the weak. Only you can save yourself. Therefore, child, strive to become your own hero rather than waiting for one to appear." Kazuhaya's words resonated clearly in the ears of those present, prompting Kakashi to gaze at him, reflecting, "I seem to know far too little about my student." Unaware of their thoughts, Kazuhaya merely turned to Dana's. "Uncle, a grand bridge can be constructed or demolished. It is not the hope itself, but rather the source of hope that lies within humanity. Therefore, if one genuinely seeks hope, they must fight for it." "That fellow. Was it Kato? I believe it would be simpler to eliminate him." "Kazuhaya." Kakashi interjected, silently shaking his head at him. They were merely ninjas tasked with executing missions. Such words should not be theirs to utter. Moreover, Kazuhaya's earlier sentiments were indeed rather incredulous for these ordinary folk. Even he himself felt a twinge of surprise at Kazuhaya's words. As though shaken by Kazuhaya's declaration, the group fell silent, Inari staring blankly at Kazuhaya, seemingly lost in thought. Before he dashed out of the room, "Inari," the woman called after him. Unable to hinder his departure, she turned to Kakashi and the others, offering an apologetic bow. "My apologies, everyone. Do not concern yourself," Kakashi replied, slightly shaking his head. Dana's regarded Kazuhaya with a complex expression. After a moment, he quietly expressed, "Thank you." Kazuhaya smiled. Saying nothing further, it was merely an aside. He held respect for the savior, but had no desire to be that savior himself. If possible, he would contribute within his means, just as he did earlier, like planting a seed. As for whether this seed will sprout in the future, whether it might face premature demise, or whether it will grow into a towering tree, all of these possibilities reside solely in the realm of the future, an aspect he neither desires to contemplate nor possesses the capability to influence. In many respects, Kaze finds himself in agreement with Nagato's perspective, though it may lean towards the extreme. Perhaps if Yahiko were still alive, the outcome would have been different. Having settled the trivial matters, Kaze stepped onto the sandy beach outside, where the sea breeze, though tinged with salt, remained refreshingly cool. As he basked in the gentle caress of the wind, Xiaoheng squinted against the light, relishing the sound of the waves crashing against the rocky shore. Before long, Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke approached. "Kaze, was that your dream just now?" Sasuke inquired, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Kaze had not anticipated Sasuke would broach this topic. With a slight smile, he shook his head and replied softly, "Not quite. However, one must ponder, if someone were to truly achieve peace, what a remarkable individual they would be." So you wouldn't want to pursue such a grand endeavor?" Naruto interjected, seemingly perplexed by the earlier conversation. It's not that I don't want to. Rather, I may lack the ability to do so, Kaze replied with a smile, acknowledging the limitations of his own capabilities. Some tasks are far more challenging to actualize than merely to verbalize, and he was not yet prepared to sacrifice everything for such a noble cause. Almost forgot. Your dream is to become the strongest, Kakashi added, observing Kaze with a growing sense of intrigue about his student. If it were you too, perhaps it could be achieved. Kaze remarked gently, glancing at Naruto and Sasuke. Although they were still relatively weak, given Naruto's exuberant spirit and Sasuke's remarkable intellect, there remained a glimmer of hope for their potential. What? Sasuke nearly doubted his own hearing. The two exchanged surprised glances at Kaze, seemingly taken aback by his statement. It was only when Kaze nodded affirmatively that they began to believe the truth of what they had heard. How could that be? If Kaze, who is so intelligent, cannot do it, then surely I cannot. And with Sasuke added to the equation, it seems even less likely, Naruto pondered seriously. Last place, shut up, Sasuke retorted. His words laced with a mix of astonishment and a hint of satisfaction. Was it possible that he was seen as exceptional in Kaze's eyes? Watching the two engage in their familiar banter brought a smile to Kaze's face. This sensation was indeed delightful. Kakashi intervened, preventing the imminent clash between the two, and addressed the trio kindly. If it were you, it should be achievable. Yes, we can do it, Naruto shouted in enthusiasm. Damn it, Sasuke. I suppose we'll reluctantly include you this time. It's us bringing you along. Sasuke shot back coldly, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of joy. Working together doesn't sound too bad. Kaze grinned as the sun began its descent, yet he remained unconcerned, for tomorrow would still dawn bright and clear. Chapter 29, Training. Climbing trees. Although a crisis had yet to descend upon them, it was evident that the group could not merely wait idly. They must engage in some activity to pass the time. As ninjas, aside from executing missions, the primary occupation was undoubtedly training. Since the formation of Team 7, Kakashi had yet to adequately instruct the trio. Now, the timing was fortuitous. Thus, early the following morning, Kakashi led them to a forest not far from Dana's home. A place abundant with towering trees and a gently flowing creek nearby, its waters crystal clear and calm, occasionally home to small fish. This was the training ground Kakashi had selected for them. All right, let us commence our training. Yes, Kakashi maintained his characteristic lethargy, raising a finger, however, before we begin. I must discuss the ninja's unique ability, chakra. Wait, chakra? What is that? Naruto squinted, appearing as though he had just awoken, his expression one of confusion. He recognized the term chakra, yet was unfamiliar with what it entailed. Sasuke distanced himself slightly, a gesture of disdain towards Naruto, while Kakashi rubbed his temples in exasperation. This could prove somewhat troublesome. Kaze found himself at a loss for words. It seemed Naruto had indeed slept through 6 years of education. He was completely oblivious to the concept of chakra. Moreover, it is referred to as chakra, not chachula. Nonetheless, despite Naruto's stature being the smallest, he possessed the most chakra among them. However, considering his current fighting prowess, it was the weakest. It appears that having abundant chakra does not guarantee strength. But what could be done? After all, this fool was his teammate. Kaze stepped forward to clarify. Chakra is a power formed by the combination of physical and mental strength. It is the source of a ninja's abilities, setting us apart from ordinary individuals, and serves as the foundation for performing various jutsu. Well said. Kakashi commended Kaze with a thumbs up in approval. That sounds complicated. Whatever chakra is, who cares? As long as it works, that's all that matters. Naruto shrugged, dismissing the significance. At this, Kaze was left utterly speechless, unable to resist delivering a light smack to Naruto's wooden head, exclaiming, "You must remember this. It is crucial." Ow! That hurts. I'll remember, Naruto yelled, though he dared not retaliate. He had sparred with Kaze before, and the outcome was well known, overwhelming defeat. Kaze shook his head in disbelief. Naruto truly did not embody the essence of a protagonist. How could a main character be so dim-witted that he could drive others to exasperation? However, perhaps it was precisely his simplicity that allowed him to retain such a pure heart. In contrast, Kaze himself often found his thoughts tangled, forgetting the original intent. Observing Naruto's plight, Kakashi felt a sense of relief and resumed the discussion, stating solemnly, "Although you can all utilize chakra, you are not able to wield it fully." Kakashi's words were cryptic, falling on Naruto's ears like a riddle, leaving him bewildered, while Sasuke also appeared lost, casting a confused glance at Kakashi. Noticing the bewilderment among his students, Kakashi felt a surge of inspiration to teach and continued, Listen closely. Just as Kaze mentioned, chakra is a fusion of mental and physical energy. The strength required varies depending on the jutsu you perform, and the harmony needed will differ as well. Even if you can extract a vast amount of chakra, if you cannot adjust it precisely according to the jutsu, the efficacy of the technique will be weak. Or it may not manifest at all, potentially resulting in self-harm. If you cannot accurately control your chakra, it can lead to excessive depletion or rapid consumption, rendering you unable to engage in prolonged combat and ultimately leading to defeat. Naruto scratched his head in confusion. So what should we do? Kakashi regarded the trio with a serious expression. You must train your bodies to remember how to control it. This is a task that cannot be accomplished without risking your lives. What should we do then? Climb trees. Kakashi raised a finger, his trademark deadpan gaze fixed upon them, delivering his answer. Then, to Naruto's incredulous stare, Kakashi slowly approached a nearby tree, and astonishingly, he walked up the trunk at a 90-degree angle, ultimately hanging upside down from the branch, his eyes wide and unblinking. This is how it's done. When climbing a tree, you must not use your hands but rather continuously adhere chakra to your feet, maintaining the right amount and coverage. Or else you will fall, Kakashi elucidated, leaping down from the branch. What? Kakashi-sensei, that seems too easy. Watching Kakashi's demonstration, Naruto's mind was convinced he had grasped it. Sasuke, standing beside him, cast a disdainful glance at Naruto. Kakashi paid no heed to Naruto and continued. The reason for this is to enable you to master the finer control of your chakra. Only by managing your chakra effectively can you learn ninjutsu and engage in combat more proficiently. Well, it seems you all have understood, so let us commence. With a clap of his hands and a narrowing of his eyes, Kakashi declared the training to begin. Naruto shot a glance at Sasuke, who, in silence, walked towards a nearby tree, prompting Naruto to hastily follow suit and select a tree beside Sasuke. Hey, why aren't you moving? Kakashi questioned, tilting his head in confusion at the still figure of Kazahana, who appeared to be lost in thought. Noticing the pity in Kazahana's eyes, Kakashi slapped his forehead, regaining his train of thought. Oh, you should have already grasped this. How about water walking? Ah, you likely know that too. This could be a bit troublesome. Let me ponder what I should teach you. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto and Sasuke turned their gazes towards Kazahana. Wait, has Kazahana already mastered it? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Sasuke remained silent, pondering Kakashi's earlier statements, then dashed forward, leaping up the tree. Thud! Sasuke landed, his head hitting the ground first. Naruto's attention was instantly drawn, and he erupted into laughter. Ha! Foolish Sasuke. You can't even manage that. Just watch how I do it. Embarrassed, Sasuke got up, casting a sidelong glance at Kakashi and Kazahana, retorting, well, I'll be waiting to see. Ha! Then watch closely. I'm going to show you my strength, Naruto declared, sprinting towards the tree in an attempt to prove himself. However, the outcome was unexpectedly predictable. Before he even reached the tree, he crashed into the trunk with a loud thud. Ouch! Observing Naruto's plight, Sasuke taunted, is this what you call showing strength? You certainly have broadened my horizons. Defeated, Naruto had no retort and could only stammer, that was just a slip. Next time, I'll surely succeed. Seeing the disbelief in Sasuke's eyes ignited Naruto's irritation, compelling him to prove himself, while Sasuke, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit, determined not to be hindered by such trivial training. If only the Uchiha clan were still intact, Sasuke would have undoubtedly mastered such training long ago. Likewise, had the fourth Hokage been around, Naruto's circumstances might have been different too. Pondering this, he mused that perhaps it wouldn't have changed much. After all, the fourth Hokage couldn't alter his innate foolishness. Kakashi, indifferent to Naruto and Sasuke's misadventures, contemplated. Kazahana, let us train together. I need to decide what to teach you. Kazahana nodded and followed Kakashi's lead. You too, focus on your training. Do not slack off. I won't. Silly Kakashi-sensei, I would never be lazy. Their departure did not deter Sasuke and Naruto, who continued their rivalry, each refusing to yield to the other. In this spirit of competition, their progress would surely accelerate, although failures were inevitable. Despite the tree's modest height, repeated falls could still be quite painful. In a nearby grove, Kakashi adeptly settled down, resting his chin on one hand as he regarded Kazahana. Let me think. Your physical skills seem well developed. What you lack is practical experience. You appear to have a fair amount of ninjutsu. How about jinjutsu? Are you proficient in jinjutsu? Kazahana nodded. Yes, my father taught me some jinjutsu, and I also know some methods to dispel it. That could be troublesome. What else do you possess? Kakashi murmured, feeling somewhat vexed. What should one do when a student is so advanced that there seems to be little left to teach? Suddenly, Kakashi seemed to have an epiphany and clapped his hands together. I've got it. I have a technique I can teach you. But first, I need to clarify something. That ability of yours to perceive others' attacks, does it stem from a sense of awareness or something else? If it's awareness, how strong is your dynamic vision? How far can you see? Kakashi found himself at a loss, grappling with the challenge of instructing such a gifted student. This sensation of having little to offer was quite frustrating. It's a form of perception. Kakashi-sensei, you can consider it akin to the Byakugan. I can see in all directions, and if we disregard clarity, I can perceive up to about 500 meters, Kazahana explained after a moment's contemplation. Feeling secure within the confines of Konoha, there was no need to be overly cautious. Moreover, even if this information were to leak, it would not be of great consequence. The enemy would not be able to counter it. Could they really shield against his perception? But that was the realm of observation, which should be quite challenging to obstruct. 500 meters? That surpasses the standard perception techniques. Kakashi mused. Kazahana chuckled. What is this? In the world of pirates, Enel could use his observation haki to cover an entire sky island. 500 meters isn't particularly vast. However, observation haki does have its categories. His own was somewhat similar to that of Karakuri, allowing him to predict certain events, albeit his current mastery was not on par with Karakuri's. He couldn't clearly foresee the future, only vaguely discern where an enemy's attack might land. Nevertheless, upon Kakashi's inquiry about dynamic vision, Kazahana began to speculate. Although hesitant to believe it, the possibility loomed large. After all, he was now effectively Kakashi's half-disciple. An A-ranked ninjutsu was well within reach, considering Kakashi had easily imparted such techniques to Sasuke in the original narrative. While Kakashi might not always operate with complete integrity, he likely had his own reasons. As the prospect of gaining a valuable technique approached, Kazahana resolved to be understanding for the time being. All right then, it's settled. I will teach you this. With that, Kakashi stood, adopting a serious demeanor. Kazahana, listen closely. The ninjutsu I'm about to teach you is exceedingly dangerous, and once you master it, you must wield it with caution. The name of this technique is Chidori, an A-ranked ninjutsu of my own creation. Prepare yourself. This process may be quite arduous. At this, Kazahana felt a rush of excitement. This was a renowned technique within the realm of Hokage. Truth be told, when it came to individual breakthroughs, this ninjutsu might even surpass the Rasengan. The fact that Kakashi was willing to teach him this technique left him utterly astounded. Bowing deeply, he expressed, "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. I will be careful. Let us begin." I'm ready. Chapter 30, Chidori. Watch closely. The hand seals for Chidori are rat, horse, monkey, horse, and rabbit. Kakashi stated, performing the 5 hand seals in succession. Suddenly, a ferocious bolt of lightning coalesced in his right hand, dazzling and crackling with energy. The sound echoed like the chorus of numerous young birds chirping in unison, which is the very origin of the technique's name. As Kazahana beheld this spectacle, his 3-tomo Sharingan activated. The lightning danced in Kakashi's hand, emitting a piercing sound. Did you see that clearly? I did. With the combination of his Sharingan and observation haki, Kazahana absorbed every detail of Kakashi's Chidori technique, including the intricate pathways of chakra flow. It must be acknowledged that the Sharingan was indeed an extraordinary ability, especially when paired with observation haki. It rendered him nearly invincible. All right, next, I will teach you how to manipulate chakra. Upon hearing Kazahana's remark, Kakashi felt a twinge of surprise but quickly dismissed it. After all, he was aware that at Kazahana's age, he had already developed this technique. The complexities of creation and replication resided on entirely different planes. A genius, indeed, always stands apart from the crowd. Kakashi provided detailed instructions, perhaps due to his intimate understanding of this technique, being one he had personally conceived. After approximately 10 minutes of discourse, Kakashi finally ceased his enumeration of precautions and turned to Case. All right, these are the main points to consider. Now give it a try. Case pondered briefly, reflecting on the intricate details he had observed during Kakashi's demonstration of Chidori. Zi Wu, Shun Wu Mao. On his first attempt, Case speed was not particularly swift, averaging 1 hand sign per second. Chakra flowed along specialized pathways, manifesting as the power of lightning, which he then infused with various transformations characteristic of lightning-style chakra. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Like 1,000 birds singing in unison, brilliant lightning erupted from Case's hands. Good, Kakashi exclaimed, secretly acknowledging, indeed a genius, mastering A-rank ninjutsu at such a pace. The rapid acquisition of this ninjutsu indicated Case's extraordinary talent, undoubtedly aided by the Sharingan and observation haki. Otherwise, he would have required considerably more time. The A-rank ninjutsu was quite taxing on chakra, and as Keisuke executed Chidori, he felt a sharp pain in his palm. The violent surge of power inflicting harm. As the lightning dissipated, Keisuke's hand bore singed marks, remnants of the lightning's might. However, this minor injury was inconsequential to him. It was merely a fleeting discomfort. You're still not proficient. With more practice, the pain will lessen. Now, take a break. Before Kakashi could finish his sentence, he observed Keisuke's patting his hand, which quickly returned to normal, as if the earlier lightning had not harmed him at all. Noticing the astonishment in Kakashi's eyes, Keisuke offered a faint smile. No need to worry, Kakashi-sensei. After all, I am also of the Senju clan, and compared to the legends of the first Hokage, this is hardly remarkable. This clarification seemed to provide Kakashi with some reassurance. He nodded, gazing at Keisuke as he appeared to suddenly grasp the true reason behind the Hokage's decision to place Keisuke in this team. Kakashi was tempted to inquire whether Keisuke had awakened would release, but after years as a ninja, he understood the importance of restraint. Some matters were better left unexplored, lest the outcome be unfavorable. All right then, I shall continue. Kakashi resumed. The greatest strength of Chidori lies in its piercing capability. Thanks to its powerful lightning nature, it possesses formidable penetrating power. To maximize this ability, it must be executed in conjunction with exceptional dynamic vision, which you already possess. Now allow me to demonstrate once more. Following his words, Kakashi unleashed Chidori again, effortlessly piercing through a tree as thick as his own body in a burst of speed. Now it's your turn. Kakashi withdrew his hand and instructed. Keisuke nodded, forming hand signs once more to perform Chidori. The lightning flickered and the bird sang, as he employed the quintessential ninja run, dragging Chidori behind him. In that moment of speed, Keisuke's dynamic vision reached its zenith. With his crimson Sharingan swirling beneath his beautiful eyes, he swiftly pierced through the tree with ease. Excitement filled Keisuke's gaze as he observed the tree he had penetrated. Chidori, indeed an A-rank ninjutsu, showcased power comparable to his sword techniques. Well then, I possess a variety of techniques. Who would refuse such versatility? How about combining Chidori with Busashoka Haki? Keisuke mused. And without hesitation, he attempted once more, enveloping his hand in a layer of Busashoka Haki while executing Chidori. His target was another tree, and as anticipated, this time he penetrated it with considerably more ease, and upon the dissipation of the lightning, his hand sustained minimal damage. Well done, Kakashi remarked, observing Keisuke's hand. The dark layer of energy did not go unnoticed by him, and while his mind was awash with thoughts, he refrained from expressing his surprise, offering only a subdued compliment. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. I truly enjoy this technique. Keisuke's face beamed with a smile as he slightly nodded in acknowledgement. There's no need for gratitude. After all, I am your teacher. Aiding you in enhancing your abilities is my duty. Kakashi intended to caution Keisuke regarding his chakra levels, but upon contemplating the boy's impressive reserves, he swallowed his words and instead advised, just be mindful. Understood. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Keisuke eagerly nodded. Kakashi returned the gesture, realizing he had little left to say. This boy was truly extraordinary. Of course, he himself had once been deemed extraordinary by many. Very well, then practice on your own. I shall check on Naruto and the others. Kakashi bid farewell, and before Keisuke could respond, he vanished. His body flicker technique rendering him nearly invisible unless Keisuke utilized his Sharingan or observation haki. Once Kakashi departed, Keisuke practiced Chidori several more times, only halting when he had expended the majority of his chakra. Sitting down to rest, Keisuke contemplated why he could not apply Chidori to his sword. Similar to Sasuke, combining his sword with Chidori would surely grant him greater piercing power. Keisuke had already mastered several techniques, but thus far, he had only truly grasped this one A-rank ninjutsu. While he had acquired numerous high-level techniques, he found B-rank ninjutsu sufficient for his current needs. Apart from Chidori, he also possessed another A-rank sword technique, which, combined with several B-rank techniques, placed him in a commendable position for someone of his age. Ninjutsu varies in strength, yet with sufficient power. Even B-rank techniques can yield S-rank effects, as evidenced by Madara. With this thought in mind, Keisuke resolved to act decisively. With a swift motion, he summoned his sword, Chioshui, from his wrist. For an ordinary family, a storage scroll might be costly, but for Keisuke, it was merely a trifle. After all, he bore the Senju name. Though the Senju clan was no longer prominent, remnants of their legacy still provided resources. Though Keisuke's family was not wealthy, they were certainly affluent within the confines of Konoha. In truth, he could have placed the sword directly into his system space, but for the sake of discretion, he opted for the storage scroll. which proved to be quite convenient. Once more, he formed hand signs. Lightning coursed rapidly, and in an instant, the lightning flashed as Qiu Shui slipped from his grasp. Kazekaz furrowed his brow as the singeing on his hand rapidly healed. Indeed, the difficulty had escalated significantly. A sword was not an extension of his own body. And while Qiu Shui perfectly conducted chakra, it remained somewhat rigid. The challenge of applying Chidori to the sword was undeniably formidable. However, Kazekaz was not one to yield easily. He retrieved Qiu Shui and persevered. The path was long and arduous. After several more attempts, Kazekaz's right hand became singed and trembled slightly. The damage from the lightning was no trifling matter. Even he required time to recuperate. Finding a tree, he sat beneath its shade. Sheathing Qiu Shui and resting it on his lap, Kazekaz closed his eyes, simultaneously recovering his chakra and pondering how to discover a breakthrough. The lightning-style chakra was far too volatile and challenging to control. While he could condense the lightning using specific hand signs with his hands, achieving the same with a sword was an entirely different endeavor. Ultimately, it boiled down to his insufficient mastery of chakra and his impatience. He needed to first acclimate to the sensation of lightning-style chakra on the sword before employing the Chidori method to condense a lightning sword. As Kaze contemplated, approximately an hour later, he opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance gleaming within them. His right hand had fully healed. It was undeniable that this devil fruit had bestowed upon him significant enhancements, particularly in terms of physique, placing him far beyond his peers. With further growth anticipated in the future, it was precisely due to his formidable constitution that he could master such martial and sword techniques at this tender age. Without such a physique, it would have been nearly impossible. Having grasped some key insights, Kaze picked up the sword, Akiyuki, and infused it with his lightning attribute chakra, coalescing it into a silvery lightning that enveloped his hand, and then climbed up the blade to the very tip. This was not a daunting task, as Akiyuki was inherently adept at conducting chakra. As long as Kaze's control was sufficient, this step could be accomplished with ease. Next, he aimed to complete the transformation of the chakra's form on the blade. Kaze murmured, manipulating the chakra to undergo the transformation into its lightning form. In an instant, lightning erupted, only to extinguish abruptly. Kaze gasped, but this time, he was not in danger of losing his grip on Akiyuki. What followed was a laborious process requiring trial and adaptation, gradually shifting the Chidori from his hand to the sword. Thanks to Kaze's ample chakra and robust physique, he had plenty of time to practice, during which his mastery over chakra and manipulation of lightning chakra became increasingly proficient. Once more, Zi Wu, Shen Wu Mao. Crackle. The lightning shone brilliantly, and Kaze felt a surge of joy. Yet reality proved that his enthusiasm had been premature. The thunder surged uncontrollably, igniting a blinding light before dissipating violently. Still not successful, Kaze sighed, then rallied himself. It's all right, progress has been made. With more practice, I will surely stabilize this. Kaze continued his practice until exhaustion or discomfort in his hands compelled him to take a break, and during these moments of repose, boredom was inevitable. System, open personal panel. Ding. Chapter 31 Attributes, White. Name, Senju Kaze Mufeng. Age, 12. Chakra amount, 500. Possessed attributes, wind, fire, earth, water, lightning, ice, yin yang. Talented skills, devil fruit, fish fruit. Mythical beast type, azure dragon form, as yet unawakened, Sharingan. Skills, A rank, Chidori, sword techniques, fierce tiger. B rank, shadow clone technique, fire dragon flame bullet. Water dragon bullet, water dragon bite explosion. C rank, illusions, fox heart technique. Earth release, earth flow wall, water release, water flow wall, water bullet. Fire release, flame bullet. Wind release, beast wave, gale palm. Lightning release, ground walk. D rank, 3 body technique. Special skills, armament haki, beginner. Observation haki, beginner. Equipment, renowned sword Akiyuki. Free points, 2. Comprehensive evaluation, Jonin. Kaze gazed at his information panel, noting that the system's assessment was quite accurate. Although some details were omitted, most aspects were remarkably precise. The evaluation of Jonin was indeed commendable. His current strength was not quite at the elite Jonin level, but it was satisfactory. A Jonin at the age of 12 was, after all, a source of modest pride. I am quite exceptional, Kaze murmured to himself, a hint of pride swelling within him. He retrieved a vial of restorative potion from the system and consumed it, then closed his eyes to recover both chakra and physical strength. A gentle breeze caressed the verdant leaves and the resilient blades of grass beneath him. A single leaf fluttered down, landing softly on Kaze's forehead, dancing with the breeze. Leaning against a great tree, Kaze sat upon the soft grass, shaded from the sun's rays, and, lulled by the gentle wind, his breathing gradually steadied. At that moment, all tension, contemplation, and worry faded from his face, leaving only tranquility and serenity as he drifted into slumber. In his dreams, a figure approached him quietly, extending a hand towards his forehead. "Who?" Kaze exclaimed sharply, his right hand instinctively darting out to grasp the delicate wrist that hovered above him. He beheld the individual before him, a finely sculpted visage, pale skin, youthful and strikingly beautiful, adorned in a floral embroidered kimono that was both lovely and unfamiliar. Yet, Kaze felt he knew who this person was. So adorable, surely a boy. "I apologize. I merely wish to remove the leaf from your forehead. I am truly sorry for disturbing your rest." The beautiful face broke into an apologetic smile, while between the fingers of the hand Kaze had seized, a leaf was delicately pinched. "No trouble at all. It was my rudeness," Kaze replied, releasing his grip and exhaling deeply to relax. If it was indeed him, then there should be no cause for alarm. After all, someone like him could hardly be expected to harm another while they slept. But how had he managed to fall asleep? To be so deeply slumbering was quite uncharacteristic. Had an enemy been present, it could have been fatal. Kaze reflected on this, feeling a wave of relief wash over him upon realizing who it was. "By the way, what is your name?" Kaze inquired, leaning back slightly to create some distance while adjusting his clothing. "Why do you wish to know my name? Furthermore, should you not introduce yourself first before inquiring about another's name? Otherwise, it may seem somewhat impolite." He chuckled lightly, effortlessly delivering his words, his smile reminiscent of the soft breeze, capable of putting others at ease. He regarded Kaze with curiosity, intrigued by the boy who had garnered praise even from Zabuza. Yet he bore no malice. "But it matters not. My name is Haku. And you?" "Senju Kaze," he replied softly. For reasons unknown, he chose to disclose this name, reserving his other surname for another occasion. For now, he was Senju Kaze, not Senju Kaze. "Pleasure to meet you." Haku extended his hand amicably. Kaze smiled and reciprocated the gesture, their hands briefly clasping before parting. "I am equally pleased." Having confirmed his name and identity, Kaze felt a twinge of regret. Such a striking individual could not possibly be a boy, could they? Was there a possibility that Kishimoto had deceived everyone, and Haku was in fact a girl? A beautiful girl at that? In that moment, Kaze found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to proceed. Was he truly going to ask, "Sister, are you male or female?" That would be exceedingly rude. Yet, as if reading his thoughts, Haku smiled gently and said, "It seems you have many questions, don't you? Feel free to ask." "Really?" Kaze instinctively queried, then smacked his forehead, realizing he had been somewhat dazed from sleep to ask such a question. He quickly added, "Never mind." Silence enveloped them as Kaze pondered what to ask, inwardly chastising himself. "Senju Kaze, you are truly disappointing. You seem not to be adept at conversation. Nevertheless, it is fortunate to have met you. May I ask you some questions?" Haku gazed at Kaze, smiling softly. "Of course, feel free to ask whatever you wish." Kaze straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor, a habit ingrained over the years. This individual, if circumstances permitted, Kaze wished to keep alive. In other words, he desired Haku to assist him in the future. After all, in this world, the uncertainties of tomorrow loomed large. Thus, having trustworthy allies was a matter worthy of consideration. Haku, without a doubt, was someone he could trust, which reflected Kaze's selfish inclinations. As for Zabuza, Kaze believed his persuasive skills would likely not suffice to sway that individual. Eliminating him might be a more feasible option. There is no need to be so nervous. Bai Weiwei smiled and posed his first question. "By the way, what brings you here?" "Training. I am here to cultivate." "Of course, if you are asking why I appear in this place, it is to carry out a mission," Feng replied. As he spoke smoothly, certain questions naturally slipped from his lips. "And you? What brings you here?" Bai pondered for a moment, glancing at the forehead protector adorning Feng's brow. Although his face remained adorned with a smile, Feng discerned a fleeting sadness in his eyes. Perhaps this was a disadvantage of possessing keen eyesight, being able to easily perceive every subtle expression of the other. "As for me, I am here to gather herbs, and also to follow someone, to ensure my survival." Upon hearing this answer, Feng felt a tinge of surprise. He had expected Bai to either fabricate a story or evade the question entirely. He had not anticipated such a straightforward response, albeit with some details concealed. Yet, who among them was not hiding something? "That is indeed a rather harsh statement," Feng murmured. "Not really," Bai Weiwei smiled, seemingly unperturbed by past events. In his view, life at present was quite satisfactory. "Now, for the second question, why do you cultivate? You seem already quite strong." Upon hearing this second inquiry, Feng couldn't help but chuckle, not knowing the reason behind his amusement, but finding by somewhat naive yet endearing. Thus, without hesitation or deceit, he replied, "To protect those I cherish, to live happily, and to accomplish the things I desire. Therefore, I strive to cultivate and become even stronger. A commendable reason. It is evident that you are a remarkable individual," Bai remarked with a smile. This answer seemed to catch him by surprise, yet it also appeared entirely reasonable. However, for the sake of returning home, was his home not also worth mentioning? You may now pose your second question. Let me think, Feng contemplated. And suddenly a question emerged in his mind. Looking at Bai with utmost seriousness, he asked, "Would you be willing to follow me? Or rather, would you consider changing your way of life? I will protect you, and in turn, you shall become my shield." Feng himself was unsure why he posed such an abrupt question, which indeed felt quite out of place. Nevertheless, he felt he had done nothing wrong. Upon hearing his words, Bai fell silent, uncertain as to why he was quiet. He could not fathom why he had felt compelled to meet the person praised by Zaibu. He simply did not know how to respond to this individual who seemed so unique, as if he could see into his past, a past known only to Zaibu. Bowing his head in thought, the smile faded from his face. After a brief silence, he chose to look up and smile faintly. "I truly apologize for disappointing your goodwill. I already have someone I wish to follow. For him, I would willingly sacrifice my life. And if he were to perish?" Feng pressed on, his tone somewhat aggressive. He had expected Bai's expression to shift dramatically as it had previously, but to his astonishment, when he asked this question, Bai's smile remained unchanged. "Then I would die alongside him. After all, he is the very meaning of my existence," Bai replied with a smile. A gentle breeze tousling his hair as it danced in the wind, his laughter carried far away. Feng exhaled deeply, growing ever more resolute in his conviction. How could such a gentle soul meet such an untimely end? For his own sake and for Bai's, he should not be allowed to perish so easily. "For the final question, I would like to request that you take this," Feng said, revealing a pill in his palm, his gaze fixed on Bai. This was an opportunity he offered both to himself and to Bai. "Is this poison?" Bai asked, eyeing the pill with a smile. "Not at all." "Then is it a gift?" Bai inquired, his demeanor suddenly appearing slightly awkward and humble. "Indeed. So will you take it?" Feng extended the pill toward him. Bai smiled, remaining silent, and accepted the pill from Feng's hand. Chapter 32. New thoughts. Leaning against the trunk of a tree, Feng observed the sky as it darkened with the setting sun. For reasons unknown, he always felt that the sunset was more vibrant than the sunrise. To his right lay a sword, while in his hand, he held a leaf that was not particularly yellow. When Bai departed, Feng almost believed that the events of the previous encounter had been a mere dream. Yet, his memories and the leaf in his hand confirmed that everything had indeed transpired in reality. How surreal it was that someone would pose such questions to a complete stranger, and that he would respond to those seemingly impudent inquiries. In the past, Feng would have deemed anyone who asked such questions and acted in such a manner to be utterly insane, severely so. But now, he found himself embodying that very insanity, which he preferred to call fate. Fate had brought them together, allowing two slightly deranged individuals to converge. It was a fantastical occurrence, one that would seem utterly inconceivable to an ordinary person. If this were to be pinned down, it might resemble a tale of a king discovering his first companion, an astonishing reality that unfolded as if preordained by the heavens. Truly, how absurd. But are there not enough lunatics in this world? Feng mused quietly, unable to suppress a smile. He then picked up the autumn water beside him, glanced at the descending sun, and retraced his steps, for hunger had set in. Meanwhile, the other person, watching Feng's retreating figure, felt a similar complexity. Yet, he was not driven by hunger. Rather, he found himself intrigued by the encounter with such an interesting individual, so much so that he felt compelled to conceal this event from that esteemed figure. As he watched Feng vanish from sight, he murmured, "Zaibu will not die. If he were to perish, I would follow him into death. I am truly sorry to disappoint you, my first friend who placed your trust in me." With that, he vanished into the forest, his figure flickering among the trees. Upon returning home, the night had nearly fallen, and Sasuke, Naruto, and Kakashi had already arrived. "Apologies for my late return. Is there still something to eat? I am starving," Feng said as he approached the group and took a seat beside them, patting his belly. Although he had eaten lunch, a day of training had left him ravenous. Seeing Feng's return, a woman, Darnaz's daughter, went to the kitchen and brought out the food she had prepared long ago. "Feng, why have you returned so late? Uncle Darnaz just shared a story with us, and I can't wait to tell you all about it," Naruto exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he rushed to share everything he had just heard. "Please enjoy." The woman entered and set a plate of food before Feng. Thank you. Feng nodded in gratitude and, without a thought for manners, began to eat heartily. All right, Naruto, you can start now. I'm listening. Following this, Naruto animatedly recounted all he had just learned about hope, the great bridge, and the sacrifices made. In essence, he conveyed that there had once been those who had strived and ultimately met their demise at the hands of a man named Kato. And he found himself deeply moved by this tale. Then he spoke of the bridge. In Darnaz's view, it represented a bridge of courage. If they could restore this bridge, it would embolden everyone, enabling the people of this place to break free from the oppression of that scoundrel named Kato. As the gentle breeze embraced him, Kazuhaya listened to Naruto's exuberant chatter while savoring the food on his plate. The culinary experience was not extraordinary, yet it was satisfactory enough to quell his hunger. The appetite of a ninja far exceeds that of an ordinary person, and even Kazuhaya, despite his current stature, could consume a meal comparable to that of an adult. Moreover, with the rigors of training, one tends to feel hungry rather quickly. Before long, most of the food on Kazuhaya's plate had been consumed. Leave it to me, a woman said with a polite smile as she whisked away the plate from the table. Kazuhaya nodded in gratitude. At that moment, Naruto had nearly finished his discourse. Standing with enthusiasm, pointing his thumb at his chest, and bellowing with a sense of bravado. In any case, I will prove to that guy that heroes do exist in this world. Heroes, you say? That's a commendable notion, Kazuhaya replied with a smile, turning his gaze towards Naruto. However, I believe that one must rely on oneself for salvation rather than depending on so-called heroes. Yet, if you wish to pursue your own path, then so be it. Yeah, Naruto eagerly filtered most of Kazuhaya's words, acknowledging only the last sentiment. I'm going to train right now. I will definitely become a hero, he exclaimed loudly, immediately darting out without delay. Kakashi did not intervene, nor did Kazuhaya. A ninja must take responsibility for oneself, just as they did not specifically summon Kazuhaya upon their return. He had already become an independent ninja, and managing his own time was a fundamental skill that required no external guidance. The world is more brutal than one might imagine, although they are still children. They are also ninjas. The very essence of a ninja is power, yet with such strength comes the inevitable cost of blood and tears. If one were to encapsulate it, a ninja stands in the sunlight while being supported by darkness. Of course, some are ensnared in darkness, never to glimpse the light throughout their lives. Naruto's existence was within his own control. Whether to train or rest was his decision alone, and Kazuhaya would neither intervene nor feel the need to. As Naruto departed, Sasuke followed closely behind, seemingly intending to train a bit longer. The woman and Darnaz had also left the room, leaving Kazuhaya and Kakashi behind. Kakashi, still in his languid demeanor, glanced at Kazuhaya and inquired, "Aren't you going to train for a while longer?" "No, I've already trained sufficiently during the day. It's better for me to rest now," Kazuhaya replied softly. In fact, his training intensity might surpass that of Naruto and Sasuke, aside from his physical training. He also employed shadow clones, occasionally utilizing 2 or 3 simultaneously, which exponentially increased his fatigue. Thus, he required ample rest. Otherwise, he would prefer to avoid becoming weak. Though it is rare for ninjas to fall ill. Very well, then rest early. I'll go check on those too, Kakashi said, before exiting the room, leaving Kazuhaya alone. This place was not particularly lavish. However, Darnaz was a renowned architect of this generation, and the room was decently furnished with various complete amenities. After taking a hot shower, Kazuhaya returned to his room, covered himself with a blanket, and closed his eyes, preparing for slumber. Yet, after tossing and turning for quite a while, sleep eluded him as he pondered certain matters. At present, all the issues stemmed from Kato. If he were to eliminate Kato and the others alongside him, would the problem be resolved? However, Kazuhaya understood that taking out one Kato would inevitably lead to the emergence of another. This principle was clear to him. In this environment, individuals like Kato would never cease to exist. Why am I even contemplating this? Hope has nothing to do with me, Kazuhaya murmured softly in the darkness, suddenly opening his eyes. Yet, if Kato were to be killed, perhaps there would be a chance to apprehend Zabuza and Haku as well. If that were the case, while Zabuza might not be an exemplary individual, he still seemed to possess a certain baseline, and his strength was commendable. If he could be brought under his command, it would certainly be advantageous. Moreover, that would resolve the mission. Kato, Kazuhaya flung off the blanket, seizing the cover of night to stealthily make his way towards the city center, just across a grand river. To be precise, this location was not a desolate little village, but rather a considerable urban area. However, the Darnaz residence lay on the outskirts, not at the heart of the bustling city. Kazuhaya was uncertain of Kato's exact whereabouts, yet one thing was for certain. He would undoubtedly be within the brightly lit and lively city ahead. As for locating Kato, Kazuhaya felt no trepidation. A ninja who could not capture such a notorious ordinary person might as well return home to languish. In the night, a shadow appeared abruptly atop a building, gazing down at the vibrant streets below. Kazuhaya felt a twinge of reflection. Indeed, in every era, there are individuals who live lives of privilege. Following the glow of the lights, Kazuhaya navigated through the darkness, successfully arriving at the most bustling and illuminated street. In this era, entertainment options were sparse. At this time, the most popular establishments were brothels, casinos, and taverns. Kato's subordinates, ruffians and warriors alike, were present, and Kazuhaya had little faith that all of Kato's subordinates were elite warriors capable of self-control. Moreover, even if he could not find Kato's subordinates, there would undoubtedly be individuals within who were well acquainted with Kato's location. After all, Kato's name resonated throughout the area. Kazuhaya crouched on the rooftop of a rental building, becoming nearly invisible in the darkness unless one were to look specifically for him. He resembled a phantom of the night, quietly awaiting the opportune moment, ready to strike and claim the lives of those unfortunate enough to cross his path. The night stretched long, and Kazuhaya possessed ample time. Indeed, after approximately an hour, he encountered the individual he sought. A middle-aged man, not unattractive but with an air of menace, bore the emblem of Kato's trading company embroidered on the left sleeve of his attire. He emerged from the casino, greeting familiar faces with a flushed complexion and a broad smile, indicating that he had likely won a considerable amount of money. Moreover, judging by his appearance and attire, he seemed to be a warrior of considerable rank among Kato's subordinates, as ordinary individuals could not afford such fine clothing. Kazuhaya sought to avoid drawing too much attention and did not want to charge in recklessly like a brute. Thus, employing a method befitting a ninja was most appropriate. He did not hasten to act, but instead followed discreetly behind the man until he entered a tavern, indulged in some drinks, and then exited to wander into a dark, deserted alley. Kazuhaya's figure moved as he trailed closely behind, unbeknownst to the man of the impending danger. He felt overly relaxed. In this place, no one dared to provoke him. Having enjoyed a life of comfort for far too long, even the most basic defensive instincts of a warrior had faded. However, even if he were an elite warrior, it would be challenging for him to detect Kazuhaya. After all, in this world, the pinnacle of combat strength belonged to the ninja. Chapter 33, The Grim Reaper Brings Hope. These individuals truly do not allow me a moment of peace. Gazing at the neatly made, somewhat disheveled bed that remained unoccupied, Kakashi pressed his forehead, unable to suppress his growing frustration. Yet, where have you gone? Kakashi seemed to be inquiring of himself, or perhaps of others. But after searching for a long time, he found no note or trace left by Kazuhaya, leaving him in a state of helplessness. Casting a glance at the moon that had risen and the twinkling stars, Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. What's wrong, Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke and Naruto emerged from behind, their faces marred by visible injuries, with remnants of water still clinging to their hair. Kakashi cast a glance at the empty bedding where Keisuke had rested. Where has Keisuke gone? Naruto inquired. Sasuke remained silent, yet his eyes mirrored a similar uncertainty. Who knows? Perhaps he found it too stifling and decided to take a stroll. Kakashi mused inwardly with a sigh before continuing. All right, let us not dwell on him. You two should rest for now. By the way, remember to apply the medicine, otherwise, come morning, you'll find yourselves unable to move. Is Kakashi-sensei going to search for Keisuke? Sasuke asked as he observed Kakashi turning to leave. He has gone to bathe. That guy is incredibly strong. He'll be fine, and after all, he is a ninja. With a casual wave of his hand, Kakashi departed, his tone and demeanor betraying no hint of concern, leaving one to wonder if he truly felt unconcerned or simply had confidence in Keisuke's abilities. Sasuke gazed at the vacant bedding, pondering Keisuke's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Naruto, as oblivious as ever, dismissed any worry, largely due to his unwavering belief in Keisuke's formidable strength and his limited understanding of the outside world. Simon, Sasuke, apply the medicine and get some sleep. No need to fret over Keisuke. He might return any moment now. He clapped Sasuke on the shoulder, yawned, then prepared his own sleeping arrangements, hastily applying some ointment before lying down, snoring almost immediately. Having heard Naruto's words, Sasuke relinquished his concern and muttered, "That idiot is right. He is so strong. How could anything happen to him?" Perhaps it was the exhaustion from their training that lulled Sasuke into a deep slumber where he dreamt soundly, rolling over and inadvertently kicking Naruto, causing him to spin a full 90 degrees. Naruto, barely opening his eyes, glanced at the disturbance, stretched, and resumed his slumber. In a nearby alley, a man, slightly inebriated, hummed a tune as he staggered through the shadows, oblivious to the danger lurking nearby. He leaned his sword against the wall and loosened his belt. "Ah, this feels good," he sighed, tightening his pants in a mock display of propriety. Yet, just as he reached for his sword, a figure emerged from the darkness, a powerful arm swiftly constricting around his throat, stifling his cries. He struggled instinctively for his weapon, but ceased his movements as he encountered a pair of blood-red eyes staring back at him. Kazekage released his grip, having ensnared the man in a jinjutsu cast by his 3-tomo Sharingan, a technique too potent for an ordinary individual to escape. "Where's Cardo?" Kazekage demanded. "Cardo is in the central tower of this city," the man replied, fear evident in his voice. "Specifically, he is usually on the 8th floor and sleeps on the top floor." Under Kazeke's interrogation, the man divulged all he knew about Cardo's whereabouts, including details about the tower's defenses, personnel, and more, information that proved quite useful. "One of Cardo's subordinates is a ninja. Tell me everything you know about him." The man hesitated before describing a rogue ninja from the Rain Village, who carried a large sword and was accompanied by a masked individual. "He returned briefly this afternoon and was scolded by the boss." "What kind of ninja is he if he must obey the boss like us?" Kazeke's finger twitched, silencing the man, who fell silent under the weight of his fear as Kazekage contemplated the information. First and foremost, Zabuza had not perished, though he appeared to be in poor condition, likely due to injuries sustained in previous battles. A direct confrontation with an A-rank jutsu would leave most ordinary ninjas incapacitated for some time. "How many people have you killed?" Kazeke's gaze bore into the man, his Sharingan swirling ominously. The answer he received resulted in a lifeless body collapsing in the dark alley. Kazekage was unconcerned about being discovered. By the time anyone found the body, all would be concluded. "Cardo, I am coming for you," Kazekage whispered to himself, donning a grotesque black demon mask for caution. The mask was hideous and menacing, yet beneath it lay a youthful visage that hardly resembled that of a ruthless killer. Tonight, many would find themselves sleepless, and countless souls would be lost to eternal slumber. Kazekage was destined to become the very embodiment of the bloodthirsty executioner he once despised. Though he loathed this path, he could not find peace until those who threatened his rest were eliminated. This night, he would unleash a massacre. In the darkness, a shadow raced toward the central tower, the tallest structure in the city. The slaughter was about to commence. Within a spacious, opulent room, a rotund man slept soundly, utterly unaware of the shadow that had stealthily entered through the window. Suddenly, Cardo awoke, gasping for breath. Instinctively, he reached for a glass of water from the bedside table. But as he turned, the water spilled over his bed. "Who is there?" he shouted, but before he could cry for help, those crimson eyes began to swirl. And as the red glow illuminated the darkness, Cardo's movements and voice were abruptly silenced. Kazekage approached Cardo, knowing that with his Sharingan's control, he need not fear complications. Despite Cardo's high status, he remained an ordinary man, powerless against Kazeke's will. He sat frozen on the bed, seemingly entranced, his eyes vacant, his body rigid. "Where's your money?" Kazeke's first question echoed, for while he sought to eliminate a villain, wealth was still of great importance. Do not assume ninjas are free from financial woes. In fact, many struggle to afford essential tools and explosive tags. Cardo pointed to the left wall of the room, where a painting hung. Kazekage compelled him to retrieve the money, watching as Cardo handed over a substantial bundle of bills, along with gold and other valuable items from a safe. Calculating the sum, Kazekage noted, over 12 million Rio, not counting the gold, which might be worth 30 million. Not a bad haul indeed, he murmured, aware of the monetary value, though his own household was well off. This amount was staggering enough to suggest one could scarcely afford to sell their home for such riches. After storing the money in his system, Kazekage turned back to Cardo, extracting further information regarding Zabuza and Haku. He gleaned that Zabuza was alive but gravely injured, and the intel Cardo had gathered on Zabuza was not extensive but offered some utility. Then, Kazekage directed his gaze at Cardo, his blade gleaming with the promise of blood. Cardo met his end, yet this was merely the beginning. The list of the damned was far from complete. Since he had crossed this threshold, one more or one less made little difference. Kazekage stealthily exited the room, approaching just outside Cardo's chamber, where two fully armed guards stood. "Who goes there?" they demanded. With the activation of his Sharingan, Kazekage struck swiftly, and two lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground. This was merely the prelude. In the heart of the central tower, Kazekage moved like a wraith. each swing of his sword claiming a life. The efficiency of a reaper paled in comparison to his. Amidst the carnage, most victims would not even glimpse the face of their assailant before their demise, for the chasm between a powerful ninja and an ordinary person was insurmountable. The vast disparity in strength rendered their deaths as effortless as slaughtering chickens. Some responded promptly, yet it bore no significance in the face of such overwhelming power. They could not even withstand a single strike from Kazuhaya. Of course, Kazuhaya did not annihilate them all. He spared some children and women, specifically those who did not initiate any aggression towards him. He had not descended to such depths of cruelty. Nor could he bring himself to eradicate every last trace of descent, for those children were far too young. Utilizing his Sharingan, Kazuhaya rendered them unconscious, allowing them to slumber peacefully until they awoke to find the turmoil had subsided, an effortless task for him. In the shroud of night, Kazuhaya moved swiftly, methodically sweeping through the building, layer by layer. His blade remained untainted by blood, yet the scent of carnage clung to his garments. Gripping his sword, adorned with a dark, menacing mask, his eyes, shrouded beneath the mask, exuded a depth filled with lethal intent. At that moment, he resembled the very embodiment of death, relentlessly reaping lives. Finally, with the last sound of a body collapsing, Kazuhaya reached the building's final level, a basement. As he opened the door to this last chamber, he was met with a dimly lit corridor that stretched ahead. Not far away, a prison-like structure loomed, marking the last stop in his journey through this edifice. It's all right. It's all right. We'll be fine. Wah, brother, I'm so scared. Are we going to be sold? Wah, it hurts. Who can save us? From the darkened depths of the tunnel, the clamor of cries and pleas echoed incessantly. A woman clutched her child, her eyes brimming with tears, yet she exerted every effort to reassure her offspring. As Kazuhaya descended the tunnel towards its end, listening to their lamentations, the blood-stained hand that gripped the sword seemed to relax ever so slightly. It was as if some weight had lifted, affirming to him that he had, indeed, committed no error. Those people deserved their fate. Approaching the formidable door, he swung his sword downwards, cleaving the sturdy chains in two with a resounding creak as the door swung open. Standing before the entrance, cloaked in dim light and enveloped in the stench of blood, his grotesque mask made him appear as a harbinger of death. Yet this time, he bore hope and light for those trapped within. Chapter 34, Bright Moon. Beneath the night sky, the youth stood bathed in moonlight, his dark attire already soaked in blood. Droplets cascading through the silver glow. Masked and armed, his eyes seemed to glimmer with a crimson hue as he observed the people until they had all departed. Vanishing into the ether, he harbored no fear of being discovered. At this moment, no one remained who could inflict harm upon him. Some watched his retreating figure, this grim reaper who had nonetheless saved their lives. Kazuhaya departed the rooftop, yet he did not immediately set out to find Zabuza and his companion. Instead, he sought a relatively clean room, seated himself upon the floor, resting his sword on his lap, and focused on regulating his breathing, allowing both his spirit and chakra to recuperate. In moments of exhilaration, individuals often overlook their own fatigue, even if they recognize it. The powerful adrenaline rush quickly suppresses such awareness. It is only after the tumult subsides that the weight of physical and mental exhaustion surges forth. Kazuhaya's breathing remained steady, but only he was aware of the profound fatigue that had accumulated in the brief span of less than an hour. He was still human, not yet devoid of weariness. Killing not merely 100 men, but even 100 pigs would leave one utterly drained. And while a ninja may possess greater strength, once the fervor ebbs, all that lingers is fatigue. Seated still upon the floor, eyes closed, he resembled a wooden statue. Though uninjured, the expenditure of chakra, mental energy, and physical stamina had been considerable, particularly the strain on his psyche. The warm liquid that stained his hands and the visceral sensation of wielding the blade as lives were extinguished filled him with an unprecedented sense of agitation, fatigue, and sorrow, despite the fact that those people were indeed deserving of their fates. In that dim corridor, a slight figure cautiously approached the room, advancing quietly. Perhaps it was this very subtlety that allowed Kazuhaya, in his diminished state, to remain oblivious until the figure drew near. Suddenly, the long sword was unsheathed with a swift motion, moonlight glinting off the razor-sharp blade, casting a chilling glow. The sword swept forth, ascending before halting abruptly at the nape of the intruder's neck, a sliver of red appearing upon the collar due to the blade's keen edge. Kazuhaya, gripping the sword, opened his eyes, revealing an unmistakable chill within them. Step back, or perish. His voice, cold and grave, resonated through the air as he beheld the figure, a girl. Or so she appeared. Despite the dim illumination, and her current disheveled state, her fair skin, delicate features, and the tattered, yet elegant plum blossom kimono identified her as a young maiden of beauty. The girl scrutinized him, recognizing that he had saved her life. He was not particularly tall, and she had anticipated an elder, yet his face exuded youthfulness, appearing even younger than herself. The chilling light in his eyes and the blade poised at her throat made it abundantly clear. This was the one she sought, her savior. Simultaneously, she understood that any further movement towards him would spell her demise. To claim she was unafraid would be a lie. Yet, she had grown accustomed to fear. What could be more terrifying than witnessing her loved ones perish before her eyes? Death, perhaps. As the blade advanced slightly, blood trickled along its edge. With a swift motion, Kazuhaya sheathed his sword. Before him stood merely an ordinary woman, devoid of any threat to him. Depart. Whether you seek to express gratitude, pursue power, or any other motive, leave now. If you are here for vengeance, it would be wise to lie low for a while longer, he stated coldly. Rising, he circumvented the girl, intent on leaving. I have nothing left, no family, no friends, nothing at all. I do not know where to go. Please, allow me to follow you. Her voice, clear and melodious like a mountain spring, rang out, causing Kazuhaya to halt. Her tone abruptly ceased as she bent forward, her eyes betraying little emotion. Her face devoid of expression. She simply bowed quietly, listening to the sound of Kazuhaya's footsteps receding from the room. Ultimately, Kazuhaya departed. Yet the girl did not lift her head, her gaze becoming increasingly vacant as he left. What is your name? In the hushed room, Kazuhaya's voice echoed once more as he returned to the girl, gently inquiring. I have no name. From this moment on, whatever you choose to call me shall be my name, she replied, straightening up to meet his gaze, a smile adorning her face. Though Kazuhaya saw no mirth in her eyes, contemplating his reasons, perhaps anticipating a future utility for her, or perhaps out of a sense of compassion, he returned. Then let it be Mingyue. From this day forth, your name shall be Mingyue, he declared softly. Mingyue? Thank you, esteemed sir, she responded, bowing once more. Indeed, Kazuhaya nodded slightly, observing the young girl, momentarily at a loss for words. He returned to his seated position and addressed her. Now, share your circumstances with me. Regarding age and what else you can do for me, Mingyue understands. She nods, then begins to softly recount her situation. Mingyue is 15 years old today, and her circumstances are as the adults perceive. She stands alone, bereft of both father and mother. As for what she can offer to the adults, after some contemplation, Mingyue hesitantly states that her father was once the president of a merchant association, and she has absorbed some knowledge from that experience. If the adults are willing, she could manage some enterprises for them. Of course, should the adults require anything else of her, she is eager to learn. She assures them that she will strive diligently. And even if her physical form is needed, Mingyue is willing, for she remains untainted. Those who sought to sell her at a high price never touched her. Feng observes the young girl's narration. Her maturity is astonishing. At such a time, even adults might struggle to maintain their composure. Yet this girl remains remarkably composed. Perhaps a testament to her profound losses. Chapter 35, Team Formation. Ding. System task activated. Task name, Clear Wind, Bright Moon. Task level, A class. Task content, acquire your first teammate. Task reward, Devil Fruit, Scythe Fruit. Note, upon consumption, it enhances the host's physical attributes, rendering them immensely powerful and granting them formidable control over wind attributes. With attacks and defenses infused with the might of wind. Listening to the voice resonating within her mind, Feng gazes at the girl before him. Undoubtedly, this task has been specifically tailored for her, though it may also hinge on Feng's own choices. After she has shared all, Feng comprehends that he is likely to acquire his first companion outside of Konoha, and from his current perspective, she appears to be an exceptional ally, intelligent and composed. While it may seem harsh to say, given her current state, should she become his companion, he need not worry about betrayal, for at this moment, she possesses nothing. As for the rest, with the devil fruit at hand, it seems feasible to cultivate her into a jonin. After all, such fruits are somewhat akin to cheating, capable of transforming an ordinary individual into a genius. Exhaling slowly, Feng rises and strides outward, declaring, from this moment forth, you are under my aegis. My name is Chimu Feng, but you may call me Feng. Stay by my side, and I shall bestow upon you strength. As for everything else, I believe it need not be elaborated. Yes, Mingyue understands, she replies with a slight nod. Follow me. Tonight, we have another matter to attend to, Feng whispers. Just as he finishes his sentence, the task's reward materializes, marking the completion of the task with ease. However, the The devil fruit can wait. The moment is not yet ripe. Feng exits the room, orienting himself before making his way towards an inconspicuous building within the town. He has not forgotten that his agenda includes not only eliminating Cardo, but also recruiting Zabuza and Haku. Achieving this objective would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. Should he ever find himself severed from Konoha, he would not be isolated in the outside world, until he possesses the might to dominate all. Having reliable companions is quite advantageous. Moreover, while Zabuza is one thing, it would be preferable to spare someone like Haku, if possible. As the two approach, they do not make a concerted effort to mask their footsteps or sounds. In this place, there are no others. It is an open space, with a forest behind and a lake ahead. On the grass stands a modest dwelling, neither lavish nor ostentatious, yet sufficient shelter for a ninja. Inside the room, Zabuza sits cross-legged with his eyes closed, while Haku kneels beside him, seemingly tending to medicinal herbs. Suddenly, Zabuza's eyes snap open, fixating on the entrance. The door creaks open, and the two figures step inside. Zabuza remains seated but reaches for his executioner's blade beside him. Haku rises, though he does not draw a weapon. A serious expression crosses his face. He is acutely aware of Feng's identity and recognizes him as an adversary, despite his reluctance to confront him. Glaring at Feng, Zabuza's eyes glint coldly. In the dim light of the living room, the flickering flames cast faint glimmers, allowing the ninja's keen eyesight to discern the situation, albeit dimly. "Where's Kakashi?" Zabuza demands coldly, tightening his grip on the massive blade, poised for action. "Do not misunderstand. I am not here to cause you trouble," Feng replies. Though he too grips his sword, cognizant that facing someone like Zabuza could be fatal. His intent is to recruit these two, not to meet his end. Zabuza regards them with evident skepticism. "Whatever your purpose, since you are here, you might as well leave your life behind," he retorts, rising. "After I kill you, I will send Kakashi and your two teammates to join you." Haku. Feng turns to Haku, acknowledging that, as a man, Haku possesses an almost delicate beauty, appearing almost feminine. Yet Feng knows he can trust this individual. "Zabuza, perhaps we should hear what he has to say," Haku suggests, observing Feng without sensing any malice. Since Feng has spoken, he is willing to listen to his proposal. Zabuza contemplates this, his gaze still wary, yet he refrains from immediate action. "You have 3 minutes." Exhaling deeply, Feng allows a smile to grace his features. "How to put this? It feels rather abrupt, but let us have Zabuza join my team." Zabuza blinks in surprise. He never anticipated that this child, younger than Haku, would utter such words. A smirk of derision curls his lips as he coldly retorts, "Join your team? What qualifications do you possess? Moreover, I am a rogue ninja. Do you know the fate of those who consort with rogue ninjas? If your words were to leak, do you think your Hokage would let you off?" At one tea leak, Feng smiles lightly, though the grin falters slightly. He calms himself, the smile fading as he murmurs, "Indeed, I am not adept at verbal dueling. Since you have nothing more to say, prepare to die." With that, Zabuza's form suddenly vanishes, his executioner's blade slicing through the air, its edge descending upon Feng like a crescent moon. Ding! Feng raises his sword to counter the onslaught, the blade firmly blocking the strike. "Indeed, it seems we must fight. Very well, let us proceed. If I prevail, then Zabuza, wait until you survive to utter such words." "Kid, do you think I am just anyone?" Zabuza interrupts with a fierce growl, pressing down with tremendous force, silencing Feng's words. The immense power surges forth, leaving Feng no chance to respond. The long blade shifts, scraping past, as he grips his sword with both hands, maneuvering to dissipate the overwhelming force and narrowly evade the strike. Shunshin. Feng's heart races as he abruptly moves, vanishing from his position and reappearing behind Zabuza, thrusting his long blade at Zabuza's back. Ding! Zabuza, clearly anticipating this maneuver, deftly positions his blade to intercept Feng's strike. With a powerful push against his sword, Zabuza sends Feng reeling back. Performing a hand sign, water vapor envelopes the courtyard in an instant. Water release, hidden mist technique. Chapter 36, the second battle with Zabuza. The mist swiftly enveloped the entire courtyard, and combined with the night, rendered visibility nearly non-existent to the naked eye. Bai quickly approached Minghua, a smile gracing his face as he softly urged, "Let us step aside for a moment to avoid any innocent casualties." Minghua nodded slightly, and Bai guided her to a clearing outside the courtyard, where they took refuge against the trunk of a large tree. From this vantage point, they could better observe the unfolding situation, although the dense fog and darkness obscured their view. "Do you have no intention of joining the fight?" Minghua inquired, glancing at Bai, her body tense and her gaze wary. acutely aware that her caution may prove futile. I shook his head, directing his attention towards the misty expanse. Lord Zabuza has not summoned me to act, nor does he require it. Noticing the girl's unease, I gently reassured her, do not fret. Kazekage is formidable. And so is Lord Zabuza. All will be well. Mingyuan nodded in silence, yet a flicker of concern lingered within her. After all, she had witnessed death countless times. Life was, after all, an exceedingly fragile thing. As Bai regarded Mingyue, he felt an inexplicable sense of kinship towards her, as if they were intricately connected. Though the precise reason eluded him. In the midst of the fog, Kazekage tightened his grip on the blade, suddenly thrusting it backward in a fierce attack. The blade met nothing but air, and without missing a beat, he swiftly pivoted and slashed to the left. Clang! The sharp sound of metal colliding echoed as Kazekage, utilizing his heightened senses and the ocular prowess of his Sharingan, locked eyes with the close approaching Zabuza, a cold glint flickering in his gaze. The mist technique is of no use to me. If you believe you can defeat me with such a tactic, you are sorely mistaken. Show me your true abilities. Otherwise, I shall assume that the legendary Zabuza of the 7 ninja swordsmen is nothing but a mere shadow of his former self. Damn you, boy, do not be so arrogant. Zabuza retorted, though inwardly astonished. However, he was undeterred, confident that he could vanquish this young adversary even without the mist technique. With a swift motion, Zabuza retracted his blade, synchronizing with his footwork as he unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Kazekage, the metallic clashing resounding like a symphony of battle. Sparks ignited amidst the fog and darkness, only to extinguish just as quickly. Do not underestimate your opponents, Zabuza declared, his blade dancing with remarkable agility, a massive weapon in his grasp, yet wielded with astonishing finesse. His overwhelming strength forced Kazekage into a defensive posture, dodging and parrying the relentless strikes. As Zabuza's blade descended once more, Kazekage tapped into his heightened senses. Anticipating the trajectory of the attack, he retreated, crouched low, and countered with a thrust of his long sword, fluidly evading 2 strikes and compelling Zabuza to step back several paces. Indeed, I have heard whispers of your reputation. Many have perished at your hands. However, among those, I assure you, I shall not be counted, Kazekage stated coldly, gripping his sword tightly as he propelled himself forward. Tiger strike. An echoing roar resonated as a phantom tiger manifested around Kazekage's blade, its edge transforming into the ferocious claws of the beast, descending upon Zabuza with lethal intent. With a clash, sparks flew as Kazekage's sword met Zabuza's decapitating blade, cutting through with an astonishing force. Zabuza's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt the might of Kazekage's attack. Yet, he did not succumb to panic. Retreating slightly, he clutched his blade with determination. But even so, the immense force of the strike pushed him back several steps, leaving a trail of crimson upon his chest. As Zabuza staggered, Kazekage steadied his grip on his weapon, forming a hand seal. Wind release, gale. A tempest erupted around him, dispersing the fog and revealing the battlefield anew. Although Kazekage possessed the ability to perceive Zabuza's position, he preferred not to engage in a fight under unfavorable conditions. Observing the mist dissipate, Zabuza refrained from countering immediately. Glancing at the notch in his decapitating blade, he coldly remarked, such formidable swordsmanship, surpassing even some ninjutsu. However, to slay me, you are yet unqualified. I had no intention of using this technique to kill you, Kazekage replied. Yet, regarding swordsmanship, I doubt I could best you at present. However, I suspect your injuries are still not fully healed, which allowed me to land that strike. Regardless, you are no longer my match, so shall we continue? If this persists, both of us may lose control over our strength. You arrogant boy, I concede your talent, but you underestimate the complexities of a ninja's battle, Zabuza retorted icily. Forming a hand seal. Water release, water clone. With the final hand seal, torrents of water surged around Zabuza, swiftly manifesting 3 clones armed with kunai, charging directly at Kazekage. Water clones? Useless, Kazekage replied nonchalantly. Even if Zabuza's clones were superior to ordinary ones, they were insufficient to stand against Kazekage's might. Water release, water bullets. With a swift hand seal, several water bullets formed beside him and shot forth. Bang, bang, bang. The water bullets erupted, annihilating 2 of the water clones, while the third lunged towards Kazekage, kunai poised for a strike. At this moment, Kazekage's sword sliced through the air, piercing through the last water clone with ease. Seeing Kazekage dispatch his clones with such ease did not surprise Zabuza. His objective had already been achieved. Water release, water dragon bullet. Water swirled around him. coalescing into a massive water dragon towering over 20 to 30 meters high, hurtling towards Kazekage. Such a large-scale attack, unleashed from such a short distance and with incredible speed, left Kazekage with no room to evade, and it seemed he had no time to execute his own ninjutsu. "Child, perish!" Zabuza roared as the water dragon descended, clamping down upon Kazekage before rocketing away. Boom! The water dragon howled, obliterating the wooden house and uprooting numerous trees in its wake. Finally coming to a halt hundreds of meters away, the area lay in ruins, trees toppled, the wooden structure reduced to rubble, and Kazekage had seemingly vanished from sight. At that moment, a chill crept into Zabuza's heart. Just as he intended to retreat, it was already too late. Chapter 37, Defeated. The long blade rested against Zabuza's throat. A mere inch closer, and it would pierce his flesh. He felt the sharp edge graze his skin, as if sensing the impending breach. Illusion? When did you? Zabuza's gaze fell upon the youthful figure before him, noticeably shorter than himself. The house lay in ruins, decimated by his own water technique, and the destruction was undeniable. Yet, the only unexpected factor was his opponent. Now standing before him, Kazekage was wholly unscathed. Achieving such a feat was not merely a matter of speed. It could only be attributed to illusion techniques. To be precise, it was a combination of shadow clones and jinjutsu. Kazekage spoke softly, maintaining his grip on the blade. He knew Zabuza was a man who would seize any opportunity to retaliate, unless he held absolute certainty. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai leaped down from the tree. Poised but cautious, his phone had already summoned several kunai, ready to act should Kazekage engage Zabuza. As I gazed upon the youthful figure standing mere inches away, Zabuza's lips curled into a faint smirk as he softly uttered, "Did you truly believe you had triumphed?" What? A sudden panic surged within Kazahaya, prompting him to instinctively drive his sword into his flesh, only for the crimson blood he expected to be replaced by water. "You still lack experience, kid." A voice erupted from behind, accompanied by a shuriken that aimed menacingly at Kazuhaya's neck. At that moment, a dark substance stealthily enveloped his collar. Clang! The sharp sound of metal meeting metal echoed, as the shuriken failed to penetrate Kazuhaya's flesh, halted by his armed haki. Seizing the opportunity, Kazuhaya leapt forward, soaring to a height of over 3 meters, and swiftly altered his hand signs. Fire release, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball, standing 3 meters tall, erupted from Kazuhaya's mouth, hurtling towards Zabuza and crashing violently against him. Zabuza reacted swiftly, crossing his arms defensively and employing water chakra to shield himself. Yet, despite his efforts, the searing heat and formidable impact sent him careening backwards, inflicting significant burns upon him. Stumbling back several meters, Zabuza barely regained his footing, lowering his arms which trembled slightly, marked by the scars of fire. Other parts of his body bore traces of the flames as well. "Zabuza-sama." Haku rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Zabuza while keeping a wary eye on Kazuhaya. In Zabuza's current state, Kazuhaya could easily slay him. "What was that just now?" Zabuza inquired, his gaze fixed on Kazuhaya. "If you agree to my terms, you shall find out," Kazuhaya replied coolly, gripping his sword tightly and readying his chakra for combat. "Heh, impressive indeed. Even in my diminished state, you have surpassed Haku. But do you think you have already won?" Zabuza chuckled, though the smirk bore an unmistakable taunt. "Otherwise," Kazuhaya countered. Suddenly, Zabuza grinned, forming signs for water release. Water bullets. Emerging from the hidden mist village, Zabuza was no stranger to such high-level water jutsu. "Haku, attack. Eliminate him." Zabuza commanded, prompting Haku into action. A flurry of sunbon flew forth, aimed directly at Kazuhaya. Utilizing his observation haki, Kazuhaya dodged while wielding his blade to deflect. Clang! A sunbon grazed past his ear as Kazuhaya swiftly formed hand signs. Earth release, earth wall. A colossal earthen barrier rose before him just as several water bullets struck, creating a thunderous crash. Yet, this was not the end. Haku executed a body flicker technique, appearing at Kazuhaya's flank. A chill radiated from him. Secret technique, 1,000 killing water shuriken. In an instant, hundreds of ice-infused sunbon surged towards Kazuhaya. With no time to conjure another earth wall, Kazuhaya relied on his armed haki to safeguard his vital areas. The icy sunbon fell, some evaded, others blocked by his haki, yet a portion pierced Kazuhaya's body. "My lord." Everything transpired too swiftly for Mizuki, an ordinary individual unable to react in time. By the moment she comprehended the situation, Kazuhaya was already adorned with numerous ice sunbon, blood beginning to seep forth. Kazuhaya sank to one knee, and Mizuki rushed to his side, shielding him from Zabuza and Haku. though ultimately futile, as with their prowess. Taking Mizuki's life would be but a fleeting moment's task. I apologize, Haku murmured, a flicker of remorse flashing in his eyes as he spoke softly. Despite still clutching several senbon, his resolve to strike seemingly wavering. Kazuhaya-sama. Mizuki voiced her concern. It's fine. Kazuhaya grunted as he struggled to rise, pulling the ice senbon from his body, casting a weary glance at Haku. Thank you. The gratitude stemmed from Kazuhaya's realization that had Haku been fully committed, he would likely already be dead. After all, despite his haki, Haku possessed the strength to turn him into a sieve, and though he appeared grievously injured, it was merely superficial. Haku remained silent, glancing at Zabuza, a flicker of pleading evident in his eyes. Zabuza, however, seemed oblivious, retrieving his executioner's blade from the ground and, with a grimace of pain, addressed Kazuhaya. Today, out of benevolence, I shall spare your life. Should we meet again, your fortune may not hold. Haku was a fine ally. The pain began to surge, sweat beading on Kazuhaya's forehead as blood trickled forth. But he will eventually be mine. Get lost. Do not make me repeat myself. Zabuza coldly commanded. Kazuhaya nodded, uttering no further words as he sheathed his sword and limped away from the scene, watching Kazuhaya's silhouette fade from view. The coldness in Zabuza's eyes dissipated, unable to maintain his facade of strength any longer. He sank to one knee, gazing in the direction Kazuhaya departed, murmuring, "That kid is impressive. His talent surpasses yours. Zabuza-sama, allow me to tend to your wounds." Haku supported Zabuza, beginning to address his injuries, which were grievous. The burns from the flames leaving harrowing marks that would not be easily remedied. Meanwhile, having exited the courtyard, Kazuhaya began to reflect upon his defeat. He had indeed underestimated his opponent. Zabuza's strength exceeded his expectations, resulting in his miscalculation. He bore no ill will towards Haku. Rather, he felt a sense of joy, believing that Haku would undoubtedly become his ally. If Haku was to be his companion, what joy would that not bring? As for Zabuza, he had indeed gained an advantage, information, a counter to his abilities, and Zabuza's own injuries. Otherwise, victory would have been elusive, at best a 50-50 chance. Pain surged, causing Kazuhaya to grimace as he pressed onward. Deep in thought, next time, it shall not be so simple, he murmured. My lord. Mizuki, concerned, reached out to assist him. Chapter 38, A Night Concludes. My lord. Where shall we go now? Mizuki followed Kazuhaya, attempting to offer her support, only to be gently rebuffed. No need. I am fine. Kazuhaya insisted, continuing forward. Let us find a place to rest, and also, do not call me my lord, just refer to me by my name. Yes, Kazuhaya-sama. Mizuki hesitated but ultimately added the honorific. Kazuhaya, too weary to correct her again, retrieved 2 pills from his system space and swallowed them, feeling slightly revitalized. He wished to return. But given the current state of affairs, it was prudent to find a place to tend to his injuries first. For a ninja, seeking a resting spot was not a daunting task, especially under these circumstances. Being on the outskirts of the city, a short stroll inward would lead to signs of life. As night had fallen and ordinary folk were fast asleep, Kazuhaya stealthily led Mizuki into a courtyard, casting an illusion over the homeowners to ensure their peaceful slumber. Thereafter, he commenced treating his wounds. With Mizuki's assistance, the miraculous potions provided by the system, and the healing salves he had prepared, the process of mending his injuries proved manageable. Albeit painful, nonetheless, he could endure. At that moment, amidst the ruins, Haku began to tend to Zabuza's wounds. Zabuza's injuries were far more severe, the remnants of his previous wounds compounded by the latest affliction. In truth, Kazuhaya had come away with an advantage. Zabuza had already been injured, his combat efficacy diminished, and Kazuhaya's abilities had countered Zabuza's missed techniques. Otherwise, Kazuhaya might not have triumphed, at best achieving a stalemate. Silence, an enduring silence. After a protracted interval, as Zabuza finished bandaging his wounds, he finally broke the stillness to say, "You may accompany him." Bai busied himself with the medicinal herbs and instruments, responding, "I am but a tool for Lord Zabuza. I shall not depart from him, so please rest assured." Zabuza fell silent once more, and after a considerable pause, coldly retorted, "Do not overestimate your significance. You are merely a tool, easily replaceable with a more effective one." "Indeed, Lord Zabuza," Bai replied with a smile and a nod. Zabuza chose not to speak further, nor did he mention any mercy he might extend to Bai. He remained silent, yet began to ponder, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. Perhaps it truly is possible. This notion flitted away, but lingered enough to incite multiple reflections. In another chamber, Feng sat cross-legged, breathing evenly, his form unclad save for the most essential parts covered. He was coated in a special ointment, and under the influence of both his formidable physique and the medicinal properties, his wounds swiftly healed. By dawn's light, he might be entirely restored. Mingyue knelt beside him, gazing at Feng, fatigue unmistakably etched on her face, yet she persisted in her vigil. You may rest for a while, Feng suggested. Mingyue nodded, but her demeanor betrayed no intention of resting. Feng, closing his eyes, began to recuperate, not from a lack of desire to recline, but because certain wounds had yet to heal. In the stillness, a prolonged quiet enveloped them. Under the dim light, Mingyue observed Feng, listening to his rhythmic breathing, a smile gracing her features, one that had long been absent. In a spacious room, Naruto lazily rubbed his eyes as sunlight streamed in, invigorating his senses and hastening his wakefulness. A glance back revealed Sasuke already up, meticulously checking his gear, donning his clothing, and stowing kunai into his ninja pouch. Sasuke turned to the still drowsy Naruto and instinctively mocked. Finally awake? Do you want to sleep a bit longer? Damn you, Sasuke, Naruto retorted, glancing to the side where Feng's bed lay empty, the bedding undisturbed. Clearly, Feng had not returned. Has Feng not come back? What about Kakashi-sensei? Naruto inquired. Just then, the door creaked open, and Kakashi entered, his gaze sweeping over the two, casually remarking, "Good morning. How did you sleep last night?" "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto exclaimed, rubbing his eyes before quickly leaping from the bedding. "Kakashi-sensei, has Feng returned yet?" Sasuke remained silent, mirroring Naruto's curiosity. "Not yet." Kakashi shook his head nonchalantly. "But fret not, that kid will be fine." Naruto opened his mouth to ask more, but the words caught in his throat, halted by Kakashi's interruption. "Boys, since you've rested well, it's time to train. While laziness is comfortable, it won't make you strong," Kakashi said, feigning ease. With that, Sasuke nodded and silently made his way outside. "Hey Sasuke, wait for me," Naruto shouted, hastily gathering his things and following in Sasuke's footsteps. However, as they reached the threshold, Sasuke suddenly halted, glancing back at Kakashi. "It's nothing," Kakashi whispered, though he too harbored concerns. After all, even he was shaken by the events of last night, struggling to believe that such deeds could stem from a mere 12-year-old. The youth today, why can't they be a bit more obedient?" he lamented, rubbing his temples in mild frustration. Meanwhile, in another chamber, Feng retrieved a peculiar fruit, along with several scrolls and vials, handing them to Mingyue beside him. "Deliver these 2 vials to Bai, and the scrolls contain chakra extraction methods, some ninjutsu, and my training insights. Eat this fruit immediately." He placed the items on the table, speaking softly. "Understood." Mingyue nodded, then without hesitation, took a large bite of the strange fruit, her expression instantly shifting. "Ugh, it's terrible." Upon hearing Mingyue's honest complaint, a smile crept onto Feng's face. "Well, just a bite will suffice. You needn't consume it all. Right. Over the next few days, after finding Bai, you shall stay by his side. He will impart the knowledge you require. When will you come to find me?" Mingyue asked softly, organizing the items she received. "Not long from now," Feng replied gently, casually adjusting his attire before looking at Mingyue. "I'm leaving. Take care of yourself." Mingyue nodded slightly, watching as Feng's silhouette faded from view. Exhaling slowly, a smile graced her lips as she murmured to herself, "Mingyue, you must strive diligently." With that, Mingyue secured her belongings and exited the courtyard, making her way toward the direction where Zaibujan and Bai resided. Chapter 39, Companions. Before the ruins, Mingyue hesitated momentarily, but ultimately stepped inside. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed past, and a large blade halted beside Mingyue's slender, pale neck, its proximity palpable as she felt the skin being grazed. Zaibujan, bandaged across his body and hands, with half his face wrapped, revealed only a pair of chilling eyes that sent shivers down one's spine. "What do you want? Where's your master?" Zaibujan coldly regarded the girl, having not forgotten the one who had trailed behind that individual just the night before. Death loomed near. Yet Mingyue displayed no signs of anxiety or fear, instead smiling gently as she replied, "Feng sent me to find you. He has something for you. He also told me that Bai will teach me what I need to know." Lord Zaibujan. Bai emerged from the makeshift shelter, calling out, "Whoosh!" with a disdainful snort. Zaibujan lowered his blade and turned away without a backward glance. Observing this, Bai's face lit up with a smile. Despite Zaibujan's frequent claims of being merely a tool, his intelligence surely allowed him to perceive the true nature of Zaibujan. Bai approached Mingyue, chuckling softly. "Do not take offense. Lord Zaibujan is like that, but he will not harm you." Mingyue nodded with a smile. then produced the 2 vials Feng had entrusted to her, saying, "These are for you, from Lord Feng." I accepted the vials, glancing at them and murmuring, "Healing potions? I see. Also, Lord Feng mentioned that I should heed your guidance. He said you would teach me how to grow stronger," Mingyue added. "Is that so?" I smiled, continuing, "It may be quite arduous, but you should be able to endure. No problem. Regardless of how tough it is, I will persevere. Please guide me well." Mingyue replied cheerfully, bowing deeply to Bai. Bai nodded in acknowledgement, observing the girl's face adorned with a similar smile. A sense of warmth blossoming within him. Being trusted and needed by someone felt remarkably pleasant. In the time that followed, while clearing the ruins and tending to Zai Bujan's injuries, Bai also began to earnestly instruct Mingyue on how to become a true ninja. Perhaps due to that peculiar fruit, or perhaps owing to Mingyue's innate talents, she learned rapidly, and in fact, she had already mastered many concepts. With a gifted and diligent student and a committed teacher, progress was naturally swift. In this process, even though Zabuza, with his piercing gaze, witnessed Hakumai teaching some rather precious skills to Mingyue, he did not intervene. In fact, at times, he even offered suggestions, his tone not particularly kind. Yet Mingyue could discern that beneath Zabuza's hardened exterior lay a heart that was somewhat soft. A leaf was sliced in Mingyue's hand as she opened the scroll. Scrutinizing its contents intently, after a prolonged moment, she closed the scroll and murmured, "So that's how it is?" With those words, Mingyue rose, forming hand seals with a deliberate grace, her movements precise despite their measured pace. "Wind release, wind blade," she exclaimed, her voice resonating with conviction as she thrust her hands forward, gathering wind chakra that transformed into a vibrant, azure blade over a meter long, shooting forth with great velocity. A sharp whoosh echoed as it struck a tree trunk as thick as a man, resulting in a thunderous crash as the tree toppled, its broken surface smooth as glass. Witnessing this spectacle, Hakumai applauded enthusiastically, approaching Mingyue with a smile. "Congratulations, Mingyue. Your talent surpasses my expectations. At this rate, it won't be long before you catch up to me." With a flick of her hair, a genuine smile illuminated Mingyue's face as she replied, "I owe it all to your guidance." Hakumai chuckled, graciously accepting her gratitude. Not far off, Zabuza perched on a tree trunk, his massive sword resting beside him. Though he remained silent, the scene had left him momentarily astonished. He muttered to himself, "Is it truly possible to wield such power without mastering elemental transformation? And this girl's talent is astonishing." Gazing at the fallen tree, Mingyue felt a surge of joy, imagining that if Kaze were to witness this, he would surely commend her efforts. At the lakeside, beside a wooden cabin, Kaze, blade in hand, approached his quarters. With a creak, he pushed open the door and entered the bathroom, where he prepared a set of clean clothes. The steam quickly enveloped the space, and the warmth coaxed him to close his eyes in bliss. "You've indeed accomplished something remarkable." Kakashi leaned against the bathroom door, casting a glance at the basket of clothes. His tone languid, yet laden with meaning. Inside the bathroom, Kaze swept his hair back, replying, "I merely went out for a stroll to gather some intelligence. But I happened upon something significant and couldn't resist. My apologies, Kakashi-sensei." "Very well. I accept your apology." Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Kaze hesitated, words caught in his throat. Having prepared numerous responses, only to find Kakashi's demeanor unexpectedly relaxed. Just as Kaze believed the matter had concluded, Kakashi spoke again, this time with utmost seriousness. "Next time, bring your teammates along, or at the very least, inform us. I am not only your teacher, but also your senior and comrade. I am your support, your ally. You can trust me, as well as Naruto and Sasuke." While Naruto's reliability is obvious, Sasuke, though he may not show concern, regards you as a companion. Kaze remained silent, warm water cascading over him as he pondered Kakashi's words. After a long pause, a gentle smile graced his lips as he earnestly nodded. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. I will ensure it doesn't happen again." "Let us hope so," Kakashi replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. He was certain that Kaze had absorbed the lesson, but how he would act in the future remained a mystery only Kaze could unravel. "Also," Kaze began, but Kakashi interjected, "What is it? Sensei, could you refrain from blocking the bathroom door while discussing these matters? I appreciate it, but it feels a bit out of place." Kaze feigned seriousness. "Impudent brat." Kakashi chuckled helplessly, turning to leave, pausing briefly to say, "Just forget it." In the bathroom, Kaze smiled faintly, glancing down to see that his wounds had vanished, and his condition had improved significantly, though weariness still crept upon him. After a refreshing bath and tidying up, Kaze returned to his room and collapsed onto his bed. "Kakashi, Entering the room, listened to Kaze's even breathing and knelt beside him, adjusting the blanket gently. Those 3 troublesome kids, none of them allow me a moment of peace. Chapter 40. A new Kato. Kaze, you're back. Inside the room, Naruto burst in exuberantly. Upon spotting Kaze, a radiant smile spread across his face. Without warning, Naruto lunged at him, prompting Kaze to toss the blanket aside and roll away. Thud. Naruto fell in a heap, fortuitously landing on Kaze's bed. Had it been the floor, his robust physique would likely have spared him any serious injury. Rising and tidying his clothes, Kaze smiled and nodded at the others. I went out to gather some intelligence. How has your training progressed? Have you mastered tree climbing? I've made preliminary progress, but I still need practice, Sasuke replied coolly, his face bearing fresh scratches, indicating he had taken a few tumbles that day. I've got it down, and I'm doing much better than this guy, Naruto declared proudly, hands on his hips. Sasuke shot Naruto a cold glare, retorting, idiot. What's that supposed to mean, you jerk? I'm obviously better than you. Naruto shouted in frustration. Observing their banter, Kaze couldn't suppress a smile. After dinner, as night fell, Naruto and Sasuke resumed their training. Kaze, having nearly slept the entire day, felt revitalized and decided to assist them. Both boys showed rapid progress, particularly Naruto, whose improvement in such a delicate skill was astonishing to Kaze. The following day, aside from his own training, Kaze made time to guide them in water walking. Initially, it posed significant challenges, with both boys sputtering after being submerged multiple times. However, their remarkable talent led to swift advancement, and after several attempts, they began to grasp the technique. By the 5th day, both boys could maintain their footing on moderately flowing water. For an average ninja, achieving this feat might take months, yet these two accomplished it in mere days, underscoring their extraordinary capabilities. Of course, Kaze had taken a similar amount of time, perhaps even slightly less, with the patience of an adult soul. He approached such tasks with a steadier hand. As time trickled by, each individual engaged in their pursuits, some diligently training, others reminiscing about the past, and some contemplating future directions. Amidst this passage of time, the bridge hailed as a symbol of hope by Danas was nearing completion. The progression of time indicated that Kaze and his companions would not linger in the land of waves much longer. Their mission was to safeguard Danas until the bridge was completed, and with its nearing fruition, their task was also drawing to a close. During this interval, Kaze refrained from unnecessary endeavors, focusing on his training and occasionally mentoring Naruto and Sasuke. Their spirited bickering, enhanced by Naruto's naivete and Sasuke's demeanor, ensured that life remained anything but dull. Yet just as Kaze anticipated a tranquil passage of time, an unforeseen event loomed silently on the horizon. In Kaze's mind, Kato had perished, and the elite of the Kato group had met their demise as well, leaving Zabuza without motive to act. While this region might not achieve complete peace, a period of calm should ensue. However, some individuals operated with an efficiency that surpassed Kaze's expectations. As he had previously noted, Kato was never alone, even in death. Kato's legacy lingered on through Rindo and Jindo. The demise of Cardo was a significant event for this city. However, when viewed from the broader perspective of the entire nation of Bo and the world at large, it was but a trivial occurrence. Within the confines of this city, Cardo was not the sole purveyor of vice. Following his death, various factions that had long been suppressed by Cardo began to stir restlessly, quickly resolving to take action. After all, these individuals were driven by greed and avarice, even having witnessed the brutal spectacle of Cardo's end. The looming threat of consequences paled in comparison to the substantial profits at stake. Merely 3 days after Cardo's passing, certain gangs swiftly moved to seize his remaining assets. After a tumultuous struggle, a new figure akin to Cardo emerged within the city. In the tallest edifice, a robust middle-aged man sat upon the highest throne, surveying the throng of over 100 individuals gathered below. Have we identified the perpetrator? He inquired, nodding with satisfaction at the reports from his subordinates. One man, clearly aware of the inquiry directed at him, shook his head and replied, "No information has surfaced. The black market yields no leads on the mysterious figure who decimated Cardo. However, given his prolonged absence, he may have either fled, sustained injuries, or met his demise, for Cardo's followers were not entirely inept." Upon hearing this, the man perched above nodded slightly, a cold glint of murderous intent and fervent greed flickering in his eyes as he pondered. "Do you have anything to say regarding that grand bridge?" A flurry of discussion erupted among the crowd, culminating in an elder stepping forward to voice his thoughts. "The completion of the bridge bears little consequence for us, but should that old fool, Danas, succeed, it would undoubtedly provoke us. After all, He has dubbed it the Bridge of Hope. Should he triumph, it may sow seeds of doubt among some. In other words, it would be prudent to demolish the bridge. The man asserted. Indeed, boss. While destroying it may not confer any benefits upon us, allowing it to stand would certainly yield no advantages, the elder replied, fanning himself with a flourish, exuding an air of wisdom. Then let it be destroyed, the man declared with a grave tone. After a moment of silence, he continued. As for those few ninjas, I recall Cardo had employed 2 before. Yes, contact them, came the prompt reply from the elder, seated in his elevated position, surveying those below. A look of satisfaction spread across the man's face as he calmly stated, prepare accordingly. On the day the bridge is completed, we shall deliver them a surprise. Yes, the crowd responded, their expressions betraying either delight or indifference. One need not apply the reasoning of a normal individual to these men, for they were anything but ordinary. At times, driven by mere whim, they would shatter the lives of others and snuff out their existence. Such acts had become second nature. The bridge might hold little significance for them, but if it were to be destroyed, then so be it. As for the individual responsible for obliterating Cardo's organization, they had not connected him to the bridge, considering the tranquility that had reigned for several days. Moreover, certain matters often remained shrouded in obscurity. They were oblivious to the formidable prowess of ninjas, or rather, they failed to comprehend the extraordinary strength possessed by a truly powerful ninja. Not long after, within a secluded wooden cabin in the woods, a phone rang unexpectedly. Chapter 41. The morning. After placing the call down, Zabuza's eyes sparkled with a mocking grin. How amusing. Truly amusing. Prepare yourself. We shall face Kakashi and his team once more. Yes, Lord Zabuza, I responded, nodding without further inquiry. In the courtyard, as she practiced shuriken throwing, a look of confusion crossed the face of the inquisitive Mei as she glanced towards Bai. Yet, Bai merely smiled back, assuring her, it's nothing. Mei nodded slightly and refrained from pressing further. However, Bai could still discern her concern and thus inquired, Lord Zabuza, has Cardo not perished? Why must we still oppose Kakashi and his team? Bai, you ask too many questions. Zabuza retorted coldly. Yes, Bai lowered his head, ceasing further inquiries. Yet, Zabuza began to elucidate the situation at a measured pace. A fellow named Inoue has supplanted Cardo's position. He too seeks to dismantle that inconsequential bridge. How fascinating. These individuals harbor such disdain for this so-called hope. Hearing Zabuza's words, a smile graced Bai's face. Despite Zabuza's usual icy demeanor, he had grown accustomed to their dynamic. Mei, come with us. Bai called out cheerfully. Mei nodded. She was indifferent to notions of hope or missions, but it had been several days since she last saw Kazekage, and she found herself missing him. Through her time spent with Bai, Mei had gleaned some information about Kazekage, an exceptionally powerful child from Konoha. However, the specifics eluded even Zabuza, as he was merely a rogue ninja lacking comprehensive intelligence sources, even if there had been channels for information. Acquiring detailed insights about an obscure individual like Kazekage was no simple task. Meanwhile, upon the bridge, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Danas held a hammer in his right hand and wiped the sweat from his brow with his left, addressing the workers, that shall be all for today. You may all return home to rest. But do not forget, the bridge will be completed tomorrow. Do not be late. Yes, the workers replied, their clothes dampened by sweat and their faces etched with exhaustion. Yet, as they gazed upon the impending completion of the bridge, their hearts brimmed with hope. For they felt success was tantalizingly close. They dispersed in small groups, laughter and smiles gracing their faces as they made their way home. However, they remained blissfully unaware that some matters rarely unfold as anticipated. Upon returning home, Danas excitedly shared the news of the bridge's imminent completion. Curiously, the usually inebriated man refrained from drinking, instead enthusiastically recounting tales to Kakashi and his team, who listened with rapt attention. As he concluded, Danas beamed at the four, rising to bow earnestly. Thank you all. Without your assistance, this bridge would not have reached completion. To express my gratitude, I invite you all to witness the inauguration ceremony of this bridge of hope tomorrow morning. This is of utmost importance, and I implore you all to attend. Haha. It's a bit unusual to see you so serious, old man. Naruto chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Well, if that is the case, we accept. Actually, you accepted. We did not. Sasuke interjected nonchalantly. Damn it, Sasuke. Are you going to oppose me again? Besides, you're the only one who wouldn't agree to this. Right. Kazekage. Naruto shot a glare at Sasuke, chastising him before turning to Kazekage, pleading for his support, which elicited an almost suppressed chuckle from Kazekage. Simultaneously, Sasuke regarded Kazekage, saying nothing, but his intentions were unmistakable. Kazekage had grown accustomed to being caught in the middle of their rivalry over the past few days. Initially, it had been somewhat vexing. However, with time, he had discovered a means of resolution. Smiling at Kakashi, he suggested, "Perhaps we should let Kakashi-sensei decide." "Me decide," Kakashi murmured, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he regarded the earnest Danis. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. "In that case, we shall not impose." "Not imposing is our privilege," Danis replied, his smile radiant. "The Grand Bridge is set to be completed tomorrow. While gratitude towards the 4 individuals is one aspect, he also hopes that should any mishap occur, their presence would provide a measure of reassurance. After all, despite the absence of incidents over the past several days, it does not guarantee that tomorrow will be devoid of troubles. With these 4 by his side, he would feel considerably more at ease." After a brief exchange of idle chatter, the group returned to their quarters to rest. Exhausted from their training, Naruto succumbed to slumber almost instantly, while Kaze and Sasuke followed suit, drifting off to sleep with remarkable speed. With Kakashi present, Kaze felt no concerns regarding safety. If there were truly adversaries capable of breaching Kakashi's vigilance, then it would likely render Kaze's youthfulness irrelevant. This could be considered a slight privilege of youth. After all, remaining vigilant of one's surroundings makes it quite challenging to enjoy restful sleep. The night passed quietly, and as dawn broke, sunlight gradually ascended from behind the mountains, casting its radiant glow through the window into the room. The light illuminated the trio, rousing the 2 who were in slumber, while Naruto remained blissfully asleep. Kaze glanced at him, then at Sasuke, and exchanged a knowing look. In an unexpected turn of events, Sasuke stealthily moved beside Naruto, and then, bang! A swift kick sent Naruto soaring 2 meters away, while Sasuke, like a flash, returned to his own bed and feigned sleep. Such speed and acting prowess, truly befitting of the Uchiha clan. "Who kicked me?" Naruto exclaimed, suddenly wide awake and scanning the room with a mixture of suspicion directed at Kaze and Sasuke. Observing the 2 who appeared to be still asleep, he scratched his head in confusion, muttering, "Could I have been having a nightmare? That doesn't seem right." Sasuke lazily opened his eyes, and Kaze feigned being disturbed from sleep, rising with a yawn. "What's all the commotion, Naruto?" Kaze inquired. "I felt someone kick me. It seemed like a dream." Naruto replied nonchalantly, rubbing his eyes. Yet, how could a dream leave him feeling sore? Meanwhile, Sasuke struggled to contain his laughter, but when Naruto squinted at him, he could no longer hold back, his lips twitching into a smile. "All right, it was you rascal Sasuke," Naruto shouted in frustration. Kaze, the instigator, found himself promptly betrayed by Sasuke. "I had nothing to do with it. Don't look at me," Kaze protested with a swift shake of his head. "Fine. You 2 are conspiring against me. Just wait until I make you beg for mercy," Naruto threatened vehemently, seizing a pillow and launching an attack. The 3 engaged in a playful scuffle, their laughter echoing throughout the room. Hearing the commotion, Kakashi opened the door and, upon observing the trio, declared cheerfully, "Good morning. Are you all ready to set off?" "Yes, Kakashi-sensei," they chorused. "All right then, let's head out." Chapter 42, The Bloodied Bridge. "Minazuki, it is time for us to depart," I whispered softly at the cabin door. With that, he donned a white mask. Nearby, Zabuza, his injuries healed, stood fully armed with his decapitating sword resting on his shoulder. "Indeed," Minazuki replied quietly, stepping out of the cabin. Compared to before, she seemed remarkably transformed, not merely in appearance, but in her aura. At the tender age of 15, she had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Her face retained a hint of youthfulness, and while her figure could not rival that of more mature women, it was undeniably captivating. Clad in a pristine white uniform, perfectly unwrinkled, she stood tall like a pure white lotus, unassuming yet undeniably beautiful. Her striking visage, delicate features, slender fingers, and graceful form were complemented by her flowing black hair, simply styled, yet elegantly cascading down her back. An unambiguous beauty, she epitomized perfection for her age, exuding a blend of gentle charm and spirited vigor. Her attire, though simple, was striking. She picked up a white mask adorned with intricate patterns and donned it, then leaped alongside Bai and Zabuza towards their destination. Upon reaching the bridge, Kaze and the others were met with a sight that stripped away any semblance of joy from their faces. Several men lay sprawled upon the bridge, bloodied and battered, teetering on the brink of death. 2 among them had already succumbed to their injuries. "What has transpired?" Danis exclaimed, his countenance paling as he rushed to assist one of the men, lifting him slightly and anxiously inquiring, "Murakami, what has happened to you?" "No need to ask. It was us." A voice boomed from the other end of the bridge. A burly man, flanked by over 100 followers, emerged from the shadows, surveying the elderly and the three youths with disdain. I expected something more formidable, yet it appears I am merely facing a group of worthless fools. I wasted my concern on you. Had I known, I wouldn't have squandered my resources, in no way sneered, brandishing a blood-stained katana, clearly indicating that the fallen men were his handiwork. Why have you done this? We have never wronged you. Danis, cradling the barely conscious man, glared at the group with fury, his eyes bloodshot with anger and despair. Humph, a foolish question. Blame your own stupidity. Why insist on constructing a bridge and dubbing it a symbol of hope? How laughable. Old man, if you seek someone to blame, look no further than yourself. You are the one who brought this upon them. In no way replied dismissively, showing no regard for their lives. To him, the lives of others were inconsequential, and in this world, the demise of a few was hardly noteworthy. You, Danis glared at the man, yearning to charge at him in fury. Yet he understood that such an action would only lead to his own demise. Kaze, observing the scene before him, the dripping blood and the fallen figures, felt a chill run through him. He had hoped that eliminating Cardo would resolve many issues. Yet it seemed the world was far more chaotic than he had anticipated, a harsh lesson in reality. At that moment, Naruto could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, glaring at the assailants, and shouted, "You despicable fiends! How could you commit such an atrocity and act so nonchalantly? Today, I will avenge these men." The assailants turned to Naruto, their laughter ringing out in response to his words. "Did you hear that? This kid wants to take us down," one mocked, while another chimed in, "Huh? Just a snot-nosed brat claiming to seek justice. How ridiculous. Let us not kill him just yet, boss. I bet we could sell this kid in the pleasure district for a hefty price," they guffawed, mercilessly ridiculing Naruto. Fuming, Naruto shouted back, but their laughter only grew louder. Sasuke, observing the scene, drew his kunai, his eyes reflecting a frigid resolve as he stated, "Though I do not relish the thought. It is necessary to rid the world of scum like you." "How amusing. Another clueless brat," one of the men bellowed, then turned to Kaze, arrogantly challenging, "Hey, you little punk, want to join in and make some empty threats too? Hey, that blind fool, what do you think?" Kakashi's one eye narrowed slightly, emanating a chilling aura. Although he had long grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death and held little regard for these individuals, the term blind man felt rather harsh. "Hey, you lot. Pause for a moment. They are ninjas, and you are certainly no match for them," Shingo interjected softly. As his words fell, the laughter of the crowd gradually subsided. Shingo cast a sly glance at the group, which was quite incongruous with his appearance, and spoke in a low voice. "Professional matters should naturally be entrusted to professionals. Zabuza, it's time for you to make your entrance." With that, a mist began to rise from the water beneath the bridge, though it was not thick, and three figures emerged from behind the group. Case glanced at the man wearing a white mask, his gaze flickering momentarily, yet he chose to remain silent. At this juncture, revealing too much would not serve his interests. Despite his eagerness to confront Kakashi, some considerations regarding the pros and cons were necessary. Both Mingyue and Bai were also observing Case. Upon seeing him, Mingyue's expression, hidden beneath her mask, broke into a smile, though outwardly she maintained her composure, silently exclaiming, "Lord Case." Zabuza's gaze swept over the trio before finally resting on Kakashi. In a calm voice, he remarked, "Kakashi, it has been a while. I mentioned that we would meet again." Kakashi retorted, "I would prefer not to cross paths with you." As he spoke, Kakashi flipped his hand, grasping a kunai firmly. His eyes vigilantly trained on Zabuza. "You still have a chance to leave now." Haha, is this the confidence of Kakashi? However, overconfidence can lead to the loss of life. Zabuza mocked with a sardonic grin, drawing his executioner's blade from behind him. "Enough idle chatter. Take them down," Shingo urged impatiently from the back, his tone lacking in warmth and tinged with reprimand. Yet, Zabuza seemed unconcerned and prepared to engage, gripping his massive sword as he addressed Kakashi. "This time, let us conclude the battle we left unfinished last time. Bai, those three brats are yours." "Understood," Bai replied softly, several shuriken appearing in his hand. Mingyue also produced a kunai. The two sides faced off, the atmosphere thick with tension, akin to a powder keg ready to ignite and explode at any moment. Chapter 43, The Battle Begins. Case, ensure Mr. Danis is safe, Kakashi instructed, his gaze fixed warily on Zabuza. From their previous encounter, he had gleaned that Zabuza, one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen, was an exceptionally formidable adversary. His prowess in ninjutsu, swordsmanship, and the combat intelligence inherent in a ninja were exceptionally strong. If such a man were to target an ordinary person like Danis would stand no chance of resistance. Moreover, They were not merely contending with Zabuza and his two companions. The numerous armed men present were not mere spectators. The reason for entrusting Keisuke with Dana's protection rather than anyone else was that it presented a valuable opportunity for Naruto and Sasuke to hone their skills. With Keisuke present, at least there would be no life-threatening danger, and such an opportunity might not present itself again in a different setting. Understood. Keisuke nodded slightly, taking Dana's arm. Mr. Danas, let us retreat a bit. Danas, glancing at the lifeless man in his arms and then resentfully at the burly men, nodded weakly. Having lived for quite some time and witnessed many scenes, he maintained his composure despite his anger, aware of what he needed to do. Engage. Zabuza commanded sharply, and instantly sprang into action, racing toward Keisuke. In the next moment, a metallic clash resonated as two kunai collided, sparking fire. Sasuke, wielding a kunai, intercepted Bai's attack. Stating firmly, "Leave it to me." "And me," Naruto shouted, rushing in from behind, angling to strike Bai from the side with his kunai aimed directly at his head. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Naruto was kicked away. Bai, wielding his kunai, swiftly turned his attention to Sasuke, who, despite his youth, struggled to withstand the relentless barrage of Bai's attacks. Seizing the moment, Keisuke quickly led Dana's back to the grassy area behind the bridge. Sasuke's kunai clashed repeatedly with Bai's, while Naruto returned to the fray, his kunai flailing wildly, yet persistently distracting Bai. The three became embroiled in a fierce struggle, the sharp kunai clashing incessantly. Bai demonstrated formidable skill, managing to hold his ground against two opponents. In terms of physical prowess, Bai could contend with two at once without faltering, often gaining the upper hand amidst their onslaught. Although Sasuke and Naruto had yet to fully mature, the average Chunin would find it impossible to match their caliber. Bai's ability to achieve such a feat indicated that he had surpassed the typical Chunin in taijutsu. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke and Naruto, entangled with Bai, contemplating his next move. However, before he could act, Zabuza materialized before him, his executioner's blade slicing through the air toward his neck. Kakashi-sensei. Losing focus at this moment could lead to a most gruesome demise, Zabuza warned, his actions relentless. As the massive blade threatened to cleave Kakashi in twain, a kunai suddenly blocked its path. Ding! The sharp sound rang out as Kakashi deflected the blow with his kunai, though the immense force left him struggling to maintain his footing. After all, when it came to sheer strength, a kunai was no match for an executioner's blade. Nonetheless, Zabuza would not grant him respite. With the blade thwarted, Zabuza followed up with a powerful side kick, sending Kakashi hurtling backward and crashing onto the water's surface below the bridge. Sliding across the water for several meters, Kakashi eventually straightened his bent form, droplets cascading from his hair. His gaze, icy and resolute, locked onto Zabuza, who had leapt down to stand upon the water's surface. "This time, I shall not afford you any opportunity to escape. I look forward to it," Zabuza replied indifferently, dismissing Kakashi's threat entirely. Meanwhile, on the bridge, Bai continued to engage with Naruto and Sasuke, the battle intensifying with each exchange, the sharp kunai producing a symphony of clangs. Observing Keisuke escorting Dana's away, Shingo revealed a predatory smile, his eyes glinting with malice as he directed his sword toward Keisuke, commanding, "Charge. Eliminate that brat and the old man. Kill." The crowd roared, gripping their blades with excitement, surging forth toward Keisuke and Zabuza. Sasuke and Naruto, witnessing the throng of armed men rushing toward Keisuke, felt an urge to intervene but found themselves powerless, helplessly watching the 100-strong assailants close in. "Rather than worry about him, you should focus on your own safety." Bai's voice echoed from beneath his mask. Seizing the moment Naruto was momentarily distracted, Bai evaded Sasuke's thrust and turned to face Naruto, delivering a punch to his nose followed by a kick to his chest, sending him flying several meters away. "Naruto!" Sasuke shouted in alarm, rushing forward once more. But Bai merely swept his kunai aside, deflecting Sasuke's kunai aimed at his neck. Then, crouching slightly, he leapt, delivering a kick to Sasuke's neck, sending him crashing backward as well. Descending from the air, Bai casually surveyed the two, commenting, "It seems you will meet your demise first. Damn it. I will make you pay." Naruto seethed, forming hand signs. Shadow clone jutsu. Boom. A muffled sound reverberated amidst the swirling smoke, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of Narutos had completely filled the space surrounding the original Naruto. "Go." With a commanding shout, the multitude of Narutos surged forward, roaring as they charged at Bai. Faced with such an overwhelming number of shadow clones, Bai was somewhat taken aback. However, he remained unfazed, well aware that sheer numbers do not guarantee victory in battle. Swiftly retreating, Bai flung several kunai from his grasp, piercing through multiple shadow clones, causing them to dissipate. Bang, bang, bang. Despite the numerous shadow clones, even if they were easily dispatched, it was not feasible to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. As Bai maneuvered and retreated, he continued to shatter the shadow clones with his kunai, showing no signs of distress over their sheer quantity. Naruto, directing the shadow clones to assault Bai, shouted to Sasuke, who had just regained his footing, "Are you alright, you bastard Sasuke?" "I'm fine," Sasuke replied, shaking off the dizziness as he stood tall, observing Bai under siege by the shadow clones. "This guy is formidable, let's take him on together." "Alright," Naruto agreed. With that, the two charged at Bai, flanking him from either side to leave him with no room for defense. Secret technique, 1,000-kill water flight. At that moment, Bai formed hand seals with one hand, unleashing a barrage of icy kunai that erupted from his surroundings. Naruto and Sasuke had no choice but to retreat, using shuriken to defend against the onslaught of icy kunai. They managed to withdraw in time, sustaining minimal injuries, but the shadow clones met a different fate. After a single wave, they all vanished, leaving only 3 individuals remaining on the bridge. Chapter 44. The challenge faced by Team 7. Observing the hulking figures charging towards him as if under the influence of a stimulant, Kazahana felt a flicker of disdain. However, he did not let his guard down. Although eliminating these foes was not beyond his capabilities, he recognized that being complacent at such a moment could very well lead to his demise. "Mr. Danis, you should retreat a bit. I will hold these men off." Kazahana drew his blade, autumn water, gazing at the approaching brutes with a somber tone. "I'm counting on you." Danis understood his own limitations and, without hesitation, retreated upon Kazahana's instruction, running away without looking back. At that moment, several of the faster brutes closed in within 5 meters of Kazahana. One of them, coldly regarding Kazahana with a mocking smile, taunted, "Why aren't you running? Do you realize you can't escape and are simply preparing to accept your fate? With your kind, you hardly pose a threat that would compel me to flee." Kazahana replied indifferently, his gaze reminiscent of someone regarding mere poultry. This demeanor ignited fury among the self-proclaimed lawless ruffians. "Seeking death, were you? I had initially considered allowing you to live a bit longer, but now, I've changed my mind. It would be better for you to die here." With a collective roar, the brutes charged at him, their swords raised high, aiming to cleave Kazahana in two. Whoosh! In the next instant, the sound of slicing air echoed. As Kazahana slightly stepped back and crouched, his long blade slicing forward, arriving ahead of their strikes. The sword narrowly grazed past him without inflicting any harm. Yet in the following moment, blood cascaded down as the brute fell lifelessly, blood gushing forth from his neck. Witnessing the crimson stream, the remaining brutes finally comprehended the nature of their adversary, though their realization was far too vague. Otherwise, they would have turned to flee. "Boss Song Yuan is dead. How is that possible? This kid is no ordinary foe. Let us all attack. Kill!" The brutes shouted in unison, surging towards Kazahana, their swords whirling as they aimed for his vital points. However, to Kazahana, their speed appeared painfully sluggish. Activating his observation haki, he perceived their swift blades as though they were moving in slow motion, sidestepping and retreating, evading their strikes with ease. As his body twisted and turned, he wielded autumn water, claiming the lives of 3 men in swift succession. With another swing of his blade, he dispatched another, leaving only one remaining. With a sudden pivot, he thrust autumn water backward, piercing the last brute's abdomen. In mere moments, 5 lives had vanished beneath Kazahana's blade. He withdrew his sword, not sparing a glance at the fallen foe, casually flicking the blood from his blade onto the grass. "Come on, you worthless trash." Kazahana's gaze remained eerily calm, a tranquility that unnerved the remaining brutes. Their expressions of bravado evaporated, replaced by sheer terror, as they were confronted by the grim sight of their comrade, who moments ago had been jesting with them, now sprawled on the ground, bleeding profusely. "Go, kill him, even if he is a ninja. He is merely a boy who is yet to fully mature. He cannot remain this powerful forever." An elder wielding a cane bellowed from the crowd. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears. Instead, many took a step back at the sight of Kazahana's cold, composed gaze. "Damn it, you cowards! Advance!" This outburst from the strategist only fueled his anger further, yet he quickly realized that forcing the men forward was futile. After all, those in this line of work were hardly known for their loyalty or bravery. Thus, he promptly revised his strategy, shouting, "Whoever kills him will be rewarded with 50,000 yen. But anyone who dares to flee will face execution under family law." 50,000 yen was no trifling sum. Its purchasing power at this moment was quite formidable. As the saying goes, a brave man emerges under heavy rewards. With the promise of a generous reward, coupled with a threat, no one dared to retreat. Not only did they not back down, but for some desperate souls, it invigorated them. Let us all attack. Kill this kid. Kill. Once again, they surged forward, but this time they had learned from their earlier folly, coordinating their efforts and weaving around one another as they closed in on Kazahana. As a result, the pressure on Kazahana increased significantly. It was no longer feasible to eliminate them all within a short span. Wielding autumn water, Kazahana fought while retreating, engaging in battle with the relentless onslaught of foes. The blade swung continuously, and the sounds of clashing weapons filled the air. Although some still fell beneath his sword, Kazahana was far from the ease he had previously experienced. Surrounded by foes, Naruto and Sasuke remained entangled with Bai, while Kakashi was locked in a fierce duel with Zabuza. On the water's surface, Kakashi gripped a kunai. Warily observing Zabuza across from him, droplets of water from the kunai cascading down. It seems I need to accelerate my pace. My apologies. Even at this juncture. You still boast? Zabuza retorted coldly. Before he could finish, he suddenly lunged forward, sending ripples across the water's surface as he swung his massive blade in a horizontal arc. Kakashi crouched low to evade the strike, but Zabuza followed up with a kick aimed at Kakashi. Kakashi raised his arm to block, seizing the opportunity to sweep his leg towards Zabuza's lower body. Zabuza leaped, retreating just in time to evade the attack, landing back on the water's surface. Gazing at Zabuza, Kakashi no longer concealed his intent. He gently pushed aside the forehead protector that obscured one of his eyes, revealing the crimson three-tomo Sharingan in all its glory. The Sharingan. Heh. I've heard of Kakashi's reputation long before this. How could I be unprepared? Kakashi, your little tricks have been seen through, Zabuza mocked, forming hand seals as water vapor surged around them once more. Water style, hidden mist technique. A thick fog enveloped the area, and relying solely on the Sharingan would not suffice to pierce through the dense mist, if unable to see through it. Zabuza's silent assassination technique would soon reveal its true potency in this environment. A thick fog enveloped the surroundings, and Zabuza's figure vanished entirely from Kakashi's view. Even his Sharingan could not penetrate the obscurity. With visibility lost, Zabuza seemed to have completely disappeared from this world. Abruptly, Kakashi retreated sharply as a large blade sliced through the air in front of his chest. He halted, noticing a gash torn in his clothing, with blood beginning to seep through. In the realm of ninja combat, a mere instant can determine life and death. Zabuza's silent assassination techniques were formidable enough to elude even the keenest gaze of the Sharingan. His footsteps, movements, and even his heartbeats were suppressed to an extraordinary degree, rendering Kakashi as if he were both deaf and blind in that moment. Regardless of Kakashi's strength or extensive knowledge of ninjutsu, in this state of sensory deprivation, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Furthermore, should he fail to devise a solution swiftly, Kakashi could very well meet his demise. Zabuza's prowess had always been formidable. Ordinary jonin were no match for him. His previous struggles against Kakashi, however, stemmed solely from the latter's extraordinary abilities. In the face of others, Zabuza was, without a doubt, the true Zabuza Momochi. Chapter 45, Naruto and Sasuke vs. Haku. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. The mist coalesced once more, and numerous figures surged toward Haku. Unarmed and without any tactical coordination, charging fiercely. This marked the third assault, and even Haku, under such relentless pressure, could not help but exhibit signs of fatigue. It must be said that Naruto's chakra reserves were astonishing. Otherwise, anyone present, even Haku, might have been utterly drained by now. When confronting such a monstrous chakra reserve, unless one's strength reached an exceptional level, there were few effective countermeasures available. Secret technique, demonic ice mirrors. Haku formed hand seals again, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes, which were undeniably more potent than his previous technique, and the duration was significantly extended, ceasing only once all shadow clones were shattered. Haku leaped backwards, landing several meters away, his breath quickening beneath the mask as he surveyed the two opponents before him. Even he, amidst the continuous assault, began to feel weariness. His chakra could not be infinite like Naruto's. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Haku. Now where will you hide? Sasuke thought to himself, gripping a kunai tightly and thrusting it towards Haku's back. As Haku turned, the kunai was already perilously close, leaving him no time to defend, and he could only evade. When did the shadow clone appear? Haku's mind raced, and in the next instant, even with his swiftest dodging, the kunai still grazed his arm. Sasuke landed, pivoted, and kicked toward Haku's face. Bam! Haku crossed his arms to shield his face, yet was still sent flying several meters by the force of the blow. Sasuke, holding his kunai, regarded Haku coldly, stating, "This is for you." "Well done," Naruto exclaimed, nearly losing his balance in excitement, looking at Haku with a triumphant laugh. "You've been wounded. Let us see how arrogant you can be now." Haku staggered back a few steps, regaining his stance while eyeing Sasuke. Reflecting on the recent exchange and glancing at his wounded arm, he muttered, "Is that so? It seems I truly must reveal some of my abilities. Otherwise, I may indeed perish, but I cannot die just yet. My apologies." With that, Haku suddenly unleashed a flurry of Sunbon towards Sasuke, who swiftly dodged, blocking the final Sunbon with his kunai. As Haku approached, rather than immediately pressing the advantage, he remained stationary, forming hand seals. Secret technique: frozen crystal mirrors. A chilling aura emanated from Haku, and ice mirrors materialized around Sasuke, enclosing both combatants within a space of approximately 10 meters. The mirrors interlinked, forming a semicircular dome. With Haku stepping into one of the mirrors, "I regret this, for I do not wish to kill you, but I have no choice," Haku murmured, and suddenly, he burst forth from the mirror, sending a kunai straight towards Sasuke's chest. Sasuke intercepted with his kunai, quickly dodging to the side, but was struck by a powerful punch that sent him sprawling. As he prepared to retaliate, Haku vanished back into the mirror, re-emerging behind him with a kick, leaving Sasuke with fresh wounds and blood trickling from his mouth. Struggling to rise, Sasuke wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze darting across the mirrors, tracking Haku's elusive silhouette. "Where are you?" Sasuke pondered gravely, contemplating all possible scenarios. In the next moment, a loud shout pierced the air. "Sasuke, I'm coming to help you," Naruto yelled, charging towards Sasuke. Just as Sasuke thought Naruto might have a plan, he watched in disbelief as Naruto dashed straight through the ice mirrors, appearing right beside him. "What are you doing here?" Sasuke exclaimed, exasperated with Naruto's recklessness. "This place is clearly a trap, yet he just barges in. What is he thinking?" "I'm here to save you," Naruto replied, puzzled. Sasuke felt a surge of frustration but realized he had no other options. He could only continue searching for a solution as he and Naruto stood back to back, seeking an opening. In a moment of clarity, Sasuke believed he had found a weakness, forming hand seals once more. "Found you." Fire release, great fireball technique. He inhaled sharply, unleashing a scorching fireball the size of an adult directly at one of the ice mirrors. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed as the flames gradually extinguished. Yet the ice mirror remained unscathed, with Haku's figure visible within each reflection. "I'm afraid you guessed incorrectly, and such an assault is insufficient to shatter the mirrors." Haku's voice resonated from all directions, leaving no indication of his true location. Since distinguishing his true body proved impossible, Naruto whispered, "Then, let's attack all the mirrors simultaneously." He quickly performed the shadow clone technique again, summoning over a dozen clones that leapt toward the mirrors in unison. In the next instant, Haku's figure darted swiftly through each mirror, dismantling all the clones with terrifying speed, ultimately delivering a kick that sent Naruto crashing to the ground. Sasuke refrained from acting hastily, his focus fixed on the mirrors. Despite Haku's speed, he discerned a flaw. There was only one true body. "Naruto, charge out and attack from the outside." "Understood," Naruto roared, gripping his kunai as he charged forward. As he approached the ice mirrors, Haku emerged unexpectedly, delivering another powerful kick that sent him reeling back. However, Sasuke seized the opportunity, forming hand seals once more and unleashing another great fireball. Though Haku's speed allowed him to retreat into the mirrors, a portion of his clothing was singed by the flames, leaving a mark. Witnessing this, Sasuke's confidence surged. "Naruto, use your shadow clones and keep pushing." "All right," Naruto shouted, once again employing the shadow clone technique to create several more clones that surged outward. Haku observed this scene, murmuring to himself, "Have they figured it out? But even if they have, what can they truly accomplish?" He swiftly launched a barrage of Sunbon, piercing through all the shadow clones and sending Naruto crashing back once more. Sasuke believed he had seized an opportunity and flung several shurikens from his hand. However, the speed of Haku was astonishingly swift. He traversed through the ice mirrors, and the shurikens failed to graze him even slightly. In the next moment, Haku's true form materialized within the ice mirror behind Sasuke, unleashing a flurry of Sunbon. Sasuke crossed his arms in defense, yet was still pierced by several Sunbon directly into his body. "Sasuke!" Naruto cried out in alarm, rushing towards Haku, but in an instant, Haku's form shifted to the ice mirror behind Naruto, launching another barrage of Sunbon. "Ah!" A scream echoed as Naruto too was struck by numerous Sunbon. Chapter 46, Sasuke, Sharingan. The sunbond plunged deeply into Naruto's body. At that moment, even he found it difficult to endure the pain inflicted by the sunbond. His head tilted, and he fell into a daze. Naruto! Sasuke shouted in distress, rushing to Naruto's side, his gaze flitting across the ice mirrors. His body was riddled with wounds, possibly a dozen or so sunbond embedded within him. Yet, the more dire the situation, the calmer he became. He observed the ice mirrors, the flickering shadows therein, his breath quickening. Focus, he thought to himself. I am almost there, almost there. Sasuke murmured inwardly, unknowingly slipping into a peculiar state, as a latent power within him began to awaken gradually. A demarcation line. On the grassy field, Kaze swung his arm, blood splattering onto the ground, and around him lay numerous corpses, the grass stained crimson. He resembled a god of death, having claimed dozens of lives in a remarkably brief span. Witnessing the multitude of fallen bodies, the elder felt fear, as did the others who remained alive, or rather, they were engulfed in profound dread of this seemingly gentle-looking youth. They had never anticipated such a turn of events. They had believed that with their strength, vanquishing a mere boy would be effortless. Yet now, everything had changed. As the sight of the fallen corpses struck him, a burly man could no longer contain himself and turned to flee, shouting, "Demon! He is a demon! Run!" One man fled, and soon the others could no longer hold back. A man gritted his teeth and coldly remarked, "What kind of monster is this? Damn it! I don't want to die here." Before he could finish, he became the second to flee, followed by the third, the fourth, until all standing had turned to run. Even the elder, who had been lurking behind, dared not issue any further commands. The sole reason was fear. He did not wish to perish. The panic-stricken crowd fled with a speed surpassing that of their pursuit, while Kaze made no move to chase them. What would it matter if he were to slay them all? This chaotic world would never lack for such individuals, and besides, he had other matters to attend to. Reaching for his face to wipe away the blood, he found it stubbornly smeared, and the friction only served to stain a good portion of his visage. "Chief." Mingyue approached Kaze and handed him the sword sheath he had set aside earlier. "Thank you." Kaze nodded slightly, returning Chioshui to its sheath. Gazing at the masked Mingyue, he inquired, "How is your training progressing?" "Not bad, but I still have a long way to go, and it might take considerable time," Mingyue replied, producing a handkerchief to gently wipe the blood from Kaze's face. Kaze did not refuse, nodding slightly and softly saying, "No rush, take your time, you have plenty of it." As Mingyue cleaned Kaze's face, she looked towards the bridge. On the bridge, the ice mirrors enveloped Naruto and Sasuke, making it difficult for them to discern the external situation, while those outside observed the unfolding events. Mingyue took in the dire circumstances of the two and curiously turned to Kaze, who had not intervened. "Do you not intend to step in?" she asked softly. Kaze shook his head, saying, "This is a rare opportunity for them to gain experience. Haku's strength is formidable enough to push them to their limits. Yet he will not truly kill them. They will grow significantly from this encounter. Do you have high hopes for them?" Mingyue inquired. Kaze chuckled softly, responding, "They do not require my approval, just watch closely. You will soon realize just how great their potential is." Mingyue nodded slightly, intently observing the battle among the three. Such a level of combat was an invaluable lesson for her at this stage, as, truth be told, having trained for less than half a month, she might not even measure up to Sasuke. Meanwhile, amidst the fog, the battle did not unfold as fiercely as anticipated. Zabuza, concealed within the mist, would not easily reveal himself. Yet, each time he struck, Kakashi felt the imminent approach of death. Even with the Sharingan, Kakashi could not perceive Zabuza's location, nor hear him. The only thing he could rely upon was his honed instincts, forged through countless battles. Such instincts allowed him to endure for so long despite the loss of sight and hearing, and it was only Kakashi who could manage this. Otherwise, given Zabuza's prowess, an ordinary Jonin would have likely perished long ago. Never underestimate Zabuza. Though his attacks lacked the flamboyance of certain ninjutsu, they shared a common trait. They were equally lethal. In fact, from a certain perspective, Zabuza's decapitating blade was even more deadly than some ninjutsu. A demarcation line. Within the space shrouded by ice mirrors, Haku continued to maneuver his body amidst the mirrors, yet he felt as though a pair of eyes were fixated upon him, instilling a sense of disbelief. At that moment, Sasuke stood over Naruto, his body slightly bent, and despite the fact that a dozen or more Senbon were embedded in him, his gaze bore no trace of surrender. His eyes darted about, his focus sharpening, and suddenly, a transformation occurred within his eyes. His pupils morphed into a blood-red hue. Black tomo abruptly appearing around them, one tomo in the left eye, two in the right. In that moment, It seemed he could suddenly perceive everything with clarity. Haku's figure abruptly emerged from the ice mirror behind Sasuke, his hands sweeping as 8 Sunban shot forth, aimed directly at Sasuke. Had this been the Sasuke moments prior, he would have had little chance to evade or block the onslaught. Yet at this moment, his remarkably keen dynamic vision allowed him to see each Sunban barreling toward him with crystal clarity. And the once swift Sunban appeared to slow to a crawl in his perception. "I see you," Sasuke murmured inwardly, drawing a Sunban from his arm and twirling it before him. Clang. With a series of metallic clashes, all 8 rapidly flying Sunban were deftly deflected by Sasuke's own weapon, without a single one escaping. How is this possible? Haku thought, his disbelief palpable as he shifted positions within the ice mirrors, launching another volley of Sunban. Despite his speed, those eyes remained fixed on him, and as the Sunban flew forth, Sasuke grasped Naruto, leaping swiftly. All the Sunban missed their mark entirely. Seeing the crimson eyes of Sasuke, Haku finally understood, murmuring to himself, "So that's how it is? The Sharingan, is it? But even if you can see through my movements, what about your companion?" Haku was undoubtedly a competent ninja, possessing sharp combat intelligence. Upon realizing his attacks had been discerned, he quickly understood what he must do next. Chapter 47, Sasuke's Blood. Naruto awakens. "I apologize, though I do not wish to do this. It seems there is no other course of action at this moment." Haku internally expressed another apology. He commenced another assault, yet the subsequent 2 waves of attacks were deftly evaded by Sasuke. Once again evading the barrage of Sunban, Sasuke, though gasping for breath, wore an expression brimming with exhilaration. His gaze remained unfaltering, fixated on the ever-shifting form of Haku reflected in the ice mirrors. "I have observed his movements. If I can hold out just a little longer, such a technique must undoubtedly deplete chakra at a tremendous rate. He cannot sustain this for much longer. As long as I persist, victory shall be mine." With this thought, Sasuke cast a glance at Naruto beside him and sharply exclaimed, "Wake up, you fool. I cannot spare any energy to protect you at this moment." Seeing Sasuke dodge his attacks once more without launching any counteroffensive or attempting an escape, Haku grasped Sasuke's intentions to drain his chakra. Indeed, Sasuke was correct. The exertion of this jutsu would not allow Haku to last indefinitely. Time was of the essence. In the thick mist, Kakashi, bearing the marks of battle with a few streaks of blood adorning his attire, sensed a renewed wave of danger approaching from behind. Suddenly, a massive blade descended upon him. Kakashi turned swiftly, parrying the strike with a kunai, yet the force behind the blade was not as formidable as he had anticipated. "Water clone." Haku's voice echoed, "You miscalculated this time." As Kakashi's left fist shattered the water clone before him, he turned to defend himself, but it was too late. In a desperate final moment, he managed to deflect the descending blade with his kunai, but the power behind it was beyond what a mere kunai could withstand, especially under such hurried circumstances. The blade crashed down fiercely, forcing Kakashi to retreat, yet even so, it left a deep gash across his chest. Blood spilled forth as Haku withdrew his blade, vanishing into the fog, tauntingly stating, "Kakashi, how much longer can you endure? Even if you persist, those 2 boys may very well have perished at Haku's hands by now." As Haku spoke, he silently repositioned himself, his gaze locked on Kakashi, ever prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Kakashi, panting heavily, hunched over, the crimson of his blood staining his dark green vest. His eyes scanned the surroundings, but the fog was too dense, rendering even the Sharingan ineffective. "That should be sufficient," Kakashi murmured to himself. Recalling the sight of his own blood splattered upon Haku moments ago, a decision crystallizing in his mind. He could not see Haku, yet Haku could see him, akin to a blind man battling a sighted opponent. Even if the blind man possessed greater strength, how could he possibly triumph without the ability to confirm his adversary's position? If he wished to defeat Haku, he must first ascertain his location. With sight and sound rendered useless, only the sense of smell remained, and for that, the scent was crucial. Kakashi was uncertain of Haku's scent, yet he was acutely aware of the metallic tang of his own blood. Meanwhile, outside the mist, Kaze observed the unfolding events within the ice mirror realm, watching as Sasuke unveiled his Sharingan, transitioning from a state of being overwhelmed to one of confident ease, exhaling slowly. "Indeed, you are remarkable, Sasuke. Your ninja prowess is undeniably formidable," Kaze remarked softly. Upon hearing Kaze's praise, Akira turned to glance at him before returning her attention to Sasuke. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Will he be our teammate in the future?" "To be precise, he will be mine," Kaze replied, his gaze deepening as he regarded the bloodied yet unyielding Sasuke, murmuring, "Perhaps he may also become a rival." Akira, momentarily puzzled by Kaze's words, added, "We shall not be rivals. I will always belong to you. Let us speak of the future when it arrives," Kaze stated, yet a genuine smile graced his face. Within the confines of the ice mirror, Haku readied several Senbon, darting swiftly through the reflective surfaces. Observing the unconscious Naruto, he finally resolved to act. "I am sorry." In an instant, he emerged from the ice mirror, racing toward Naruto, Senbon poised to strike at his vital points. The events unfolded with breathtaking speed. But Sasuke was equally swift, his Sharingan affording him the necessary reflexes. He is targeting Naruto. The moment Haku burst forth, Sasuke realized his intention. Yet he found himself with no alternative. "Damn it," he cursed, charging at Haku, positioning himself to shield the unconscious Naruto. The Senbon flew forth. Yet he could not evade them. To do so would mean certain death for Naruto behind him. With a flurry of piercing sounds, 8 Senbon embedded themselves into Sasuke's body, causing significantly greater harm than before, with several penetrating deeply. Simultaneously, Sasuke seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch that sent Haku sprawling. However, it was likely that he would have no strength left after this exertion. Dazed, Naruto opened his eyes, but before joy could register on his face, the warmth of Sasuke's blood dripped onto his hands and cheeks. "Why do you look at me like that, you insufferable idiot?" Sasuke gasped, his breath quickening, blood flowing incessantly from his wounds. Yet he managed to offer Naruto a final smile, even amidst the specter of death. "Why?" Tears welled up in Naruto's eyes. "You are the last person I want saving me," Sasuke murmured, one eye slipping shut in exhaustion. "Then why do this?" Naruto cried out in anguish, tears streaming uncontrollably. In Sasuke's mind, memories flooded back, fragments of the past, moments shared in this very place. "I do not know why I was compelled to rush in." His voice dwindled to a whisper as he finally succumbed. Naruto caught Sasuke, gazing at his battered form, the Senbon protruding from his body, the crimson staining his clothes, and the closed eyes triggering a torrent of tears as he pleaded helplessly, "You arrogant fool, I do not need your sacrifice. Get up, please. Damn you, Sasuke. Wake up." Chapter 48, Naruto, the Nine Tails. Witnessing Sasuke's collapse and hearing Naruto's anguished cries, Kaze remained still, though his fists clenched involuntarily, regardless of his acknowledgement. The truth of his concern welled within him. He longed to rush to their aid. Regret gnawed at him for not intervening sooner. He pondered whether he had erred. He possessed the power to assist them, yet chose to remain an observer. At that moment, as he watched Sasuke fall, he felt a surge of murderous intent directed at Haku. For in comparison to Sasuke and Naruto, Haku's significance felt trivial. How hypocritical of me to have allowed this to unfold and still harbor such thoughts. Truly, it was a reflection of my own hypocrisy. Kaze silently lamented, relaxing his clenched fist, a self-deprecating smile appearing on his face. Ultimately, however, he allowed reason to prevail over his emotions, for he understood that Sasuke would not perish, regardless of the circumstances. Haku would not resort to lethal measures against Sasuke. Otherwise, the Senbon would have struck at his throat, eyes, or heart, rather than mere limbs. This was a rare opportunity for growth, and he needed Haku, so he refrained from acting. Indeed, how truly hypocritical it was. I rose from the ground, crouching slightly as he murmured to himself, fully aware that it was a trap, yet charging forward without hesitation. He was a truly admirable ninja, one who would sacrifice himself to protect those dear to him. Remember, he died for your sake. Such is the essence of a ninja. He gazed mournfully at the fallen patient, at the prostrate Sasuke, and whispered, "This is your first encounter with the death of a comrade, isn't it? Remember, he perished because of you." "Shut up," Naruto bellowed, cradling Sasuke in his arms, slowly lifting his head to look at Bai. The lines on his face deepened. His eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, fierce and brimming with murderous intent. His black pupils morphed into menacing crimson slits, as an overwhelming chakra began to erupt from him. "I will surely slay you." A low growl emanated from Naruto's throat, a gaze so ferocious and terrifying, filled with a desire for destruction. At that moment, even Bai felt a jolt of fear. The scarlet chakra surged from Naruto, forming a vortex, and within that vortex, a sinister shadow of chakra materialized. When that shadow's gaze fell upon Bai, he instinctively took a step back. What incredible chakra is this, materializing such malevolence? Bai was utterly astonished. At this moment, Naruto gently lowered Sasuke. Under the pressure of the crimson chakra, the kunai embedded in his body were gradually expelled, and astonishingly, the wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. How is this possible? Such regenerative power. Bai watched in disbelief. Kyubi, observing this awe-inspiring spectacle, Sensing the terrifying and wicked chakra, Kaze murmured quietly, though outwardly he remained still, his heart tightening with apprehension. The level of power emanating from Naruto, the malicious and horrifying aura, sent shivers down his spine even from a distance. He understood that he was still far from the caliber of the Kyuubi. Amidst the mist, sensing that familiar presence, Kakashi's expression shifted. Kyuubi, a sudden realization struck him, conjuring a myriad of thoughts, yet upon closer inspection, he relaxed slightly. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi surveyed the surrounding fog and spoke. Zabuza, it is high time we determine the victor. Heh, at this juncture, do you still wish to boast? Zabuza sneered from his concealment in the mist. The copy ninja Kakashi is merely a mimic, utilizing the Sharingan to imitate others. Without such abilities, what can you possibly do? Without hesitation, Zabuza sprang into action, swiftly closing the distance to Kakashi, swinging his massive sword with deadly intent. Kakashi, having anticipated this, quickly crouched down, retrieving a scroll as he retreated, forming seals to evade Zabuza's onslaught. He smeared blood across his chest before forcefully slapping it onto the water's surface. With the attack evaded, Zabuza was not taken aback. He retreated once more, hiding within the mist. He had never entertained the thought of swiftly dispatching an opponent of Kakashi's caliber. Fully aware that this individual was not one he could easily defeat. There was another presence, an ally who had yet to join the fray. But should that individual enter the battle, Kakashi would never fall to Zabuza's hand. Despite Zabuza's dismissive words, he held Kakashi in high regard. Otherwise, he would not be so cautious. However, even the most astute ninja might inadvertently reveal a flaw when facing an adversary like Kakashi. Summoning technique. With a clap of his hands, the incantation spread, unleashing a unique power. Boundary line. In the icy mirror realm, Naruto's injuries rapidly healed, and his appearance began to transform. Sprouting sharp fangs and claws, the dark red chakra enveloping him, combined with that sinister aura and his slit pupils, rendered him a frenzied beast. I will slay you, he roared, his voice resonating with primal ferocity. He leaped forward, charging at Bai. Bai reacted in time, diving into the mirror, causing Naruto's attack to miss. Yet, upon landing, the sturdy bridge beneath him shattered under the force of his descent. Bai was astounded by this spectacle, swiftly moving within the icy mirrors. Just as he emerged from another mirror to confront Naruto, the beast-like Naruto seemed to disregard the distance, appearing before him in an instant, seizing his wrist. How is this possible? Shock washed over Bai's visage, but in that moment, there was no time for disbelief. Naruto tightened his grip on Bai's wrist, his right fist poised for a strike. Boom. With a resounding thud, Naruto's fist collided forcefully with Bai's face, shattering the mirror behind him. The 2-meter-high ice mirror shattered, and Bai was sent hurtling out. How could this be? The mirror splintered, revealing Bai's face beneath his mask, disbelief etched in his eyes. Yet, irrespective of his incredulity, reality remained unchanged. In the face of overwhelming strength, all fanciful things amounted to naught. Huff. Nearby, Kaze exhaled slowly, realizing it was time to conclude this battle. And he needed to contemplate how to wrap things up, for the current situation was exceedingly difficult to resolve. Chapter 49, Time to conclude. Bai was forcefully hurled away, sliding across the bridge for over 10 meters before coming to a halt. Struggling to rise, he found himself confronted once more by Naruto, but made no further attempts to evade. Clink. The kunai slipped from Bai's grasp, clattering onto the bridge as his mask fell away, revealing his pale, delicate face. A faint smile graced his lips, but the color had drained from his eyes. I'm sorry, Lord Zabuza, but I fear I am unable to complete the mission. I cannot defeat them, Bai murmured inwardly, devoid of emotion, standing still as if awaiting the inevitable embrace of death. Suddenly, a fist struck with terrifying velocity towards Bai's head, the explosive sound of the wind signifying its ferocity. Yet, at a critical moment, the punch halted just before making contact with Bai's face. Why? Naruto's fist lingered before Bai, the murderous intent in his eyes slowly dissipating as the terrifying crimson chakra receded. He gazed at the familiar face, halting his strike, yet confusion clouded his features. Why stop? I have killed your precious comrade. Bai questioned, his eyes vacant as he looked at Naruto. Boom. With a thunderous sound, Naruto's fist suddenly slammed into Bai once more, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood spilling forth. However, compared to before, this strike lacked lethality. Meiwa, Kaze spoke softly. I understand. Meiwa nodded, though she had yet to master the body flicker technique. To avoid any mishaps, Kaze had maintained a close distance to Bai and Naruto. Receiving Kaze's directive, Meiwa dashed forward, leaping into the air to position herself protectively in front of the fallen Bai. Are you alright, Bai? Meiyue's voice emerged from beneath her mask, but Bai made no reply, struggling to rise as he turned to face Naruto, whispering, "Such strength cannot kill me. Where is your earlier ferocity? You bastard." Naruto seethed, teeth clenched as he glared at Bai, fury radiating from him, yet the murderous intent was gradually fading. For he could not reconcile the individual he had met that afternoon with the notion that they could be such a person. Upon witnessing this scene, Kazekage deduced that Bai had indeed encountered Naruto before. It was a twist of fate he could not alter, nor did he feel the need to. This was, after all, a favorable outcome. Had it been otherwise, at the speed Naruto was moving just moments ago, he might have been too late to save Bai. "Kill me. You have already stripped away the meaning of my existence." Bai cried out. "What do you wish to say as you lay there, defeated?" Naruto demanded vehemently. Suddenly, Kazekage appeared between them, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions as he glanced between Naruto and Bai. "Hold your horses for now," he urged, his voice steady. "It is unnecessary. I, the failed tool, am no longer of use to Master Zabuza. The best fate for a failed tool is to perish, rather than become a burden to him." "Thank you, Kazekage. But go ahead. These two are your comrades, are they not? Kill me, avenge your companions. That is what you ought to do now. As a ninja, do not let compassion weaken your resolve against your enemies. Otherwise, the consequences may be dire." Bai concluded, his gentle smile returning, though his eyes bore an unsettling stillness, as if he had already embraced death. "Kazekage, assist him," Naruto implored, unable to contain his emotions as tears welled in his eyes. His voice trembled, despite his usual disdain for that individual. In this moment, he realized what Sasuke truly meant to him, his companion, his friend, his closest confidant. He could not bear to lose him. Kazekage regarded Bai, choosing not to answer Naruto's query. Instead, he spoke softly. "Bai, do not speak like that. You are a person, a living being, never merely a tool. And you did not strike down Sasuke, did you?" Bai fell silent, understanding that while his ruse might deceive a novice ninja like Naruto, it would not fool Kazekage. "Naruto, Sasuke is not dead. He will be all right." Kazekage turned to Naruto, an expression of remorse in his eyes. "I apologize for not intervening during your peril. I know I cannot justify my inaction, but this was indeed a rare opportunity for growth." "Wait, you mean Sasuke is still alive?" Naruto seemed to have disregarded the latter part of Kazekage's statement, his eyes igniting with hope. "Really? He is not dead?" "Indeed. He is merely in a state of temporary death and will awaken shortly," Kazekage affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Naruto exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile illuminating his face. "I knew he wouldn't die. Once he recovers, I'm going to give him a good thrashing for meddling." Kazekage chuckled softly, recognizing Naruto's unyielding spirit. He produced 2 medicinal vials and pressed them into Naruto's hands. These contained specialized healing pills. "Administer both to Sasuke and remove the Sunbon from his body. He will awaken soon." "Okay, I'll feed them to Sasuke right away." Naruto nodded vigorously, his determination unwavering as he dashed to Sasuke's side, kneeling beside him. He cradled Sasuke in his arms and carefully administered the pills, gingerly extracting the Sunbon embedded in his flesh. Witnessing this, Kazekage momentarily set aside thoughts of apology and turned his gaze to Bai, a complex expression crossing his face. "There is still time. Tell me about your story." Bai looked at Kazekage, wiping the blood from his lips. His smile remained, though his voice was laced with sorrow. "My father killed my mother and sought to kill me as well. It was Master Zabuza who saved me, turning me into his tool. But now, I am an inadequate tool. Thus, Kazekage, please end my life. Dying by your hand would be a fitting end for me." Listening to Bai's calm words, lacking in profundity yet imbued with despair, Kazekage discerned the profound hopelessness beneath the surface. At that moment, it felt as though the world had dimmed of its colors. "It is better for you to live," Kazekage replied, not particularly skilled in soothing words, especially not in such a moment. He responded simply. Then, with a swift motion, he thrust a Senbon directly through Bai's chest. "However, for now, it would be wise for you to rest." As Bai collapsed, Kazekage caught him, retrieving a pill from his person and placing it in Bai's mouth. Bai's eyes fluttered closed, his breath fading, as if he had succumbed to death. "Look after him," Kazekage instructed. "Understood," the shadowy figure replied. With that, Kazekage leaped from the bridge into the mist below. Chapter 50, Kakashi, Victory. Observing Kakashi's movements, Zabuza, concealed within the mist, sneered, "Do not waste your efforts. You have no idea where I am. Even using ninjutsu would be futile." Kakashi did not respond. Instead, he slammed his hand against the water's surface. "Ninjutsu," Summoning water release. Pursuit technique. Don't. Zabuza began, but his words were abruptly cut off as his expression changed. Woof woof. Suddenly, the sound interrupted Zabuza, and 8 canine ninja beasts materialized beneath him. Despite his heightened vigilance, this turn of events was unforeseen. He had no time to employ ninjutsu, retaliate with his sword, or even escape. The 8 ninja hounds, varying in size and appearance, were ferocious beyond measure. 2 clamped onto his legs, rendering him immobile, while 2 leaped to seize his shoulders, and others latched onto his arms and thighs. As their sharp fangs pierced his skin, blood flowed, and Zabuza realized that the moment of reckoning had arrived, and he was likely to lose. Arg! The ninja hounds held Zabuza fast, restricting his movements as Kakashi slowly straightened, gazing at Zabuza with icy determination. Zabuza, the mist is dissipating, and your fate is sealed. Death awaits you, Kakashi declared, standing tall, sensing Zabuza's location. As his words echoed, the mist gradually cleared. With Zabuza's control diminished, it was only natural for the fog to dissipate. Soon, although the mist lingered, Kakashi could clearly discern Zabuza's position, who found himself immobilized. Zabuza, your ambition has cost too many lives. Perhaps even more will follow. You must die, Kakashi proclaimed. Did you not say that I was useless aside from copying jutsu? Allow me to show you my original technique. With that, Kakashi formed hand seals, his left hand gripping his right wrist, fingers naturally curling. As the final seal was completed, a surge of blue lightning erupted from the water's surface surrounding him, rapidly converging upon his right hand. The sheer accumulation of lightning chakra was extraordinary, and Kakashi's technique was indeed remarkable. Lightning cutter. The command resounded in Kakashi's mind as he sprang into action across the water's surface, the dynamic vision of his Sharingan reaching its zenith, the blinding lightning crackling with lethal intent. Kakashi-sensei, spare him. Just as Kakashi was within 3 meters of Zabuza, Kazekage's voice rang out. Upon hearing Kazekage's call, Kakashi instinctively hesitated. In that fleeting moment, Kazekage seized his opportunity. Though he held no fondness for Zabuza, for by S sake, it was better for him to remain alive, unless all else failed. In which case, he would have to meet his end. The gentle breeze danced upon the water's surface as the figure of Feng sprinted forth, his hands weaving intricate seals to manipulate the currents, directing a torrent straight at Zabuza. With a resounding thud, Zabuza was forcefully swept away by the rushing waters. Simultaneously, Kakashi's Raikiri fell short of its mark. Stopping in his tracks, Kakashi's hand still crackled with lightning, his gaze piercing into Feng, the coldness in his eyes unmistakable. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions, Feng? Are you aware of the kind of person he is? Do you understand the consequences of your decision? Let him go, for countless lives may be lost because of him. It was the first time Feng had witnessed Kakashi in such a state, yet he inhaled deeply, meeting Kakashi's gaze with calm determination. Apologies, Kakashi-sensei, but for reasons beyond your comprehension, I cannot allow him to perish at this moment. Reasons? Kakashi's tone was icy. Feng met his eyes and replied, I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei, but I cannot divulge my reasoning. Consider this a request from me. I will explain the circumstances later. But for now, I implore you to spare his life. He is currently bereft of the power to resist. Even if you wish to kill him, you have time, 20 minutes. If, after that time, you still desire his death, I will take action myself. But for now, I beseech you, Kakashi-sensei. Feng bowed deeply, feeling as though he had exhausted all other options. He had a faint understanding of Zabuza's notorious reputation, knowing it was far from admirable. Yet the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. Just as Zabuza's defection from the land of water was not merely due to the surface-level narratives, Feng would not have allowed such a figure to remain alive without reason. After hearing Kakashi's words, Zabuza's icy demeanor persisted, but the lightning in his hands eventually dissipated. He regarded Feng coldly, stating, in 20 minutes, if you cannot provide sufficient justification, he will still meet his end. Furthermore, I will report your performance on this mission to Lord Hokage. Feng exhaled in relief upon hearing Kakashi's words. At least Zabuza would not die today. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. He expressed gratefully. Keep an eye on him, Kakashi replied curtly. Not far away, Zabuza was thrust into the air by the water, but the force also propelled a ninja dog from his person. A pug-like ninja dog gazed at Feng, inquiring, What on earth are you doing, kid? Apologies, senior. I cannot explain at this moment. In short, I am sorry. Feng bowed once more. The ninja dog seemed poised to say more, but Kakashi interjected, Pakin, come back. The dog, despite its desire to speak, cast several glances at Feng before choosing to obey Kakashi's command. At that moment, Zabuza emerged from the water, bloodied and weary. Although he was adept at water release techniques, prolonged submersion was unfeasible. He crawled ashore, his eyes filled with mockery as he regarded Feng. Another soft-hearted fool, huh? But Kakashi is right. You cannot fathom the ramifications of your compassion. We shall meet again, kid. White is dead, Feng responded coolly. Those 3 simple words rendered Zabuza speechless. He stood frozen, his expression devoid of emotion. You may leave. I will not impede your escape. However, White's final wish was for you to survive. Feng stated matter-of-factly, though he knew that should Zabuza dare to flee, he would not hesitate to strike him down. What did you say? A few seconds passed before Zabuza spoke again, his voice hoarse. Feng remained silent, his gaze directed towards the bridge. At that moment, Zabuza's eyes were consumed by shades of black and white. As Zabuza reached the bridge, his steps appeared strong, yet he chose not to flee. He approached White's lifeless body, lying still and devoid of breath. Without uttering a word, Zabuza kicked White's head in frustration. He chose to sacrifice his life for you, so you may leave. But you cannot take his body. You are unworthy. Feng's cold words were laced with disdain as he observed Zabuza. I care not for him. Whether he lives or dies, he was merely a tool, and how could I possibly care for the life of a mere tool? Zabuza replied icily, his gaze fixated on White, unable to divert his eyes. It is truly lamentable for White, who held you in such high regard, to be treated so callously by you. Kakashi-sensei was right. A person like you deserves to perish, yet it is unfortunate for White, who thought of you until his last moment, Feng remarked coldly, feeling as if his acting prowess rivaled that of a seasoned thespian. Someone like you does not deserve White's unwavering loyalty. He had so much potential. Silence, you brat. Zabuza roared, turning to face Feng, his eyes brimming with tears. You killed White, didn't you? I will kill you. I will kill you. His voice, once filled with murderous intent, faltered into a choked whisper as tears streamed down his face. He knelt before White, unsure how to proceed. White. His voice trembled. At that moment, a faint voice unexpectedly responded. Zabuzadano. White slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the tears streaming from Zabuza's face, extending a trembling hand towards him. Zabuzadano. I am not dead. To see you weep for me brings me joy. I am not. Zabuza vehemently denied, turning away in a flustered attempt to wipe his tears. His face contorted with rage as he glared at Feng. You dare to toy with me. It was merely to help you see your own reflection. It cannot be considered manipulation, Feng responded nonchalantly. The atmosphere grew tense as the scene reached an impasse. The burly men had vacated the area in fear. Having witnessed such overwhelming power, none wished to remain and face death. Heaving a long sigh, Feng turned to Kakashi and bowed once more, saying, Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Soon, you will understand the reasons behind my actions. Kakashi sat quietly, saying nothing. Observing Zabuza's state, he had begun to grasp certain truths. A person who could shed tears for a comrade might indeed harbor deeper circumstances. Nonetheless, he was a ninja. I required justification. Kakashi's voice was cold as he directed his gaze towards Zabuza. Zabuza turned his head away. Given his nature, he would never divulge the truth. However, his silence did not guarantee that others would remain mute. Feng looked to White, stating, Whether you survive rests in your hands. Understood. White nodded slightly and began recounting past events. After consuming a pill, Sasuke awakened, and upon hearing White's account, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Kakashi refrained from further comment, silently turning to leave. Overwhelmed by the magnitude of the revelations, he needed time to contemplate. With Kakashi's departure, the implication was clear. Zabuza and White had successfully survived. You may leave first, Feng said softly, offering no further instructions. White, let us go. Zabuza commanded coldly. Yes, Zabuzadano. White replied, casting a glance at Feng and the others, offering a faint smile before following in Zabuza's footsteps. The bright moon cast a lingering gaze upon Feng before departing the bridge in silence. Naruto stood frozen, still processing White's words, his spirit somewhat dazed. With a sudden clap of his hands, he exclaimed, The people of the land of water are truly wicked. White and Zabuza have suffered terribly. Sasuke stood aside, slightly exasperated by Naruto's words, rolling his eyes. In contrast to Naruto, he possessed a heightened sensitivity to such matters. His gaze fell upon Keisuke, who remained silent. Yet doubt began to stir within Sasuke's mind. How did Keisuke come to know of these matters? Was it that white-haired individual who had informed him? Or was it something else? Sasuke scrutinized Keisuke intently, while Keisuke, unaware of Sasuke's suspicions, merely smiled softly. Then, with solemnity, he straightened his posture and deeply bowed to the two, expressing his sincere apologies. Sasuke, Naruto, I did not lend you my assistance earlier. Though this may seem hypocritical, I wish to explain. This was a rare opportunity for growth, and White would not truly resort to lethal measures. I simply wanted. In any case, I apologize. Please forgive me. Case, what are you saying? Naruto scratched the back of his head, seemingly still processing the situation, or perhaps using this manner to express his indifference. You were entangled with that other masked man and those villains, weren't you? Fool. Sasuke snapped at Naruto, then turned to Case, his expression devoid of mirth. You are correct. And though I loathe to admit it, Naruto has indeed made significant progress this time. Therefore, there is no need to reiterate apologies. Thank you. I merely hope we can remain as we are now. Case replied softly. Sasuke chose not to speak further and walked away coldly. While Naruto retained his trademark goofy expression, entirely unreflective of someone who had just survived a life-and-death battle. With the conflict concluded, the most pressing concern was to recuperate and heal. As time passed, the four returned to the Danzai's residence, resting for several hours. In the evening, Case opened the door to the room, his gaze sweeping over the peacefully slumbering Naruto and Sasuke, before finally resting on Kakashi. Let us step outside, Kakashi suggested. Case nodded slightly, and the two exited into the corridor. After a moment of silence, Case bowed again, but this time Kakashi halted him. No need for that. Had I known those circumstances beforehand, I might have chosen to spare Zabuza, Kakashi said, gently pulling Case back up. Leaning against the railing, he continued. The mission was executed exceptionally well. However, I inadvertently allowed Zabuza to escape. Nevertheless, I have gleaned some intelligence from him, which I shall report to Lord Hokage. The situation concerning the Mist Village is of utmost importance, and I cannot afford to conceal it. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Case replied softly. This time, Kakashi did not refuse. Nodding slightly. I am glad you trust me, but there are certain things you should refrain from doing in the future. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Case nodded. Following this exchange, Kakashi patted Case on the shoulder, and the two leaned against the railing, engaging in idle chatter until darkness fell, when they finally sought rest. Observing Case's retreating figure, Kakashi's gaze deepened, murmuring, "This is rather troublesome, isn't it? Yet, you are my comrade." Chapter 52. Persuading Zabuza. Though the situation was nearing its conclusion, Kakashi and the others did not hasten to return to Konoha. Aside from Case, the others had sustained various injuries and needed to recuperate before departing. With the interference of others now absent, the bridge was successfully completed, although there had been numerous unexpected challenges along the way. When the brand new bridge finally appeared before the eyes of the onlookers, Case found himself questioning whether a mere bridge could truly instill hope within them. Perhaps this was more than just a bridge. It symbolized the success of these individuals. The successful construction of the bridge represented their accomplishment, signifying that they were capable of succeeding, and perhaps this would grant them the courage to face the darkness. Despite the pervasive gloom of this world, it was precisely because of this darkness that the light within it shone so brilliantly. Regardless of what the future held, at least in that moment, gazing upon the bridge, their hearts brimmed with hope, and their eyes sparkled with illumination. One afternoon, Case returned to the location of Zabuza and his companions. The wooden cabin had been repaired, and Zabuza's wounds had nearly healed. Mizuki cheerfully opened the door for Case, and as he approached, White's face lit up with a warm smile. Case did not feel that he had altered anything significantly. Selfishly speaking, he had merely secured a contingency plan for himself. This plan was not merely to contend with Konoha, but to gain an additional strength when confronting the darkness of this world. Zabuza sat cross-legged in the living room, and, upon seeing Case approach, snorted derisively. "What do you want? To mock my failure, or to flaunt your success? Let me tell you, even in defeat, I fight only for myself. Please, allow me," White said, kneeling beside the table to pour Case a cup of tea. "Thank you." Case nodded slightly, turning his attention back to Zabuza. To be honest, even now, he did not possess many means to persuade Zabuza to serve him, for whatever he said would be rendered moot if Zabuza did not believe him. Additionally, there were many things he preferred not to articulate directly. Surely, he could not just tell Zabuza, "Serve me. I will become incredibly strong, and together, we shall return to the land of water, where you will become the Mizukage and change the world." Given his current status and strength, such declarations would seem utterly laughable. Truthfully, I do not harbor any peculiar sentiments towards you. You are already of an age where progress will become increasingly effective. If nothing unforeseen occurs, you will likely be killed by an opponent someday. Humph. Zabuza scoffed. However, Case disregarded his disdain and continued speaking. But White is different. With his ice-based Kekkei Genkai and his innate ninja talent, If he receives proper training, he is destined for greater heights. Becoming a Jonin is merely a stepping stone for him. However, if he continues to follow you and live this life, his fate will inevitably lead to his demise. With no one to remember him, and he will never find joy in life. Listening to Keisuke's words, Zabuza sneered, retorting, "So your implication is that by following you, White will achieve better development. Who do you think you are, the Hokage? You are merely a kid who has yet to mature." Keisuke smiled, refraining from responding directly to Zabuza's provocation. Instead, he turned to White beside him and said, "White, I am not particularly skilled in persuasion, but I did save both you and Zabuza's lives, did I not?" "Indeed. Therefore, shouldn't you repay me?" "Yes," White replied with a smile. "Then serve me from now on. You are not a tool, but a comrade. We shall help one another, understand one another, and strive to achieve each other's goals, ultimately mourning for one another when the time comes." Keisuke spoke softly. After hearing this, White pondered for a moment, his smile growing warmer. "That sounds quite nice. But I still must obey Lord Zabuza's orders." "Humph." Zabuza scoffed again, saying nothing more, yet it was evident that he was somewhat pleased with White's response. However, if it were a matter of saving a life, it would be rather ungrateful not to repay it. Furthermore, Lord Zabuza, I no longer wish to remain a tool. I am quite looking forward to the kind of life Keisuke described. So may I accompany you, Lord Zabuza? White smiled gently, gazing at Zabuza, anticipating his answer. "Then go with this kid. I no longer require such a useless tool," Zabuza replied coldly, feigning indifference. Yet, those who had come to understand his true nature, Keisuke and the others, could easily discern that this was merely a facade. White remained silent, merely smiling at Zabuza. After a considerable time, Zabuza could no longer contain himself. He turned to Keisuke and exclaimed, "Hey, kid, I won't be your subordinate. If you wish to hire me, you must demonstrate a modicum of sincerity." "Sincerity, you say?" "I understand." Keisuke replied with a slight nod. He then produced a scroll, unfurled it, and with a clap, several stacks of banknotes materialized from within, which he pushed towards Zabuza. In a soft voice, he said, "Here are 30 million yen. This should suffice for establishing a base and allow you to live comfortably for a while." "You think I care about money?" Zabuza retorted coldly. "For a powerful ninja, wealth is often the easiest thing to acquire." "Is that so?" Keisuke responded, somewhat disappointed but undeterred. After a moment's thought, he retrieved another scroll and said, "Just take a look." "Humph, I am eager to see what you can offer." Zabuza scoffed, opening the scroll. However, upon seeing its contents, his pupils dilated in shock. "Water release, hard vortex water blade. This is the technique left behind by the second Hokage. I trust you are familiar with it. With this technique, you should find greater assurance in your endeavors." Keisuke spoke softly. "Kid, how do you possess this technique?" Zabuza asked in astonishment. He was well aware of its significance. Having shown brilliantly during the Ninja World War, it was undoubtedly an S-rank ninjutsu, its power beyond question. In response, Keisuke merely smiled gently and introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Senju Keisuke, but you may also call me Senju Wind." "Senju," Zabuza murmured, glancing at Keisuke. His astonishment now fully apparent as he nodded slightly. "No wonder. If you are a descendant of that person, it explains certain matters. So what is your decision?" Keisuke inquired. "I accept," Zabuza declared, laying down the scroll. "I can collaborate with you and assist in your endeavors, but let me make it clear, I am not your subordinate. And I have my own objectives. To change the Hidden Mist Village? If that day ever comes, I will assist you," Keisuke replied softly. Then, under Zabuza's incredulous gaze, Keisuke reclaimed the scroll and tucked it back into his robe. Chapter 53. A gentle spring breeze. "What do you mean by this?" Zabuza glared at Keisuke's actions. His face contorted with anger. His fingers hovered over his executioner's blade, clearly indicating that if Keisuke failed to provide a satisfactory answer, he might strike at any moment. "You don't actually believe I would simply hand over such a ninjutsu, do you?" "Surely not. Do you think you are white?" Keisuke feigned surprise as he looked at Zabuza. Continuing, "This is an S-rank ninjutsu. There are hardly any like it in the entire ninja world. If I were to give it to you, and you ran off with it, where would I find you?" "You're courting death," Zabuza hissed through clenched teeth, his grip tightening around the executioner's blade. However, Keisuke displayed no sign of anxiety. Instead, he calmly replied, "Rest assured, since I have presented it, this ninjutsu will eventually be yours, though not at this moment. How about this? 3 years." As he spoke, Keisuke raised 3 fingers and said, "Serve me for 3 years, and after that, I will personally bestow this ninjutsu upon you. Additionally, I will assist you when you wish to return to the Land of Water." How does that sound? It's a fair condition. 3 years is a small price to pay. Humph. Why should I trust you, kid? Do you not realize I could kill you right now and take that scroll? Zabuza replied coldly, yet if he truly intended to act, he likely would have refrained from uttering such words. You cannot kill me, and if you did attempt it, White would stop you, Kei said softly, lifting a teacup to his lips and taking a delicate sip, utterly unfazed. White, kneeling nearby, refilled the tea for both men without uttering a word. Zabuza glanced at White, snorted, and sheathed his blade, though he felt an immense frustration brewing within him. I do not believe you. Hearing Zabuza's icy words, Kei couldn't help but smile, for he knew Zabuza had already agreed. White, your first task is to find a suitable location to establish a base and conceal yourselves while enhancing your strength. Of course, I will provide you with some resources. Consider this money as initial funding, Kei said, directing his gaze toward White. White nodded, replying, I understand, Lord Kei. Kei smiled, waving his hand dismissively. Just call me Kei. Understood, Kei. White replied. Zabuza remained silent, still wearing his frosty demeanor, but Kei recognized that his lack of outright opposition indicated tacit acceptance. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Task Bloodthirsty Blade completed. Task rewards have been issued to the system backpack and are available for retrieval. Please check. Upon hearing this, Kei felt a surge of joy, although he did not particularly need the two sword techniques at the moment. Who would ever turn down an abundance of good fortune? He then recalled another task of his own. Turning to White, he said, White, may I have a bit of your blood? I wish to conduct some research. Certainly. White did not hesitate, swiftly producing a vial and using a kunai to prick his finger, letting drops of blood fall into it. After filling nearly half the vial, Kei instructed, That's enough. That's enough. Understood. White nodded and used chakra to temporarily seal the wound, preventing any further bleeding. Kei carefully placed the vial into his robe, and at that instant, he submitted the task. Ding. Task Frozen Bloodline completed. Task rewards have been issued to the backpack. Please check. The system's mechanical voice rang out once more, and Kei felt a thrill of excitement. He wished to see what he had obtained, but recognized that it was not the right moment, so he contained his eagerness. Looking at Zabuza, despite half of his face being concealed by bandages, Kei could still see that Zabuza was in a foul mood. Thus, he smiled faintly and produced yet another scroll, saying, I cannot give you that ninjutsu for now, but this one I can offer. Though whether you can master it is beyond my concern. Zabuza wanted to tell Kei to take the scroll and leave, but the previous technique had thoroughly piqued his curiosity. Hence, he accepted the scroll with his usual stoic expression. Sword technique, Fierce Tiger, rank A, wield the sword with a unique force, unleashing the power of a fierce tiger. As he read the contents of the scroll, Zabuza felt a surge of excitement, though he maintained an impassive facade. Setting the scroll down, he looked at Kei and asked, Is this the technique you employ? Indeed. Kei nodded. He had copied it from the system, and the reward was indeed replicable. Looking at Zabuza, he continued softly, Its power is formidable. I have not unleashed its full potential, but in your hands, if you manage to master it, it should unleash its true fangs. Humph. You have an eye for talent. Such a domineering sword technique cannot be wielded to its fullest by a mere child like you. Zabuza scoffed, firmly clutching the scroll, fearful that Kei might snatch it back. Noticing Zabuza's subtle actions, White and Mingyue could not help but smile, though they stifled their laughter. However, Zabuza was not wrong. Kei's significant flaw at present was indeed his age. This body was merely 12 years old, not yet having reached its peak development, and still somewhat lacking in strength. Thus, many techniques could not be executed to their utmost potential. Yet, as he grew older, all these issues would naturally resolve themselves. Having concluded their matters, Kazuhaya engaged in light-hearted conversation with Hakuto and Miue, particularly with Miue, as she had not had much time to converse with them previously. Seizing the rare opportunity, she was eager to share a multitude of thoughts. They stepped outside, strolling through the forest while exchanging dialogue. How have you been during this time? Kazuhaya inquired softly. Quite well, replied Hakuto. Miue has been treating me with greater kindness. Even though Nozomi often appears cold and distant, I sense no malice from him. Miue chuckled lightly, casting a radiant smile toward Kazuhaya. Though, I do wish to speak more with you, Lord Kazuhaya. Kazuhaya turned to meet the fervent gaze in the young girl's eyes, momentarily taken aback, and hastily averted his gaze. Yet, Miue had no intentions of letting him off the hook. She playfully pinched Kazuhaya's cheek, teasing, Is Lord Kazuhaya shy? How utterly adorable. How audacious. Kazuhaya protested, His thoughts interrupted as he caught a whiff of the unique fragrance of gardenias emanating from Miwa, which enveloped him like a gentle breeze. Miwa, still smiling, inquired, "What is it that Lord Kazuhaya wishes to convey? Please continue. I shall dutifully heed your words." Kazuhaya felt his cheeks flush, a rare occurrence for someone accustomed to the rigors of social leadership. After a moment of struggle amidst her melodious laughter, he finally managed to extricate himself from the predicament. However, he mused, echoing Susong's sentiment, what difference would it make if we went through this again? As they continued their banter, time slipped away unnoticed. Kazuhaya glanced at the sky, halting his stride to produce a storage scroll, which he handed to Miwa. Within this scroll are some items prepared by myself and Hakuto, each labeled with its intended use. Utilize them wisely to enhance your strength. Thank you, Lord Kazuhaya. I shall not be polite. Miwa replied with a playful smile as she accepted the scroll. Kazuhaya shook his head in resignation, having initially perceived her as a demure girl, only to discover her spirited nature. I never realized you possessed such a lively side. Hehe. Even if Lord Kazuhaya wished to cast me aside, I would never abandon you. Miwa declared with a beaming grin. Kazuhaya sighed. All right, no more jesting. This will be the end of our conversation for now. I must return, but I shall make time to visit again. In my absence, you should diligently follow Hakuto and practice earnestly. As he spoke, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. I consider you a companion, yet you must understand that if your progress is too slow and you cannot keep pace with me, I will be powerless to assist you. Do you comprehend? Understood. Miwa nodded earnestly. Seeing her solemn expression, Kazuhaya offered a slight nod. Then, we shall part ways here. Farewell. Farewell, Lord Kazuhaya. With that, Kazuhaya nodded once more, set his course, and swiftly made his way back to the Dana's family. During this time, the others had been recovering, yet they were not idle, engaging in training that was within their reach. In contrast to their previous selves, the transformation in Naruto and Sasuke following their intense battle was palpable. While their appearances remained largely unchanged, a newfound maturity radiated from them, and their strength had undoubtedly increased. Particularly for Sasuke, after the confrontation, he had gained the ability to wield the Sharingan freely, although its power still paled in comparison to Kazuhaya's. The emergence of the Sharingan had significantly amplified his chakra and overall prowess. At his current level, Sasuke could likely secure victory against an average Chunin with relative ease. As for Naruto, despite not awakening any new abilities, experience proved invaluable for someone with his vast chakra reserves. Overall, the mission had been a resounding success, with each member gaining something, whether it be a shift in mindset, an enhancement in strength, or other facets of growth. They had undeniably matured from their days as fresh graduates of the Ninja Academy. During this period, their bonds deepened incrementally. Naruto and Sasuke continued to bicker, yet it was clear to all that such exchanges were not expressions of animosity, but rather a testament to their genuine camaraderie. They remained competitive, which was beneficial, as it spurred them to elevate their skills even further. Unbeknownst to Kazuhaya, the true target of their rivalry was to surpass him. System, open personal panel. Kazuhaya sat cross-legged in his room, softly voicing his command. As he spoke, the panel materialized before him. Name, Senju Kazuhaya, Mufeng. Age, 12. Chakra amount, 600. Attributes, wind, fire, earth, water, lightning, ice, yin-yang. Inherited talents, devil fruit, fish fruit, mythical beast species, azure dragon form, as yet unawakened. Sharingan, double 3 tomo. Skills, A rank, Chidori, sword technique. Fierce tiger, sword technique, water dragon's roar, ice release, ice storm. Utilizing ice chakra to form a swirling ice sphere that, when thrown, bursts with immense destructive force. B rank, shadow clone technique, fire dragon flame bullet, water dragon bite explosion. Sword technique, triple slash, ice release, ice tiger, transforming ice into a ferocious tiger. C rank, Jinjutsu, fox's heart technique, earth release, earth flow wall, water release, water flow wall, water bullet, fire release, flame bullet, wind release, beast wave gale palm, lightning release. Ground walk, ice release, ice prison technique. D rank, body flicker technique. Special skills, armament hockey, beginner, observation hockey, beginner. Equipment, named blade, autumn water. Free points, 2. Overall evaluation, Jonin. Compared to before, Kazuhaya's panel exhibited minor changes, with the addition of 2 sword techniques and 3 ice release ninjutsu, along with various potions and miscellaneous items not displayed on the system panel. On the 3rd day following the battle, Kazuhaya replicated the 3 ice release ninjutsu and 2 sword techniques, gifting them to Hakuto and Miyue. Kazuhaya was never stingy with his comrades. To Nozomi's surprise, after receiving these benefits, he began training Miyue, which was undoubtedly a positive development, regardless of Nozomi's teaching abilities. Being instructed by a former member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen was a dream come true for many ninjas. On the 12th day after the battle, during a midday training session in the wilderness, the 3 were engaged in different forms of practice, yet all were diligently striving to improve. After finishing their lunch, Sasuke suddenly fixed his intense gaze on Kazuhaya, accompanied by Naruto's equally piercing stare. "What are you two looking at?" Kazuhaya asked, puzzled. Had they discovered his sneaky indulgence in their meat during lunch? Momentarily, he felt a twinge of guilt. "Kazuhaya, let us have a spar," Naruto exclaimed, which relieved Kazuhaya. At least it wasn't he about being caught stealing food. "Sure." Kaze nodded with a smile, turning to Sasuke, and inquired, "Sasuke, will you join us?" The answer was undoubtedly affirmative, yet he did not rush, instead coolly suggesting, "Let this fool face you first." "You're the fool, Sasuke. I'm the genius," Naruto retorted with dissatisfaction, then leaped onto the nearby grass, adding, "This way, I can deal with Kaze first, and then it'll be your turn, you rascal." Sasuke merely scoffed, a dismissive curl of his lips conveying everything without uttering a word. Clap. Suddenly, Kakashi clapped his hands and stood up, declaring, "In that case, let us engage in a ninja team battle. I shall be the referee. Just to clarify, the loser shall forfeit their dinner tonight. I will surely win," Naruto proclaimed confidently. Kaze smiled faintly and murmured, "It seems I shall have 3 bento boxes for dinner tonight." Chapter 55, Ninja Battle, Part 1. On the grassy field, Naruto and Kaze stood facing each other, a mere 10 meters apart. At this moment, Naruto had drawn his kunai, looking quizzically at Kaze. "Kaze, aren't you going to use any weapons?" Kaze smiled slightly, replying, "Against you, I don't need a sword." "Damn it." Naruto's expression darkened, angrily exclaiming, "Arrogant fool. Just watch how I teach you a lesson today." With that, Kaze turned to Kakashi and asked, "Sensei Kakashi, may we begin?" "Yosh. I hereby declare the ninja battle officially begins." Kakashi's hand came down with a thud. At that instant, Naruto lunged forward with his kunai, bellowing, "Kaze, prepare to perish." In the next moment, Kaze swiftly retreated, bending back as Naruto's kunai struck nothing but air. With his right hand supporting the ground, Kaze propelled himself upward with a powerful jump. Bam! Bam! 2 swift kicks sent Naruto flying. As Kaze landed, he straightened up and provocatively beckoned Naruto. "Come on, continue." "Damn it." Naruto pounded the ground in frustration, struggling to rise as he formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Thump, thump, thump. A multitude of Narutos emerged, surrounding Kaze. A smirk crept onto Kaze's face as he murmured, "Now this is getting interesting." "Charge." With a command, the numerous Narutos surged forward. The momentum was so fierce that any average Chunin would likely be overwhelmed. However, Kaze remained unperturbed, swiftly performing hand seals. Water release, water bullets. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a barrage of water bullets shot out from Kaze, obliterating the shadow clones in mere seconds, leaving nothing but puddles on the now damp ground. Witnessing this, Kakashi felt a flicker of astonishment, but soon reasoned that it was only natural, murmuring to himself, "It's no wonder he is worthy of the Senju name. He can execute water bullets to this extent." Sasuke's gaze was fixed intently on Kaze, meticulously observing every detail of his combat style, believing it would aid him in closing the gap. Indeed, he had never considered that he could defeat Kaze. However, if he could pose any threat, it would signify his own growth. As Kaze prepared to unleash his ninjutsu, he looked at Naruto with a smile and remarked, "Naruto, with such tactics, you cannot threaten me. Dare to underestimate me? Then I shall show you my true strength." With that, Naruto again formed hand seals, summoning fewer shadow clones this time, only 8. These 8 clones charged at Kaze, not all from the front, but in pairs from all 4 directions. Kaze flicked his fingers, launching 2 shurikens. Thud, thud. The 2 least aggressive clones vanished upon impact. He threw 2 more shurikens, and again, 2 more clones disappeared. At that moment, the 2 on the left approached, one throwing a punch while the other aimed a kick at Kaze's lower body. Kaze retreated slightly, raising his left leg just in time to evade the kick, while his left hand intercepted the punch. With a swift turn, he delivered a kick and a punch, causing the 2 clones to dissipate. As Kaze landed, the remaining shadow clones did not recklessly charge in. "Kaze, let me show you the ninjutsu I just learned." Wind release, great breakthrough. With a thunderous shout, Naruto completed his final hand seal and inhaled deeply, summoning 3 Narutos ahead and behind him. Kaze's expression shifted as he hastily formed hand seals. Earth release, earth wall. He slammed both palms onto the ground, and just as the powerful wind pressure approached, a wall of earth erupted from the ground. Boom, boom. The fierce gale crashed against the dirt wall, creating a thunderous explosion as fearsome air currents howled. So that is how it is? First, he uses a wave of ineffective attacks to lower Kaze's guard, then feigns an assault before executing his ninjutsu. Naruto has truly grown. Kakashi observed this scene, murmuring softly. However, it's still too slow. He added. Meanwhile, Sasuke's expression had turned grave, not due to Kaze, but because of Naruto. He had grown somewhat accustomed to Kaze's strength. But Naruto, the underdog in his eyes, had evidently improved dramatically. He questioned himself. Had he been in Naruto's place, would he have been able to withstand that? The urgency of Naruto's rapid growth reignited the fire within him. The howling wind gradually subsided after a few seconds, and the earth wall slowly sank back into the ground. Looking at Naruto, Kaze felt a sense of pride. Although he had nearly been outmaneuvered by the very jutsu he had taught Naruto, witnessing his pupil's growth brought him joy. It was not merely about mastering a technique, but rather an enhancement of tactical acumen. Had it been Naruto from a month prior, even if he had learned this jutsu, he would have charged straight in. Naruto, your growth is impressive. To show my respect, I shall give it my all from here on out. So be prepared. Bring it on. Naruto's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Kaze nodded slightly, drawing a kunai and holding it in his hand. Shadow clone jutsu. Thump, thump, thump. 10 shadow clones reappeared, some shielding Naruto while others prepared to execute ninjutsu. In response to Naruto's strategy, Kaze was equally prepared. Swish, swish, swish. Several shurikens flew out, shattering all the clones rushing toward him, and at that moment, the remaining clones were ready. A fierce wind surged forward, and in the next instant, it passed right through Kaze's form. Shadow clone. When did this happen? Sasuke exclaimed in surprise. From the very beginning. Kakashi answered Sasuke, but the explanation only deepened Sasuke's astonishment. At that moment, behind Naruto, a kunai was silently poised against his neck. As Naruto attempted to retaliate, elbowing Kaze backward, Kaze blocked the move with his palm, then seized Naruto's wrist and twisted it, kicking his calf. Bam! Naruto fell to one knee as Kaze gripped his left wrist, pressing it against his neck while the kunai remained poised at the back of his neck. Naruto, you've lost. Oh no! Naruto exclaimed, but he did not sulk. Blinking, he conceded, I admit defeat. Losing to Kaze is nothing to be ashamed of. One day, I will win back my honor. Releasing Naruto, Kaze spun the kunai once before returning it to his pouch, chuckling, I'll be waiting. With that, Naruto grinned, and, without further ado, swaggered over to Sasuke, saying, It's your turn. Sasuke said nothing, silently stepping forward to face Kaze. Chapter 56, Ninja Battle, Part 2. As Sasuke walked away, Kazuhaya once again drew out his kunai. Jesting, you truly spare me no respite, do you? Are you planning on a war of attrition? Is this of great significance to you? Sasuke replied coolly, brandishing his own kunai and adopting a combat stance. Not particularly important, but facing you now does bring a modicum of pressure, Kazuhaya murmured, tightening his grip on the kunai as he noticed the Sharingan beginning to manifest in Sasuke's eyes. Alright, I hereby declare the second round of the ninja confrontation contest to commence, Kakashi announced, his hand slicing downwards. In that very instant, several sharp shuriken whirled towards Kazuhaya. Activating his observation haki in advance, Kazuhaya managed to deflect 2 shuriken with his kunai while dodging another 2. In the next moment, Sasuke had already lunged in front of him. Clang! The 2 kunai collided fiercely, sparks flying as they exerted force against one another. Let me witness the extent of your growth now that you have awakened those eyes, Kazuhaya urged softly. You will see, Sasuke replied coldly, his left hand tightening on a kunai as he thrust upwards towards Kazuhaya's chest. Kazuhaya stepped back, raising his chin just in time as the kunai grazed his jaw. Taking several steps back, Kazuhaya regarded Sasuke with a slight smile, saying, It's merely a spar, no need to be so ruthless. Such an attack won't even leave a mark on you. It's merely a formality, Sasuke replied indifferently, forming hand signs. Fire release, great fireball. Water release, water wall. A water sphere over 3 meters tall collided violently with a water wall towering over 5 meters, the searing heat causing the surrounding grass to wither and ignite spontaneously. The next instant, boom. An explosion resounded as the fireball erupted, and the water wall dissipated, steam billowing from the clash of water and fire. Before Kazuhaya could react further, the sound of slicing wind pierced the air as several shuriken hurtled towards him from the opposite side. Kazuhaya retreated several steps to evade them all. Sasuke charged forward, wielding a shuriken and attacking Kazuhaya with all his might. Clang, clang, clang. The relentless sounds of metal colliding echoed as their kunai clashed repeatedly, their fists and feet exchanging blows at a rapid pace. Kazuhaya observed the crimson hue of Sasuke's eyes. These eyes symbolized power, and it was indeed due to them that Sasuke now possessed the strength to briefly stand against him. However, with his observation haki active, every movement of Sasuke was vividly clear to Kazuhaya. Thus, even though Sasuke had made considerable progress, Kazuhaya still maneuvered gracefully to counter Sasuke's ferocious attacks. Do not hold back. Show me your true strength. As they clashed again, their kunai struck fiercely against one another. Sasuke remarked coldly, fully aware that Kazuhaya's capabilities extended beyond what he had displayed so far. Sparks flew as the kunai scraped against each other, and as they clashed once more. Sasuke swung a punch towards Kazuhaya's chin, only to have it effortlessly blocked by Kazuhaya's palm. Very well, then. Kazuhaya nodded slightly, suddenly exerting force to grip Sasuke's retracting fist. The kunai twisted sharply, thrusting at an odd angle towards Sasuke's chest. Clang. At the last moment, Sasuke managed to block it, but that was precisely Kazuhaya's intention. A swift kick lashed out, landing heavily against Sasuke's waist. A muffled thud resonated as Sasuke grunted, stumbling to the left. This granted Kazuhaya the opportunity to unleash a flurry of kunai strikes, interspersed with punches and kicks, leaving Sasuke overwhelmed. Before long, beads of sweat began to drip from Sasuke's brow, and his body bore numerous marks from kunai and strikes. Spinning around, Kazuhaya delivered a powerful kick aimed at Sasuke's head. Sasuke raised his arms in defense. Bang! Sasuke was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily onto the grass. Gazing at the Sasuke he had just kicked away, Kazuhaya spoke solemnly. Your eyes may allow you to see clearly, even to some extent predict my movements, but your speed is too slow, your strength too feeble. Even with clarity, you cannot defend yourself. Thus, remember to train your body more diligently in the future. Sasuke struggled to rise from the ground, coldly regarding Kazuhaya as he declared, once more. Kazuhaya nodded, and in the next moment, a kunai extended from beside Sasuke's neck, accompanied by Kazuhaya's voice once again. Moreover, do not rely too heavily on those eyes. They are your asset, yet at times, they may also become your constraint. Releasing his kunai, Kazuhaya shoved Sasuke back, saying, once more, with a cold snort. Sasuke charged at Kazuhaya again, but the ensuing bout saw him almost entirely overpowered. Of course, due to the Sharingan, Sasuke occasionally found opportunities to counterattack, yet for Kazuhaya, these moments were inconsequential. Sasuke, in his current state, remained far too weak. The overwhelming might was a testament to true strength. Observing Sasuke being thoroughly dominated by Kazuhaya, Naruto wore a smirk of schadenfreude, commenting, Sasuke is in such a dire state, getting beaten like this. How pitiful. Kakashi shot Naruto a glance, saying, if you truly feel pity, then why does a smile adorn your face? Nonetheless, as he watched the clash between Sasuke and Kazuhaya, Kakashi was genuinely astonished. Kazuhaya's capabilities had grown faster than he had anticipated. Such combat intuition was akin to that of a born ninja. Kakashi understood that Sasuke's strength was not lacking. In fact, in certain respects, Sasuke was stronger than Naruto at present. The reason for this situation was that Kazuhaya's prowess had far outstripped Sasuke's. After approximately 10 minutes, Sasuke was panting heavily, beads of sweat cascading down his face, his arms trembling, and his fingers felt as if they were weighed down with lead. Barely able to grip the kunai, Kazuhaya's speed was too swift, his strength too formidable. Although Sasuke could see clearly, he could not fend off the onslaught. The Sharingan finally faded, his chakra no longer sufficient to sustain it. He looked at Kazuhaya, and despite his unwillingness, he could only grit his teeth and concede. I admit defeat. Kazuhaya nodded slightly, sheathing his kunai. Do not be disheartened. You are already quite strong. I merely took advantage of a temporal discrepancy, one that you may soon overcome. When that time comes, we shall spar again. Sasuke nodded slightly. Having long prepared himself for defeat, he was not discouraged. Rather, the fervor in his eyes intensified, a thirst for power that even Kazuhaya found somewhat unsettling. However, some words were not his to say, nor did he have the right to voice them. In fact, he empathized with Sasuke. Had he been in Sasuke's position, he might have been even more fervent. All right, now, I declare the final victor of the ninja duel to be Kazuhaya. Kazuhaya nodded with a smile. And for the vanquished, there shall be no dinner. Kakashi remarked casually. Ah, no, Naruto wailed. Sasuke looked at his companions, wiping the sweat from his brow. Despite the exhaustion, in this moment, he genuinely felt fulfilled. Chapter 57. The formation of the Xia organization. In the wooden cabin, Kazuhaya sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, a table before him. Opposite him sat Zabuza, still bearing that lifeless expression, yet Kazuhaya had grown accustomed to it. Beside him, Hakuki knelt quietly. Scanning the three of them, Kazuhaya spoke softly. I shall be departing at dawn tomorrow to return to Konoha, but before I leave, there are a few matters I need to discuss with you. Lord Kazuhaya, please proceed. Hakuki replied gently, while Bai nodded with a smile. Although Zabuza remained silent, he unconsciously straightened his back. The more time Zabuza spent with this boy, the more he realized Kazuhaya's formidable nature. At merely 12 years of age, this child's methods, thoughts, and strength seemed to surpass that of his peers. Especially the insights he occasionally revealed, which left even Zabuza in awe. After spending some time together, Zabuza found that he no longer resisted as vehemently as before. In fact, a subtle notion began to take root in his mind. If Kazekage could indeed offer him full support, then his aspirations might genuinely be within reach. First, after my departure, you must expedite the establishment of our base and cultivate our influence. We need not a multitude of followers, but rather a select few who are exceptionally skilled, essentially, quality over quantity. Once the foundation is laid, feel free to reach out to me, but bear in mind, I wish to remain incognito. Secondly, regarding the land of water. Zabuza, I am aware of your intentions, yet you must exercise patience. At this juncture, the Hidden Mist Village is far more complex than you envision. However, feel free to keep your eyes peeled. I understand, Zabuza replied coldly, his dissatisfaction palpable. But Kazekage knew that since Zabuza had acquiesced, he would likely refrain from any further mischief. Thirdly, let us refrain from provoking the Hidden Rain Village for the time being. Kazekage pondered briefly and ultimately decided to forego certain plans. After all, compared to the Akatsuki, they were still woefully underpowered. One misstep could lead to their utter downfall. Fourthly, we require a comprehensive intelligence network. Fifthly, I harbor no illusions that our organization will expand rapidly, but one thing must be paramount: secrecy, until absolutely necessary. We must remain concealed from the public eye. No information should be leaked, and for now, all matters should be shrouded in discretion. Kazekage turned his serious gaze towards Zabuza and stated, at this moment, I am unable to provide you with extensive assistance. Both Haku and Moon are still somewhat inexperienced. Hence I must entrust many matters to you. With that, Kazekage rose and offered a deep bow to Zabuza, his tone earnest. Humph, leave it to me, Zabuza retorted, wishing to express his annoyance at this young man. Yet ultimately, his icy demeanor softened slightly, for he was quite pleased with Kazekage's attitude. Upon hearing this, Kazekage exhaled slowly, a look of relief washing over his face. For now, that will suffice. Should you think of any additional gaps, feel free to fill them in yourselves. If there are no further questions, then, my friends, we must take our leave. Wait. Kazekage's words were interrupted by Moon. He turned to see her smiling sweetly, rising from her seat alongside Haku. Zabuza, initially reluctant to stand, found himself unable to resist under Haku's gaze and rose as well. What is it? Kazekage inquired, puzzled by their sudden seriousness, wondering if he had overlooked something significant. Moon exchanged glances with Haku and Zabuza before softly stating, there is one more matter of great importance, the name of our organization. Hearing her words, Kazekage finally recalled what he had forgotten. No wonder he had sensed something amiss. It was indeed this. Please, Kazekage, grant our organization a name. Haku said softly, lowering his head slightly. Zabuza regarded Kazekage with a detached expression. While I am not your subordinate, having a name for our collaboration could indeed benefit the organization's future development. Is that so? Kazekage smiled faintly, glancing at the trio before turning his gaze to the outside world, where a blazing sun hung in the sky, a luminous orb that represented hope itself. What do you think of she as our organization's name? She symbolizes the sun, embodying brightness, the dispelling of darkness, and the essence of hope. I envision our organization shining brightly in the ninja world, much like this sun. She, Moon murmured softly, nodding with delight as she turned her gaze to Kazekage, exclaiming, Kazekage, you are not as hopeless at naming as I thought. I wholeheartedly approve. Kazekage looked at Haku, who pondered for a moment before nodding. It is a splendid name. And I too hope it brings hope to many, just as you envisioned today, Kazekage. The trio turned to Zabuza, who contemplated the name carefully. Though he had mentally assented, he maintained an impassive facade, stating coolly, why must we choose such an extravagant name? However, if Haku agrees, then I shall acquiesce as well. At this, the three exchanged smiles. Ever since Zabuza had shown a softer side, they had come to see him as a seemingly frosty, yet fundamentally kind-hearted figure, an endearingly proud individual. Truly proud, aren't you? Kazekage said lightly, his words unintentional, yet striking a chord. Zabuza's facade faltered momentarily, revealing his embarrassment and anger. In an attempt to mask his pride, his expression hardened, and he threatened, "You better watch your mouth, or I'll kill you." Kazekage chuckled, "Do you think I fear you?" Zabuza's fingers hovered over his sword. "Ready for action?" No, it was my mistake. I apologize." Kazekage quickly retorted, realizing Zabuza was genuinely ready to draw his weapon. "Of course, it was merely a jest. Next time, I will kill you," Zabuza declared, his scabbard resting against his back as he left the room with an icy demeanor. Watching Zabuza's aloofness, the three shared a knowing smile. Regaining his composure, Kazekage addressed the pair, beaming, "Until next time." "Until next time," Haku replied, his tone slightly apprehensive. "Wishing you a smooth journey, Kazekage," Moon added with a smile, though her eyes betrayed a hint of sadness. She understood, however, that such partings were inevitable, and her duty was to fulfill Kazekage's instructions diligently. Indeed, Kazekage did not linger. He despised farewells and departed swiftly towards the direction of the Danzo residence. Knowing it was time for them to leave. Chapter 58, Return to Konoha. "Ah, finally, we can go back," Naruto exclaimed. "I've missed Ichiraku ramen." As they journeyed back to Konoha, Naruto was brimming with energy, reminiscing about the delectable taste of the ramen, quickly wiping away the drool from the corner of his mouth. As the group walked, Naruto confidently broke into a song he had learned from who knows where, though his singing left much to be desired. Eventually, Sasuke could no longer contain himself, grinding his teeth as he halted and glared at Naruto, coldly stating, "Can you please be quiet? It's bad enough you chatter incessantly, but your singing is unbearable." "Shut up, Sasuke. You just lack appreciation. My singing is fantastic, right, Kazekage?" Naruto turned to Kazekage, certain that he would support his vocal talents, believing Sasuke simply lacked taste. Faced with Naruto's hopeful gaze, Kazekage mustered a strained smile and adjusted the strap of his backpack, suggesting, "Naruto, perhaps it would be best to enjoy a moment of silence?" "What?" Naruto's expression shifted dramatically, disappointment washing over him like a cloud obscuring the sun. He turned to Kakashi, pleading, "Kakashi-sensei, you wouldn't side with these two, would you?" Kakashi stroked his chin, hesitating before responding, "Naruto, singing may not be your forte." "What? Even Kakashi-sensei thinks so?" Naruto's face fell completely. Yet, this only served to amuse Sasuke and Kazekage, their lips curling into faint smiles, while even Kakashi struggled to conceal his amusement behind his mask. In contrast to their journey back, which was remarkably uneventful, they faced no significant obstacles. Even when encountering some foolish adversaries, the quartet's strength easily overcame them. With Naruto's exuberance, tranquility within the group proved elusive. Sasuke, naturally, was Naruto's sworn rival, and they seemed to find conflict in every matter. As for Kazekage, he often played the role of mediator, occasionally stirring the pot himself. Certainly, his occasional antics as a troublemaker would inevitably come to light, leading to a united front from Naruto and Sasuke. As for Kakashi, he was considerably more subdued than the trio, though his intermittent interjections served to adeptly lighten the mood. Strolling along the path, Kakashi observed the three little rascals ahead, a smile once more gracing his features. Despite the occasional exasperation, their companionship unexpectedly brought him a sense of joy. He mused quietly to himself. Upon their safe return to Konoha, the quartet first proceeded to the Hokage Tower to report on their mission. Naturally, this was primarily Kakashi's responsibility, with Kaze having very little authority in the matter. Following Kakashi's announcement that their day was concluded, the group dispersed to their respective homes. As Kaze departed from the team and ambled through the streets of Konoha, the familiar sights, the buildings, the faces, evoked a smile on his countenance. "Ah, young Kaze, have you completed your mission? Truly remarkable. At such a young age, you've become a formidable ninja. If only my little brat could be as capable as you," a kindly uncle called out from a nearby shop. Kaze responded with a smile, "I'm not that impressive. Shorin is quite clever as well and will undoubtedly become exceptional in the future. You're still as humble as ever, young Kaze, but thank you for your kind words. Would you care for a pastry? It's on the house," the uncle grinned, his gaze warm, for Kaze had grown up under his watchful eye. "Thank you, uncle." Kaze accepted the treat, knowing that denying him would only lead to disappointment. "Well then, you must be eager to get home after your mission. I won't keep you any longer," the uncle said cheerfully. "Yes, thank you, uncle." Kaze nodded with a smile and continued on his way. As he walked home, many greeted him, and he reciprocated, albeit hurriedly exchanging a few words before rushing back. Arriving at his familiar doorstep, Kaze slowly pushed the door open, though disappointment washed over him as he found both his father and mother absent. This was to be expected. His father was likely at the ninja tool shop and his mother at the hospital. Then I shall prepare dinner. Kaze chuckled softly to himself, making his way into the kitchen with practiced ease. Over the years, though his primary focus had been on training, he had acquired some culinary skills. As time passed, Kaze arranged an array of dishes, then found himself seated at the table, rhythmically tapping his fingers against its surface as he watched the clock on the wall tick away. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Listening to the sound of the gears, he noted that all three hands aligned, signaling that his mother would soon return. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Nanako entered the courtyard, and Kaze dashed to the door, beaming. "Welcome home, mother," he exclaimed, bowing with a grin. "Kaze, my sweet son. You're back. How wonderful. I've missed you so much." I was nearly suffocating from the longing. Nanako's voice was slightly muffled as she enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Did you miss me that much, mother? It's not like I was gone for ages." Kaze chuckled. Once she released him, Nanako casually remarked, "You've lost weight and gotten tanner, yet you seem even more handsome. No doubt, you are my son. Mother, please act your age." Kaze sighed, finding her childish antics both amusing and exasperating. "Not a chance." Nanako pouted, playfully pinching his cheek before her gaze fell upon the table laden with food. "Did you make dinner? How touching. Come here, let me give you a kiss." Kaze's expression turned to one of refusal, but ultimately, he could not escape her affection. "All right then," he relented, rubbing his cheek as he watched his mother reach for the food. "Mother, where is father?" "Oh, him." Nanako hesitated, setting down her chopsticks. "Don't worry about him. He probably won't be back for a while." Kaze felt a flicker of concern but was about to inquire further when the front door swung open, revealing Chika Hisashi standing at the threshold. Chapter 59. Returning home for a good night's sleep. Upon seeing Chika Hisashi, Kaze refrained from rushing to him, as he had with his mother. Instead, he smiled gently and greeted, "Father." Chika Hisashi's stern countenance softened into a slight smile upon seeing Kaze. "You're back," he replied. "Yes." Kaze nodded in acknowledgement. Nanako appeared surprised by Chika Hisashi's early return. "What brings you home so soon?" "The mission concluded, and Lord Hokage permitted my return." Chika Hisashi explained softly as he entered the living room, where Nanako, like many devoted wives, took his coat from him. However, noticing the distinctive green vest of a jonin adorning Chika Hisashi, Kaze questioned, "Father, let us eat first." Chika Hisashi replied, his tone gentle. "All right." Kaze nodded, choosing not to press further. The family gathered around the table, a rare occasion after a lengthy separation. Kaze's culinary skills were commendable, and the atmosphere was naturally pleasant, with no unspoken rules of silence at mealtime. During dinner, Nanako attentively inquired about various matters, nothing out of the ordinary, how the food was, how he had slept, whether the mission went smoothly, and if he had sustained any injuries. It was a simple, somewhat nagging routine, yet Kaze cherished this warmth, dutifully answering his mother's questions. In his recounting, the mission felt more like a leisurely outing than a task, so relaxed was it. After dinner, the matter of bathing was naturally left to Nanako, while Kaze and Chika Hisashi settled onto the tatami, enjoying tea together. Observing the distinctive jonin vest on Chika Hisashi, Kaze felt a twinge of curiosity. Chika Hisashi, noticing his son's inquisitiveness, voluntarily explained, "This has been in my mind for some time. I just hadn't pursued it due to my injuries and wanting to guide you. Now that you've become a true ninja and I've mostly healed, I can no longer afford to be idle. Thus, I approached Lord Hokage about reinstating my role as a ninja, and he consented." "Is that so?" Kaze nodded, absorbing his father's narrative. He could see the spark in Chika Hisashi's eyes, though a shadow of unease lingered in his heart. After all, the profession of a ninja entailed more than heroism. It often danced perilously close to death. In his heart, Kaze hoped for his father's safety, wishing he could remain unharmed. However, the die was cast, and he had no power to alter Chika Hisashi's path. After all, compared to his own inexperience, his father had faced the trials of the ninja world war. "What is your current position, father?" Kaze inquired softly, knowing this was not a breach of ninja protocol. "I serve as Lord Hokage's bodyguard, an elite jonin." Chika Hisashi replied quietly. Sensing Kaze's anxiety, he reassured, "Do not fret. We are not in wartime. The dangers are not as profound, and remember, your father is quite formidable." "Yes," Kaze responded, choosing not to elaborate further. Indeed, in peacetime, if the tasks were merely routine, his father's prowess would see him through without issue. This thought soothed Kaze's mind considerably. "Do not worry about me. I am no longer a child." As he gazed at his son, Qianmu Hui felt a profound sense of joy. Above all else, he held his son in the highest regard. given the prodigious talent of Qianmu Case. If not for an untimely demise, there was a promising chance he could ascend to the position of Hokage. After all, as one of the most authentic ninjas of Konohagakure, Qianmu Case undeniably possessed the qualifications to become Hokage. The decision to once again embrace the life of a ninja stemmed not only from his own reluctance to continue in his current state, but also from considerations for Qianmu Case. However, these sentiments were not something he would express to his son. Observing Qianmu Case, Qianmu Hui felt a sense of satisfaction, remarking softly, "You've darkened a bit, lost some weight, yet you've matured significantly, resembling a true ninja." "Thanks to my father's guidance," Case replied with a smile. "It seems this mission has greatly enhanced your abilities." Qianmu Hui noted. "What do you mean, father?" "Hey, you too. What are you up to at this hour?" Naiko called out discontentedly from the kitchen, peering at the duo as they stepped outside. "Mother, we'll be back shortly." Case waved his hand before hastily exiting with Qianmu Hui, leaving Naiko to scowl at the doorframe in annoyance. Humph. Standing once again before the training ground, the sky had grown dim, a gentle breeze rustling the grass and causing the leaves to whisper. Suddenly, Case dashed forth, wielding his sword, Akiyuki, charging directly at Qianmu Hui. Sword technique, fierce tiger. With a roar, the sound of the sword echoed like a tiger's growl, a phantom of a fierce tiger lunging toward Qianmu Hui. Yet, Qianmu Hui's prowess was no trifling matter. He too wielded a sword, blocking Case's attack with a simple yet effective strike. Nevertheless, the tremendous impact etched a serious expression upon his face. The ensuing battle between father and son erupted fiercely. Apart from certain abilities that could not yet be revealed, Case unleashed a torrent of attacks against Qianmu Hui, employing a myriad of ninjutsu, sword techniques, taijutsu, and even interspersing genjutsu, shunshin, and bunshin techniques. At this point, even Qianmu Hui could no longer treat Case lightly. He exerted most of his strength, yet even so, Case's capabilities continued to exert immense pressure upon him. The arena was a flurry of flashing blades and clashing metal, the sounds of their combat resounding through the air, flames, water, and lightning intertwining. Even terrifying B-rank jutsu erupted in their clash. If not for the fact that this training ground was private and devoid of onlookers, the commotion would have undoubtedly echoed throughout all of Konoha in no time. After an intense 30-minute bout, the two reached a stalemate. Although Case understood that he was likely the one who had lost, with his long sword returned to its sheath, Case panted heavily, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Glancing at the marks upon his clothing, he expressed gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, father." Indeed, Qianmu Hui sheathed his kunai, looking at Case with evident satisfaction. "You are growing swiftly. It won't be long before you catch up to, perhaps even surpass me. But remember, humility is key." "Understood." Case nodded. "Then let us return and rest. If we linger any longer, your mother may become quite irate." Qianmu Hui concluded with a hint of resignation, for he knew well the toll of Naiko's fury. Indeed, the thought of his mother's wrath brought a smile to Case's face. However, he felt reassured knowing his father would shield him from the brunt of it. Upon their return home, the inevitable explosion of Naiko's anger ensued. Hearing her furious voice, Case hurriedly retreated to his room and silently claimed the rewards for the completed task displayed on his system panel. Reflecting on the earlier battle, he washed up and nestled into his blankets, closing his eyes with satisfaction. Strangely enough, his sleep always seemed extraordinarily restorative upon returning home. Chapter 60. The confrontation on the streets within the Hokage Tower. Kakashi stood before a desk, behind which sat Sarutobi Hiruzen. After organizing a stack of documents, Zabuza neatly placed them aside. Years of handling such matters had rendered him accustomed to the routine, yet perhaps due to the toll of age, he could not shake off a lingering fatigue. Turning to Kakashi, he inquired, "How have the three children performed?" After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi replied, "Naruto is boisterous, yet remarkably attentive at crucial moments. He is quite charming and possesses enough intelligence to become a formidable ninja in the future." "Is that so?" A smile flickered in Hiruzen's eyes, but his expression quickly turned complex. "Let us hope so. Please, continue." "Uchiha Sasuke is undoubtedly a descendant of his clan. His intellect and innate ninja talent are impeccable. However, he harbors a deep-seated obsession regarding that past incident." Kakashi spoke softly, a hint of concern evident in his voice. As for Case, Kakashi paused briefly before continuing. "He is the epitome of a perfect ninja, though he seems a touch too mature for his age." Ultimately, Kakashi chose to withhold certain truths, regardless of his reasons. He decided to keep those matters concealed, even if it was not the right choice. "Is that so?" Hiruzen pondered, nodding thoughtfully. They are all quite unique. I understand they will encounter numerous challenges along their journey. As their mentor, Kakashi, I entrust you with their care. Ensure they encounter no unforeseen mishaps. Understood, Hokage-sama, Kakashi replied solemnly. Very well. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. The coming days appear to be relatively uneventful. Take the opportunity to rest. Hiruzen said softly. With that, Kakashi departed the Hokage tower. Hiruzen rose, turning to gaze out the window at Konoha, lighting a cigarette. As the smoke billowed, he seemed to contemplate something, murmuring, "Let us hope nothing untoward occurs. Otherwise, this old body of mine may not endure for long. For the sake of Konoha, may they grow swiftly." Just as he was lost in thought, a figure entered. Leaning on a cane, one eye covered in bandages. Tobirama, what brings you here? Hiruzen regarded him with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. Hiruzen, I have new insights regarding Qianmu Hui that I wish to discuss. Danzo replied coldly, shadows lurking in his eyes, perhaps a testament to his prolonged existence in the darkness. Or perhaps he had always been thus. Boundary line in the following days, Keisuke's life was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any extraordinary events. Kakashi occasionally summoned them for minor missions, and life continued in a steady rhythm. However, the unremarkable nature of everyday life is often forgotten. It is only the ripples of disturbance that capture one's attention. As Keisuke strolled down the street, he suddenly spotted Naruto and waved. Hey Naruto. Keisuke. Naruto turned, eager to run over, but just then, a sudden commotion erupted nearby on the street. A man and woman walked through the crowd, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Many gazes fell upon them, for their attire was decidedly peculiar, and the forehead protectors they wore indicated they were not from Konoha. The duo consisted of a man and a woman. The woman, with flowing golden hair tied in a not particularly long braid, donned a fitted lavender outfit and carried a large fan on her back, her neck adorned with the Wind Ninja headband. The man was even more peculiar, stout in stature, clad in dark clothing emblazoned with a circular emblem of purple red and light yellow on his chest. He wore a headband that covered the nape of his neck and had painted purple designs on his face. A sizable object, wrapped in bandages, was slung across his back, and he too bore the Wind Ninja forehead protector. The ages of the two individuals appeared to be roughly on par with Naruto, perhaps just slightly older. Yet they seemed markedly more mature in comparison. As they strolled down the street, a child suddenly dashed past, engrossed in play, and collided headfirst into the stout figure of the dark-haired man. Ouch! Exclaimed Konohamaru as he fell to the ground, startled by the unexpected impact. However, before he could utter another word of pain, a hand seized him by the collar, lifting him off the ground. A chill emanated from the man's gaze. Little brat. That must hurt, don't you think? Having never encountered such a scene, the child was momentarily paralyzed by fear, unable to utter a word. Yet, while he remained silent, others were not so timid. Naruto, for instance. Upon witnessing Konohamaru's plight, Naruto rushed over, exclaiming, Konohamaru. Observing this unfolding drama, Keisuke felt a mix of fortune and coincidence, but resolved to address the situation first. He too approached. Upon seeing two ninjas approach, Temari frowned and muttered, Forget it. Let us not stir up trouble right now. What is there to fear? They're just two low-ranking ninjas. Kazukichi dismissed her concerns, displaying a blatant disregard for both Keisuke and Naruto. Keisuke's brow furrowed. Nonetheless, right is right, and there was little to discuss. He stepped closer to the two men and said, I apologize. The child is merely ignorant. Allow me to apologize on his behalf, and please release him. I'm sorry. At that moment, Naruto's voice rang out. You, let go of Konohamaru. Naruto charged towards Kanjiro. But upon hearing the remark, Kanjiro's expression hardened, and he flicked his fingers dismissively. With a sudden, forceful motion, Naruto was thrown to the ground. Seeing Naruto fall so easily, Kanjiro smugly remarked, Is this what constitutes a lowly ninja of Konoha? Truly pathetic. Keisuke, witnessing the entire spectacle, felt a wave of icy fury wash over him as he glared at Kanjiro, stating, Let this end now, shall we? You think you can dictate terms? Who do you think you are? Kanjiro scoffed. A flicker of murderous intent glimmered in Keisuke's eyes. Kanjiro, enough. Temari interjected once more. Yet Kanjiro remained indifferent, casually suggesting, What is there to fear? I'm simply taking advantage of the absence of that fellow. You scoundrel. Naruto shouted angrily, preparing to lunge at Kanjiro. You're being excessively brazen in someone else's village. Suddenly, Sasuke's voice pierced through from behind. Alongside Sasuke came the sound of a sharp wind. A stone struck precisely against the hand gripping Konohamaru's collar. Kanjiro's grip slackened, and Keisuke swiftly caught Konohamaru by the collar, pulling him back 2 steps to safety. At that tense moment, a calm voice resonated from behind. Stop making a fool of yourself here. Kase turned to see a figure hanging upside down from a tree branch. A gourd slung over his back, his face betraying an expression of indifference. Gaara, Kase murmured to himself, surprised to encounter him here. Chapter 61. The Chunin exams begin. Stop embarrassing yourself. The unexpected command silenced the scene. Sasuke, perched on a branch of the large tree, narrowed his eyes at the newcomer, realizing he had not sensed his approach. More astonished than Sasuke were Kanjuro, who was gripped not merely by surprise, but by sheer terror. He quickly withdrew his hidden hand and nervously gestured toward Kase and the others, stammering, "Let me explain. Gaara is the one who initiated this. I have nothing to do with it." "Silence. One more word, and I'll kill you." The cold voice sent a shiver down Kanjuro's spine. Even interrupted, he exhibited no signs of defiance, immediately sealing his lips at the ominous threat. "You've lost yourself in this quarrel. Do you remember why we're here?" Gaara coldly stated, his expression devoid of emotion, yet the palpable aura of menace made Kanjuro tremble once more. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." The once arrogant Kanjuro repeatedly apologized, and the sight of his meekness provoked a wave of curiosity among the onlookers. As Kase regarded Gaara, an unfamiliar sensation stirred within him, not happiness nor sadness, but a profound understanding of Gaara's plight, which seemed more tragic than Naruto's. While Naruto had lost his father, Gaara's father appeared to have treated him as a mere tool, even going so far as to send assassins after him. The complexity of Gaara's situation evoked conflicting emotions within Kase. With a sudden thud, Gaara dropped down from the branch, landing beside Temari and Kanjuro. Sasuke leaped down to join Kase. "Let us go," Gaara intoned coldly, casting not a glance at Kase and the others, as if they were mere stones rather than living beings. At Gaara's command, Temari and Kanjuro nodded, turning to follow him without question. Just then, Kase's bright voice called out, "Hey, wait, I'm Kase, what is your name?" Gaara halted, turning around. His icy gaze sent a chill down Sasuke and Naruto's spines. Temari gasped internally, bracing for a potential confrontation, yet she reminded herself that they were in Konoha. "Shikaku, Gaara, remember this name, for perhaps next time, you may find yourself at my mercy." "What are you even talking about?" Naruto yelled in frustration. "Naruto." Kase quickly intervened, noting that Naruto's impulsiveness had clouded his judgment. "I'll remember. But I hardly believe I will die at your hands," Kase replied softly, then turned to the two accompanying him. "You should also share your names. We will meet again." "Kanjuro, Temari," they both replied, nodding. While getting to know them might offer little benefit, it bore no significant detriment either. "I'm Naruto. You better remember us." Naruto shouted defiantly. "Sasuke," came Sasuke's cool retort, his eyes fixed on Gaara with an intriguing intensity. "We're leaving," Gaara declared, turning away, leading the two away from the trio. Left behind, a smirk crept onto Sasuke's lips as he murmured, "Interesting." "Indeed, quite intriguing," Kase agreed. Meanwhile, Naruto, perplexed, scratched his head. "What is so interesting? What are you two talking about?" "You don't need to understand," Sasuke replied dismissively, striding forward. "Naruto, let us go? We're going to be late." Kase chuckled lightly. "Oh," Naruto nodded, still confused, then hurriedly reassured Konohamaru before dashing to catch up with the two. "You two explain yourselves." The trio departed the street, while atop a branch, three oddly dressed figures observed their retreating silhouettes, particularly fixated on Sasuke, deep in thought. Boundary line. Inside the Hokage's office, numerous ninjas had gathered, with Sarutobi Hiruzen seated at the Hokage's designated position. He observed the assembly gravely, stating, "I trust you have all surmised the purpose of today's gathering. In 7 days, the Chunin selection exams will officially commence. I must inform everyone that this particular exam will involve numerous ninja villages participating together. For those among you who wish to take part, please take this matter seriously." As the words settled, a myriad of discussions erupted among the crowd. Sarutobi Hiruzen granted them ample time to converse until the chatter began to wane, at which point he spoke again. "Now, I request that the ninjas responsible for mentoring the new Genin step forward." With that, Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, and Asuma were the first to rise, joined shortly by several other instructors. Observing the trio, Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly inquired of Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma, "Do you have any Genin under your guidance who are suitable to participate in the Chunin exams? As you are well aware, eligibility for the Chunin exams requires participation in at least 8 missions. However, despite this stipulation, the risks associated with the exams should not be underestimated. You must evaluate their capabilities accordingly. Now, let us hear from you one by one. Kakashi, you may begin." With that, Kakashi stepped forward. raising his right hand in a gesture where his thumb, pinky, and index finger were bent while the other two fingers stood upright before his chest. In a deep voice, he declared, "In the name of Kakashi Hatake, I recommend Team 7's Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto for the Chunin exams." Following suit, Kurenai proclaimed, "In the name of Yuhi Kurenai, I recommend Team 8's Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Ino for the Chunin exams." Lastly, Asuma stated, "In the name of Asuma Saratobi, I recommend Team 10's Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji for the Chunin exams." Very well, what of the others? Saratobi Hiruzen expressed no surprise at the trio's recommendations, for based on the reports received, they indeed possessed the qualifications necessary for the Chunin exams. Subsequently, a number of other instructors also came forward to recommend their genin for the exams, among them, the ever-spirited Haruno Sakura. After all, the act of recommending did not obligate anyone to participate in the Chunin exams, and one could retract their willingness at a later time. However, amidst the crowd, Irika felt a bead of sweat trickle down his cheek upon hearing those familiar names, for in his eyes, they were still but children. Yet, as Kakashi had stated, they were no longer his students. Thus, even if he felt discontent, he was powerless to intervene. Chapter 62, Sakura's Interruption. A new mission on a bright morning, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto arrived promptly at the location designated by Kakashi's urgent summons, a riverside marked by a corridor of striking red pillars. However, upon their arrival, the trio found themselves grumbling, not solely due to the early hour, but because Kakashi-sensei had yet to arrive. Just as expected, Sasuke crossed his arms, leaning coolly against the railing, his patience wearing thin as the minutes dragged on without Kakashi's presence. "That bastard Kakashi-sensei," Naruto exclaimed in frustration, having rushed out without even washing his face in an effort to arrive on time. The smile had long vanished from Haruno's face, even though he had anticipated this. A delay of over 2 hours felt excessive. Just as their complaints subsided into silence, Kakashi finally sauntered into view atop the red pillars. "Good morning, everyone," he greeted lazily. But upon noticing the disgruntled expressions on the trio's faces, he quickly offered an insincere excuse. "Apologies, I got lost on my journey through life." "Bastard, you ought to think carefully before lying," Naruto shouted, his face a mask of indignation, while Sasuke remained silent, his displeasure evident. As for Haruno, he wished to offer Kakashi a smile, but regrettably found it impossible. Kakashi, seemingly oblivious to their dissatisfaction, placed a finger on his chin and remarked, "Though it was rather sudden, I have recommended you all for the Chunin exams." "What?" Naruto exclaimed in shock, quickly followed by elation. For this was a person who had never known fear. Haruno blinked in surprise, but soon a smile spread across his face. Naturally, he wished to participate in the Chunin exams. Sasuke, too, was taken aback. He had thought Kakashi would not recommend him, yet this development suited him just fine. Leaping down from the red pillars, Kakashi produced 3 application forms and presented them to the trio. "Here are the application forms." "Kakashi-sensei, I love you," Naruto exclaimed, jumping up and wrapping his arms around Kakashi's neck in a whirlwind of excitement before finally taking the application form. Haruno and Sasuke accepted their forms as well. Kakashi glared at them with his signature deadpan eye and casually stated, "While I have made the recommendations, it does not mean you are obliged to participate. The decision is entirely yours. Should you choose to partake, submit your completed application forms to classroom 301 by 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. If you wish to decline, simply disregard this. How could we possibly not participate?" Haruno chuckled, carefully reviewing the contents of the form before tucking it away securely. Glancing at Sasuke, who remained aloof, Haruno could see the glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, while Naruto's exuberance made it clear he was all in. After laying out the details, Kakashi did not linger any longer. As the trio walked along the path, Naruto repeatedly chattered excitedly about the Chunin exams, frequently glancing at the application form in his hands. Judging by the gleeful expression on his face, it was evident that his thoughts were far from prudent, likely preoccupied with fanciful notions. As they strolled, a voice suddenly called from behind them. "Sasuke, Naruto, Haruno, do you plan to participate in the Chunin exams?" They turned to see Sakura, her expression bright and innocent. "We will be participating. Is that so?" "Thank you." Sakura nodded, a smile gracing her face, though internally she seethed. "Who cares about your response? I want to hear Sasuke answer. I wish to speak with him." Through Sakura's eyes, Sasuke sensed her underlying intentions, but it was not as if he could read her mind. However, he found her behavior at school sometimes quite irksome, and her occasional remarks made him feel quite disgusted. "Let us go," Sasuke said coolly. "Oh, see you, Sakura," Naruto waved, harboring no particular affection for her, yet equally not harboring any disdain. Haruno offered a polite smile, unwilling to entangle himself further with her. After all, while he did not dislike Sakura, he certainly could not claim to like her. Hey, wait a moment. Just as they were about to leave, Sakura called out once more, rushing to block their path. Is there something else? Naruto asked, puzzled, with a blush gracing her cheeks. Sakura produced a gift tied with a pink bow from behind her back, presenting it to Sasuke with both hands. This is something I made myself. Please be sure to accept it. Sasuke merely cast a fleeting glance at it, uttering, no need. With that, he brushed past her, hands stuffed in his pockets, continuing forward. Haruno and Naruto said nothing more, as this matter did not concern them. As for Sasuke, he truly did not care. His heart was occupied by thoughts of a certain individual. Rejected. Watching Sasuke's retreating figure, Sakura's eyes dimmed. But soon her expression shifted to one of resentment as she muttered through gritted teeth, it's all Naruto's fault. If it weren't for him, Sasuke and I would surely be in the same team. If Haruno had heard her words, he would have found them amusing. Indeed. It might be said that the kind are often taken advantage of. The more benevolent one is, the more they are exploited. Eventually, the trio agreed to meet the following morning to submit their application forms before parting ways. As for the subsequent tales, Haruno had no part in them. He was indifferent. For at this moment, the concept of romance held little sway in his young heart, and even if it did, at the age of 12, he feared he would be somewhat powerless to act on it. The Chunin exams are on the verge of commencing, and by now, it is no longer a secret. During this period, individuals from other villages have begun to trickle into Konoha, resulting in a noticeable influx of unfamiliar faces. Among the Konoha participants, the group humorously dubbed the Konoha 12 is also set to partake in the Chunin exams. While many things may have shifted with the changing winds, numerous aspects remain steadfastly the same. Within Kaze's mind, the voice of the system resonates once more. Gazing at the task information displayed on the panel, a smile graces Kaze's face as he murmurs, will I succeed in the Chunin exams? The rewards are indeed quite bountiful. The reason for Kaze's musings is that this task encompasses not just a singular objective, but is laden with numerous smaller tasks, such as defeating all opponents. Thus, the night passed in silence, and soon the dawn of a new day arrived. Chapter 63, The Turmoil of Registration. In the early morning, a multitude of genin had already gathered at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. As the door swung open, they streamed in like a tide. Good morning, Sasuke. Naruto. Greeted voices rang out as the trio converged. At this moment, the Ninja Academy was bustling, particularly in the corridor of the third floor, if it could truly be called the third floor. Upon seeing Sasuke and his companions, Sakura's face lit up with joy as she eagerly called out, Good morning, Sasuke. However, Sasuke, utterly disinterested, did not utter a word as he brushed past her, heading straight for the so-called room 301. At this moment, two ninjas stood guard at the door of room 301, while before them lay a figure clad in a tight green suit with bushy eyebrows. Choji, supporting the fallen Lee, his gaze directed at the two with palpable indignation. On what grounds are you blocking our way? Move aside, we need to register. The chorus of shouts erupted, with the crowd's eyes filled with hostility towards the two obstructing figures. The two seemed impervious to the discontent, disdainfully watching the defeated Lee. One of them scoffed. With such a level of skill, you dare to participate in the Chunin exams? I suggest you reconsider. At your current capability, you would merely be a number. Indeed. And you should evaluate your own strength to determine if you are truly worthy of participating. This is for your own good. After all, the Chunin exams are no child's play, and losing one's life is not out of the question. They continued, their mocking tone unwavering, exhibiting a complete lack of respect for those gathered. It must be said, their demeanor was rather infuriating, yet no one dared to retaliate. Perhaps some had already discerned the underlying truth. As their argument escalated, Sasuke and his companions approached. A flicker of disdain crossed Sasuke's eyes as he coolly remarked, We are determined to pass. Kindly disperse this illusionary barrier. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, many in the crowd exchanged puzzled glances, while others remained unfazed, evidently having seen through the ruse long ago. At this moment, those who wished to conceal their true abilities for a stunning reveal during the Chunin exams likely refrained from exposing the deception. How perceptive of you. However, mere perception is insufficient, one of the guards retorted, as a wave of disorientation washed over the crowd. Suddenly, the third floor transformed into the second, and the plaque reading 301 on the classroom door morphed into 201. Yet, mere perception was still inadequate. How amusing, another voice taunted, glancing at Sasuke with an air of provocation. Snorting derisively, Sasuke launched an attack, specifically a kick directed at the speaker. The individual, undeterred, braced himself, countering with his own kick. Just as their legs were about to collide, a flash of green darted into the fray. With a dull thud, Lee crouched between the two, effortlessly catching both Sasuke's and the other's legs with his hands. It is well known that the power of a leg far surpasses that of a hand. And considering Sasuke's notable reputation even during his time at the Ninja Academy, the feat was astonishing. Witnessing Lee simultaneously intercepting both attacks, Kaze's smile gradually faded, replaced by a glimmer of anticipation as he whispered to himself, "I hope for an opportunity to engage in battle." Observing this eyebrowed newcomer, Sasuke too felt a spark of surprise. However, amid the astonishment, Lee casually released the two. Neji, witnessing this scene, expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "Did we not agree to keep a low profile? Why the sudden change of heart?" "I intended to, but now," Lee replied, turning his attention to Sakura, standing not far from Sasuke. He approached her with a serious demeanor, declaring, "I am Rock Lee. You must be Sakura. Will you go out with me? I vow to protect you with my life." Lee's earnestness was palpable, accompanied by a thumbs up and a brilliant smile that seemed to radiate light. Though Kaze had anticipated such a scenario, he could not suppress the smile creeping onto his lips as he glanced at Sakura, pondering how someone not particularly attractive could attract such attention. Sakura, feeling a wave of discomfort, wore an expression of outright rejection as she shouted, "Absolutely not." "Why not?" Lee implored. "I don't like bushy eyebrows." Upon hearing this, Lee's expression fell, as if he were contemplating his existence, clouds of despair hovering above him. "What's wrong with you?" Neji remarked with exasperation, then turned to Kaze, his eyes reflecting a different meaning. "You must be a new student, right? How old are you?" "Me?" Kaze hesitated, but upon seeing Neji's determined gaze, he smiled slightly and replied, "Indeed, I am a newcomer, age 12. I'll remember you. You seem to be the top of your class this year." "So am I," Neji stated nonchalantly. "Oh," Kaze replied casually, then turned to Naruto and Sasuke, suggesting, "Let us go submit our registration forms." Regarding Neji's pompous demeanor, Kaze found it beneath his notice. He thought, "You may see yourself as unfortunate, but many are far worse off. And your haughty attitude, who are you trying to impress? Do you truly believe yourself invincible?" With that, the quartet ascended the stairs. And the reason for 4 participants was simply due to Sasuke's presence, which naturally included Sakura as well. Sasuke, disinterested in her, did not push her away. Yet, trouble has a way of finding its way to one, not necessarily directed at him, but such nuisances could be bothersome to anyone in his vicinity. "Sasuke, wait for me," Sakura called, hastily catching up to walk beside him, her face alight with happiness, despite Sasuke's apparent indifference. However, above them, Lee, who was on the verge of leaving, halted abruptly. With a resounding thud, he leaped from the upper floor, landing just ahead of the 4. "I wish to confirm a few things. So let us settle this now," he declared, his face a mask of calm anticipation, for he genuinely wished to see if hard work could surpass innate talent. Chapter 64, Lee's Challenge. "I am Rock Lee. Let us engage in a contest. I am eager to discover if my techniques are effective against one renowned as a genius." As he gazed at Sasuke, Lee assumed a stance, not out of a desire for conflict, but to discern the disparity between genius and diligence. He sought to validate his own efforts against those emerging from renowned clans. "Uchiha Sasuke, I presume you are already aware of this." Observing Lee, Sasuke retained his aloof demeanor, seemingly dismissive of Lee, and upon hearing his words, his tone grew increasingly frigid. "Ah, so you are aiming for the Uchiha. Frankly, your ignorance is astounding. You have no inkling of what the Uchiha name signifies. Nevertheless, allow me to enlighten you," Sasuke remarked coldly. Nearby, Naruto felt a surge of frustration. He believed himself to be on par with Sasuke, yet everyone seemed fixated on either the wind or Sasuke, completely disregarding him. This feeling of being overlooked was maddening. "Wait, let me handle this. I can take him down in under 5 minutes," Naruto declared with a feigned maturity. "My target is Uchiha Sasuke, not you," Lee replied nonchalantly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Sasuke, entirely disregarding Naruto. Lee's demeanor incited Naruto's ire, prompting him to shout, "Damn it! You all are so obsessed with Sasuke. Let me show you who truly deserves recognition." With that, Naruto charged at Lee, his fist flying toward Lee's face. Lee swiftly countered, redirecting Naruto's force with a push, dissipating the power of his strike. Naruto's attack faltered, and his momentum carried him forward, causing him to stumble. Lee pivoted, executing a sweeping kick. Bang! Naruto crashed to the ground, pain etched across his face as he gritted his teeth in frustration. Nearby, Kaze watched with exasperation, He had expected Naruto to have matured. Yet here he was, still as reckless as ever. Moreover, whenever he was near Sasuke, Naruto seemed prone to impulsive behavior. However, Kaze had no intention of intervening. Perhaps a little setback would serve Naruto well, and attacking without consent would be rather discourteous. Yet, refraining from action now did not imply he would always hold back. He merely noted it mentally. The members of Team 7 were not to be trifled with. After defeating Naruto, Lee resumed his fighting stance, directing his gaze at Sasuke. Let me make this clear. I will not be defeated, for among Konoha's genin, I am the strongest. Such arrogance was rather excessive. Many murmured at Lee's assertion. Sasuke, however, merely curled his lips into a disdainful smirk. I initially thought you were merely uninformed, but now it seems you are downright foolish. The strongest genin of Konoha? Who told you that? Setting aside the vastness of Konoha and the multitude of formidable genin, at this moment, there are adversaries here that you cannot hope to surpass. Are you referring to yourself? Lee asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Preposterous. With a dismissive scoff, Sasuke took his stance. Allow me to illustrate the extent of your ignorance. With that, Sasuke lunged forward, but before his fist could connect, Lee swiftly pressed down and executed a whip kick aimed at Sasuke's shin. Sasuke leaned back, lifting his left leg to evade, but in the next instant, Lee planted his hand on the ground and unleashed a powerful upward kick, slicing through the air towards Sasuke's face. Sasuke raised his arm to block. But in the next moment, bang! The tremendous force sent Sasuke hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Witnessing this, those who had previously underestimated Lee fell silent. Such speed and strength, if they had been in his place, they would have met defeat much quicker. Thus, while Lee's earlier words might have been foolish, his prowess lent credence to his claims. Impressive speed, but it offers an opportunity for familiarization. Sasuke rose from the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. Yet his expression bore no trace of despair. His Sharingan had awakened. Regardless of ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or taijutsu, all would be unveiled before his keen eyes. Please. Lee assumed his stance once more, his earlier disdain for Sasuke now absent. Humph. With a cold snort, Sasuke charged again, but this time, the outcome took everyone by surprise. Just as Sasuke approached, Lee abruptly lowered his waist and executed a rising kick. Bang! The kick connected squarely with Sasuke's chin, sending him soaring through the air. Impossible. The Sharingan. Sasuke's mind was flooded with shock and disbelief, yet he found himself powerless to respond. Lee leaped into the air, positioning himself below Sasuke, parallel to him. As the bandages around his hands suddenly unraveled and ensnared Sasuke. Shadow Dance Leaf. He whispered inwardly. The bandages tightened around Sasuke. Lee spun, unleashing an overwhelming force as he hurled Sasuke harshly toward the ground. Although the height was not particularly great, the speed and unexpected nature of the attack meant that if Sasuke were to crash down, his Chunin exam might very well come to an abrupt end. Kaze prepared to spring into action, yet someone was quicker. Sasuke. Sakura's startled cry pierced the air as she dashed forward, ready to act as a cushion for Sasuke. However, the anticipated impact never occurred. A figure darted past, and before long, Kaze landed on the ground, gently lowering Sasuke while murmuring, "Don't be alarmed. After all, he is a year older than us. You only faltered this time. Next time, it will be different." It absolutely will. Sasuke clenched his fist, gazing at the grounded Lee. His eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. "Lee, what are you doing? You just employed a forbidden technique, didn't you?" Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed, causing Lee to instantly shrink back. "The tortoise speaks." The crowd regarded the talking tortoise with astonishment. The teacher's ninja tortoise. Lee exclaimed, bewildered, then panic set in. Just as Lee was about to apologize, Kaze's voice rang out. "Rock Lee, right? I am Kazuki Kaze, and I would also like to challenge you. I trust you 1T refuse." Lee was about to respond when, abruptly, a larger version of Lee appeared on the tortoise's back, striking a pose that could only be described as flamboyant and somewhat nauseating. "You truly are youthful and impetuous, but that is the essence of youth." Chapter 65, A Class Reunion. Teacher Kai. Upon seeing his instructor, Lee felt a surge of anxiety. Previously, Kai had cautioned him to conceal his abilities. Yet his recent display had blatantly defied that counsel. "Lee, do you understand the consequences of revealing your secret techniques prematurely? You fool." Kai's entrance was nothing short of captivating. With a furious roar, he delivered a punch that sent Lee soaring through the air. Lee skidded to a halt several meters away, clutching his now red and swollen face. Exclaiming, "Teacher." Lee, you need not say anything. This is simply youth." Kai replied with fervent enthusiasm, his expression brimming with exuberance. It was a scene that, if viewed by a discerning eye, would likely prompt most to take a step back, or perhaps even more. Kaze felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Yet as he observed these two emotional, tearful men reveling in their youth, he forcibly suppressed his urge to retreat and stepped forward. Hey, you two, regardless of the circumstances, let us finish what we started. Rock Lee, I now challenge you. A challenge, indeed. How spirited. Kai glanced over with youthful exuberance, enthusiastically cheering. This is what youth is all about. Who? Kazuhaya could no longer contain himself. He took a step back and turned to Sasuke, saying, You should just handle it yourself from now on. Let's go. Let's go. This is too nauseating. I feel like I'm about to vomit. Sasuke shivered at the thought, while Naruto fervently nodded in agreement. Even he was struggling to suppress the urge to retch. The three ascended to the third floor, and as for Sakura, she had her own teammates and naturally could not remain with Sasuke. However, that was of little consequence. They moved on. Upon reaching the third floor, they found Kakashi waiting patiently by a door, looking as languid as ever. He remarked casually, So, all three of you have arrived. I knew you wouldn't give up. Well then, since you're here, let us go inside and take a good look at your opponents. At this moment, Naruto felt a bit bewildered. However, as the trio pushed open the door and stepped into the classroom, the multitude of gazes that turned toward them immediately clarified everything. After all, the sheer number of participants for the Chunin exam was rather overwhelming. Moreover, due to the commotion moments prior, many eyes were now fixated on the trio, filled with wariness, vigilance, and a hint of icy disdain. Nevertheless, not everyone bore such animosity. At least their former classmates greeted them warmly. Sasuke, Naruto, Kazuhaya. Hello. Ino rushed over, smiling as she greeted the trio. Ah, you all made it. Kazuhaya nodded slightly, chuckling as he glanced at Shikamaru and Choji, who were ambling in behind. Choji, as usual, held a bag of chips in his hand. Upon hearing Kazuhaya's greeting, he nodded, his words muffled as he chewed on his snack. Shikamaru appeared distinctly lethargic, hands in his pockets, his pineapple hairstyle accentuating his nonchalant demeanor. He looked at the trio and sighed. You all are participating in the exam too? What a hassle. Hey, Akamaru, come here. Woof woof. The small white dog leaped off Kiba's head and landed in Kazuhaya's arms. Kiba, visibly annoyed, exclaimed, Hey, stop stealing Akamaru. Akamaru likes me. What is it to you? Kazuhaya shot Kiba a sidelong glance, beginning to pet the dog, while Akamaru reveled in the affection, whining contentedly. You little rascal. Kiba gritted his teeth, frustration etched across his face. Such antics were common during their time in the ninja academy, but he hadn't expected that even after leaving, Akamaru would still be so fond of Kazuhaya. Hello, everyone. Beside Kiba, the delicate and seemingly fragile Hinata spoke up, but despite her greeting, her gaze unconsciously lingered on Naruto. Upon noticing him looking her way, she instantly blushed and lowered her head, a reaction the others had long since grown accustomed to after 6 years of camaraderie. Meanwhile, Sakura, noticing the gathering, rushed over. Although uncertain why, she and Ino had developed quite a good rapport. Familiar faces meant no pretense. They dove into conversation, boasting and bantering, creating a familiar chaos. Arguments, greetings, and even some harsh words were exchanged. Of course, there were also more amicable inquiries about recent happenings, resulting in a delightful and chaotic atmosphere. I say hello to you all. Shino raised his hand quietly, but when he received no acknowledgement, he lowered it once more. His face obscured by sunglasses, sighing internally, I knew it would be like this. Do I truly lack presence? While everyone continued their animated conversations, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively until suddenly, a voice interrupted. Hey, you lot, could you quiet down a bit? The voice came from behind. Kazuhaya turned to see a white-haired individual with glasses, exuding an air of sophistication. Indeed, it was none other than Kabuto, the multifaceted spy and pivotal figure in the future. Who do you think you are, acting all high and mighty? Naruto glared at the white-haired man, his displeasure apparent, while the others regarded him with less than friendly expressions. Devoid of smiles. Despite their earlier chatter, their demeanor shifted. These were seasoned ninjas, after all. However, Kabuto seemed unfazed by Naruto's question. He merely raised an eyebrow and spoke softly. You must be the fresh graduates from the Ninja Academy this year, making quite a racket and disturbing others. This is the Chunin exam, not a picnic. It would be wise to keep it down. And what of it? Naruto retorted defiantly. My name is Kabuto. Just take a look around, Kabuto replied, gesturing. As the group turned to survey the room, they were taken aback to find most of the occupants glaring at them. Their expressions anything but friendly. If they were not seasoned ninjas, such a hostile reception might have frightened them. A significant number of those gazes were filled with murderous intent. and Kazuhaya had no doubt that some of these individuals had blood on their hands. Chapter 66. Kabuto, Intelligence, Unexpected Gains. Have you noticed those from the Rain Village? Kabuto observed the tension in the air. They can be quite temperamental. Then, with a smile, he added, but don't blame yourselves. We were all new once. Kabuto-senpai, is this your second time participating in the exam? Sakura inquired, puzzled. No, it's my seventh. The Chunin exam is held only twice a year. And it's not as simple as you might think to pass, Kabuto replied with a smile, his eyes concealing keen insight. His timing was impeccable, although his words seemed straightforward. Those familiar with the nuances would realize that each statement hinted at something deeper. 7 times? The group was taken aback. As the nervous newcomers, thoughts began to swirl in their minds, particularly for Sakura. Having not joined Team 7, her training had not been as comprehensive. Her mentor was merely a special jonin. While competent, he could not compare to Kakashi. Furthermore, her peers were hardly on par with Sasuke or Naruto. In a room of 10, if anyone were to feel the least confident, it would surely be her. Despite the others appearing unremarkable, each was undoubtedly skilled. In contrast, her talents, while considerable, paled against these so-called geniuses. That being said, you must be quite knowledgeable about the exam's content. Sakura seized the opportunity to extract information from Kabuto, eager to learn more. It must be said that Sakura was quite astute, possessing notable talent. However, in an era dominated by lineage and connections, she often felt ordinary without Tsunade's tutelage. Kazuhaya, on the other hand, was extraordinarily fortunate. Although Chikamatsu had little renown, his background was far from simple, and it could rival those of the prominent clans in Konoha. In fact, in some respects, Kazuhaya's heritage was likely only matched by a handful of others in this place. After all, he was a descendant of the Senju clan. Indeed, Kabuto beamed at Sakura's perceptiveness, producing a stack of cards from his waist pouch. Allow me to share some intelligence with you. What is this? Do not underestimate these cards. They are the result of considerable time spent collecting ninja identification cards, which contain a wealth of information regarding this Chunin exam. With a mysterious smile, Kabuto unveiled a card for all to see. The content was indeed impressive, featuring a map that marked all the ninja villages participating in the Chunin exam, alongside various statistics about their respective populations. Impressive. The crowd's admiration prompted Kabuto to lift his gaze with a sense of pride, precisely the reaction he sought to evoke. Are there any details about those two individuals? At that moment, Sasuke interjected, recalling something, Rock Lee and Gaara. Naturally, if there are names, there must be information. Kabuto replied with a knowing smile, extracting 2 cards from the collection and presenting them to the group. The cards displayed the photographs and names of the 2 individuals, along with additional details that elicited surprise among the onlookers. While Rock Lee's information was satisfactory, Gaara's card boasted an impressive profile, B-rank missions and 8 C-rank missions, a lineup that was nothing short of luxurious compared to those freshly graduated ninjas. Subsequently, Kabuto shared several more cards. Although the information contained within may not have been decisive, it certainly provided Kazekage with a clearer understanding of the participants in this Chunin exam. Numerous candidates were present, with representatives from several major ninja villages, as well as some smaller ones. Among them, Konoha had the highest number of participants, followed by Sunagakure. According to the information on these cards, many intriguing individuals had arrived, including those from Amigakure, Otogakure, and several unique villages. These were no ordinary foes. However, the significance of their strength would ultimately depend on whom they encountered. For now, Kazekage felt no need to overly concern himself with most of the nameless participants. Scanning the classroom, Kazekage noticed that Gaara had also been drawn to the commotion, their eyes briefly meeting without lingering. Nonetheless, the smile on Kazekage's face left a profound impression on Gaara. Clenching his fists silently, a faint murderous intent glimmered in Gaara's icy gaze as he muttered to himself. That guy's blood must be different. Based on the information provided by Kabuto, Kazekage's gaze swept through the crowd until it suddenly halted at the sight of a girl with striking red hair. The girl, hiding in a corner with her head down, occasionally cast timid glances around her, seemingly isolated from the world. Kazekage noticed her fingers trembling slightly, revealing bite marks on the back of her hand. Is that person looking at me? The girl, named Kinomoto, lifted her head, only to quickly avert her gaze upon seeing Kazekage. He smiled gently, the corners of his mouth curling upward, and glanced at Sasuke beside him. Is there information on that red-haired girl? Kazekage inquired, directing his question at Kabuto. Nodding, Kabuto found a card and handed it to Kazekage with a light chuckle. Don't underestimate me. I've nearly collected information on all the ninjas present. What about Kazekage? Ino asked curiously. And Sasuke too. Sakura added. Of course, the top 2 students of your class, the prodigies of the Uchiha clan, will have their information readily available. Kabuto replied, unveiling 2 cards that piqued the interest of the others. Kazekage, however, was uninterested in the details written on his card. Instead, he focused on the card depicting the red-haired girl with glasses, who appeared rather adorable. Upon reading the introduction, he confirmed, Kinomoto, from Kusagakure. Since fate has brought us together, I shall not let this opportunity slip away. Sasuke apologized. I'm taking the lead on this one. Kazekage murmured to himself, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. Meanwhile, seeing Kazekage's expression, Kiba playfully elbowed him, teasing, I never would have guessed you had a preference for red-haired girls, but they do look quite charming. Kazekage smiled, dismissing the need for explanation, casually remarking, I do indeed have a fondness for the color red. Nearby, Ino pondered whether her mother would approve if she were to change her hair color, her golden locks catching her attention. The group then resumed examining their cards. But Naruto was driven to frustration upon realizing his card was absent. Chapter 67, The Chunin Exam, First Round, begins. Isn't this your own information? Aren't you going to take a look? As the identification cards circulated and eventually returned to Kabuto, he regarded Kazekage with keen interest. Let us see then. Kazekage replied with a smile, accepting the information card and scrutinizing it closely, eager to understand how he was perceived through Kabuto's eyes. Fire Konoha. Chinamazu Kazekage. Graduating alongside Uchiha Sasuke as the top students of the new class, achieving full marks in the ninja graduation examination, suspected. Glancing at the content, Kazekage smiled faintly, returning the card to Kabuto, remarking, quite clear, indeed. I initially thought it was comprehensive, but it appears there's still a long way to go. Kabuto chuckled lightly. Kazekage smiled subtly. Aside from Sasuke and Naruto, who were somewhat familiar with his profile, it was likely that no one else had a true understanding of him. Even Kabuto, with his extensive knowledge, could hardly grasp the full extent of Kazekage's capabilities. Thus, the information inscribed on the card merely scratched the surface. Of course, even if Kabuto possessed genuinely critical information, he would not divulge it to these competitors. This Chunin exam is not as simple as it seems, Kabuto continued, educating the crowd. However, when he referred to Otogakure as merely a small ninja village, the ninjas from there couldn't contain themselves. With a swift kick, one of them shattered the tension in the air, leading to a chorus of derisive laughter. Kazekage observed the unfolding events with mild amusement, secretly admiring Kabuto. This display seemed intentionally orchestrated. Otherwise, he would not have uttered such provocative remarks. Thus, should any incidents arise afterward, Kabuto could seamlessly evade suspicion, if not pre-informed. Even the cleverest minds of Konoha might struggle to discern his true nature. The sudden altercation indeed drew the attention of many, and amidst the chaos, a scarred man clad in a black coat suddenly appeared on the podium, accompanied by several others. The moment he arrived, silence enveloped the crowd. You lower-ranking ninjas, settle down. Otherwise, you will forfeit your examination eligibility. Ibiki's cold, scarred visage bore an ominous aura as he addressed the rowdy group, his words laced with menace. My apologies. This is our first time participating in the exam, and we are a bit overly excited. The ninja from Otogakure replied coldly, though his demeanor betrayed no genuine contrition. Humph. With a disdainful snort, Ibiki dismissed their excuses, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. I am Marino Ibiki, the proctor for the first round of this Chunin exam. No private battles are allowed without the examiner's permission. Even with permission, lethal force is strictly prohibited. Any violations will result in immediate disqualification. Is that clear? Few responded. But Ibiki remained unfazed, continuing, all right, we will soon commence the first round of the Chunin exam selection. Submit your application forms in order, receive your corresponding number tags, and find your assigned seats. The written examination papers will be distributed shortly. Written examination? Upon hearing those words, Naruto's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. He never anticipated that the Chunin exam would include a written test. While it was somewhat customary, he was all too aware that his struggles in cultural studies during ninja school often led to his counting down the seconds. His academic performance, particularly in cultural studies, remains dismal, unchanged even by the gentle zephyrs of the wind. Otherwise, given Naruto's prowess in other subjects, there is no reason for him to languish at the bottom of the class. Subsequently, the candidates received their identification numbers in order and found their respective seats. Unfortunately, Win's position was not in close proximity to Naruto's. However, if one were to resort to underhanded tactics, there were ways to do so. Yet, Wind understood that this examination was not merely a straightforward written test. Therefore, It was best to adhere to the course of events without intervention on his part. Now, everyone, silence. Upon Ibiki's command, a hush fell over the room once more. He produced a piece of chalk and, casting a cold gaze upon the assembly, stated, "This examination has specific regulations, which I shall inscribe on the blackboard. You may have questions, but voicing them is strictly prohibited, as is any form of communication. The first rule, each of you begins with 10 points. There are 10 questions in total. Answering a question correctly earns you 1 point, while an incorrect answer deducts 1 point. Failure to respond will be deemed a wrong answer. The score from this first round will be evaluated based on your team's total score." As he concluded, many faces paled. For while some were confident in their ability to tackle certain queries, others struggled academically. The maximum score was 30 points, and a minimum of 20 points was required to pass the examination. Furthermore, should any of you engage in behavior deemed as cheating by the invigilators, you will incur a deduction of 2 points. If your score is entirely depleted, the consequences need not be elaborated. Ibiki's expression was icy, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, suggesting that if one wished to succeed in this examination, they must behave like true ninjas, eschewing trivial tactics. Ibiki glanced at a few nearby proctors and added, "Lastly, should anyone receive a score of 0, the entire group will be disqualified from the examination." At this, anxiety rippled through the crowd. Even Sasuke glanced over at Wind, seemingly inquiring about how to proceed, for Naruto's knowledge base and skills appeared woefully inadequate for this examination, and they would inevitably be dragged down with him. Yet, Wind felt little concern, merely nodding to Sasuke to reassure him. For Naruto had a knack for stumbling upon fortune at times. Naturally, if the opportunity arose, Wind would prefer that Naruto not draw undue attention to himself. The question remained, how could he discreetly relay answers to Naruto? "Now, I hereby declare the first round of the Chunin exam officially underway. You have 1 hour to complete the test, so please commence." With that proclamation, the candidates bent their heads in concentration. Wind surveyed the exam paper, a smile gracing his lips, for he was the top student in cultural studies. Even if some questions were slightly beyond the curriculum, he could manage to answer them. And he harbored no concerns for Sasuke. Scanning the classroom, he noted that several had already begun writing. Among them, aside from a handful of academic prodigies, it was likely that only those few prepped students were present. Upon scrutinizing the questions, Wind pondered briefly before lifting his pen, the sound of writing filling the air. His pen glided across the paper, inscribing answers without the need for additional tactics. This examination was indeed intriguing. The proctors had not imposed insurmountable obstacles, and both ninja skills and diligent study could lead to success. However, those lacking in both would find themselves in dire straits. Chapter 68. A dual challenge. As Wind diligently penned his answers, some who had not applied themselves academically began to entertain alternative strategies. It would be misleading to say they had not studied at all. After all, the questions were somewhat advanced, and without the acumen of a so-called genius, most lower-ranked ninjas would struggle to respond. Yet, in a world imbued with extraordinary abilities, few troubled themselves with conventional academics, although some did. This was precisely the scenario the examiners sought to witness. Ibiki's earlier remarks had already hinted that they should employ ninja techniques. At this moment, it was akin to the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each demonstrating their unique talents. Gaara formed a sand eye with a swift hand sign, which stealthily approached a nearby examinee who was fervently writing, scrutinizing his responses. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, mimicking the actions of the individual before him as he too raced to answer. Others employed a motley array of tactics: Shino Aburame with his insects, Kiba Inuzuka with his dog, and Ino Yamanaka with her family's secret techniques, among various other methods. Of course, some lacked proficiency in certain areas, and thus could only rely on their teammates. After all, they were a collective unit. Naruto, seated at his desk, was in a state of disarray, resembling a monkey trapped in a cage, utterly perplexed by the exam paper. Although he recognized each character, together they formed an indecipherable enigma. The thought of potential elimination, which could also implicate Sasuke and Wind, only heightened his anxiety. Meanwhile, Hinata discreetly nudged her paper towards Naruto, whispering, "Naruto-kun, I can share my answers with you." Ultimately, however, Naruto declined, not out of any particular reason other than pride. Fortunately, his refusal spared him from a point deduction, for such tactics were far too juvenile for ninjas and would not warrant leniency. A silence enveloped the room as each candidate utilized their respective methods, or simply awaited inevitable elimination. Naturally, some were caught employing inept strategies and faced point deductions, further deepening the silence, save for one individual requesting to use the restroom. Exhaling slowly, Wind gazed at his nearly filled exam paper, a sense of pride swelling within him as he observed those resorting to peculiar tactics or appearing in distress. It brought him a sense of secret glee, knowing they had neglected their studies. In truth, Wind's academic aptitude was not particularly high, nor was he exceptionally diligent. It was merely that in a world where few regarded education seriously, he could achieve commendable results with minimal effort. Moreover, compared to previous times, the current cultural studies felt trivial, easily grasped with a bit of study. As he surveyed his peers, he discerned their various methods clearly. However, when his gaze landed on Naruto, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of exasperation at his frenzied demeanor. Yet, how could he assist him? Wind pondered, glancing at the exam paper, which contained only 9 questions, leaving 1 remaining. At this realization, Wind felt a surge of confidence. Perhaps he was simply optimistic. But he believed Naruto would ultimately manage. Casting another glance at the proctors, then at some candidates' clumsy performances, Wind could not suppress a yawn. I'm feeling a bit drowsy. Just a quick nap, he murmured, resting his head on the desk and promptly closing his eyes. His breathing soon became steady and serene. Has this lad actually fallen asleep? One proctor observed, bemused, for it was rather unusual for anyone, no matter how carefree, to slumber during such a critical examination. Approaching Wind's side, he noted the extensive content on Wind's paper, surprised by the amount written. He considered waking him, but ultimately thought better of it. Time passed gradually, with those who had completed their tasks having done so, while others awaited the end with expressions of despair. With 15 minutes remaining, the proctor declared, "Now, let us unveil the final question. However, before I do so, I have a few words to share with you." As he surveyed the crowd, Ibiki's face was etched with a fierce intensity, a presence that could be overwhelmingly oppressive to those inexperienced ninjas just stepping into the arena. Standing at the podium, his demeanor, attire, and expression seemed to cast an invisible weight upon the candidates below, as if they were not in an examination hall, but rather in a prison. "Now, regarding the 10th question, I present you with 2 choices, to take the exam or not," he declared. "What if we choose to forego the examination?" Came a voice filled with confusion from the crowd. "I can divulge some information," Ibiki replied, his tone resolute. "This final question will be exceedingly challenging, and should you opt not to take it, your scores will be rendered null and void. Conversely, if you choose to participate and fail to answer correctly, you will forfeit your eligibility for future examinations." His words bore a chilling finality that left no room for doubt. However, this was merely a tactic to eliminate those with weaker mental fortitude, easily misleading those who were not fully apprised of the situation. Of course, the most easily intimidated were the inhabitants of Konohagakure. After all, for ninjas from other villages, the prospect of being barred from becoming a chunin for life was unfathomable. From the beginning until now, 2 rounds of selection had been executed. The first round assessed both knowledge and skill, while the second sifted out the foolish and the weak-willed. Yet, it was important to note that not all who chose to abstain were foolish. Many simply lacked the necessary information to discern the examiner's intent. They were not unintelligent, but rather uninformed. Nevertheless, this entire affair had little bearing on Kazekage and Kaze, who was blissfully lost in slumber. This prompted the proctor nearby to waver, contemplating whether to rouse him. After all, awakening to find oneself having already passed the first round of the Chunin exam seemed rather indulgent. The proctor had never experienced such comfort himself, and thus felt a twinge of envy. "No, I cannot allow this. He must awaken to partake in this." Reflecting on his own past misfortunes, the proctor promptly shook Kaze awake, urging him to engage with the examination. Kaze yawned, then observed the unfolding events with an air of detachment. The pressure exerted by Ibiki, the internal struggles and resignations of some, the revelations of others, and the determined resolve of yet more. Ultimately, Naruto, as expected, declared his unwavering resolution. Regardless of whether he remained a genin thereafter, he would not withdraw. Upon witnessing this scene, the youthful yet resolute expression on Naruto's face coaxed a semblance of a smile, albeit a somewhat grim one, from Ibiki, whose demeanor was otherwise formidable. "Congratulations to all present in this classroom. You have passed the first round of the examination." Chapter 69. The first exam concludes. "I now declare that all of you have successfully advanced past the first round," Ibiki announced, a faint smile gracing his features as he looked out over the perplexed faces below. What was happening? How could they have passed? What exactly was the 10th question? Hearing the murmurs from below, Ibiki regarded them with a countenance still rife with menace, yet softened by a hint of a smile. "In truth, there was never a 10th question, or rather, you have already answered it correctly." "What do you mean?" someone boldly queried. "What of the previous 9 questions?" Ibiki responded patiently. The earlier questions were designed such that perhaps only one or two among you could answer them. Their purpose was to evaluate your ability to gather intelligence. Firstly, this examination bound you in teams of 3, which meant that not only must you bear the weight of your own failures, but also the responsibilities of your comrades. If you could not solve the questions, your only recourse was to resort to dishonorable means. I had arranged for personnel among you who alone knew the correct answers. As long as you could extract the answers from them, you would be deemed successful. However, be warned, if your methods of cheating are too clumsy, we will disqualify you. As he spoke, Ibiki removed his black headband, revealing a scar on his forehead, a gruesome mark that seemed more fitting for a specter than a living man. This is because, on the battlefield, accurate intelligence can sometimes be more vital than life itself. Precise and useful information signifies not just one life, but many. A miscalculation can lead to the demise of your comrades, friends, and family. He slowly wrapped his head once more in the headband. During your information-gathering efforts, enemies may attempt to deceive you. Thus, it is imperative that you collect intelligence accurately. Otherwise, you risk the lives of your teammates. At this juncture, the purpose of the previous 9 questions became clearer to everyone. The examination was fundamentally about the gathering of intelligence. To resort to inept cheating was akin to falling prey to deception by the enemy. And the 10th question was the true crux of this examination. Allow me to elucidate further. Throughout your missions, you may encounter myriad situations that could threaten your very lives. Should you abandon your comrades in such circumstances? This is the choice I present to you, to take the exam or not. However, remember this, a ninja is never alone. Your life is precious, but so too are the lives of others. If you forsake the lives of your comrades for your own sake, such a ninja is unworthy of being called a proper shinobi. Now, I officially declare the first round of the examination concluded. You have all passed. Hooray, I knew it. As a ninja, one must always forge ahead, Naruto exclaimed, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers, many of whom gazed at him with gratitude, for without him, many might have chosen to surrender. Upon hearing Ibiki announce their advancement, many breathed a sigh of relief, though some wore expressions of bitterness. They may have persevered, yet their teammates had not. In a team dynamic, even though participation in the Chunin exam was not compulsory, a team was still required to participate, and they had become casualties of this system. Among them was Sakura, who had just witnessed her teammates' withdrawal. She looked longingly at Sasuke, yet ultimately had to depart in resignation. However, for her, this might not be entirely unfortunate, given her and her teammates' capabilities. Even if they forced their way through the subsequent exams, they would surely rank among the lowest, and ensuring their safety would be a daunting challenge. After all, this Chunin exam was markedly different. It posed life-threatening risks. In the classroom, discussions erupted, with many faces reflecting joy. Naruto exuberantly bounded over to Kaze, who was joined by Sasuke. Kaze, we made it. I knew we would. How could a genius like me possibly be eliminated? Naruto proclaimed with glee, reveling in his triumph. In truth, I had already discerned that individual's intentions. I merely chose not to voice it. In response to Naruto's boast, Sasuke merely offered a derisive smirk. If even he had not fully grasped the situation, there was no way Naruto could have. Nonetheless, at least they had passed, and Sasuke silently exhaled in relief. He had no desire to halt his progress here. Kaze smiled faintly. Although he had anticipated this outcome, the moment still brought him a measure of joy. At that moment, a loud crash echoed through the air, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass and splintering wood, as a figure dramatically burst through the window, making an imposing entrance. Hey, don't get too excited too soon. I am your examiner for the second round, Yoshitai Azuki. Everyone follow me. Azuki made a commanding appearance, and the arena fell into an eerie silence. While her entrance was undeniably striking, her finger pointed skyward and her words seemed a tad overly dramatic, bordering on juvenile. No one is paying attention to you, Ibiki quipped quietly. Azuki's facial muscles twitched slightly, yet she maintained her aloof demeanor, scanning the crowd before furrowing her brow and coldly remarking, I can't believe there are still so many of you here. Ibiki, your exam was far too easy. The candidates this time are quite formidable. With a haughty air, she continued, humph. No need to say more, just watch what I do next. In this second round, at least half of you will be eliminated. Azuki regarded the crowd with an expression of impatience, her eyes icy as she declared, now, everyone, follow me. The specific rules will be explained once we reach the venue. Observing the cold glint in the examiner's gaze, many candidates felt their earlier excitement dissipate, replaced by a palpable tension. After all, the prospect of half being eliminated seemed rather excessive, beyond the few who exuded absolute confidence. Who could truly guarantee that they would not be among the half that would be discarded? However, Azuki relished their anxious expressions, leading the group in silence. They ran for approximately half an hour before halting before a primitive forest enclosed by fencing. The robust trees loomed ominously, their girth surpassing that of several humans, indicating the presence of considerable danger within. Otherwise, there would be no need for such barriers. Yashitai Azuki paused, turning to observe the nervous expressions of the candidates behind her. A satisfied look crossing her face as she said, "This is your examination venue for the second round, the 44th training ground, known as the Death Forest." Chapter 70. The second round, the Death Forest. Before them lay a vast forest, its towering trees obscuring the sun. The trunk of a single tree was thicker than that of an adult, with some measuring a staggering 7 or 8 meters in diameter, if not more. The sheer size of these trees indicated that the soil was exceptionally fertile, teeming with flora, and consequently, fauna. Predators and venomous creatures would surely abound. Perhaps due to the immense height and density of the trees, sunlight struggled to penetrate, casting the forest into a dim, foreboding gloom that felt somewhat sinister. The forest was dubbed the Death Forest, and as Azuki smiled mysteriously, she remarked, "You will soon discover why it bears such a name. Stop joking around. I'm not scared," Naruto declared boldly, surveying the forest with determination as he pointed at Yashitai Azuki. In response, a smile graced Azuki's lips, and she lightly teased, "Oh, you are quite spirited." Suddenly, a swift movement caught the attention of Kaze, who gasped. Turning to Naruto, he saw Yashitai Azuki had appeared behind him, her smile contrasting sharply with the kunai in her hand, which had just drawn blood from Naruto's cheek. Kaze felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Although Naruto's childhood had been tragic, it hardly justified his foolishness. If Naruto were not the protagonist, his lack of common sense would likely have led to his demise long ago. Filled with reckless enthusiasm, Naruto's actions were remarkably foolish, especially for a ninja. At that moment, Azuki thrust the kunai towards the back, only for an unexpected spectacle to unfold. A long tongue suddenly wrapped around the weapon. The figure was peculiar. Wearing a conical hat that obscured their features, dressed in a loose brownish-gray long robe, and bizarrely adorned with what seemed to be a thick rope coiled around their waist. "Best not stand behind me if you wish to survive," Azuki stated with a smile that belied a chilling undertone. "My apologies, but I tend to get excited at the sight of blood." The figure retreated a few steps, their head bowed, the shadow of the hat concealing their expression. Nevertheless, many candidates silently noted the individual, recognizing that such speed was not commonplace. Kaze, maintaining a calm facade, felt a surge of turmoil within as he silently called out the figure's name in his mind. "Orochimaru has arrived already? This is rather troublesome," Kaze pondered, glancing at Sasuke beside him before discreetly turning away. Kaze had no intentions of altering Orochimaru's plans for Sasuke. Sasuke needed power, and within Konoha, no one could provide it, not even Kakashi. However, Orochimaru perhaps could offer that kind of strength. Moreover, Sasuke was a strong individual. A strong person should choose their own path, not have it dictated by others. Thus, Kaze resolved to refrain from interference, allowing the story to unfold as scripted. Turning to glance at the figure beneath the hat, Azuki's smile widened as she remarked, "It seems there are quite a few spirited individuals here, but none as fervent as you." She cheerfully patted Naruto on the back, as if nothing had occurred, and then produced a stack of papers, addressing the crowd. "Before we commence the second round, let us distribute these consent forms." "What is this?" someone inquired with curiosity. "Due to the potential for fatality, you must sign this consent form before participating in the second round. Otherwise, if someone were to perish, it would be quite troublesome for me. Of course, signing is not mandatory. Those who choose not to can leave now." Naturally, no one opted to leave at that moment. Although many had passed the first round, their numbers did not indicate a disparity in skill levels. As Abiki had pointed out, this cohort was indeed quite impressive. Seeing that no one was leaving, Azuki instructed, "Please take the consent forms and submit them to the pavilion over there once signed. The 3 proctors will be waiting to prepare for the second round." As she distributed the stack of consent forms, Yashitai Azuki smiled at the candidates, stating, "By the way, let me briefly explain the rules for this round. In essence, it is a survival challenge that tests your limits. But first, let us discuss the map." With that, Azuki produced a map, unfolding it and holding it up. The map was small enough for the ninja's keen eyes to easily discern. The 44th training ground comprised over 40 locked areas, featuring vast expanses of primitive forest, high mountains, and deep valleys with a complex terrain, along with a river that wound through the forest. In the center of the training ground stood a tall tower. You will enter from here, and your ultimate destination is that tower, which is approximately 10 kilometers away in a straight line. You shall challenge the limits of your survival within this training ground. Allow me to forewarn you. Once you step inside, ninjutsu and ninja tools are permissible, even to the extent of taking a life. Though I personally advise against such drastic measures. Inside these confines, you are free to employ any means necessary to survive and to reach the towering center, where the scrolls await. The scrolls are divided into two categories, heaven and earth. To pass the second examination, you must collect both scrolls and ascend the tower. I will divide the scrolls accordingly. One half of the teams will carry the heaven scroll, while the other half will bear the earth scroll. Thus, to succeed, you must seize the opposing scroll. Furthermore, the duration for this second examination is set at 5 days. That is all for now. Do you have any inquiries? Chapter 71. The second round, Commencement of Illusions. Upon hearing the words of Mitarashi Anko, many gazes grew complex, even tinged with fear. Heaven and earth imply that at least half of the teams will face elimination. Moreover, given that the teams do not know whether they carry the heaven or earth scrolls, the number of those eliminated may exceed expectations. The crowd buzzed with speculation, while Mitarashi Anko had anticipated this scenario, exuding an air of danger as she awaited their questions. I have a question. What shall we eat during these 5 days? One inquired. Figure it out for yourselves. This place is vast and teeming with wild beasts, some of which are lethal, venomous snakes and deadly insects among them. Mitarashi Anko replied softly, causing several faces to grow increasingly grim. Additionally, there are some rules to abide by. First, any team that does not reach the tower with their respective scrolls by the designated time will be deemed a failure. Second, if anyone suffers death or loses consciousness, it will also be regarded as a failure. Lastly, once you participate in the examination, withdrawal midway is strictly prohibited. That is all. If there are no further questions, proceed to submit your consent forms. Oh, and do not open the scrolls before reaching the tower. What will happen if we do? Someone curiously asked. Mitarashi Anko turned to him, her smile laced with menace, and replied, You may try and see. Enough idle chatter. Now, go submit your consent forms. 3 consent forms may be exchanged for 1 scroll, she instructed. Following her words, aside from one team that seemed to be embroiled in internal strife, the others promptly made their way to the tent to collect their scrolls. No one knew whether they held the heaven or earth scroll, meaning every individual was now a foe. Sasuke contemplated this, murmuring to himself. Kazuhaya secured his scroll and tucked it away, glancing at his companions, while Naruto brimmed with confidence. Though Sasuke appeared troubled, lost in thought. Do not worry, we will pass. Remember, you are Uchiha Sasuke. Kazuhaya reassured softly. Sasuke nodded slightly, exhaling, and glanced at Naruto, who was ever the embodiment of unwavering confidence, eliciting a tinge of envy from Sasuke. After all, not everyone could maintain such carefree optimism like Naruto. The group, having obtained their scrolls, exhibited a range of emotions. Some were anxious, some eager, while others eyed their rivals with silent intent, and a few even boasted loudly. However, regardless of their thoughts, as the iron locks were unlatched and the doors swung open, Mitarashi Anko addressed the crowd, declaring, Now, I announce that the second round of examinations officially commences. You may now embark on your journey. With her words, a team surged forward with the speed of lightning, darting through the entrance and swiftly disappearing into the woods. The other teams followed suit, eager to seize any opportunity that might grant them an edge. Those who entered later risked ambush, which would hardly come as a surprise. Let us proceed, Kazuhaya urged. With that, Naruto adjusted his forehead protector and shouted with determination. Team 7, let's go. Without further delay, the 3 plunged into the forest. At this moment, as they entered, the situation remained intricate due to the sheer number of participants. Each team tacitly refrained from engaging in combat, opting instead to disperse and seek hiding places. Kazuhaya, a rogue ninja, mirrored this strategy, swiftly breaking away from the main group, leading the way as they navigated the treetops with speed. The screams of anguish echoed from behind, but Kazuhaya did not falter. Now was not the time for confrontation. After traversing the forest for nearly 10 minutes, Kazuhaya leapt down from a large tree, glancing back at his 2 companions. Let us take a moment to rest here and devise a plan. Do we really need a plan? Sasuke remarked coolly. Shouldn't we just go for the heist? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Kazuhaya smiled faintly, but suddenly, that smile faltered as 2 shuriken shot forth from his hand, aimed directly at Naruto and Sasuke. Surprisingly, the shuriken did not meet resistance nor inflict injury. Instead, they passed straight through the 2 figures. Kazuhaya's expression shifted in alarm as he took several steps back, gazing at the dissipating forms of his comrades with a grave demeanor. When did an illusion occur? He wondered, as he swiftly formed hand seals, his chakra swirling chaotically within him. Activating his Sharingan and observation haki, he forcibly dispelled the illusion. The forest remained unchanged, and the scenery had not shifted significantly. The only notable difference was that Naruto and Sasuke had vanished. It must have happened then. Kazuhaya recalled the moment before entering the woods. When he had cast a wary glance at Orochimaru, remaining vigilant of his surroundings, his gaze constantly scanning. His Sharingan was active, and his observation haki was diligently searching the area. A kunai now gripped tightly in his hand, Kazuhaya stood ready to draw it at a moment's notice. Yet even with the dual vigilance of his Sharingan and observation haki, he failed to spot the individual he sought. Above him, amid the leaves of a towering tree, a snake flicked its tongue, observing the scene with a disturbingly human-like gaze. Meanwhile, on a distant tree trunk, a man suddenly halted, his eyes glinting with intrigue. A smile playing upon his lips as he murmured, "Have you truly detected and dispelled it so swiftly? How remarkable!" Illusions cast by a ninja of Sannin level are capable of ensnaring not just lower-ranking ninjas, but even elite jonin. For an ordinary chunin, discerning and breaking free from such illusions could take an eternity, or they might succumb entirely within the illusion itself. Another intriguing individual discovered. However, my current objective does not involve you. I shall have to delve into your secrets another time, Orochimaru stated. A faint smile gracing his lips as his excessively long tongue flicked out to moisten the edge of his mouth. Somewhat unsettling, yet entirely in line with his character. Was it not? Boundary line. Kazuhaya remained alert, scanning his surroundings. Even though his observation haki had not detected any signs of an enemy, he dared not lower his guard. After all, it was Orochimaru. He had confirmed who had aimed to target him. Orochimaru, the only one capable of ensnaring Kazuhaya in an illusion despite his Sharingan and observation haki. It must be noted that Kazuhaya, possessing the Sharingan and observation haki, exhibited a remarkable resistance to illusions. Ordinary illusions could hardly affect him, even if cast by a jonin. Only a power-surpassing jonin, an entity of the Kage level, could ensnare him. Though Kazuhaya was formidable, he still fell short of that level. Chapter 72, The Bloodshed and the Red-Haired Girl. Exhaling slowly, Kazuhaya was nearly certain that Orochimaru was not present in this location. Otherwise, with Orochimaru's strength, he would not need to conceal himself. Yet, the individual who had ensnared him in an illusion prior to entry remained a mystery. However, he did admire the sharpness of his eyes and his observation haki. Truly perceptive. Or was that merely a casual display of your prowess? The gentle whispers of the wind enveloped him as he gripped his blade, ever poised to strike. Yet, at this moment, his foremost priority was to locate Sasuke and the others. Leaping onto a branch once more, he utilized his observation haki to scan the surroundings, but was unable to ascertain their whereabouts. After all, his current range of perception was still limited. Thus, he found himself compelled to proceed cautiously, step by step. Unbeknownst to him, however, a pair of serpentine eyes was observing him from the shadows. Indeed, he had failed to notice the serpent. Or perhaps it was simply too adept at concealing itself. In this forest, the presence of one or two snakes was utterly commonplace. It would be far stranger if no creatures were around at all. After orienting himself, he swiftly maneuvered through the woods, heading towards the direction of the central tower. Having lost contact with Sasuke and the others, he recognized the vastness of the area made thorough searching futile, compelling him instead to advance towards the tower. Nevertheless, he surmised that even if they had become separated, they could not be too far apart. Therefore, he kept his observation haki activated, ready to detect Sasuke and Naruto at a moment's notice. As he darted among the towering trees, his form flickering like a wisp, he encountered several obstacles at this height. Yet it felt as effortless as walking on level ground. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt, for a potent chakra signature had manifested within his perception. Such an immense chakra could belong to no one but Naruto, or perhaps it was someone else entirely. A smirk crept onto his lips. He had not anticipated encountering her before finding Naruto and Sasuke. What a twist of fate. However, it was apparent that her situation was far from favorable. Softly murmuring to himself, he adjusted his course and hastened to the left. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, beneath a great tree, 3 ninjas were stealthily encroaching upon 3 individuals beside the tree. What luck! Judging by your forehead protectors, you must be from the grass village. One of the masked ninjas sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. A small ninja village daring to partake in such a high-level chunin exam. Shouldn't you all remain in your village instead of courting death? Will you hand over the scroll willingly, or shall we take it by force? Just so you know, if you make us do the dirty work, it might not end well for you. The ninja, whose face was obscured by a mask, regarded the trio with a chilling smile, convinced that they were already at his team's mercy. After all, while they may not hail from one of the 5 great shinobi villages, they were certainly not a match for a small village like Grass. Do you really think you can just take the scroll? The young leader of the Grass Ninjas retorted, anger igniting within him as he noted the disdainful expressions of the attackers. Enough of this chatter. Let us strike. We need to gather the scrolls and make our way to the central tower. With that, the 3 of them brandished their weapons, launching themselves toward the trio from the Grass village, shuriken flying ahead to clear a path. However, the Grass Ninjas were not as feeble as they appeared. On the contrary, they exhibited considerable strength. Eliminate them. The leader of the Grass team shouted, leaping to evade the incoming shuriken and charging toward the 3 assailants. Yes, Captain. Another member of the team shouted, rushing forward to engage in battle. Weapons clashed, fists met flesh, and shuriken whirled through the air, the sounds of their violent skirmish echoing through the forest. Beneath the tree, a red-haired girl clutched a kunai but did not charge into the fray. Instead, she stepped back in fear as she witnessed the fierce battle unfold, her heart racing. She had never before encountered combat. In truth, she had received little formal training as a ninja. In her village, she merely served as a medical resource, tending to the wounds of injured ninjas without ever learning to fight. The others had never bothered to teach her the ways of combat, for they feared the emergence of a powerful beast if she were to grow strong and uncontrollable. Her mission in Konoha had never been about fighting. She was there solely to heal her teammates during their battles. From his perch atop the great tree, Kaze observed the struggle below, undetected by the combatants. He watched the violent clash unfold, blood splattering amidst the chaos, yet he refrained from intervening immediately. He possessed some knowledge of Karen. Those attacking the Grass Ninjas were likely not benevolent, but the Grass Ninjas were no saints either. However, although it could be brutal and pragmatic, this was precisely the opportunity he sought. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Karen's striking crimson hair attested to her latent potential. Her current predicament was a result of her upbringing in the Grass village. Had she received proper training, her innate bloodline alone would have positioned her among the top competitors in this Chunin exam. Kaze remained poised on the branch, silently observing the fray, noting the lack of flair and spectacle in the skirmish. The majority of the combat consisted of barehanded techniques and the occasional clash of kunai, a true testament to the unrefined strength of the lower-ranking ninjas. Yet, to Kaze's surprise, the 2 Grass Ninjas exhibited a strength greater than he anticipated, holding their ground against 3 opponents and inflicting injuries in return. They fought like wild beasts, disregarding their own wounds as they targeted vital areas of their foes. Seemingly unperturbed by the pain they endured, blood soon spilled, staining the earth beneath them. Was it for her sake that they fought so recklessly? Kaze pondered, glancing at the girl who remained frozen in fear, clutching her kunai tightly. Chapter 73, The Abduction of Karen. Clang. Swish. A sharp kunai sliced through the arm of one Grass Ninja, blood gushing forth. Yet he seemed utterly unfazed, thrusting his kunai toward his opponent as chest. The attack was narrowly dodged, but the ninja was still struck in the shoulder. The kunai sank deep into flesh, and he staggered back as another assailant attempted to ambush him from behind, targeting his back, rather than evading. The Grass Ninja pivoted and aimed for the heart of his attacker. Slashing, the fabric tore, revealing the bloodied flesh beneath. The assailant recoiled, his gaze fixed on the 2 Grass Ninjas drenched in blood, fear creeping into his heart. After another exchange, both sides retreated, each bearing the marks of battle. However, the Grass Ninjas, despite their injuries, appeared far more formidable than the trio that had the numerical advantage. Yet, witnessing the bloodied state of the Grass Ninjas, the attackers felt a twinge of fear. You lunatics, are you really willing to risk your lives for a scroll? The captain of the 3 shouted, his voice booming with authority, though his instinctive retreat betrayed his true feelings. Huh, you want the scroll, don't you? It's right here, come and take it. The Grass captain spat, blood trickling from his lips as he revealed the bloodied scroll he had concealed. Gazing at the stained parchment, the leader of the trio, though filled with reluctance, had no choice but to retreat. I don't wish to die here. Let us go. I'm curious to see how you intend to protect that scroll in your condition. With that, they turned and fled, with a single command. The individual swiftly departed with his companions, anxious to evade the frenzied onslaught of the 2 madmen who sought to engage them in a deadly confrontation. Perched upon a tree, Kazekage observed the trio with contemplation. A hand seal was executed, and a shadow clone silently emerged to trail behind them. For he too had need of the scroll they possessed. The 2 Grass Ninjas, witnessing the departure of the trio, exhaled in relief. Had the confrontation continued, their endurance would have surely faltered. Grasping a bloodied shuriken, the leading grass ninja cast a disdainful and indifferent glance towards the concealed figure of Kinrin beneath the tree. As if she were nothing more than a mere beast, he coldly commanded her to approach. Kinrin was no stranger to such disdainful treatment, having endured it countless times before. Though fear gripped her, she nonetheless stepped forward and bared her arm, exposing her sleeve. "Must you dawdle? Can't you move any faster?" The grass ninja scoffed. "Ah." Kinrin gasped as her wrist was seized by the youth, who then yanked her closer, rolling up her sleeve and sinking his teeth into her flesh. Kinrin's expression remained largely unchanged. She had encountered such situations innumerable times before, and at times, she had faced horrors even more terrifying than this. She recalled how those predatory gazes had once been directed at her mother, and now they were aimed at her. Damn it! Suddenly, a jet of black energy shot forth, piercing the hand that clutched Kinrin, sending the assailant sprawling to the ground under the sheer force of the blow. Who dares to show themselves? The unexpected turn of events filled the remaining grass ninja with panic, his gaze darting around, shuriken at the ready, vigilant against any threat. "Do not shout. I am here," came a deep voice as Kazekage leaped down from the tree trunk, landing beside Kinrin. His sudden appearance startled the grass ninja, who instinctively retreated several steps. The fallen grass ninja raised his head, intending to discern the identity of his attacker, but was met with the swift approach of a boot, which expanded rapidly in his vision. Thud! Thud! "Captain!" The dull thuds echoed as Kazekage withdrew his foot, glancing at the figure that had collided with the tree before crumpling to the ground, devoid of any sympathy in his gaze. For such individuals, this outcome was deserved. With a spurt of blood, the assailant collapsed, his breath rapidly fading. Kazekage, showing no restraint, understood that without immediate medical attention, the man would not survive much longer. "You too, silence." In a flash, Kazekage appeared before the last remaining grass ninja, delivering a punch that resounded with a crack, withdrawing his fist from the now concave chest. The inky hue of his armament faded swiftly. As the assailant's eyes filled with crimson tears, he fell helplessly to the ground. Kazekage turned to the trembling red-haired girl, still clutching her shuriken with a white-knuckled grip, and offered a reassuring smile. Yet, before he could speak, a piercing scream erupted as the girl charged at him with her weapon. The outcome was inevitable. The shuriken approached his chest, only to be caught by a firm grip on her wrist. Before Kazekage could exert any force, the weapon clattered to the ground as the girl, disheveled and in disarray, broke into tears. "Am I to die? But could you please be gentle?" Kinrin trembled as she gazed at Kazekage, her eyes filled with fear. She did not wish for death, yet at that moment, it seemed less daunting. "Fear not, I shall not take your life." For a moment, Kazekage found himself at a loss for words, forcing a smile in hopes of imparting some semblance of safety to the girl. "What?" Kinrin thought she must have misheard. "I repeat, I will not kill you. Rest easy," Kazekage softly reiterated. Then, Kinrin, still trembling, extended her arm, whispering, "You may bite me." Kazekage opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Exhaling deeply, he could no longer maintain his smile as he observed the marks of teeth lining her trembling arm. Feeling a pang of sympathy, approaching the barely conscious grass ninja captain, he nonchalantly threw a senbon, piercing his brow and ending his life definitively. As for the matter of killing, as long as no examiner was present to witness, he had committed no crime. He had already scanned the vicinity and found no examiners within 1,000 meters. Retrieving a scroll from his possession, Kazekage turned back to Kinrin, bending down to lift her into his arms gently. "Let us find a safer place to converse." Not far from that location, amidst the trio's trembling, Kazekage's shadow clone accepted the scrolls handed over by them. Unsure whether the grass ninja's scroll was of the earth or heaven category, Kazekage took additional precautions. It required little effort, after all. Cradling Kinrin, he leaped into the air, scaling the treetops with agility, undeterred by the additional weight of another person. In his embrace, Kinrin felt trepidation, yet managed to glance up at her rescuer. He had black hair and eyes, a strong nose, and an undeniably handsome visage. His chakra exuded warmth. "He seems to harbor no malice towards me. For reasons unknown." This thought blossomed within her, a notion that felt almost surreal. After all, since her mother's departure, she had encountered no so-called good person in her life. Chapter 74, Kinrin. Kazekage dashed through the forest with remarkable speed, and after approximately 7 or 8 minutes, he set Kinrin down by a small stream. After placing her down, he approached the water's edge to cleanse his hands of the scant blood remaining. "Why have you brought me here? What is your purpose?" Kinrin, still somewhat apprehensive as she gazed at the dark-haired youth, spoke in a stuttered manner. struggling to suppress her fear while voicing her questions. Have you calmed down? Good. Kazekage, having washed his hands, turned to Kinrin with a smile, omitting any superfluous words and addressing the matter directly. Would you like to change the way you live? What do you mean? Kinrin curled up, her voice barely above a whisper, resembling a frightened little rabbit. Quite literally, I wish to offer you a different life. One where you no longer have to live in constant trepidation, where you will no longer be bullied or bitten, and where you can possess strength, enjoy a relatively normal existence, or even take revenge upon those who have wronged you. All of this is possible, should you desire it. I can assist you. Kazekage spoke softly, stepping closer to Kinrin. Yet, as he approached, Kinrin instinctively recoiled. Observing her retreat, Kazekage halted his advance. Of course, you may refuse. If I refuse, will I be killed? Kinrin inquired cautiously, fearing that a single misstep in her words could lead to her demise. Certainly not. What are you thinking? Do I appear to be someone who revels in bloodshed? Kazekage chuckled lightly, teasingly asking. Kinrin remained silent, or rather, she was too frightened to respond. Especially considering that just moments ago, this very individual had slain 2 men before her eyes. Apologies, one moment please. Just as Kinrin was about to speak, Kazekage unexpectedly interrupted her, and then another Kazekage descended from the tree, handing him the scroll. Was it successful? Kazekage queried as he took the scroll, casting a cursory glance before casually stowing it away and looking at his shadow clone. The clone regarded him with a look of disbelief. Can't you see for yourself? With that, the clone vanished in a puff, and Kazekage gained a new segment of memory. After ensuring everything was in order, he turned to the bewildered Kinrin and offered a gentle smile. We can proceed, but we must be quick. I have other matters to attend to. Xianglin, feeling somewhat at a loss, nodded gently as she gazed at Kazahaya. In truth, aside from her ability to heal by absorbing his chakra, she possessed another remarkable skill, the ability to sense the chakra of others. Her perceptiveness was truly astonishing, yet she had kept this ability concealed. Kazahaya's chakra did not radiate the searing heat of the sun, nor did it exude an aura of malevolence. Rather, it felt as refreshing as a summer breeze and as gentle as the droplets of spring rain. Nevertheless, in the presence of Kazahaya, who had just taken the lives of 2 individuals, she still felt a twinge of fear. She remained silent, and Kazahaya did not press her. He simply observed her with a constant smile upon his face. While a smile does not always signify joy, one can become so accustomed to wearing a smile that it becomes effortless to express. Finally, gazing at the striking youth clad in fitted attire, with his jet black hair and charismatic demeanor, she resolved to voice her concern. If what you said is true, what price must I pay? You are quite astute. Kazahaya commended her, proceeding to elucidate. I do not wish to deceive you. You will need to serve me. However, unlike those others, I shall not treat you as a mere tool. I shall regard you as a companion. It is difficult to articulate precisely at this moment, but in short, we shall become true comrades, and you shall too. Does that mean you might also bite me? Kazahaya fell silent, studying the red-haired girl for several seconds before responding resolutely. If you are unwilling, I shall not bite you. Furthermore, if you agree, I will ensure that no one else shall bite you, unless I am dead. What then? Is your choice? Kazahaya felt a flicker of apprehension as he regarded the red-haired girl. Words can be the sharpest of weapons, yet at times, they are rendered powerless by weakness. He was merely speaking, not having yet taken any tangible actions. All he had offered were verbal assurances, leaving him uncertain of her response. Silence enveloped them, a prolonged silence. Kazahaya exhaled helplessly. Very well, if you are unwilling, you may leave. However, given your strength, it would be prudent to find a place to hide, and then, I agree. Kazahaya's words were abruptly halted. He had assumed he had failed, turning to the girl with a puzzled expression. Why? I was merely contemplating whether to return and face those individuals or to follow you and risk your bite. Upon reflection, it seems preferable to be bitten by someone more appealing, she said lightly. Of course, should you insist I be bitten by someone else, I would have no choice. But I am willing to take a gamble, provided you can be gentle when you bite. The girl gazed at Kazahaya, sensing his gentle aura, and, though she mustered a forced smile, the tightly clenched cuffs of her sleeves betrayed her anxiety. How could she not be nervous? This was a decision that could very well determine her life. In truth, her thoughts were not solely about what she had articulated. She was also weighing the torment of enduring her current plight against the possibility of a painful gamble that could lead to a better future. Alas, I find I have no real choice, she mused, reflecting that selecting someone willing to offer her a choice could not be too far removed from her aspirations. A smile began to grace her features, Observing the pale, frail, and rather disheveled red-haired girl, Kazuhaya's heart trembled at the sight of her smile. Rest assured, no one shall bite you from now on. My promise is steadfast. As long as you are unwilling, no one shall ever bite you, unless I am dead. A sincere smile graced Kazuhaya's face, though it was not particularly radiant, yet each word was imbued with unwavering conviction. And what comes next? Xianglin inquired. Kazuhaya pondered briefly, then formed a hand seal, and with a resounding bang, a shadow clone materialized. Next, I cannot accompany you, as I have matters to attend to. Do not misconstrue this as disdain or abandonment. The adversaries I face will be formidable. With a slight smile, Kazuhaya continued, however, my shadow clone will be responsible for your protection. I have bestowed upon it ample chakra, ensuring it can safeguard you. In the coming days, you shall stay with it and find a secure place to hide. I will return for you. Do you understand? I understand. Xianglin nodded, somewhat surprised. She had initially thought otherwise, but it seemed that this individual was, indeed, quite admirable. Chapter 75, Crisis. The scroll is with me. To prevent us from being impersonated by others, we must establish a code known only to us. After parting ways with Kazuhaya, Sasuke encountered yet another wave of enemies, one of whom was disguised as Kazuhaya. To avert a repeat of such a scenario, Sasuke began devising a solution. On the grass, Sasuke recited an extensive series of codes known solely to him and Naruto. However, hidden within the thicket, a pair of eyes absorbed every detail, memorizing the lengthy sequence. Unbeknownst to him, Sasuke bore a subtle smirk at the corner of his mouth. Sometimes, what an enemy wishes to see is merely what one intends for them to see. Of course, he had not contemplated this deeply and was unaware of any eavesdropping. He was merely testing the waters. As he listened to the lengthy sequence, Naruto felt overwhelmed. Exclaiming in frustration, "How am I supposed to remember such a long string? I shall repeat it. You must commit it to memory, as our safety is at stake." Sasuke stated solemnly, reiterating the code. Naruto nodded blankly, unsure if he had retained it. Given his memory and somewhat scatterbrained nature, even if he remembered it now, he would likely forget it soon enough. What about Kazuhaya? What if he doesn't know the code? There is no what if. Do not worry about him. Rather, we should focus on ourselves. There are only the two of us now, and if we encounter a complete squad, the pressure will be immense, Sasuke retorted, scanning their surroundings with vigilance, refusing to believe that only one member of that team would approach. Oh, Naruto nodded, somewhat comprehending. Just then, a thunderous boom echoed, and smoke rapidly spread across the area, obscuring Sasuke and Naruto's vision of one another. It's the enemy, Naruto shouted, but the next moment, a fierce wind surged, coupled with invisible attacks that forcefully separated them once again. Minutes later, Sasuke concealed himself beneath a thicket, gripping a kunai, his gaze darting warily around him, his expression rife with caution. So, you were hiding here. Naruto emerged bewilderedly from a nearby thicket, gazing at Sasuke with surprise, prepared to approach. However, Sasuke did not look at Naruto. Instead, he assumed a combat stance and coldly commanded, "Halt." The code. Naruto scratched his head, pondering for a moment before reciting the lengthy sequence. In an instant, Sasuke hurled the kunai at him, but Naruto's reflexes were quick, and he dodged it effortlessly. As the white mist dissipated, Orochimaru concluded his transformation, adjusting the hat atop his head. His voice, both raspy and sharp, emerged. "How did you discover me?" Beneath the hat, his mesmerizing eyes fixated intently on Sasuke, eagerly anticipating his reaction. Sasuke, kunai in hand, remained vigilant, a smirk of triumph crossing his face as he scoffed. "Did you think I was unaware of your lurking presence? Moreover, with such an elaborate code, even Naruto, that fool, could not possibly remember it. Is that so?" Orochimaru removed his hat, fixing his gaze on Sasuke with a sly smile. "Then, it seems you have known of my presence all along. In that case, we can indulge in the thrill of battle." Not far away, Naruto collided violently with a large tree, yet he finally came to a halt. Before him lay another chasm, evidently left by some entity or perhaps by Naruto himself. However, only Naruto could endure such a tremendous impact. Under similar circumstances, an ordinary individual would likely have perished. Yet, even Naruto felt as if his bones were about to disintegrate. "Ouch, that hurts." He groaned as he struggled to rise. But when he lifted his gaze and beheld the colossal creature before him, clarity returned to his eyes. What stood before Naruto was an enormous gray-black serpent, and it was indeed a serpent of such size that it could only be described as monstrous. Its head alone must have weighed several hundred pounds, its body far thicker than that of an average adult, and its length was beyond comprehension. A serpent of this magnitude could easily swallow a grown man whole. Staring at this beast, Naruto's eyes widened, and his jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. This serpent was far too large for the forest. As Naruto, still stunned, managed to rise. The serpent's eyes were fixated on him, its forked tongue flickering menacingly. Suddenly, its massive tail lashed out. Wham! The ground trembled, and Naruto leapt into the air just in time. Though he evaded the tail, it struck the earth with such force that it left a crater large enough to comfortably fit a coffin. Despite its enormous size, the serpent was remarkably agile, springing forward with astonishing speed and wrapping itself around Naruto. With no leverage to escape, Naruto found himself ensnared by its powerful tail, unable to break free. Before he could devise an alternative plan, the gigantic serpent opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow him whole. In that moment, Naruto unleashed the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the serpent's eyes widened in horror as it attempted to expel Naruto, but it was too late. A portion of Naruto was regurgitated. Yet a multitude of clones burst forth, rupturing the serpent's belly. Blood and entrails spilled out alongside the numerous Narutos. Having achieved his objective, Naruto dispelled the many clones and, surveying the now lifeless serpent that lay in a pool of its own blood, he kicked it with a sense of triumph. That'll teach you to mess with me. He initially considered delivering a few more kicks to vent his frustration, but quickly abandoned the thought, worried about Sasuke's safety. With a sense of urgency, he checked the ground for clues and sprinted back at full speed. Sasuke, you better hold on, he murmured, propelling himself forward with all his might. Meanwhile, Sasuke stood alert, clutching his kunai, acutely aware of the strange and ominous figure before him. His instincts screamed that this being was not to be trifled with. In an instant, Orochimaru pressed his hand against his face, fingers digging into his eyelids, and released a chilling declaration filled with murderous intent. I will give it my all. Chapter 76. Crisis. The three gather. I will go all out. Sasuke, transfixed by the eerie gaze and the cold, deep voice, was momentarily paralyzed. Visions of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood flashed before his eyes, accompanied by the agonized wails of countless souls, severed limbs. And the hellish imagery left him feeling as though a sharp kunai had pierced his brow. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if he had died. Though it was but an instant, it seemed to stretch indefinitely. When the ordeal subsided, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Within the span of mere moments, his back was drenched. He panted, eyes fixed on the figure before him, trembling as he recalled the terrifying presence. How could such a chilling aura paralyze me? Just the aura alone has rendered me immobile. Who is this person? No, I must escape. I will truly die if I remain here. Thoughts raced through Sasuke's mind. He yearned to flee, to escape the gaze of this formidable foe. Yet, his body refused to obey. Move. Just move. He silently pleaded, but regardless of how fervently he shouted within, his body remained unresponsive. Have you truly been frightened into submission? How dull. Orochimaru smirked coldly, observing Sasuke with a kunai materializing in his hand, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. In that case, prepare to meet your end. With that, the kunai shot forth, aimed directly at Sasuke's heart. At the speed and force behind it, should it strike true, Sasuke would undoubtedly perish. Thud. The kunai embedded itself into the tree behind Sasuke, who managed to evade at the last moment. Orochimaru regarded him with interest as he gasped for air, sweat pouring down his face. But now, he was moving, breaking free from the paralyzing aura through sheer pain. He yanked the kunai from his thigh, blood oozing from the wound. Seeing this, Orochimaru felt a sense of satisfaction. He could easily eliminate Sasuke within 10 seconds, but that was not his intent. He was merely toying with him. Sasuke's current struggle delighted Orochimaru, who regarded him with greedy eyes. Is this the famed Uchiha clan? Though not quite on par with Itachi, you remain an excellent vessel. I must escape. Sasuke murmured to himself, turning to leap towards a nearby tree. Just as he prepared to flee, a massive serpent suddenly blocked his path. Orochimaru stood atop the serpent's head, looking down at Sasuke with a smirk. You won't easily evade the hunter's grasp. Faced with the serpent and the man atop it, Sasuke felt all desire to fight drain away. All he wished for was to flee from this cursed place, to escape the gaze of this terrifying figure. Yet, Orochimaru had no intention of granting him such an opportunity. The massive serpent coiled its body and lunged at Sasuke, who narrowly leapt aside. In the next instant, the serpent's tail whipped out with ferocious force. Sasuke leapt again to avoid the attack. But the sheer might of the serpent brought down a tree thicker than a man. He darted towards another tree, but Orochimaru was already there, rapidly closing the distance. Claws poised to grasp him. At that moment, Sasuke seemed devoid of any thought of resistance. With Orochimaru unwilling to let him escape, flight was his only option. Suddenly, a flurry of shurikens shot forth, forcing Orochimaru to abandon his pursuit. Sasuke seized the opportunity to breathe. He turned sharply to see the source of the shurikens, and there, on a nearby branch, stood Naruto, disheveled yet wearing a grin. "Hey Sasuke, I forgot the code." At that moment, another figure appeared atop a distant tree, exhaling lightly and glancing at the two. "Sorry for being late. And by the way, could you remind me of the code? Why do these two show up now?" Sasuke ground his teeth, glaring at Orochimaru. "Let us go. We are no match for him. If we stay, we will all die here. The gap between us is insurmountable." "Hee, it seems you've dealt with that serpent," Naruto exclaimed. "I didn't expect you to break my illusion so quickly, Kazekage. No wonder that serpent resembled this one. It was yours, but your serpent was truly weak." Naruto suddenly came to a realization, arms crossed, gazing at Orochimaru with no trace of fear in his eyes. "Your Jinjutsu is commendable, but it falls short of ensnaring me." A gentle smile graced Kazekage's lips as he regarded Orochimaru, his eyes brimming with vigilance. Although Sasuke may have been intimidated, he had once uttered a truth. The chasm between them and this foe was indeed terrifyingly vast. Nevertheless, even amidst such disparity, it was inconceivable to abandon their comrades. Moreover, Kazekage was reluctant to relinquish the opportunity to confront Orochimaru. Turning to Sasuke, he softly urged, "We should flee. I find it hard to believe. I think I might be able to eliminate you." "Haha, what vigor you possess," Orochimaru remarked, observing them with a sense of nostalgia for the thrill of battle. However, transforming from hunter to prey is no simple feat. He regarded Kazekage with a quiet tone. Although he did not know him well, the surname Chikamatsu resonated with him, as there once existed a notable figure named Chikamatsu Hikari, who seemed rather impressive. This surname, indeed, traced back to the illustrious Senju clan. Who the true prey is remains uncertain. Though he might not prevail in combat, Kazekage was unperturbed by verbal sparring. "Is that so?" Orochimaru replied with a chilling smile. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly bellowed, "Enough!" His voice echoed with urgency. "If we continue like this, none of us will survive." He turned his gaze toward Orochimaru, despite his reluctance. This adversary was far too formidable, instilling within him a sense of dread that extinguished his confidence and desire to fight. "We no longer want the scroll. Please, spare us," Sasuke implored, producing the scroll and directing his gaze at Orochimaru. "Haha, are you offering new prey to satiate the hunter's hunger? Your instinct for self-preservation is quite strong," Orochimaru coldly remarked, while those around remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling within him. Hearing this, Naruto was taken aback, incredulity washing over him as he stared at Sasuke. "Sasuke, how could you surrender our scroll to the enemy?" he shouted in anger. Kazekage remained silent, quietly drawing his blade, certainly not aimed at Sasuke.